road against Colorado, and now we're talking roll Louisville into it. We got a 6-team race.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were the big winners this weekend, to be honest. The ACC. I mean, they're having a bit of a revival here just before the inevitable bust up, right, which is coming. Yeah, other than North Carolina, which was an absolute abject disaster.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I came away thinking like, damn, maybe the ACC kind of has something cooking in this year in football. I mean, Clemson, that game could have obviously gone either way. Miami had one of the more impressive performances of the weekend. SMU's kind of proven itself to be a real contender for the playoff every year. Florida State off the mat. Duke's got a big one coming up this weekend against Illinois. So I thought the ACC were probably the big winners of the weekend. Because I think even a team like Duke is going to be heard from. So, yeah, I thought if you're, one of those people that wrote the ACC off as dead, I thought that was a Undertaker hand out of the cemetery moment for that conference.
Sitting up in the casket.
Yeah, I mean, look, the AC. We saw this with the Big Ten. The Big Ten's got a pretty wealthy alumni base for these programs, and I think the ACC does for a lot of these programs as well. And that helps when it comes to NIL. It means they're going to have some NIL dollars. And they're also in, states that have large corporations. Like, it helps to be in Florida if you're in NIL. It helps to be in Texas for NIL purposes, right? You got a lot of money in those places. So that's a big part of it. Also, I mean, those are some traditional powers. Like Miami and Florida State are traditional powers. Georgia Tech had their moments. Clemson obviously has had a really, really good run. So yeah, it's like they were a massive winner. They came to play. They had some home games that were cooked in there. Florida State at home, Miami at home. Clemson almost pulled one out at home, and that helps. And I think we saw this in the playoff last year. Home field advantage, what it means. Home field advantage is the big winner this weekend too.
Yeah, I mean it's. I don't know if the ACC will stay this wide open at the top, or if Clemson, again, due to their schedule, will start to pull away. But if you didn't get Florida State at 25-1, maybe you're interested at 12-1 still. That's what it dropped down to. If you think there's an opening for someone else, Miami's down to 375 now at BetMGM to win the ACC. If you believe in Carson Beck, I still got to see a little bit more and see his receivers have to bail him out a little bit less, but the ACC would seem to be wide open. One other team I wanted to mention, because when we talked Big 12 coming into the season, it felt like there were, half a dozen teams maybe that were a part of the conversation. We mentioned the Colorado loss. I don't think they were originally in the conversation in the conference to begin with, but Utah had a nice win, pretty dominant win over UCLA, and they got themselves a quarterback. After the decades-long odyssey, at least that's what it felt like, John, with Cam Rising, they have got themselves a quarterback. And Devin Dampier, I think he only had 3 incompletions on the night. Utah looked really good. They're a little less than 5-1 right now, 450 at BetMGM to win the Big 12. I understand Texas Tech spent all that oil money. I understand Arizona State is still really good and has themselves a quarterback. TCU looked good on Monday night, considered the opposition, I guess. So maybe it's still a 4 or 5 team race in the Big 12, but it's hard not to look at Utah and say, this is what we've been waiting for 6 years for them to have a quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, they just had to finally get a guy that they could trust would play, right? I mean,
yes.
we don't have to sweat those injury reports every single week from Kyle Whittingham. So yeah, I think Utah looked great. I will say I think that game was more about the poverty that UCLA football is in, and Deshaun Foster and how and Nico Iamaleava, what a mistake he made doing this whole pulling this whole late minute whatever it was he did, hostage situation. I don't want to be a victim of the moment. I would say it feels like we've kind of forgotten about Iowa State. They played 2 weeks ago, and it kind of feels like we've forgotten about how good that win was. It was striking to watch how easy it was for TCU to move the football, though. I mean, however you wanted it, whether it was through the air, whether it was on the ground. Obviously, that defense came up with tons of turnovers and stops. So, I think TCU 6-1, Iowa State 8-1. I think those feel like good bets right now.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we're forgetting about TCU. Everybody's forgetting about Iowa State, but that's because it was 2 weeks ago. But man, I mean, Texas Tech is still. I mean, they got the transfer portal of all transfer portals, and they got all the money. The Marauder Club or the Matador Club, whatever they call it, whatever their collective is called, they got a lot of cash. But you have to. This is wide open, completely wide open. I don't think anybody mentioned Arizona State, really, and they've been. I mean, they're the highest ranked of the bunch. So I think the national folk might have them, but I mean Iowa State is always there, and they're well coached. TCU is well coached as well, obviously with Dykes, but I would think one of those two, TCU or Texas Tech, right now, outside of Utah.
Yeah, there's a lot of offensive talent in that conference, and there's going to be a lot of points scored on a week-to-week basis. So the Big 12 definitely wide open, but a couple of teams that maybe made us stand up and notice just a little bit more in Week 1. John alluded to this, Choppy, so I got to ask you, with Iamaleava out, looks like your Vols may have found themselves a quarterback real quick.
Look, this is the formula now that I think all programs should take. Get a veteran quarterback. Forget about recruiting one. Forget about spending millions of dollars in recruitment of a quarterback. Every year, go out there and find a Riley Leonard, find a John Mateer, find a Joey Aguilar, find a Carson Beck, find one of those, Dylan Gabriel. Just keep recycling that, and I think you'll be fine. I think that's what teams are starting to figure out, because if you notice, who didn't have a problem going and playing Week 1? It was Carson Beck didn't have a problem with it. Garrett Nussmeier didn't have a problem with it. Joey Aguilar didn't have a problem with it. But who did? You had some of these kids. Arch Manning, first start. Julian Saint, first start. Ty Simpson, first start. They had problems. Carr had a problem too. So I think the vets is where it's at.
We mentioned Iowa State. We mentioned Duke. We mentioned a couple big games that we want to dig into here. We'll do that next, starting with the one between the Wolverines and the Sooners, SEC Big Ten, next here on BetMGMU.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
Make sure you're downloading the show in podcast form so you can take it with you wherever you're going, maybe on the way to the tailgate on a Saturday morning or Saturday afternoon. BetMGM alongside RJ Choppy and John Martin. I'm Chris Mack. I told you we got a few games we want to dig into here. John had brought up Illinois and Duke earlier. We'll get to that in just a couple minutes. The Cy-Hawk rivalry, Iowa State. We'll see if Iowa can somehow score 30 points, only throwing the ball for like 50 yards again. We'll get into all that, but let's start with what is probably the big one of the weekend, right? Saturday night on ABC, number 15, Michigan Wolverines against the number 18, Oklahoma Sooners. Only the second ever meeting between these two programs. First one was all the way back in the 1976 Orange Bowl. You got Bryce Underwood, who's taken over the quarterback position, Choppy, for Michigan. Looked decent in his debut last week against New Mexico. They didn't cover. It was a 34.5-point spread. They won by 17. But he threw for 250. John Mateer, on the other hand, you mentioned experienced quarterbacks and making sure you have one. Oklahoma went out and got themselves one. Looked really good. 30 of 37, 392, and 3 scores. Granted, over Illinois State, but take it for what it's worth. A good start for Oklahoma. And they're laying 5.5 at home against the Wolverines on Saturday.
Man, I really like the Sooners here. I know that Bryce is a super talented player, but I think you're going to see a very similar thing with what you saw with Arch this week, and that's a player going into a road environment who's never played in a road environment, and that's going to be a problem. It's just going to be a problem, and it's nothing against him. If this game was in Michigan, I think all those problems would be alleviated, but it's not. I don't think you can simulate how difficult it is to play a road game in college football. We have seen it. It's been more apparent over the last 3 weeks of college football that we've had, if you count the playoff from last year, how difficult it is. And then you add, kids, 18-year-old kids who were playing in front of 8,000 people this time last year and now are playing in front of 88,000 people. It's tough. I could easily make the case the jump from high school to college, Division I, major Division I, is bigger than it is from major Division I to the pros for that reason, because you're already used to playing in front of big crowds. If you play at Georgia, playing against the Packers is no big deal, right? You've already played in front of that crowd, but you've not played in front of this one. And that, I think, is why Oklahoma, that is the difference in this game. The Sooners win, and they cover.
John, are we overreacting a little bit? I know a lot of us came in high on the Sooners, especially because of Mateer. And again, it was against Illinois State. But they are the home team here, and I think Choppy makes a point about a young quarterback on the road.
Yeah, I mean, I think at some point there will be some interest in Michigan. I think you already have seen a little bit of it, late in the week. because it gets to a point where if it opens at 1 and then it just keeps getting out, 2, 3, 4, we're crossing a lot of key numbers here, boys. So I think there will be, at some point some interest in Michigan. But yeah, I mean, I think it's fine laying. I mean, I would not really get involved with Oklahoma now because I just know, Michigan loves these ugly games. They play these ugly games and they just find ways to stay in them. But I think if this gets back towards Oklahoma and we can maybe, I don't know that it will cross 4 again, but if for whatever reason it did, I could see, Oklahoma, again, taking some money. But I think right now with where it is at this point, 5.5, you're only going to see Wolverines money. And it makes sense with a total at 44.5, right? I mean, it just makes sense.
Yeah, I like Oklahoma a lot in this one as well. They're down to plus 350 to make the playoff, down from, I want to say, 525, 550 preseason. So that number continues to come down. If you think they can sneak in as the 4th team in the SEC, if you think Bama's dropping out of that picture, obviously, after just 1 week, their number has actually gone to the plus side to make the playoff. So maybe Oklahoma is that 3rd or 4th team from the SEC to sneak into the playoff if you're looking at futures on the Sooners. But 5.5, I really like that number, and I just don't see Michigan generating the offense, especially on the road with a freshman quarterback against the Sooners. Also a noon Eastern kick, Iowa State, Iowa. We talked about the Cyclones a couple minutes ago, an impressive opening victory for them. And they've won 4 of the last 6 meetings of the Cy-Hawk rivalry. Iowa has. Iowa State, though, has won 2 of the last 3. Iowa State last week, 65 points against South Dakota. Rocco Beck, 19 of 20 for 278 and 3 touchdowns. And I mentioned Iowa, I think, threw for, I want to say it was like 50 yards. It was ridiculous. They still scored 30 points because they ran for a bunch. It was Iowa doing Iowa things. The spread's at 3.5 now. The hook makes me pause just a second because it's probably a low-scoring game if it involves the Hawkeyes. That total, though, 41.5, choppy. I mean, we're used to seeing Iowa totals, even against a team that can score some points like the Cyclones, in the 30s.
We are, but I like the under in this one. I would probably lean towards the under. I actually think Iowa State could cover, which I know is probably not the greatest thing for an under to play there. I just don't trust Iowa to score. It doesn't matter what year it is. I don't even think it matters who the coach is. They just play games to make it look bad. They're trying to recreate Field of Dreams. I'm convinced of that. They're just trying to recreate it in a different sport, bunting and everything. Whatever the football version of the bunt is, and the sack fly. That's what Iowa is from a football perspective. Give me the under and give me Iowa State minus 3.5.
John?
Just the prototype of game that I hate betting. Rivalry game. Don't really know all that much about either. And I'm having to lay a hook here.
Yeah.
I think generally speaking, I mean, profitably you can bet the under and forget it. And that's probably what I would do. I wouldn't think this through too much. It's an Iowa State game. It's 41.5. I'll bet the over. And if they get me, they get me, man. But I couldn't bet over on this one.
Yeah, the only path to the over is, I mean, I guess I could see Iowa State opening it up late if they have a lead,
Right.
And maybe they hang 30, and Iowa's able to scratch and fight and claw their way to, 14 points, and we're beating ourselves up at the end of the night. But I tend to lean with you guys that the under is always the way to go with Iowa. If not for the hook, I liked it when it was at 3 with Iowa State, but with the 3.5, I think I do, just because of the low-scoring nature of these games. I'm going to stay away from it. Illinois and Duke, another noon Eastern kick on Saturday. The highest the Illini have been ranked in the AP Top 25 since they were number 10 in 2001. Duke, are they a part of this ACC conversation? John, you brought them up a couple minutes ago, but Illinois laying 3 on the road at Duke. I think Illinois is a dark horse Big Ten playoff candidate. But this is one of those games they've got to win to show me that they're more than just a dark horse, that they're legit. This seems like it would be a prime stumbling block for the Bielema teams of the last couple years.
Yeah, I agree with you. Duke is a really interesting team because they paid this Mensa kid so much money. I mean, I think every time this kid's numbers come up, it's like they get more outrageous. Like it's just insane. And I thought he looked pretty good last week against Elon, but it's Elon, so I don't want to really take too much out of it. But look, man, I don't know how you pass up getting 3 here at home with that kid's talent. I realize that Illinois is super loaded and they're in for their best year in a long time, but I just think Duke's coach and this kid from Tulane, I think they're going to have enough to give Illinois, and that they had a chance to win this outright. So especially at 05, I would definitely be on the home dog here.
Man, I'll tell you, I just don't get Illinois. I don't know. I don't know what I'm missing with them. I just can't. I just can't buy it. It's like Indiana last year. I just couldn't buy it. And I know that and I know Illinois kind of you could see the natural progression. I think skewed by Bielema at Arkansas. I just can't. But maybe that's a DeBoer thing. It just didn't work, right? Nothing against him.
Yeah.
He was a good coach. It just didn't work. But yeah, I don't know what to make of Illinois. And obviously, when Duke spends that kind of money on a quarterback, I think I would expect more things than what you saw in week 1. So I'm probably going to stay away. I think John's right, though. I mean, that's a low number. If you're looking for the number 11 team, that is not a tough place to play.
Yeah, that's a good point. Let's go down your way for one here, Choppy. Baylor at SMU. Also a noon Eastern, 11 Central kick. SMU is only laying 2.5. Now, my initial knee-jerk reaction is, oh, yeah, give me SMU laying less than a field goal. But I wonder how much of that ugly loss to the week 1 loss for Baylor to Auburn, how much of that was a mirage? The defense didn't look great, obviously, but they rolled up nearly 500 yards on offense, Choppy. So the things that are supposed to go well for Baylor still went well in spots. No turnovers. They got out-uglied against Auburn. Yeah. So I don't know. This is a weird one for me because the initial knee-jerk reaction is give me SMU, especially if it's less than a field goal. But I think Baylor bounces back this week.
Look, I'm in a similar boat because when you're kind of closer enough to these programs, you kind of know their warts, their good things. I was a little surprised that it was only 2.5. But I don't know that. Like, I think SMU was kind of due for not a down year, but a lesser year than they had last season. I mean, how could you not be? You went to the playoff. You weren't expected to go to the playoff, and Baylor is a team that's fighting for their coach. And a lot of this is what actually is Auburn. What do you make of Auburn? What do people make of Auburn? Are they? I mean, I saw some of these. The amount of people that have them, like if the season ended today, they're a playoff team. It's like, what are we doing here? I think we might be overreacted a little bit to them. But what is Auburn? Is Auburn a top 15, top 10 team? If they are, that actually does seem pretty beneficial to Baylor's offense and what they were able to do, what Sawyer was able to do, slinging that football around. But, on the surface, I'm like 2.5 is too little. I would take SMU at 2.5, but something about that number scares me.
Yeah, SMU is another team that, like you said, you come into the season thinking, okay, it can't go as well as it did last year. They're going to have to come back down to earth, and this would be a prime year for it. But just at home against Baylor, and I understand, like you said, a lot of people are coming in high on Baylor this year. I don't know. This is a tough one for me to read. The total 63.5, though. It's down from 65.5 earlier in the week. I mean, I don't like to go over something in the 60s, but we might get a good bit of offense in this one.
definitely going to get a good bit of offense. There's no doubt about that. Like, this is going to be one of those, shoot 'em up type games. You are going to get a ton of offense. And, look, I mean, and a lot of this is, the trenches, who wins the battle between the trenches. That happens in every level of football. But the quarterback play for both these teams is pretty good. So I expect some points.
One more quick peek at a game, because we slandered Lane Kiffin earlier. We should probably bring his team up. Number 20, Ole Miss at Kentucky, laying 10. Kentucky's bad, Choppy. I mean,
Yes.
real bad. So I don't know if 10 is enough here. I don't know if Ole Miss is a borderline playoff team again this year like they were a year ago. I tend to say no. I think they're probably a borderline top 25 team, and that's where they're ranked right now, 20th. I think that's more like it, but Kentucky's bad. I think I'd be fine laying in down to 9.5 at BetMGM right now. I'd be fine laying less than double digits.
Absolutely. Kentucky is they're unwatchable right now. They're unwatchable. I'm convinced that they're just not trying to play football, modern football. I don't know what they're trying to do, but it's not play modern football. And look, Lane Kiffin has shown to be somewhat of a quarterback whisperer. And I certainly don't want to offend any Ole Miss fans. I drew the ire of Ole Miss fans on social media because I dared to say that they might not have the same NIL money as Texas. I dared to say that. But yeah, who knows, right? But it's college football, man. It just means more. It just means more.
Well, we'll see how it goes for Ole Miss. I mean, again, they've lost Jackson Dart, 4 of their 5 starting offensive linemen coming into this year, and most of their experience on the D-line. But I don't think this is a spot where the tumble starts on the road at Kentucky. When we come back, we're going to take a look at some of those early adjustments to the Heisman numbers after week 1. Get you our best bets as well, all on the way here on BetMGMU.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
Get you some of our best bets before we wrap up here in a few moments on BetMGM alongside John Martin and RJ Choppy. I'm Chris Mack, live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network every Friday night and Saturday morning, always available in podcast form wherever you get your podcasts, especially right there inside that Odyssey app. And of course, on YouTube, just search for the BetMGM Network. You can watch the show there as well. Let's first take a peek at some updated Heisman numbers. We're a week barely into the season, but very quickly some of these numbers adjusted. Arch Manning obviously was the favorite coming into week one, John, at 6-1. He drops all the way to 16-1. We've got John Mateer climbing up the board to the same number. You got Cade Klubnik dropping from 9-1 to 14-1 at BetMGM. You still got Garrett Nussmeier up there right around 8-9-1, depending on where you find it. Probably one of the biggest jumps, though, Lenore Sellers from 14-1 to 9-1. We were talking about this, Zach and I, just a little bit during the break, and Sellers has a potential now just from 1 week. It seems like he's absolutely put his draft stock on a rocket, and it's taken off into the stratosphere. But can he keep this up the rest of the season, especially once he starts to go against SEC defenses?
Oh, I thought that was for RJ. Oh,
I thought that was for you.
Oh, well, look at us. Yeah. No,
I'll fake it, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, we're both trying to finish the lob here. There's no question about that. But yeah, listen, I think Mateer is definitely a guy that has already shown, at multiple different spots that, he can do the job. I mean, at Washington State, and granted, just a steroid infused offense. But he's sort of bringing that over, to Oklahoma. So I think he's going to be in the mix, that dual threat, obviously, every single week. Nussmeier, that offense. I mean, there will be, better weeks for him, I think, from a number standpoint. We know that's going to be, the objective there is to throw the ball and keep it in the air. I think Lenore Sellers is the guy that has the runway, though, just because he's going to have multiple paths to score a touchdown every single week, run touchdown, the passing touchdown. Like, it just feels like they're going to run stuff for him in the red zone. I think, it's basically a dead heat here between Nussmeier and Sellers at this point. But I do think, Sellers is a guy that's going to be there in the end. I think he's probably in my view, I would probably make him the favorite just because of, how much the offense is going to depend on him. But yeah, I think there's still definitely some value here at second in the market, 9-1. Feels like a good bet to me.
There's definitely value there. Mateer is a guy that's probably going to have a really good opportunity to win this thing. They're going to be a good team. They got a good defense, and now they got a quarterback, and that's what they didn't have last year. They were a tough watch at Oklahoma. Oklahoma was a tough team to watch last year, and now they've got themselves a quarterback, and I think that's going to be really, really big, and they could be a team that finds themselves in the playoff. I think if you're going to look at Sellers versus Mateer, I think a lot of it's going to come down to maybe who gets into the postseason. I think Nussmeier is going to be in New York. I think he's going to be there. Whether or not they give it to him, who knows? But I think right now, if you were looking at it, you would say, all right, Sellers probably might be the favorite for the Heisman, but Nussmeier might be the favorite for the number one pick.
Yeah, that's an interesting way to look at it. I definitely think that October 11th game in Baton Rouge could go a long way to deciding that when they play each other, the Gamecocks and the Tigers down at LSU. I told someone this the other night after LSU's win over Clemson. I said, look at the rest of that schedule. Tell me now, especially after seeing the way Alabama played week one, where the hiccups are on that schedule. I know I mentioned South Carolina coming in. And yes, they do get Florida next week, depending on how much we believe in DJ Lagway and the Gators. And yeah, they get A&M, but that's also at home. Late in the year, they do have to wrap up at Norman against the Sooners, but there's just not a lot of spots on this schedule, John, where I go, oh, that's a blow-up game. All of a sudden, once they got through that opening game and Brian Kelly got over the opening jinx, LSU all of a sudden stacks up real nice, not just for a playoff, but a deep run into the playoff. And Nussmeier, if he's the quarterback on the best team, I think, like Choppy said, he's not only in New York, he's definitely got the inside lane right now for good reason.
No doubt. And I think, the SEC by and large this year is kind of down. I mean, I just don't know, how many truly great teams are in it. I mean, how many playoff teams do we really think there are in the SEC? Like Ole Miss, I don't know. I doubt it. Florida, I doubt it. South Carolina, we'll see. I wasn't really super convinced by them in that game against Virginia Tech. They broke it open because of special teams and things like that. But Alabama, no. A&M, no. I mean, they really did a service to LSU by they don't have to play Texas until what would be, I guess, the SEC championship game in this scenario. So or Georgia, or whoever it is, they don't play Georgia either. So yeah, I mean, I think they definitely have the setup here. I mean, the best team they play the rest of the way, I guess you would say, is South Carolina, but that game's at home, and I think a competent quarterback is going to be able to move the ball. So, I mean, I do. I think LSU is going to be in the picture, and if that is the case, then yes, Nussmeier is going to be, and that's why he's the favorite, right? He's the favorite in large part due to that schedule.
I also think Choppy. Go ahead.
This is a strange year for the conference. I think there's legitimate 8 playoff teams that could make a case to be in the playoff. I don't think there's any elite teams, though. I don't think they have a true title contender. But I think 8 teams, and I don't think Alabama's one of the 8. But I think there are 8, maybe 9, depending on what you think about Auburn. There are 8 or 9 teams that could look there and say, hey, we have a legitimate chance to make the playoff. Make the playoff, not win it, but make it. I could see LSU make it. Obviously, Georgia. I could see Texas make it. A&M, Ole Miss, Florida, Auburn, South Carolina,
Oklahoma.
Yeah, I mean, there's say 8 or 9 teams I legitimately could see making this playoff. But again, I don't think any of them can win it. I guess maybe Georgia could win the whole thing. They got a loaded team. I just don't know that I trust Gunnar Stockton.
Yeah, that's a fair one. And I will say this about Sellers specifically and South Carolina. You look down, again, I don't want to make too much of the schedule because we overbake the schedule in the offseason and especially in the early weeks of the season. But they have got murderer's row in October, man. They got a bye week to open the month, and then it's a trip I mentioned already to Baton Rouge. Then it's Oklahoma, granted at home. And then it's Alabama. We'll see what the Tide look like at that point. And then they wrap up with games against Texas A&M and Clemson sandwiched around Coastal Carolina. The back half of their schedule is brutal. So if I'm betting Sellers, I'm probably waiting. I mean, the number is going to get shorter between now and then, but it might come back out. And I think if you believe in South Carolina, you want to get to October. You really do. Assuming they don't trip up against Vandy or Missouri, I think they're going to look good going into October. You're just going to find out a whole lot about them, John, in that month of October, South Carolina.
Yeah, and I do think Beamer's done a really good job there, but and I know they felt like they had a qualm about not making the playoff last year, but I think now we're at a point with them where it's high leverage and it's not just a free swing for him anymore, and I'm just not really convinced. You just kind of have to do it. Again, that's not the easiest job in the world there. But you got to go out there and you got to do it. And again, he's got the tools. He's got the tools with Lenore Sellers at the helm. So yeah, October will be a big month, and if they can do it, then I think all bets are off for them this year.
Look, I hope they lose every game. They cheated and beat us and knocked us out of the 2022 Final Four. So I hope they lose every game.
At least you're not taking it personal.
Or at least I've forgotten about it. I'm over it, clearly.
Right.
Me and Joe Milton me and Hendon Hooker and Joe Milton don't talk about that at all.
No, not at all. No matter where the action is, there's nothing like getting in the game with college football and leveling up your next parlay. You can use a Parlay Boost token in your BetMGM app to boost your potential payout from any winning college football parlay. I'll throw one out there. We already talked about the under in Iowa State at 42.5. We already talked about Ole Miss. If they're laying less than 10, less than double digits at Kentucky, Kentucky's a disaster. Ole Miss may not be the borderline playoff team they were a year ago, but still, I'll take that one. And then Texas Tech against Kent State. I think they're favored by 48, and the total is 59.5. All I'm asking for is just a couple field goals from Kent State. because I think the Red Raiders do the rest on their own. But that would be my parlay if I was looking to use that parlay boost token. John, do you have one?
Yes, I do. It's going to be a lot of fun. Is everybody ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are all games that nobody wants to watch, okay? That's my specialty.
Even better.
Yeah, UTSA money line against Texas State. This is the battle for Choppy. All right.
Yeah. That's a revenge game from last year.
It is. That's right. Mississippi State plus 6.5 at home against Arizona State. Duke plus 3 at home against Illinois. And then Memphis, final leg, Memphis under the number in the game. It's going to vary, but I think 57, 58 is around what that's at.
Wow. Okay.
So that's a four-legger for you. That's a dog. That's a dog parlay.
Dog.
4 legs.
Yeah, baby.
Unless it's a dog with 3 legs, in which case, it's not a 4-legger anymore.
I am going to break all my rules. I never bet favorites. I'm doing a 4-team favorite parlay. OU minus 5.5, SMU minus 2.5, Ole Miss minus 9.5, and K-State minus 17 against Army. Army just lost to Tarleton State, who's an FCS team. They lost at home.
Yeah, that was brutal.
That's a bad loss. Bad loss.
I'm going to try and predict which one of the 4 legs breaks your heart. And I'm going to go with SMU. Yeah. I think SMU breaks it up for you. I think that's the one that when we get together again, you're going to go, oh, damn it. Why did I put that in there?
That's what's going to happen. Yeah. I know it. It's going to happen. But I'm going to ride with John's. I'm going to use John's too. I would have used yours, but I didn't write it down.
It's the dog parlay because it's got 4 legs.
So use that parlay.
I really got Choppy over there going, man.
There we go. Let's do it.
That's a real hoop for Choppy.
Use that parlay boost token inside your BetMGM app and get on out there and make it a weekend. Thanks for joining us. We'll do it again next week. And we'll see who wildly disappoints us in week 2 or if everything goes exactly as we expect it to. I'm guessing it probably won't. For our producer, Zach Kroll, for John Martin, for RJ Choppy, I'm Chris Mack. This has been BetMGMU.
You've been listening to BetMGM.
Happy Football Friday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glass. We got a great show for you guys coming up today. Plenty of picks on the show now that we are back in the football swing of things. Week 2 of college football, we'll give out our 5 favorite bets coming up there. Week 1 in the NFL, give out our 5 favorite picks there. 5 player props that I like for week 1 in the NFL that I'll give you guys later on in the show. Shane Jackson going to join us later on, give out some bets that we like for tonight. Couple of plays on the diamond, and Henry Ettinger going to join us here in moments. As always, any plays, any questions, any bets that you guys have for us, let us know. Send them in the chat. Any picks that you have in Chargers Chiefs tonight, anything throughout the weekend, hit us up at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, or on X. We'll get to your questions throughout the next 30 minutes of the show. And as always, if you guys miss any part of the show today, you want to go back and listen to all the bets that we have for the weekend, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Friday. Glass is in session. Go to the Glass or Guest line and welcome in Henry Ettinger, who joins us. Give Henry a follow on X at hedging_Henry. You guys can check him out on X, TikTok, Instagram as well, hedging_Henry. Great stuff in the gambling community. Henry, great to have you back, man. Let's talk about the game that we have tonight, Chargers and Chiefs. What plays are you on? Side total props, anything that you like for the game tonight in Brazil?
My favorite bet, PJ, is actually a first-half team total bet. What's been the narrative all offseason with the Kansas City Chiefs? Oh, they weren't as explosive last year. Oh, this offense, like they've lost the magic, so to speak. No. I like the first-half team total over here. I think they come out with some more designed explosive plays down the field. You look at the Chargers cornerbacks, they really struggled with explosive plays last season down the stretch, 29th in air yards from week 5 onward. And with Xavier Worthy and healthy Hollywood Brown, this Chiefs offense was a little bit more explosive last season with an improved offensive line. That should give Patrick Mahomes a little bit more time to push the ball down the field. So I'm in love with this first half team total over 12.5 points. I'd even play it, though, at 13.5.
Absolutely love it. All right, sweet. Let's look at what we got for the weekend, Henry. Coming up, first NFL Sunday of the year. Just looking from a spread standpoint, I want to get your thoughts on totals, maybe some props coming up here in a bit. But just looking at sides, what is your favorite side for Sunday or maybe even Monday, that Bears-Vikings game that you like for week 1?
Favorite side for me has to be the New York Giants. I got it at plus 6.5. Still, if you can get 6, that would be great. Look, the Giants covered that number both games last year. They should have won the first game between these two teams had they had a kicker that didn't get hurt in that first game, if you recall. Should be an upgrade at quarterback with Russell Wilson. I love this defense this year. This defensive line, I think, is going to cause a lot of problems for Washington's offensive line. And what do you think of Jaden Daniels? Oh, this young Washington team. No, they're the oldest roster in the NFL. A lot of these guys did not practice a lot, did not play a lot in preseason. So I like them to start a little bit slow this season. I love the Giants, especially if you can get over that 6.
Outstanding. Henry, would you take the Giants on the money line as well? Would you sprinkle that? Any other teams that maybe you would look at to pull an upset in week 1?
Definitely would sprinkle the money line. In general, I'd say if you're betting NFL underdogs this year under a touchdown, you usually want to sprinkle a little bit on the money line. Mathematically, that's a pretty profitable strategy long term. I'll give you one more, and they're a slight underdog / maybe flipping to a favorite. But I love the Miami Dolphins versus the Colts. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills with this game. Look, what are the problems with the Dolphins? They don't play well in cold weather. Sometimes they get out physical in the trenches, and they don't stay healthy. None of those really apply to this game. They're playing indoors on turf with a healthy offense. You don't really expect the Colts to bully them too much in the trenches. So I've got Tua versus Daniel Jones in what's basically a pick'em right now. I could not believe this was at 1.5 points. I was all over the Dolphins then. It started to creep down a little bit, but I like them anything under 2. I just don't get why this line is where it is.
Henry, obviously with the NFL starting back up, everybody wants to know the survivor picks right in their pools. Week 1, Denver's certainly probably going to be the popular choice this week. Would you roll with the masses and take the Broncos, or is there another team that you would look at?
I would. Not to get too far into game theory and all that stuff, but I like going conservative for week 1 only because it's the time where the spreads are the tightest. And look, I want to take home teams typically in Survivor. You look at the Broncos' home schedule. There are not a lot of easy opportunities to take them. I'm also low on this Broncos team actually this year in general, so this is the time. You get Cam Ward on the road in week 1. Rookie QB's number 1 overall picks are 5-22 straight up. since the merger, on the road in week one. So, or that's just in general in week one. So on the road, even worse. In Denver on the road early in the season, always got to worry about, what kind of shape these guys are in as well. So yeah, it's chalky. I like it. I'm sticking with it in my main pools.
You gave us the side that you like, Henry. What about a total that you like for week one? Anything currently that you bet?
I'm going to go to another divisional matchup, Bucks Falcons under. Look, with the Bucks, obviously Liam Cohen is gone from that team as an offensive coordinator. I'm expecting a step back there. There's a significant number of injuries to this team as well. Not only Godwin, but Jalen McMillan is out of this game. And most importantly for both teams, the blindside guy is out. Tristan Wirfs is out for the Bucks, and while it's the right tackle for the Falcons and McGarry, he's also out of this game. To me, this number is too high. I know, early, indoor game, you might think there's going to be some offensive fireworks, but not for me, especially between two divisional teams. I like the under here.
All right, we're talking with Henry Ettinger here on Send It In. Give Henry a follow on X at hedging_Henry. Looking big picture, Henry, favorite win total that you have for the upcoming NFL season, what would that be?
The Seahawks under 8.5 wins. They are my biggest fade team of the offseason, and there's a few reasons for it. Number one, I think there's a downgrade in quarterback. Yes, Sam Darnold coming off a career year, but look, he switches schemes, and his biggest problem has always been interior pressure. The interior of the Seahawks offensive line is not very good. I think that's a major problem. DK Metcalf has now gone from this team. He doesn't have a great supporting cast like he had in Minnesota. I'm worried about the defense as well for Seattle. And most importantly, I like the three other teams in their division. So if you're going to finish fourth in the division, it's tough to get to 9 wins. So I'm higher on the Cardinals. I'm higher on the Rams, and I like the 49ers too. So for me, they're the biggest fade of my offseason plays.
Yeah, fair enough. Henry, let's pivot over to college. I want to ask you a couple questions. We head into week 2 of college football. Before we look at week 2, though, week 1 with all those top 10 matchups, the big upset of Florida State over Alabama, any big takeaways for you? Like, did you make any bets off of week 1? Did you buy the dip? Are you buying the hype of like an LSU or a Miami? Did you do anything off of week 1? Were there any major takeaways for you?
Definitely some major takeaways in terms of the big picture, right? LSU, I think you could make an argument, is the number 1 team in the country based off the questions you have versus what they played like in week 1. That said, I actually sold them in week 2. Coming off that big win, they've got Florida on deck. They're playing Louisiana Tech, a classic situation where all the Louisiana Tech guys are going to be super motivated in that game. LSU definitely going to call off the dogs probably pretty early in that one. But otherwise, I thought the Texas Arch Manning storyline was a little bit overblown. Texas should have won that game. They massively outgained Ohio State and just couldn't score in the red zone. So I think both those teams will be fine in the long run. But LSU was really my major takeaway as a team that I think could actually win the national title this year. Yeah,
fair enough. They're laying 37.5 this week in Baton Rouge against Louisiana Tech. Henry, what other games jump out to you for week 2 this week?
It's not the prettiest board, but there's a few I like. Let's start with Baylor versus SMU. I thought Baylor's offense actually looked fantastic versus Auburn. They did struggle a little bit with a running quarterback. And then SMU, I didn't think it looked very good last week. I know, a lot of times when it's a big mismatch, people aren't paying attention to week 1 too much, but SMU lost a couple of starters to injury in that game as well. They couldn't run the football. I actually love Baylor, especially if you can get them plus the 3. It's mostly at 2.5 now in the market. Another team I thought looked pretty good even in a loss was Cincinnati. So I'm going to lay the points with them versus Bowling Green. Bowling Green as Eddie George as their new head coach. They ran the ball 43 times in week 1 compared to 18 passes. It was pretty ugly, and I don't think you can really do that as an underdog. So I think Cincinnati could blow them out pretty badly here.
Fair enough. Henry, the only ranked matchup we have on the board this week, Oklahoma and Michigan. We've seen a bunch of line movement. The summer line was about 2.5, 3. Got to as high at 7 at some spots, and now we're kind of stuck in the middle there, 4.5, 5, with the Sooners being the favorite. Low total, 46.5. Any play for you in Oklahoma, Michigan tomorrow?
Definitely will be a play. I'm stuck between 2. I'll give them to you, though. The one I think that will be on the card is Michigan, Oklahoma first half under. 22.5 out there, 21.5 I'd be fine with as well. Look, Oklahoma, again, not a lot of people paying attention to their first week game versus Illinois State. They ran the ball for 3 yards a carry versus Illinois State when there's concerns about their offensive line. That did not make me feel particularly good about Oklahoma coming to this matchup versus a very stout Michigan defense. On the other side of things, I thought Bryce Underwood looked pretty good, actually, in his opening game, but I didn't think the Michigan State receivers or offensive line looked very good either in their game versus New Mexico. Putrid defense there. So I like the first half under. Of course, that's also going to correlate with the underdog. I get that Bryce Underwood's freshman, first road start. I thought the offseason line was right. I think this game should be about 3. Oklahoma's taking massive money early in the week here. I don't really understand it based off the last week. John Mateer struggled when he stepped up in competition last year in his 3 biggest games. This Michigan defense will obviously be a massive step up for him. So I lean towards the Wolverines, though I think I'll end up really just playing the first half under.
Love it. Should be an awesome game tomorrow night. Henry Ettinger, give him a follow on X at hedging_Henry. Make sure you guys check him out on TikTok and Instagram as well. Going to join us a bunch this football season. Henry, great catching up with you, man. Talk to you again real soon. Enjoy the weekend.
Thanks, PJ.
All right, pal. Good stuff there. Let's keep it rolling on Send It In. We dive into the PJ Pick 5. We'll start with college football first. We're 6-4 on the season. We went 2-3 last week. So let's bounce back, have a winning week. Maybe even go 4-1, 5-0. Let's start with the Florida Gators this week. Minus 17.5 against South Florida. We've been talking about this game a little bit this week. I think so many people who saw South Florida, Boise last Thursday night, right? USF just absolutely smoked them at home. But this is the difficult part about handicapping week 2. Was it more about what USF did, or was it more about what Boise didn't do? I think it's the latter. I think Boise just looks inept on offense without Ashton Genty, especially going up against a good team. Now, if you're South Florida, you got to face a top 10, probably talent roster in college football. Gators got NFL guys all over the field. They have one of the best quarterbacks in college football in DJ Lagway. Big step up in class. That's a lot of points until it isn't. I'd keep an eye on Florida. And like I mentioned earlier, USF, right, their head coach, Alec Golish, comes from that Josh Heupel, Tennessee coaching tree. Florida faces the Vols every year. They'll be prepared for that offense. Give me Florida, minus 17.5. I'll also take Navy, minus 21 against UAB this weekend. UAB just gave up 520 yards to Alabama State in week 1. Now they got to go up against Navy and what they want to do and how they run the football. Like, how do you think that's going to go? Trent Dilfer, I think this experiment in Birmingham's not working out too great for the Blazers. Navy's going to be one of the better teams in the American. I think they're going to run all over UAB this weekend. We'll lay the 3 touchdowns with the midshipmen. How about Rutgers? 3 big spreads for me. Not used to doing that, but that's what we do early on in the college football season. I like Rutgers, minus 15.5 against Miami, Ohio. The Red Hawks in week 1 against Wisconsin were shut out. They crossed the 50-yard line one time. Their offense is going to be a mess early in the season, especially going up against Big Ten teams. They don't return a single starter from their team last year, and their offensive line has a combined 3 starts before that Wisconsin game. It was ugly week 1. I think it's going to be ugly again tomorrow. Lay the 15.5 with Rutgers against Miami of Ohio. How about Missouri State? We have been on this game from the beginning of the week, and we're not getting off now. They're down to 8.5 at some spots. The professionals like Missouri State, folks. These aren't your public Joes betting Missouri State. These are some people that have some big pockets and know what they're doing, and I agree with them. I like Missouri State. First off, it's a fade of Marshall, who's coming off playing Georgia last week, who's probably still beaten up and feeling the effects of that. Marshall has 60 new players on their team from last season because their head coach went to Southern Miss, brand new coaching staff, brand new roster. And Missouri State gave up 73 to USC last week. I think a bunch of people are going to see that and think they're going to get smoked again by Marshall. But when you're going up against Lincoln Riley and all that NFL talent on USC, and also a good defense, one of the best defensive coordinators in D'Anton Lynn, I think it made Missouri State look a lot worse than they actually were. I actually came away impressed with Missouri State, especially on the offensive side of the ball. I think they're alive in this game. We'll take Missouri State plus the 9.5. And then finally, Illinois-Duke. Let's take the under in that game, 49.5. That should be a good one on Saturday. Could be a trap game for the Illini. Brett Bielema, since he has been in Champaign, 8-3 to the under in non-conference Power 4 games. These games tend to be lower scoring. They tend to be like 1st to 20 type games. Illinois returns all 5 of their offensive linemen, but they did not look particularly strong against Western Illinois in week 1. Now they got to go up against the Manny Diaz defense, and usually Duke under Manny Diaz in these kind of big games when they're going up against top 15, top 10 teams really don't score all that much. I'm going to take under 49 in Illinois and Duke. So those are our 5 this week. Florida, Navy, Rutgers, 3 big favorites. Missouri State plus the points, and Duke, Illinois under 49.5. All right, let's get to the NFL. Look at week 1, first Sunday of the year, baby. It is back. And look, Henry talked about how he loved the Dolphins. I know a lot of smart people are on the Dolphins this week against Indianapolis. And you've heard a lot of them say, I don't understand this line. Well, I can tell you why this line is Colts -1, baby. It's the Jim Irsay effect. It's the narrative play of the week. Colts are going to be at home. There's going to be a lot of emotion in that building. The fans, the stadium should be rocking. The Colts, I think, improved their defense a lot this offseason. And Daniel Jones isn't good. We all know this, but he's going up against probably the worst secondary in the NFL. I think he'll be able to make some plays. I also think Jonathan Taylor running the football could negate that pass rush for the Dolphins, which is the strength of their defense. So Indy, I think, is going to take care of business on Sunday for their passing of their owner, Jim Irsay. I like the Colts -1. What about the Saints? Man, love the Saints. +6.5 against Arizona on Sunday. I'd take some money line with New Orleans in the game as well. Kyler Murray is 15-17 straight up as a favorite in the NFL. So more often than not, when he's favored, he's losing those games. We talked about it all week. Week 1 in the Superdome, going to be a lot different than week 14 in the Superdome when the Saints are like 3-10 or whatever it is. But in week 1, when it's a new season and there's hope and every team feels like they have a chance and Kamara's healthy and Olave's healthy, I like the Saints +6.5. It's dangerous to take teams like the Cardinals who are not used to laying that many points on the road in an NFL game, especially in week 1. So I'll take New Orleans plus the points. What about the Raiders +2.5? You guys know I love the Raiders this season, and I'm really down on the Patriots. Nobody's talking about the fact that Drake May is 1-9 in the NFL as a starting quarterback. 1-9. His team is favored in 11 games this season. Their win total is 8.5. Drake May has Justin Fields vibes to me, Chicago Bears vibes to me, where we're just hyping this team because they play in a big market. They had a coaching change. Everybody's excited about the upside of the quarterback. How about we watch it play out first? Drake May absolutely could be a really good quarterback, could be a superstar. He's nowhere near that yet. Let's see him play some games out, especially as a favorite, which he's not used to doing. Vegas made an upgrade at the 2 most important positions in the NFL in the offseason, quarterback and head coach. They got Pete Carroll, Geno Smith, rookie running back in Ashton Genty. Bowers is a terrific young tight end. I'll take the Raiders +2.5 against New England. How about the New York Football Giants +6 against the Commanders? I'm with Henry on this one. I gave you guys the stat yesterday, man, and how about it hit again last night in Eagles and Cowboys? I'll say it once more time. We've now had 26 instances of this over the last 20 years, and it only applies to week 1. You get a divisional matchup. Team that didn't make the playoffs versus team that did make the playoffs, and the team that missed the playoffs got swept by the team last year. So you had the Eagles and Cowboys yesterday. Philly makes the playoffs. Dallas doesn't. Eagles sweep them in the regular season last year. So you bet Dallas. They cover the spread. Same deal with the Giants and the Commanders. And usually the Giants always play Washington tough in D.C. They should have won both of those games last year, like Henry was talking about. Love the Giants +6 against the Commanders. And then finally, Bears +1.5 against the Vikings on Monday. J.J. McCarthy in his first start on the road, divisional game in prime time, and he's a favorite. I'm not buying it. Give me Chicago +1.5. Home divisional underdogs 18-4 against the spread since 2012. So a very strong trend there. Backing up the Bears. There's our first NFL pick 5 of the season. Colts, Saints, Raiders, Giants, and Bears. All right, let's check in with our guy Shane Jackson here on Send It In. Joins us each and every Friday. Shane, my good man, week 1 is underway in the NFL. We had Cowboys and Eagles last night. We got Chiefs and Chargers tonight. Any plays that you like between KC and LA tonight?
Yeah, I did bet Chiefs money line, but the Chiefs have won 7 of the last 8 head-to-head meetings between Mahomes and Herbert, 6 of them being decided by 1 score. So I'd only really bet this spread if it did drop to 2.5, but I went ahead and just took the money line anyway. I do like, though, the Chiefs' first half spread, -1.5. It's kind of a way to back the start of their revenge season. I know we talked about this a couple weeks ago. We both believe in the Chiefs' revenge season this year. Even in a wonky year last year where the Chiefs won a bunch of close games, they covered the first half spread 11 times, including the regular season and the playoffs. KC, one of the few teams that plays an elite quarterback in the preseason, I think that helps them get off on the right foot here in the first half.
I like it. Yeah, Henry earlier was talking about Chiefs first half team total over. You're on the spread. I think that's a good way of attacking Kansas City in the game tonight. What about on Sunday, Shane? First NFL Sunday of the year. What are some of your favorite plays that you like on the Sunday slate?
Yeah, a little bit more nervous about this now that I've seen the first PJ pick 5 of the season, but I do like the Dolphins' money line. The vibes seem really bad right now in Miami, which has, I think, led to a pretty disrespectfully short line for a team to beat Daniel Jones. Miami might have its flaws, but this is a team worth backing, I think, when Tua is under center. Dolphins are 38-24 straight up with him as a starting quarterback since 2020. I'm not sure if the Dolphins will be any good this year. I don't know about their long-term outlook, but this is a team worth backing when healthy and in a favorable environment. I think we get that this in week 1 right now better than any other week going into the season. So, yeah, I'm on Dolphins on Sunday.
Well, Shane, I hope you lose that bet. I hope you win the others, but I hope you lose that one. What about some underdogs you like to win outright in the NFL this week? The Dolphins are a slight dog. They're +1, -110. What are some other underdogs that maybe you would look at to win outright this weekend?
Yeah, in the +1 range, that's more cheating. I'm going to go a little bit better. Houston Texans, I think, as a road underdog against Los Angeles Rams. Matthew Stafford, who is dealing with a back injury, was one of the 9 starting quarterbacks not to play in the preseason. History suggests those signal callers could get off to a slower start in week 1. If I were Rusty and dealing with a back injury at 37 years old, I wouldn't want to face this Texans front. Houston averaged about 3 sacks per game last year. Could be one of the best defensive units in football. I also think we're kind of underrating the Texans a little bit. I mean, this time last year, they were everyone's favorite AFC dark horse after C.J. Stroud's rookie season. I'm in on them as kind of this post-hype sleeper. I know the offensive line is terrible, but Stroud's kind of pocket awareness helps mitigate that a little bit. And also the Texans have a new OC. I just think this is going to be a pretty exciting game, and I like the road underdog to win outright.
Love it. Any prop plays that you like for this week, Shane? Any player props that you're looking at?
Yeah, I don't think it would be week 1 if we didn't have a prop bet in the Sunday Night Football game and a touchdown bet in that Sunday Night Football game. And I'm on Mark Andrews to score a touchdown. We all remember how Baltimore's season ended last year. Andrews dropping that 2-point conversion and a playoff loss to Buffalo. I think it's made people forget that Andrews is still very good at football. Andrews scored 11 touchdowns last year, including the final 6 games of the regular season. Was likely not expected to play. Andrews is the tight end for the Ravens. And I wouldn't be surprised if Baltimore and Lamar try to get him in the end zone to get that confidence back up after last season and how it ended.
Shane, I love it, man. I'm going to be all over Andrews. First touchdown, anytime touchdown, receiving yards. I'm right there with you. Who do you think wins that game on Sunday night? Because the Bills were the favorite like the whole offseason. Now the Ravens are taking a bunch of money. They're favored in the game. Who would you pick to win that one?
Yeah, as more injuries pop up on the Bills' side, it's tough not to think the Ravens will win. I believe they're the better team, and I think they have the matchup advantages, especially with the injury report. Pretty much the only thing that scares me off that a little bit is the fact that the Bills just hardly ever lose at home. But, I will lean the Ravens' way. Certainly not a game I'm willing to bet on the side, though.
Yeah, so as me neither. Staying away, can't wait to watch it. Obviously rooting for the Ravens as a fan, but that is a true coin flip. Shane, let me ask you a couple baseball questions. You're obviously keeping an eye on that as well as we are in the final stretch of the regular season. Any plays that you have for us tonight in Major League Baseball?
Yeah, I like Vlad Guerrero Jr. over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs. And what could be a high-scoring game between the Yankees and the Blue Jays. That total has climbed up from 8.5 to 9. Guerrero comes in with plenty of momentum. He had 5 hits, 3 RBIs, and 5 runs over the last 2 games against the Reds. He has a favorable split in Yankee Stadium with 49 hits, 28 RBIs, and 25 runs in 44 career starts in Yankee Stadium. I'll bet on what is probably one of the more exciting baseball games of the night. I'll bet on Vlad.
All right, fair enough. And then I got to ask you about the AL wildcard spot because right now it's getting really good. Seattle's lost 3 in a row. They're 1.5 games up on Texas, Kansas City, and then Tampa Bay is 2 games back. Who would you take to get that final playoff spot in the American League, Shane?
Yeah, the Mariners have the easiest schedule of those teams the rest of the way. They rank 28th in rest of season schedule, so I think they're the rightful favorites. In terms of betting value, however, I'm not sure it's worth it to lay -275 for Seattle to make the postseason. As you mentioned, they've kind of lost a few in a row. Mm-hmm. From a betting perspective, it's hard not to think the Royals probably have the best value. Tampa Bay and Texas have the toughest schedules of those 4 teams. The Royals are more league average. I think they have 13 of their final 22 games against non-playoff teams. I would feel more confident in this if Seth Lugo wasn't injured and if Cole Reagans was for sure back. But I think the Royals at plus 650 is probably the value play. But I think Seattle is the team I would pick.
All right, there you go. Shane Jackson, give him a follow on X, @ByShaneJackson. BetMGM writer, joins us each and every Friday. Great stuff, NFL, Major League Baseball. Shane, have a great weekend, man. Appreciate the time.
You too. Enjoy the football.
All right, man. Absolutely. Great stuff there from Shane Jackson. Now it's time to dive into PJ's props, my 5 favorite prop bets coming up for week 1 in the NFL. And you guys know this, like handicapping football, right? There are certain weeks, especially in the prop market, you look at it, and you're like, there are a couple things that I like. Other weeks, you're like, I love the board. Guys, I love the board in week 1. The prop market. Absolutely love it. We'll start with my quarterback, Lamar Jackson, over 46.5 rushing yards against the Buffalo Bills. In week 1 last year against the Chiefs, same spot. Playing a primetime game on the road, week 1, against the team that knocked you out of the postseason last year. Lamar's healthy, ready to go, amped up, 16 carries, 122 yards in that game against the Chiefs last year. His rushing total against the Bills is 46.5. We're going over rushing yards for Lamar against Buffalo. What about Malik Neighbors? We're going to take over 77.5 receiving yards for him against Washington. Malik Neighbors had 29 targets in 2 games last year against Washington. 29 targets. He had 127 receiving yards and 59 receiving yards, but now he's got Russell Wilson. And what is Russ known for? That moon ball down the sideline. And I think Neighbors hauls one of those in for maybe 30, 35 yards. We're going to be halfway there off that one catch. He goes over 77.5 receiving yards. How about Cam Ward, over 12.5 rushing yards against the Broncos? Might have noticed this with a lot of rookie quarterbacks making their first start. A lot of them coming into the league, a lot of these guys have mobility. They can run, they can scramble. And what do pros talk about all the time with the NFL? How different the game is, how much it speeds up. Well, Cam Ward's going to be on the road, going up against one of the best defenses in the in the altitude, probably going to be trailing. I think he's going to be running around trying to make plays, scrambling, over 12.5 rushing yards for Cam Ward. Maybe we'll look at some alt rushing yard numbers as well. Brock Purdy, under 243.5 passing yards against Seattle, is up next. Purdy is 2-1 to this under in his career in games in Seattle. But man, is San Francisco banged up on the O-line, at receiver. McCaffrey was added to the injury report yesterday. I think it's going to be tough for Purdy to make some plays through the air. I'll take his under passing yards. And then finally, how about Joe Flacco, over 36.5 pass attempts against the Bengals? When he was with Stefanski and the Browns 2 years ago, he played in 6 games. 5 of those 6 games, Flacco had 42 pass attempts or more. He's at 36.5, and you're going up against that Bengals defense. Why wouldn't you throw it? Flacco, over 36.5 pass attempts against Cincinnati, my other prop that I like for this week. All right, what about a promo from our friends at BetMGM, a college football parlay boost token? No matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting into the game and leveling your next parlay. Use this parlay boost token to boost your potential payout for a winning college football parlay. Make it legendary at BetMGM. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's give out our favorite plays of the day as we got some questions coming in real quick. Reed, how crazy am I to want Daniel Jones over 21.5 rushing yards? Every year we forget how sneaky good he is at breaking the big one, especially with that good Miami D-line, Reed. Don't hate it at all. Louisville tonight, beef. I would. Chase Kitty was on earlier. He's a big JMU fan. He said to take Louisville. Best team they've played in a while, so I would lay it with them. Alted the over in 44.5 Moist Cupcakes in Dallas and Philly. That is, condolences, Moist Cupcakes. That is brutal. And then Alribic 4. God, that's brutal. That really is Moist Cupcakes. You won't have much beats worse than that this year. But real quick, my picks for today, guys. We'll fly through this. Only got about 30 seconds left. Gunnar Henderson's my play going streaking. When Glasnow was with the Rays, Gunnar had great history, 5 for 9 against him in his career. He'll be my play there. Amarion Hampton's going to be my prop block tonight, over rushing yards. Only set at 46.5. I think he goes over that. Missouri State's my dog of the day. We talked about that one. And then the Colts are my best bet against the Dolphins. A lot of people are on Miami, wondering why they're dogs in that game. Oh, I know why they're dogs in that game. Let's roll with the Colts. -1. You guys have a great weekend. Enjoy the football. We'll see you on Monday. Happy Football Friday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glass. We got a great show for you guys coming up today. Plenty of picks on the show now that we are back in the football swing of things. Week 2 of college football, we'll give out our 5 favorite bets coming up there. Week 1 in the NFL, give out our 5 favorite picks there. 5 player props that I like for week 1 in the NFL that I'll give you guys later on in the show. Shane Jackson going to join us later on, give out some bets that we like for tonight. Couple of plays on the diamond, and Henry Ettinger going to join us here in moments. As always, any plays, any questions, any bets that you guys have for us, let us know. Send them in the chat. Any picks that you have in Chargers Chiefs tonight, anything throughout the weekend, hit us up at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, or on X. We'll get to your questions throughout the next 30 minutes of the show. And as always, if you guys miss any part of the show today, you want to go back and listen to all the bets that we have for the weekend, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Friday. Glasses in session. Go to the Glasser guest line and welcome in Henry Ettinger, who joins us. Give Henry a follow on X at hedging_Henry. You guys can check him out on X, TikTok, Instagram as well, hedging_Henry. Great stuff in the gambling community. Henry, great to have you back, man. Let's talk about the game that we have tonight. Chargers and Chiefs. What plays are you on? Side total props, anything that you like for the game tonight in Brazil?
My favorite bet, PJ, is actually a first half team total bet. What's been the narrative all offseason with the Kansas City Chiefs? Oh, they weren't as explosive last year. Oh, this offense, like they've lost the magic, so to speak. No. I like the first half team total over here. I think they come out with some more designed explosive plays down the field. You look at the Chargers cornerbacks, they really struggled with explosive plays last season down the stretch, 29th in air yards from week 5 onward. And with Xavier Worthy and healthy Hollywood Brown, this Chiefs offense was a little bit more explosive last season with an improved offensive line. That should give Patrick Mahomes a little bit more time to push the ball down the field. So I'm in love with this first half team total over 12.5 points. I'd even play it, though, at 13.5.
Absolutely love it. All right, sweet. Let's look at what we got for the weekend, Henry. Coming up, first NFL Sunday of the year. Just looking from a spread standpoint, I want to get your thoughts on totals, maybe some props coming up here in a bit. But just looking at sides, what is your favorite side for Sunday or maybe even Monday, that Bears-Vikings game that you like for week 1?
Favorite side for me has to be the New York Giants. I got it at plus 6.5. Still, if you can get 6, that would be great. Look, the Giants covered that number both games last year. They should have won the first game between these two teams had they had a kicker that didn't get hurt in that first game, if you recall. Should be an upgrade at quarterback with Russell Wilson. I love this defense this year. This defensive line, I think, is going to cause a lot of problems for Washington's offensive line. And what do you think of Jaden Daniels? Oh, this young Washington team. No, they're the oldest roster in the NFL. A lot of these guys did not practice a lot, did not play a lot in preseason. So I like them to start a little bit slow this season. I love the Giants, especially if you can get over that 6.
Outstanding. Henry, would you take the Giants on the money line as well? Would you sprinkle that? Any other teams that maybe you would look at to pull an upset in week 1?
Definitely would sprinkle the money line. In general, I'd say if you're betting NFL underdogs this year under a touchdown, you usually want to sprinkle a little bit on the money line. Mathematically, that's a pretty profitable strategy long term. I'll give you one more, and they're a slight underdog / maybe flipping to a favorite. But I love the Miami Dolphins versus the Colts. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills with this game. Look, what are the problems with the Dolphins? They don't play well in cold weather. Sometimes they get out physical in the trenches, and they don't stay healthy. None of those really apply to this game. They're playing indoors on turf with a healthy offense. You don't really expect the Colts to bully them too much in the trenches. So I've got Tua versus Daniel Jones in what's basically a pick'em right now. I could not believe this was at 1.5 points. I was all over the Dolphins then. It started to creep down a little bit, but I like them anything under 2. I just don't get why this line is where it is.
Henry, obviously with the NFL starting back up, everybody wants to know the survivor picks right in their pools. Week 1, Denver's certainly probably going to be the popular choice this week. Would you roll with the masses and take the Broncos, or is there another team that you would look at?
I would. Not to get too far into game theory and all that stuff, but I like them conservative for week 1 only because it's the time where the spreads are the tightest. And look, I want to take home teams typically in Survivor. You look at the Broncos' home schedule. There are not a lot of easy opportunities to take them. I'm also low on this Broncos team actually this year in general, so this is the time. You get Cam Ward on the road in week 1. Rookie QB's number 1 overall picks out of 5-22 straight up. since the merger, on the road in week one. So, or that's just in general in week one. So on the road, even worse. In Denver on the road early in the season, always got to worry about, what kind of shape these guys are in as well. So yeah, it's chalky. I like it. I'm sticking with it in my main pools.
You gave us the side that you like, Henry. What about a total that you like for week one? Anything currently that you bet?
I'm going to go to another divisional matchup, Bucks Falcons under. Look, with the Bucks, obviously Liam Cohen is gone from that team as an offensive coordinator. I'm expecting a step back there. There's a significant number of injuries to this team as well. Not only Godwin, but Jalen McMillan is out of this game. And most importantly for both teams, the blindside guy is out. Tristan Wirfs is out for the Bucks, and while it's the right tackle for the Falcons and McGarry, he's also out of this game. To me, this number is too high. I know, early, indoor game, you might think there's going to be some offensive fireworks, but not for me, especially between two divisional teams. I like the under here.
All right, we're talking with Henry Ettinger here on Send It In. Give Henry a follow on X at hedging_Henry. Looking big picture, Henry, favorite win total that you have for the upcoming NFL season, what would that be?
The Seahawks under 8.5 wins. They are my biggest fade team of the offseason, and there's a few reasons for it. Number one, I think there's a downgrade in quarterback. Yes, Sam Darnold coming off a career year, but look, he switches schemes, and his biggest problem has always been interior pressure. The interior of the Seahawks offensive line is not very good. I think that's a major problem. DK Metcalf has now gone from this team. He doesn't have a great supporting cast like he had in Minnesota. I'm worried about the defense as well for Seattle. And most importantly, I like the three other teams in their division. So if you're going to finish fourth in the division, it's tough to get to 9 wins. So I'm higher on the Cardinals. I'm higher on the Rams, and I like the 49ers too. So for me, they're the biggest fade of my offseason plays.
Yeah, fair enough. Henry, let's pivot over to college. I want to ask you a couple questions. We head into week 2 of college football. Before we look at week 2, though, week 1 with all those top 10 matchups, the big upset of Florida State over Alabama, any big takeaways for you? Like, did you make any bets off of week 1? Did you buy the dip? Are you buying the hype of like an LSU or a Miami? Did you do anything off of week 1? Were there any major takeaways for you?
Definitely some major takeaways in terms of the big picture, right? LSU, I think you could make an argument, is the number 1 team in the country based off the questions you have versus what they played like in week 1. That said, I actually sold them in week 2. Coming off that big win, they've got Florida on deck. They're playing Louisiana Tech, a classic situation where all the Louisiana Tech guys are going to be super motivated in that game. LSU definitely going to call off the Dogs probably pretty early in that one. But otherwise, I thought the Texas Arch Manning storyline was a little bit overblown. Texas should have won that game. They massively outgained Ohio State and just couldn't score in the red zone. So I think both those teams will be fine in the long run. But LSU was really my major takeaway as a team that I think could actually win the national title this year.
Yeah, fair enough. They're laying 37.5 this week in Baton Rouge against Louisiana Tech. Henry, what other games jump out to you for week 2 this week?
It's not the prettiest board, but there's a few I like. Let's start with Baylor versus SMU. I thought Baylor's offense actually looked fantastic versus Auburn. They did struggle a little bit with a running quarterback. And then SMU, I didn't think it looked very good last week. I know, a lot of times when it's a big mismatch, people aren't paying attention to week 1 too much, but SMU lost a couple of starters to injury in that game as well. They couldn't run the football. I actually love Baylor, especially if you can get them plus the 3. It's mostly at 2.5 now in the market. Another team I thought looked pretty good even in a loss was Cincinnati. So I'm going to lay the points with them versus Bowling Green. Bowling Green as Eddie George as their new head coach. They ran the ball 43 times in week 1 compared to 18 passes. It was pretty ugly, and I don't think you can really do that as an underdog. So I think Cincinnati could blow them out pretty badly here.
Fair enough. Henry, the only ranked matchup we have on the board this week, Oklahoma and Michigan. We've seen a bunch of line movement. The summer line was about 2.5, 3. Got to as high at 7 at some spots, and now we're kind of stuck in the middle there, 4.5, 5, with the Sooners being the favorite. Low total, 46.5. Any play for you in Oklahoma, Michigan tomorrow?
Definitely will be a play. I'm stuck between 2. I'll give them to you, though. The one I think that will be on the card is Michigan, Oklahoma first half under. 22.5 out there, 21.5 I'd be fine with as well. Look, Oklahoma, again, not a lot of people paying attention to their first week game versus Illinois State. They ran the ball for 3 yards a carry versus Illinois State when there's concerns about their offensive line. That did not make me feel particularly good about Oklahoma coming to this matchup versus a very stout Michigan defense. On the other side of things, I thought Bryce Underwood looked pretty good, actually, in his opening game, but I didn't think the Michigan State receivers or offensive line looked very good either in their game versus New Mexico. Putrid defense there. So I like the first half under. Of course, that's also going to correlate with the underdog. I get that Bryce Underwood's freshman first road start. I thought the offseason line was right. I think this game should be about 3. Oklahoma's taken massive money early in the week here. I don't really understand it based off of last week. John Mateer struggled when he stepped up in competition last year in his 3 biggest games. This Michigan defense will obviously be a massive step up for him. So I lean towards the Wolverines, though I think I'll end up really just playing the first half under.
Love it. Should be an awesome game tomorrow night. Henry Ettinger, give him a follow on X at hedging_Henry. Make sure you guys check him out on TikTok and Instagram as well. Going to join us a bunch this football season. Henry, great catching up with you, man. Talk to you again real soon. Enjoy the weekend.
Thanks, PJ.
All right, pal. Good stuff there. Let's keep it rolling on Send It In. We dive into the PJ Pick 5. We'll start with college football first. We're 6-4 on the season. We went 2-3 last week. So let's bounce back, have a winning week. Maybe even go 4-1, 5-0. Let's start with the Florida Gators this week. Minus 17.5 against South Florida. We've been talking about this game a little bit this week. I think so many people who saw South Florida, Boise last Thursday night, right? USF just absolutely smoked them at home. But this is the difficult part about handicapping week 2. Was it more about what USF did, or was it more about what Boise didn't do? I think it's the latter. I think Boise just looks inept on offense without Ashton Genty, especially going up against a good team. Now, if you're South Florida, you got to face a top 10, probably talent roster in college football. Gators got NFL guys all over the field. They have one of the best quarterbacks in college football in DJ Lagway. Big step up in class. That's a lot of points until it isn't. I'd keep an eye on Florida. And like I mentioned earlier, USF, right, their head coach, Alec Golish, comes from that Josh Heupel, Tennessee coaching tree. Florida faces the Vols every year. They'll be prepared for that offense. Give me Florida, minus 17.5. I'll also take Navy, minus 21 against UAB this weekend. UAB just gave up 520 yards to Alabama State in week 1. Now they got to go up against Navy and what they want to do and how they run the football. Like, how do you think that's going to go? Trent Dilfer, I think this experiment in Birmingham's not working out too great for the Blazers. Navy's going to be one of the better teams in the American. I think they're going to run all over UAB this weekend. We'll lay the 3 touchdowns with the midshipmen. How about Rutgers? 3 big spreads for me. Not used to doing that, but that's what we do early on in the college football season. I like Rutgers, minus 15.5 against Miami, Ohio. The Red Hawks in week 1 against Wisconsin were shut out. They crossed the 50-yard line one time. Their offense is going to be a mess early in the season, especially going up against Big Ten teams. They don't return a single starter from their team last year, and their offensive line has a combined 3 starts before that Wisconsin game. It was ugly week 1. I think it's going to be ugly again tomorrow. Lay the 15.5 with Rutgers against Miami of Ohio. How about Missouri State? We have been on this game from the beginning of the week, and we're not getting off now. They're down to 8.5 at some spots. The professionals like Missouri State, folks. These aren't your public Joes betting Missouri State. These are some people that have some big pockets and know what they're doing, and I agree with them. I like Missouri State. First off, it's a fade of Marshall, who's coming off playing Georgia last week, who's probably still beaten up and feeling the effects of that. Marshall has 60 new players on their team from last season because their head coach went to Southern Miss, brand new coaching staff, brand new roster. And Missouri State gave up 73 to USC last week. I think a bunch of people are going to see that and think they're going to get smoked again by Marshall. But when you're going up against Lincoln Riley and all that NFL talent on USC, and also a good defense, one of the best defensive coordinators in D'Anton Lynn, I think it made Missouri State look a lot worse than they actually were. I actually came away impressed with Missouri State, especially on the offensive side of the ball. I think they're alive in this game. We'll take Missouri State plus the 9.5. And then finally, Illinois-Duke. Let's take the under in that game, 49.5. That should be a good one on Saturday. Could be a trap game for the Illini. Brett Bielema, since he has been in Champaign, 8-3 to the under in non-conference Power 4 games. These games tend to be lower scoring. They tend to be like 1st to 20 type games. Illinois returns all 5 of their offensive linemen, but they did not look particularly strong against Western Illinois in week 1. Now they got to go up against the Manny Diaz defense, and usually Duke under Manny Diaz in these kind of big games when they're going up against top 15, top 10 teams really don't score all that much. I'm going to take under 49 in Illinois and Duke. So those are our 5 this week. Florida, Navy, Rutgers, 3 big favorites. Missouri State plus the points, and Duke, Illinois under 49.5. All right, let's get to the NFL. Look at week 1, first Sunday of the year, baby. It is back. And look, Henry talked about how he loved the Dolphins. I know a lot of smart people are on the Dolphins this week against Indianapolis. And you've heard a lot of them say, I don't understand this line. Well, I can tell you why this line is Colts -1, baby. It's the Jim Irsay effect. It's the narrative play of the week. Colts are going to be at home. There's going to be a lot of emotion in that building. The fans, the stadium should be rocking. The Colts, I think, improved their defense a lot this offseason. And Daniel Jones isn't good. We all know this, but he's going up against probably the worst secondary in the NFL. I think he'll be able to make some plays. I also think Jonathan Taylor running the football could negate that pass rush for the Dolphins, which is the strength of their defense. So Indy, I think, is going to take care of business on Sunday for their passing of their owner, Jim Irsay. I like the Colts -1. What about the Saints? Man, love the Saints. +6.5 against Arizona on Sunday. I'd take some money line with New Orleans in the game as well. Kyler Murray is 15-17 straight up as a favorite in the NFL. So more often than not, when he's favored, he's losing those games. We talked about it all week. Week 1 in the Superdome, going to be a lot different than week 14 in the Superdome when the Saints are like 3-10 or whatever it is. But in week 1, when it's a new season and there's hope and every team feels like they have a chance and Kamara's healthy and Olave's healthy, I like the Saints +6.5. It's dangerous to take teams like the Cardinals who are not used to laying that many points on the road in an NFL game, especially in week 1. So I'll take New Orleans plus the points. What about the Raiders +2.5? You guys know I love the Raiders this season, and I'm really down on the Patriots. Nobody's talking about the fact that Drake May is 1-9 in the NFL as a starting quarterback. 1-9. His team is favored in 11 games this season. Their win total is 8.5. Drake May has Justin Fields vibes to me, Chicago Bears vibes to me, where we're just hyping this team because they play in a big market. They had a coaching change. Everybody's excited about the upside of the quarterback. How about we watch it play out first? Drake May absolutely could be a really good quarterback, could be a superstar. He's nowhere near that yet. Let's see him play some games out, especially as a favorite, which he's not used to doing. Vegas made an upgrade at the 2 most important positions in the NFL in the offseason, quarterback and head coach. They got Pete Carroll, Geno Smith, rookie running back in Ashton Genty. Bowers is a terrific young tight end. I'll take the Raiders +2.5 against New England. How about the New York Football Giants +6 against the Commanders? I'm with Henry on this one. I gave you guys the stat yesterday, man, and how about it hit again last night in Eagles and Cowboys? I'll say it once more time. We've now had 26 instances of this over the last 20 years, and it only applies to week 1. You get a divisional matchup. Team that didn't make the playoffs versus a team that did make the playoffs, and the team that missed the playoffs got swept by the team last year. So you had the Eagles and Cowboys yesterday. Philly makes the playoffs. Dallas doesn't. Eagles sweep them in the regular season last year. So you bet Dallas. They cover the spread. Same deal with the Giants and the Commanders. And usually the Giants always play Washington tough in D.C. They should have won both of those games last year, like Henry was talking about. Love the Giants +6 against the Commanders. And then finally, Bears +1.5 against the Vikings on Monday. J.J. McCarthy in his first start on the road, divisional game in prime time, and he's a favorite. I'm not buying it. Give me Chicago +1.5. Home divisional underdogs 18-4 against the spread since 2012. So a very strong trend there. Backing up the Bears. There's our first NFL Pick 5 of the season. Colts, Saints, Raiders, Giants, and Bears. All right, let's check in with our guy Shane Jackson here on Send It In. Joins us each and every Friday. Shane, my good man, week 1 is underway in the NFL. We had Cowboys and Eagles last night. We got Chiefs and Chargers tonight. Any plays that you like between KC and LA tonight?
Yeah, I did bet Chiefs money line, but the Chiefs have won 7 of the last 8 head-to-head meetings between Mahomes and Herbert, 6 of them being decided by 1 score. So I'd only really bet this spread if it did drop to 2.5, but I went ahead and just took the money line anyway. I do like, though, the Chiefs' first half spread, -1.5. It's kind of a way to back the start of their revenge season. I know we talked about this a couple weeks ago. We both believe in the Chiefs' revenge season this year. Even in a wonky year last year where the Chiefs won a bunch of close games, they covered the first half spread 11 times, including the regular season and the playoffs. KC, one of the few teams that plays an elite quarterback in the preseason, I think that helps them get off on the right foot here in the first half.
I like it. Yeah, Henry earlier was talking about Chiefs first half team total over. You're on the spread. I think that's a good way of attacking Kansas City in the game tonight. What about on Sunday, Shane? First NFL Sunday of the year. What are some of your favorite plays that you like on the Sunday slate?
Yeah, a little bit more nervous about this now that I've seen the first PJ pick 5 of the season, but I do like the Dolphins' money line. The vibes seem really bad right now in Miami, which has, I think, led to a pretty disrespectfully short line for a team to beat Daniel Jones. Miami might have its flaws, but this is a team worth backing, I think, when Tua is under center. Dolphins are 38-24 straight up with him as a starting quarterback since 2020. I'm not sure if the Dolphins will be any good this year. I don't know about their long-term outlook, but this is a team worth backing when healthy and in a favorable environment. I think we get that this in week 1 right now better than any other week going into the season. So, yeah, I'm on Dolphins on Sunday.
Well, Shane, I hope you lose that bet. I hope you win the others, but I hope you lose that one. What about some underdogs you like to win outright in the NFL this week? The Dolphins are a slight dog. They're +1, -110. What are some other underdogs that maybe you would look at to win outright this weekend?
Yeah, in the +1 range, that's more cheating. I'm going to go a little bit better. Houston Texans, I think, as a road underdog against Los Angeles Rams. Matthew Stafford, who is dealing with a back injury, was one of the 9 starting quarterbacks not to play in the preseason. History suggests those signal callers could get off to a slower start in week 1. If I were Rusty and dealing with a back injury at 37 years old, I wouldn't want to face this Texans front. Houston averaged about 3 sacks per game last year. Could be one of the best defensive units in football. I also think we're kind of underrating the Texans a little bit. I mean, this time last year, they were everyone's favorite AFC dark horse after C.J. Stroud's rookie season. I'm in on them as kind of this post-hype sleeper. I know the offensive line is terrible, but Stroud's kind of pocket awareness helps mitigate that a little bit. And also the Texans have a new OC. I just think this is going to be a pretty exciting game, and I like the road underdog to win outright.
Love it. Any prop plays that you like for this week, Shane? Any player props that you're looking at?
Yeah, I don't think it would be week 1 if we didn't have a prop bet in the Sunday Night Football game and a touchdown bet in that Sunday Night Football game. And I'm on Mark Andrews to score a touchdown. We all remember how Baltimore's season ended last year. Andrews dropping that 2-point conversion and a playoff loss to Buffalo. I think it's made people forget that Andrews is still very good at football. Andrews scored 11 touchdowns last year, including the final 6 games of the regular season. Was likely not expected to play. Andrews is the tight end for the Ravens. And I wouldn't be surprised if Baltimore and Lamar try to get him in the end zone to get that confidence back up after last season and how it ended.
Shane, I love it, man. I'm going to be all over Andrews. First touchdown, anytime touchdown, receiving yards. I'm right there with you. Who do you think wins that game on Sunday night? Because the Bills were the favorite like the whole offseason. Now the Ravens are taking a bunch of money. They're favored in the game. Who would you pick to win that one?
Yeah, as more injuries pop up on the Bills' side, it's tough not to think the Ravens will win. I believe they're the better team, and I think they have the matchup advantages, especially with the injury report. Pretty much the only thing that scares me off that a little bit is the fact that the Bills just hardly ever lose at home. But I will lean the Ravens' way. Certainly not a game I'm willing to bet on the side, though.
Yeah, so as me neither. Staying away, can't wait to watch it. Obviously rooting for the Ravens as a fan, but that is a true coin flip. Shane, let me ask you a couple baseball questions. You're obviously keeping an eye on that as well as we are in the final stretch of the regular season. Any plays that you have for us tonight in Major League Baseball?
Yeah, I like Vlad Guerrero Jr. over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs. And what could be a high-scoring game between the Yankees and the Blue Jays. That total has climbed up from 8.5 to 9. Guerrero comes in with plenty of momentum. He had 5 hits, 3 RBIs, and 5 runs over the last 2 games against the Reds. He has a favorable split in Yankee Stadium with 49 hits, 28 RBIs, and 25 runs in 44 career starts in Yankee Stadium. I'll bet on what is probably one of the more exciting baseball games of the night. I'll bet on Vlad.
All right, fair enough. And then I got to ask you about the AL wildcard spot because right now it's getting really good. Seattle's lost 3 in a row. They're 1.5 games up on Texas, Kansas City, and then Tampa Bay is 2 games back. Who would you take to get that final playoff spot in the American League, Shane?
Yeah, the Mariners have the easiest schedule of those teams the rest of the way. They rank 28th in the rest of the season schedule, so I think they're the rightful favorites. In terms of betting value, however, I'm not sure it's worth it to lay -275 for Seattle to make the postseason. As you mentioned, they've kind of lost a few in a row. Mm-hmm. From a betting perspective, it's hard not to think the Royals probably have the best value. Tampa Bay and Texas have the toughest schedules of those 4 teams. The Royals are more league average. I think they have 13 of their final 22 games against non-playoff teams. I would feel more confident in this if Seth Lugo wasn't injured and if Cole Reagans was for sure back. But I think the Royals at plus 650 is probably the value play. But I think Seattle is the team I would pick.
All right, there you go. Shane Jackson, give him a follow on X, @ByShaneJackson. BetMGM writer, joins us each and every Friday. Great stuff, NFL, Major League Baseball. Shane, have a great weekend, man. Appreciate the time.
You too. Enjoy the football.
All right, man. Absolutely. Great stuff there from Shane Jackson. Now it's time to dive into PJ's props, my 5 favorite prop bets coming up for week 1 in the NFL. And you guys know this, like handicap in football, right? There are certain weeks, especially in the prop market, you look at it, and you're like, there are a couple things that I like. Other weeks, you're like, I love the board. Guys, I love the board in week 1. The prop market. Absolutely love it. We'll start with my quarterback, Lamar Jackson, over 46.5 rushing yards against the Buffalo Bills. In week 1 last year against the Chiefs, same spot. Playing a primetime game on the road, week 1, against the team that knocked you out of the postseason last year. Lamar's healthy, ready to go, amped up. 16 carries, 122 yards in that game against the Chiefs last year. His rushing total against the Bills is 46.5. We're going over rushing yards for Lamar against Buffalo. What about Malik Neighbors? We're going to take over 77.5 receiving yards for him against Washington. Malik Neighbors had 29 targets in 2 games last year against Washington. 29 targets. He had 127 receiving yards and 59 receiving yards. But now he's got Russell Wilson. And what is Russ known for? That moon ball down the sideline. And I think Neighbors hauls one of those in for maybe 30, 35 yards. We're going to be halfway there off that one catch. He goes over 77.5 receiving yards. How about Cam Ward, over 12.5 rushing yards against the Broncos? Might have noticed this with a lot of rookie quarterbacks making their first start. A lot of them coming into the league, a lot of these guys have mobility. They can run, they can scramble. And what do pros talk about all the time with the NFL? How different the game is, how much it speeds up. Well, Cam Ward's going to be on the road, going up against one of the best defenses in the in the altitude, probably going to be trailing. I think he's going to be running around trying to make plays, scrambling, over 12.5 rushing yards for Cam Ward. Maybe we'll look at some alt rushing yard numbers as well. Brock Purdy, under 243.5 passing yards against Seattle, is up next. Purdy is 2-1 to this under in his career in games in Seattle, but man, is San Francisco banged up on the O-line, at receiver. McCaffrey was added to the injury report yesterday. I think it's going to be tough for Purdy to make some plays through the air. I'll take his under passing yards. And then finally, how about Joe Flacco, over 36.5 pass attempts against the Bengals? When he was with Stefanski and the Browns 2 years ago, he played in 6 games. 5 of those 6 games, Flacco had 42 pass attempts or more. He's at 36.5, and you're going up against that Bengals defense. Why wouldn't you throw it? Flacco, over 36.5 pass attempts against Cincinnati, my other prop that I like for this week. All right, what about a promo from our friends at BetMGM, a college football parlay boost token? No matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting into the game and leveling your next parlay. Use this parlay boost token to boost your potential payout for a winning college football parlay. Make it legendary at BetMGM. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's give out our favorite plays of the day as we got some questions coming in real quick. Reed, how crazy might have want Daniel Jones over 21.5 rushing yards? Every year we forget how sneaky good he is at breaking the big one, especially with that good Miami D-line, Reed. Don't hate it at all. Louisville tonight, beef. I would. Chase Kitty was on earlier. He's a big JMU fan. He said to take Louisville. Best team they've played in a while, so I would lay it with them. Altered the over in 44.5 Moist Cupcakes in Dallas and Philly. That is, condolences, Moist Cupcakes. That is brutal. And then Alrabic 4. God, that's brutal. Half point. That really is Moist Cupcakes. You won't have much beats worse than that this year. But real quick, my picks for today, guys. We'll fly through this. Only got about 30 seconds left. Gunnar Henderson's my play going streaking. When Glasnow was with the Rays, Gunnar had great history, 5 for 9 against him in his career. He'll be my play there. Amarion Hampton's going to be my prop block tonight over rushing yards. Only set at 46.5. I think he goes over that. Missouri State's my dog of the day. We talked about that one. And then the Colts are my best bet against the Dolphins. A lot of people are on Miami, wondering why they're dogs in that game. Oh, I know why they're dogs in that game. Let's roll with the Colts. -1. You guys have a great weekend. Enjoy the football. We'll see you on Monday.
Not getting any love for Tennessee. The whole world loves Syracuse here, and I'm not quite understanding why. This is not some powerhouse Syracuse team. I think this line is ultimately very disrespectful to a Vols team who has a solid defense. And what did they do last year in non-conference? That's right. Last 3 seasons, 9-0 against the spread, 12-0 straight up. I think they're going to have Syracuse's number in a big way.
Easy winner on the show last week. Gave out a couple of those. Kelly in Vegas with us every Friday morning, 11 a.m. Eastern during the football season. At Kelly in Vegas on X and elsewhere on social media of Wager Talk and the Kelly and Murray Show. Kelly, were you able to stay up for the entire game last night through the delay and all?
Oh, God, I don't know why I did. Like, what was I thinking? I'm too old for this. No, I was finalizing some of my contest cards and doing a couple other things. And then I have 6 college football and I submitted wrong. So I had to panic call my girlfriend, Erin, to redo. It was just listen, we don't need football on at midnight or 11 p.m. It's just too late. I'm drawing the line of I got to still go to bed early when I got to be up at 9. Well, I got to get up at 7:30 to get ready for my first show at 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m. Fridays are busy, guys.
I was laughing when I saw Underdog tweet out that A.J. Brown caught his first pass at 12:15 a.m. Eastern. That's pretty funny. It's a tough night for anybody who had A.J. Brown in fantasy, or a tough night for anybody who laid the points, and an even tougher night for anybody who had the over last night, as we've talked about on the show. We'll get to your best bets in college at the end. 1-1 in week 1, 2-1 last week for those tracking in Mom's basement. We will get to those bets. You had the Eagles yesterday, though, in Survivor, right?
So here's kind of how I'm approaching Survivor this week. I've got a 5K Survivor at the Westgate. I've got 2 in Circus Survivor. Normally I'd have a lot more, but CT and our buddy Joff decided, all right, instead of doing 5 Circus Survivor, let's do 1 in the Westgate, right? Circus Survivor is a pipe dream. Probably going to have a lot of people tied at the end again this year, like we saw last season. But the real reality is there is a better chance of us winning the 5K than there is of Circus Survivor. Our friends over at Splash had $2.5 million guaranteed, and there's still a huge overlay. And so I said, all right, I've got 6 entries here. They're $150 each. I'm going to play 2 Philly. If Philly loses, there's going to be a lot more dead money in the pool, and I'll just rebuy back in instead of going all 6 Broncos.
I get it. Yeah, I didn't do anything with that. It's also getting to a point, we all love Survivor. That's why we enter it and, hope the dream can come true. But it's also getting to a point where, okay, what's the end? Where are we stopping? Because like the other day, I'm joining and I'm entering all these pools. And I'm like, yeah, Sam, I'm in 10 Survivor pools now. Like that's where we're at right now.
Yeah.
But you're right. It's an interesting step. Huh?
I would say I'm at least that many Survivor pools this year.
Yeah. I mean, it's too much fun. But no, that's an interesting strategy because you could rebuy back into the same pools, and people at Circa would say it's the same thing there, but you don't have to go out to Vegas to do that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you're in Vegas, that's still $1,000, guys, or $5,000. Yeah. John Murray said yesterday on the podcast, I think people are waiting to see if there's going to be a bunch of dead money in the pool. 28 people used the Philadelphia Eagles last night in the Westgate Survivor. That's a lot of money. You guys can do the math there. But sorry, I'm not rebuying back in for 5 dimes. Like that is like, we're going to try it this year. We do well. Maybe we'll reconvene next year. $5,000 Survivor. I don't know. I hope CT and I's friendship make it. I'm going to leave it at that.
Well, last year you guys had a good run, and then didn't you add 2 more brains to the room? I believe you merged with somebody, so it went from 2 people to 4 people, and then you were all ready to kill each other at the end of the season.
So
Pam.
CT and I had an entry left. John Murray and Joff had an entry left in Circus Survivor. We decide, let's converge. Of course, that very first week, lost. So now we're down to 1 entry. And look, I'm not going to blame CT. I have a lot of rules, right? Not everybody likes to have the rules that I have in place. I don't like to play road teams. I don't like to play divisional teams. I don't like to play teams that are overvalued. There's so many arguments to be made about Survivor strategies here, especially when I can use a team in a better spot. That was probably the argument for Philadelphia last night, why CT and I didn't go Philly in Circus Survivor. Look, Dennis Allen got fired. CT liked the Saints on the road. I said, I am adamantly against this. The rest of the partners said, okay, let's do it. And I remember I was driving home from my dad's house and I just thought about throwing my phone out on the I-75. Like I thought about it. I was like, I just want to throw my phone out the window and never talk to these people again. So maybe I was the one that was a little meaner. I think I left the group chat and just didn't talk to anybody for a week.
Okay, so as far as this week, you did some Philadelphia. I'm assuming you're doing some Denver. Everybody's doing Denver, and I can't argue against it. I'm gonna have the most Denver of any team in Survivor this week. What are some other ways that you varied?
Nope, went all Denver, and I would have went all Denver.
All Denver.
I went all Denver in Westgate. I went all Denver in Circa. I did 4 Denver in the $2.5 million guarantee on Splash, 2 Philly, all Denver, and the other, I think 8 or 9 pools I'm in. Look, here's the reality. I think early you can go all in with teams. It's when the pool starts to dwindle down that you need to differentiate. If a rookie quarterback goes into Denver against that defense and beats me, or if Bo Nix throws a pick 6 or some other godforsaken crazy play and I get beat, so be it. I've just had to come to that realization that yes, Denver is the most picked team and they're going to be. It's not a fun place to be, but I'm damn sure not using the Bengals on the road. Joe Burrow 1-4 straight up in his last 5 seasons. I'm not going to use Arizona against the Saints. Spencer Rattler's horrible. New head coach, yada, yada, all these talking points. The Saints aren't favored in any game this year. Okay, but they're going to still win some games. It might not be week 1, but I think there's better spots to use Arizona. I don't want to take the Giants on the road at the Commanders, a team that won 9 games last year in 1-score scenarios and lost the other 4. They're due for some negative regression. They also have a second-year quarterback that does concern me in a tougher division, as we saw last night. Maybe the Cowboys are going to be a little bit better. I think the Giants are going to be a little bit better. And those are my options. I threw out, I said, do we want to use the Pats, CT? He said, are you insane? And then he proceeded to follow up with, do you want to use the Rams? And then I said, are you insane? We need to stop trying to split the atom here. Look, I could just get completely obliterated minus the 2 Eagles. And that is just something I'm going to have to live with. He's actually texting me right now. I'm sure he's watching live going, why are you talking about us giving away our strategy? No, our strategy is the same as everybody else. Everybody else is going to use the Broncos. This is the best spot to use the Broncos all season long.
Right. If he is watching, I want to just put a heart up. I love CT. I tried to book him this week for the show. He didn't text me back. Tried to get him into the mix because
I think he and I had a pretty bad week 1. Look, he and I had a pretty bad week 1. I think we went 1-6 in our college football picks at the Westgate. It was not good. Both of us are kind of reeling. He liked Miami. I was on Notre Dame. I don't know how he ended up on Notre Dame with me. That was my fault probably. And so we kind of took a couple days apart. We regrouped. We got our 7 picks in last night. We'll see if it's not a better week for us, but maybe when CT and I agree, it's a bad thing.
All right,
well,
so
I don't know. Yeah.
Go ahead, Joe.
Go ahead, Sam. No, I was going to say, I don't know how that happened because you went 2-1 on the show last week in college. I don't know how you only had 1 win there.
Well, let's think about this. I like Tennessee. He didn't have an opinion on the game, right? He liked Miami, so we were opposite on Notre Dame. I wasn't going to be talked into Miami. I liked Ohio State. That was the only game he and I had in common. Those are the kind of the reality here when you start to break down 7 college football picks a week is tough. And then now you've got to agree with a partner. Asking somebody to agree with you. I mean, you guys do a show together. I'm sure you guys disagree all the time.
Yeah. Well, as far as this week goes, what are your plays in college?
Yeah, I only played 5 college plays this week, guys. And look, the card leaves a little to be desired. Huge spreads, lots of cupcakes playing each other. Michigan, Oklahoma is the only good game, and I want no part of that game. I'm not sure I trust either one of these teams. I know a lot of hype surrounding Bryce Underwood and Michigan. That's why this line has kind of come back down, back up. I know some sharp people that are on Oklahoma. I don't want any part of it. I did take Kentucky plus 10 early in the week, down to 8.5. Hey, usually I like the reverse line movement, except for last week. I had reverse line movement on Northwestern. I had reverse line movement on Virginia Tech. And I had reverse line movement on UCLA, and they all basically got obliterated. But I think the biggest narrative here with Kentucky, Ole Miss, is a lot of people are expecting Lane Kiffin to come out and say, hey, we got to get revenge for losing last year in Oxford. Well, I just don't think that revenge is quantifiable. And it doesn't mean anything. 3 of the last 4 meetings have been decided by 3 points or less here. Mark Stoops' defense has Ole Miss's number. Now, question is Mark Stoops' offense going to be able to keep up with Lane Kiffin? Maybe. I do not think that Lane is the worst coach of the two, but I think that he does struggle, especially in SEC openers. 1-4 straight up, 0-5 against the spread. I like Kentucky here a lot. I think Ole Miss is one of those teams getting a lot of love early on in the season.
I had to laugh this week. I saw some people on X say that you shouldn't call it the border war anymore. Take a lap. Take a lap if that upsets you. It is the border war between Kansas and Mizzou. I'd love to see you on the Jayhawks here, plus the points.
Oh my God, who doesn't love these old rivalry games? The same way as like the backyard brawl. Like, we should never get rid of these. We should never get rid of Farmageddon. I hate all of the athletic directors / commissioners / all these different conferences breaking these up. There needs to be protected rivalries, and this is one of them. I grew up in Kansas. We hate Missouri. They hate us. It doesn't matter if you're K-State or KU. There is a lot of hate there, and it stems back from history during the Civil War. The border war is offensive. Give me a break. Anyway, I digress. As you mentioned, if you just log on to social media, Sam, you can see it for yourself. These two schools hate each other. Last week, Horn got hurt versus Central Arkansas. They marched in the Penn State transfer, and guess what? He looked really good. Almost too good, in fact. I thought, this is going to be interesting. I do think that the offensive line there for the Tigers has some holes. And I do think that the defense for the Jayhawks deserves a little bit more credit here. KU, one caveat. The thing that bothers me about this team and Jalen Daniels is they love to turn the ball over in the red zone. And I bet against this team so much last year, Sammy. I was against them every time they were a road favorite, every time they were a slight favorite at home, and it paid dividends. This year, I think KU does take a step forward. I do think this is a spot where they can go into Columbia and win this game.
Kelly in Vegas with us. This is BetSweats, BetMGM Network. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. Kelly, you gave out Kentucky and Kansas so far. You mentioned you have 5 plays. We have just over 2 minutes left. Why don't you roll through those other 3?
Yeah, I took UConn plus the 6.5. I know Syracuse expecting a big bounce back after losing to Tennessee there in Atlanta last week, but I'm not buying it. Fran's defense looked overmatched. This Huskies team has fresh legs. They just played Central Connecticut. They got 11 starters return. I think a Cam Edwards breakaway TD could get them the outright win in the Carrier Dome. I like Kirk Ferentz and the Iowa Hawkeyes to go into Ames and get the win. 6-0 in Ames. Kirk Ferentz, as the underdog, does so well in that rivalry. Iowa State looked good in the second half versus my Kansas State Wildcats, and they looked even better last week versus South Dakota. I think it's time for a little regression here. Give me the underdog and a rock fight there in Ames. And last but not least, what did we see last Thursday night? USF just coming in, destroying Boise State. Who would have thought? I took the 6.5, but boy, I didn't think that they were going to win by that much. I didn't even have anything on the money line. But here's a Florida team. A couple of years ago, I was at this game, and they almost lost. You think Billy Napier does not know that his job is to absolutely blow out this USF team? I laid 17.5. I know it was 18 there for a little bit. I like Florida to absolutely roll here. USF is like the dog with fleas. Everybody seems to love them this week. I'm not buying the hype. I think DJ Lagway and the Gators are the real deal.
So how many of those 5 are your best bets? Just to clear it up.
So I would say all 5. If you want to track me on all 5 of my bets, those are the 5 bets I put my hard-earned money on. You're welcome to track all 5.
Let's go.
Good stuff.
I love that.
Kelly
Let's
in
go.
Vegas. Yep. 60% so far on the young college football season on this show. KIV, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Best of luck. Hope Denver gets through because I'm going to be on them. Now I'm thinking, do I need to sweep with them? Seriously. Thanks, Kelly. Kelly with us every Friday,
guys.
11 a.m. Eastern, right here on BetSweats. Good angles there. You know, people say it's not a great card, but Kelly still has five plays in college football for you to take a look at. Sam, are you surprised about going all in on Denver?
No.
I mean, it's the best play on the board. Not a ton of great spots to use them. Rookie quarterback on the road against a great defense. Certainly understand. 2-minute drill is next. Lightning bets later this hour. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Just absolutely stunned, absolutely shocked. And, you know, it's one of these things I said about Jerry Jones, and I've said this a bunch. I'm just like, if any of your other businesses were run this moronically by the guy who ran it, you would run them out of town. You would fire them. It would be unbelievable what you would do. And yet you allow yourself to act like a total moron when it comes to operating your own team. And, you know, I'll disagree with Wanstead, and here's where I'll disagree. I'll tell you, Kenny Clark's a good player. And I'll tell you, 2 first-rounders. Dallas has been pretty good at drafting first-rounders, okay? I'll tell you all those things. That's great. But have you seen the reaction of the guys who actually take the field? Have you seen CeeDee Lamb? Have you seen Trayvon Diggs? Have you seen the guys that have to take the field? Listen, if Jerry Jones were asked to take the field, you'd need to get a smoke bomb to get him out of the owner's box. He'd be standing in a puddle of piss. Like, he's not going to make a tackle. He's not going to hit anybody. And what you develop when you don't pay your guys, when you don't reward the guys who do it the right way, what you develop is a room full of independent contractors. And you know what you can't win with independent contractors? You cannot win championships. End of story. You can't. So you can sit there and say it's a good deal, and they got great value, and they're going to have some first-round picks. How does that help them this year? And how does it help them with a bunch of guys who are disgruntled because they know Micah Parsons is the real deal, and they know Micah Parsons earned it, and you screwed him?
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We've gotten through a number of NFL games this weekend, previewing week number 1 in the National Football League. But there are some games maybe a little bit off the radar that we still need to discuss, but I haven't had time for a full breakdown. We're going to do that here with the 2-minute drill. Joe O, Sammy P, where's the room? That is just a few minutes away. I have not looked. I cannot wait to find out. College and NFL, we'll find out where the room is at. The room has been getting their ass whooped. Okay.
1-9.
So I can't wait to see it. That's college. How did it? Okay. You said the room for the NFL last night. The number one prop was Saquon. Do you remember anything else from that?
No, I mean, Eagles were popular in the room, but we didn't get the full list on time. That's not our fault.
Exactly.
That's their fault.
Yeah. Well, Saquon was a clear loser, not even close to hitting 93.5 rushing yards in the season opener. All right, we bring in our executive producer, Paul Aspen, to play the 2-minute drill. What's up, Paul?
All right, guys, we'll start with a game that's gotten some Survivor discussion, but a little nervous discussion about it, too. Cardinals, Saints. Cardinals, 6.5 point favorites on the road. Where are we at on this game? Kyler Murray and company going down to the Who Dat Nation for their opener.
I hope the Saints win outright. I hope. Don't have a single cent on it. I'm hoping this is a popular Survivor play. People go Arizona and get knocked out, but it's a stay away from me.
My concern is that New Orleans Saints are a bad team, but everybody goes against them in week 1 in Survivor, and then they somehow win week 1. They're bad overall. Like, I don't know, the Patriots last year. That was a big upset that knocked out a lot of people. They pull off an upset victory, and they're terrible. They have 4 wins. Or we talked about the Jaguars' experience any number of years with them, where they would win or they would lose week number 1. The opposite of what the expectation is with that squad. That's my concern. I did see this stat that I found alarming. And Paul, it sounds like you're considering some Arizona in Survivor.
I am, yeah.
Okay. Kyler Murray has been a favorite 32 times. He's favored to win the game 32 times. His straight-up record in those 32 games, 15-17 below 500.
It's not great. Poster before or after Call of Duty. I need follow-ups.
Yeah, right. Right. That's later on in the year, right? So if you're going to take Arizona, you want to take them earlier on in the season. That's how last year went.
Follow-up. All right. If the Saints win, what's Spencer Rattler's numbers? Like, give me yards. Give me yards. Saints win.
No. Is it possible for him to get to 200? Have we seen it much from him?
But if they win, doesn't he? So here's what I'll say. Like, if you believe in the Saints, you could do Saints money line, Spencer Rattler 250 plus and 2+ touchdowns, and that's 20-1. If you believe in the Saints,
His
that's
profit,
unless you think, yeah,
186 to 199. That's his range.
Yeah,
over under.
Yeah, not a lot of expectation out of him. It's disgusting. Sam, it sounds like you're going to have nothing in this game. But nope. I might take that. If we get to 7, can we get to 7? I might get there. 6, 6.5. Pinnacle's at 6, so I don't know that we're going to get to 7. But if we're there, I might take some Saints. They're very scary for Survivor. I've been thinking about them, but Kyler as a favorite is scaring me off.
Next game, team of death, number of death. Bengals at the Browns. Bengals minus 5.5, total of 47.5. Could also, if like anyone on this show is interested in Survivor, anything on this game, Sam, we'll start with you.
Nope. The Bear, though. The Bear is going Bengals in Survivor. I said, Godspeed, Bear. Good luck.
Holy crap. Damn. Okay, no. I like the Browns to cover. They might win this game outright. We've talked about it ad nauseum. If you're not with us during the preseason talking about it, Zach Taylor's terrible. Joe Burrow's terrible in the first 2 weeks of the year. It's funny because every Bengals preview I've heard, people are like, well, that's true, but here's the thing. They're talking about how Burrow's playing more in the preseason. They're starting stuff earlier. They're trying to combat that. They know they've had their early season struggles. They said the exact same thing last summer. It was all the same garbage, and some people fell for it. It didn't work. I'm not falling for it this time. Give me the Browns. They're going to cover. They might win this game outright.
I'm with you. I am with you on the Browns. They're very live. Joe Flacco, vet, coming in all offseason to prepare against that terrible defense. All right, next game on the card, Titans-Broncos. Titans, a 8.5-point dog in Denver. Rookie quarterback, elite defense, etc., etc. Joe. Low
Nothing
total.
on the spread. Yeah, nothing on the spread. A lot of people probably have Eagles to Broncos in their teasers, and now they're waiting on Denver because the Philly leg got home. It's a survivor conversation that we've had many times with this team. That's the only thing that I am considering. Am I a little scared that Cam Ward can buck the trend and win his first game and it be on the road? Maybe he's that dude. Maybe something like Jaden Daniels, a little bit. But the Titans also suck. They covered the spread twice all of last season. So, yeah, this is the most popular survivor play. It should be. That's the only way I'm doing anything with this game. How about you, Sam?
I saw this from Evan Abrams. If you're not following Evan, I don't know what you're doing. He has insane NFL gambling stats at Evan H. Abrams. There have been 28 quarterbacks taken number one overall since 1970. In their first start, according to Evan Abrams, they are 5-22-1 straight up. 5-22-1. Step right up, Cam Ward. Good luck.
Do you remember who won last year?
Caleb Williams.
That's right. A bad beat for you, sir.
Did
Worst beat of the
nothing.
year.
He did nothing in the game.
I know.
I'll be on some Titans plus 8.5, but we can get more in our next segment.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Bo Nix laying 8.5 to anyone, I think, is kind of insane right now. But we move on. Dolphins, Colts. Dolphins, what are we? Dog short favorites. They're a short dog at BetMGM +1. 46.5 is the number. We talked about this a little bit earlier. Are the Dolphins as bad as the Colts, and Daniel Jones is on the other side? It's in Indy. Sam?
I'm glad that we saved a lot of these games for 2-minute drill because I have no bets, no interest. Didn't even think about putting this one in the contest, but I do know some guys in Vegas that laid Colts and laid pick. I will not be joining that party. I am staying so far away from this game. I won't watch it. I won't follow it. I might not even talk about it on Monday.
Ooh. So do you remember who was the defensive coordinator last year for Cincinnati that got fired?
Anarumo.
He's the Colts defensive coordinator. I didn't even realize that they made that switch to go to him. My God. I don't know about that one. I hope this doesn't make my top 5. My brain says Miami, that going from Anthony Richardson to Daniel Jones, you don't flip to become the favorite when you make a decision in favor of Daniel Jones instead of Richardson. Not a statement about Richardson, just a statement about Daniel Jones. I don't think they should be fired. I'm rather favored, maybe fired. But I look at the Dolphins. When do you want to back them? You want to back them when Tua is healthy, when everybody's healthy right now. I worry about the defense a bit, but I don't expect the Colts offense to be able to keep up with Miami, and they're on the turf. I don't get it. They should still be favored. There's so much Daniel Jones love out there. I'm not with that. I'll probably be on the Dolphins. I don't know that they're going to be a top 5 ATS pick for me in the next segment.
They're in the conversation for me as well. I will say, so I'm in a 10-point teaser league. They will make the card as one of my 4 picks in that.
Yeah.
And we've got Monday Night Football. Sam will be in town. Vikings, Bears. We'll get more in this game on Monday, obviously, but I think we're probably all aligned on this game, Sam.
I saw Michael Wilbon yesterday make an appearance on Chicago radio with Waddle and Sylvie and say that J.J. McCarthy's a bum. And J.J. McCarthy, all he did in college was hand the ball off. What's the number? Over, under. How many Michigan games did Michael Wilbon watch when J.J. McCarthy was there? Anybody want to throw a number out?
I'd set it at 2.5.
Under.
Under? You didn't watch the Ohio State game?
I'd go under 2.5. Yeah, J.J. McCarthy, by the way, went 27-1 in college.
Yeah. Under 2.5.
The Vikings are going to win. Better defense, better team. Dare I say better coach? How dare he say that? It's all true.
Might be true. Pay attention to this injury report coming out over the next couple of days. Because of Monday game, the final injury report is going to be Saturday. Is Jalen Johnson going to be out there for the Bears secondary? That is going to be big. One of the best in the game at his position. So pay close attention to that. A number of guys not practicing earlier in the week for the Minnesota Vikings. Darrisaw, Harrison Smith. So pay close attention. We'll have a full breakdown coming up on Monday, but it doesn't sound like anybody on this show's on the Bears.
We are not. All right,
Nope.
Brian Gertch, time to find out for the first time this season where the room is at.
Where's the room?
BetSweats, Joe O, Sammy P, all still hanging out. Where's the room? The room was shellacked in college football to start the season. Brutal. 10%. 10% is the number so far. We're not even adding Saquon to last night's game. We've got college. We also have NFL. Why don't we start with college? Paul, let us know where the room is at with college football in week 2.
All right. Number 5, Texas minus 36.5 against San Jose State, my team. Iowa State minus 3.5 against Iowa. Sam, this one's for you. Illinois minus 3.
You knew it. You knew it was coming. You knew it.
Ole Miss minus 8.5, and the number 1 bet team at BetMGM in college football this weekend. Go Blue, plus 5.5.
Wow. You're on the other side on a couple of these, Sam. Good calls.
I love that the room, number 1 room bet in college, off a 1-9 start, you're going to take the public dog in Oklahoma. I love that. Not as much as I love the room being on Illinois, though. That was definitely going to happen. We talked about that a couple of days ago. I said, you watch. They're going to come out of the woodwork and lay Illinois. They are. They're going to lay 3. Of course they are.
Oh, let me add a couple of notes here, too. Okay. Money. Most bet teams. Number 1 is Illinois.
Oh, perfect. Perfect.
Most bet totals. The number 1 play, Michigan, Oklahoma, under. Mateer, let's go. Let's go. Kill him. All right. Yeah, most bet dogs to win. Michigan plus 165. Oh, this is lovely. I can't wait to go against the room. Yeah.
All right, and then NFL for the first time, which again, 1-9, the room in college football this season, just in case you haven't heard that yet. So NFL, number 5, the Giants, plus 6. Number 4, the Lions, plus 2. Number 3, the Broncos, minus 8.5 at home against the rookie. Number 2, the Steelers, minus 3, Aaron Rodgers' debut against the Jets in Pittsburgh, for Pittsburgh. And then tonight, the Chiefs, minus 3 against the Chargers in Brazil.
Of course.
Good.
That's not a surprise. Also understand those are a little bit skewed because that game is today.
Sure.
So you're going to have more bets on that game than any other game because it is today, tonight, whatever. Not a surprise, though, that they're betting the Chiefs. We discussed this off the top, first hour of the show, during the Friday Feels segment, when I brought up Ben Solak giving picks out of the second grade classroom. Chiefs were always going to be popular, always. And what they're going to do tonight is they're going to parlay the Chiefs to win in the over. That's what they're going to do.
Are you scared off with Detroit and the New York Giants popping on this? I am not.
I should be, but I'm not.
It's 4 and it's 5. Michigan teams always get love. New York teams are going to get love. We can talk more about that coming up. Lightning bets on the other side. Keep it here, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning Bets will collaborate for our contest plays as a show coming up in just a moment. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich with you. At Joe Ostrowski, Sam at SB Shoot over on X. Make sure you're following the show account, bet_sweats. All right, Sam, off air, you told me that I needed to take a look at an ATS contest that we're both in. It's called the Chicago Media Mega Contest. Number of, obviously, Chicago media members that do bet jump in, and we pick 5 teams against the spread every single week. All right, I have not clicked on it. You told me that I need to look at the page. I held off. Here we go. We'll see if I can pick up exactly what I'll be looking for in a moment. Okay.
Oh, you'll see it right away.
The standings is the first thing that I see, and I see SP Shoot all by himself, 1-0. That's awesome.
Let's go. Frame it.
Place for. So now, okay, do you think people will have picks on tonight's game? Will people be possibly joining you?
Oh, people will
I'd
have
say
Chiefs
so.
tonight. Yes.
But will they have
for
Chargers?
sure.
Because the Chargers might cover. I would lean that way.
Don't you have to build your lead? Take Chargers? Then you're 2-0.
No.
Then no one
Doesn't
can
matter
touch
if he's
you.
up for a day. It doesn't matter. I would not.
Can I get a recount? Oh, I'm still 1-0. Yes. And I have
1-0.
4 more to go. Can I tell you this, though? Can I be honest with you? Of the 5 that I put in, I had to swap out Jacksonville and put in Detroit based on the conversation you and I had on the show.
I thought I thought for sure when I was going to click on this page, it was going to be you laughing because of all the people that laid it with the Eagles last night. And there was only one. Only one. Did you see who?
Mm-hmm. Joe Brand.
Joe Brand. Voice of the Pens.
Joe Brand. Remember Joe Brand said coming into the season, I don't even know if I'm going to do this year. I'm not good at this. And then he came in second place last year.
Yep. 0-1. You're trailing. So he laid it with the Eagles. Wow. I mean, that's his thing, right? He just takes the favorites. Worked last year.
How'd the favorites do last year? Historically good.
We know how this goes. It's going to be the year of the dog. And I can't wait. Yes. That usually means good things for us. Okay, nice. Out to a 1-0 start. And maybe you'll throw out a couple of teams that you like here. We've talked about just about every game. NFL Week 1. All right, let's get together. Let's come up with a show contest slip here. What 5 are we going to go through? We usually throw out teams, see if we can agree, and march on, come up with our list of 5. Sam, you go first. You had a winner last night on Dallas. What are you thinking as far as Sunday, Monday?
Raiders.
Yep, I agree. I like that play with you on the Raiders. What number did we get in the contest? 2.5?
Plus 2.5. I don't love the 2.5, but it is what it is.
Yep. Yeah, you've been on that all week. I'm in agreement. Paul, are you there?
Yeah, I'm good. And honestly, for a contest, I mean, if it's 3, you have a push, you get half a point. I mean, I'm good with the 2.5.
Yeah, they're gonna win. So,
duh.
Yeah, I don't care. They're winning.
Yeah. All right, I'm going. Damn, Paul, why don't you go? I've got a lot of dogs that I like here.
All right,
go ahead.
I mentioned it briefly last segment. I mean, I don't think I have to convince 2 Chicago guys too hard that an overhyped team with a mid QB and a historic great defense that wears orange and blue might not cover 8.5 points. Of course, I'm talking about the Broncos, not the Bears. But I think defense isn't necessarily sticky year to year. I think 8.5 from Bo Nix laying 8.5. I don't care if he's at home. I don't care if he's on the moon. I think that's way too much respect. Jeffrey Simmons out there this week talking about, hey, as soon as if he skips his first 3, he's pulling it down and running. We know where he's going. RJ Harvey getting a lot of hype. Oh yeah, rookies never fumble the football. If they get blown out, okay, fine. If everyone was right about a rookie quarterback on the road in Denver, I think 8.5 is crazy. So I'll be on the Titans.
Just rip it because we need the Broncos to win, and we can middle this with your pick. I have no issue with it.
All right. Bo Nix 8-0 as a favorite, straight up and against the spread. Paul says that changes right now.
Kyler and Bo, switch it.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Paul's number one play is it's ours now.
One additional one. Callahan knows that stadium as head coach of the Raiders, the offensive line coach. You think he doesn't know how to go silent count in that stadium, protect his rookie quarterback a little bit? I got faith in the Callahans, which is something I never thought I'd say, but in this circumstances.
All right. A lot of different ways as far as a dog, but I'm going to go with give me the Houston Texans +3 at the Rams. We don't even know the state of Stafford. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game, and this might be the better team getting points here. And we're at 3. I'm surprised it isn't short of a field goal. I like Houston, guys. What do you think?
I'm in.
Yeah, and I really like the underlook that you laid out earlier in this game, but yeah, Texans +3 is good with 2.
So for my second, I would either go Giants and take the points. In this pool, let's see, we get, I think, 6.
6.
Or I'd go Minnesota -1.5. I'm okay with either one.
I think we've got our last 2. Don't you guys? I mean, Joe, you got something else you want to throw out, by all means, but I'm good with those 2.
Yeah, so for these last 2 picks, I've got 3 teams that stand out. Giants was one of them. The other 2 was Detroit and Cleveland.
So let's put the Giants in for the
Giants
fourth.
in.
And then it comes down to either Minnesota on the road or Detroit on the road. We're laying with Minnesota. We're catching 2 with Detroit. Excuse me, if I could speak.
And it's 1.5 in the pool for Minnesota.
Yeah.
Yep.
I could get there with Flacco too, being down the street from Audubon where he grew up, but we can go Minnesota.
It doesn't. I'm down for whatever. I'm literally down.
Joe, you call it.
Let's go. Let's go Flacco. Let's go Flacco. As much as we've talked about going against Cincinnati, and yeah,
number of death
5, not 5.5. 5.
There's a reason. And Giants, we got 6.
Yep.
Okay.
All dogs.
So who do we got, Joe?
I love it. Vegas, Tennessee, Houston, New York Giants, Cleveland Browns. Good list. I could have kept going. Dogs are gonna be barking this weekend. I can't wait. Sam, lightning bets. What else do you want to add based to what we just talked about?
Yeah, I mean, I basically landed on the following 5 plays. I like Duke +3, Kansas +6.5. We bet Texas Tech during the show at -48. Anything under 49, I think, is fair. And then my 2 NFL would be the Raiders and the Giants.
Yeah, unfortunately for me, I like way too much. Let me throw out a couple of totals. Yes, I do like Houston and the LA Rams. That one's 43.5. I don't think I'm going to get to 44, possibly. But 43.5 for that one. I don't know that Pittsburgh Steelers, New York Jets can be low enough. Like, how many points are we getting in that game? Would it surprise me if we don't get to 30? No, it wouldn't surprise me. So I know it's dropped a bunch, but that is going to be a very low-scoring game. As far as sides, yeah, I mentioned Houston. Giants love, the Browns love out of the contest picks. Outside of that, I got to throw Detroit out there. That's something that we came together as we started breaking down this game and where we are with the number and the overreaction with Parsons on that one too. I'm going to add Detroit to my list, and I don't think there's any way we get to 3. Paul, what you got? What do you want to throw out?
I like that Houston, LA under. I will also got to fade the Cuse. UConn plus 6.5. Kelly in Vegas laid that one out as well for you if you want to go back and listen to that segment. And Marvin. You could go Trey McBride as well. I was reading some stuff about how the Saints are very vulnerable in the middle of the field. Pick a Cardinals receiver. I'm going Marvin. I'm high on Marvin this year. 40-1 to lead Sunday in receiving yards. I think he goes off in the dome.
Man.
Show bet Duke. Are we all in on Duke, given what we heard in the room?
Wow. Jake's not here. Let's do a show bet. He's not here to defend the Illini. But yes, no, I'm with that. Totally. As the most money. Oklahoma. I feel so much better about Oklahoma. Yes, bring that number down. Now it makes sense why that number came down a little bit with all this Michigan over the top love. Ridiculous.
I think you alluded to this, though. You seem to be more in the Mateer bucket than me. This would probably, considering the room is on Michigan and the under, that probably lines up for Oklahoma to score. I think you should get some Mateer stock before it's too late.
Some Heisman. Yeah. Would you rather have Mateer or Arch?
Mateer.
Yep. Yeah, and it was a good point about Kansas City and where the room is at. And look, Kansas City is going to be one of the most bet games. It's not in there because it's Sunday night. Baltimore-Buffalo is going to be on this list if we do this on Sunday. There's no doubt about it. It might end up being the most bet game of the weekend. But what you have is, okay, it's game day and Kansas City's going. And, okay, we have a dog in Detroit. Well, Detroit's always going to get love. The Michigan bettors are insane. You see that with the Wolverines and you see that with the Lions week after week. So a lot of this makes sense. Like Denver, third most popular. Well, Colorado has a lot of sports books, very popular over there. So you do have to think of the context in some of these situations.
Hey, leave those voicemails. BetMGM Network, Odyssey app. Leave those voicemails. Hit the microphone button. Fire away.
Leave those voicemails. Listen to us Sunday morning. I'm on BetMGM Game Day, 8 to 11 a.m. Eastern. Sam, you better you bet. Countdown to kickoff, 11 a.m. up until kickoff with all the games. We'll talk Sunday and Monday.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. Unbelievable! This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. Also, if you want to watch us, you can watch us at YouTube TV, Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And if you'd like to listen to us, you can go ahead and do so at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, make sure you hit us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. The Twitter was active last night. We were live tweeting Cowboys Eagles. It was definitely active. You can find me on Instagram, Femi_Abebefe. Check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. If you like our show, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows that we have across the weekends and weekdays, make sure you check them out at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. We got the crew hanging with us, though, on this Friday. We have Tyler Morales, Kenny Henderson filling in for Jake Hassan, Bill Zimmerman, Max Sheedy in for Mike Brown, Sean Ha, Addie Bates, Nick Costos. He joins us at the top of the hour with his thoughts on last night's Cowboys-Eagles games that had all sorts of real-life drama and betting drama attached to it as well. But if you miss anything across these 4 hours, because boy, it is the first Football Friday that we have of the season, and we will have a ton for you guys. If you miss anything, any of the bets for NFL, college football, any of the bets for Major League Baseball, make sure you check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcast. And because we're being so kind and putting the content on there on demand for everyone to consume, the least you guys can do is subscribe, rate, and review wherever you get your podcast. We have one guest who will be joining us to start the third hour of the show, starting at 5 o'clock Eastern. It's college football betting analyst for the Action Network, Colin Wilson, who will check in with us. Colin, of course, does a great job on the Big Bets on Campus podcast, and he will give us his best bets for week 2 in college football. Now, I know some of you out there, you might be saying to yourself, well, how do we top what happened in week 1. Like week 1 was a banger, all those top 10 matchups. And you look at the week 2 slate, at least on paper, and leaves a little to be desired. But that doesn't mean we can't make money. And we will try to make money with our buddy Colin Wilson at 5 o'clock Eastern time. And also, we want to hear from the real ones. All of you out there watching, listening, we need you guys to participate. Let us know, what is your favorite bet for Friday night football between the Chiefs and the Chargers in Brazil? Let us know your favorite bet, side, total, prop, and why for tonight's AFC West clash. Once again, like I said yesterday, I know we haven't done this for a while. We haven't been doing our social question, but the real ones always bring it. But we will not give you a shout out if you do not include the rationale. Please let us know why you like the bet. Just don't tell me Keenan Allen over receptions. Tell me why you like Keenan Allen over receptions, all right? So we want the bet, side, total, prop, and why. Tweet us at YouBetterYouBet on Twitter, and we'll give you a shout out later on during the program. But let's get into last night's betting recap real quickly before we really dive deep into Cowboys-Eagles. The over. We'll talk about that really quickly here. Cowboys-Eagles over 48 did not win. I also bet the Eagles live when they went down 17-14, laid 4.5. In the interest of transparency, we will also grade that as a loser. Eagles only winning the game by 4. Femi's Island, it was not as cozy. Kevontae Turpin did not score the first TD. Neither did Devontae Smith. The other sports, though, treated us pretty well. Major League Baseball, 1-1. Dodgers-Pirates first 5 goes over. The Guardians did not win in the first 5 against Tampa. But then shout out to the Las Vegas Aces on the money line last night. They beat the Minnesota Lynx at plus 120. And we'll talk a little bit about the WNBA MVP market coming up in the next segment. But we must spend the rest of this time talking about what we saw last night. Thursday Night Football, week 1 opener for the NFL regular season. Eagles beat the Cowboys 24-20. And watching the game last night, it just felt like you were watching a classic week 1 game. It felt like it was classic week 1. And what I mean by that is that just insanity all over the place. You always go into a season, it's like, okay, how do the two teams fit together? What should we expect to see? What are the questions that we have that might be answered over the next 60 minutes? All of these things that you're thinking about prior to kickoff, and we'll really be thinking about that tonight and on Sunday. But last night, going in, all right, let's settle in. Let's see what happens. Boom. Immediately, 4 seconds into the game, Jalen Carter decides to, transfer his saliva over to Dak Prescott. This man spit on Dak Prescott 4 seconds into the game before we even had an actual play from scrimmage. I couldn't believe it. I was just flabbergasted because we're looking at the linebacker dude that tore his ACL. Sorry, I don't know his name. Hope he gets better, speedy recovery to him. He's getting carted off the field, and that's why there's the delay to start the thing. And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, there's a penalty flag. I'm like, what could have possibly happened on this kickoff? Maybe is it holding? Is it something? No, it's actually Jalen Carter ejected. I'm texting in our group chat, what could he have possibly done to get ejected? I'm like, did he call out the referee's mother by her name? What happened? And then, of course, we see in 4K from all the millions of cameras that are in the stadium that Jalen Carter spit on Dak Prescott. Honestly, I'm not going to spend too much time on it. Obviously, it's the big thing coming out of the game that everyone's been talking about. So I didn't want to mention it, but it's just absolutely low. How do you do that? And there's other words that I would use right now, but they wouldn't clear FCC airwaves, so I'm not going to use them because I like my job and I'd love to keep it. But that's just absolutely low that Jalen Carter did that. And think about his teammates. Bro, you're the best defensive player on the team. Let's get going for this season. Oh, I'm just going to be a selfish bleep hole and just spit on Dak Prescott. Come on, dude. That's just absolutely ridiculous that he did that. And he could have cost his team the game. Because his absence, had we known that going into the game, that point spread is not closing at 8 if Jalen Carter is not going to play. His absence matters. He's that good of a defensive tackle. And for him to do that was completely selfish. And that was just one of the wacky things that we saw last night. From a play standpoint, it honestly felt like we were watching starters playing a preseason game. It did. And I was thinking about that a lot last night when our conversation with Brian Baldinger, our Odyssey NFL insider that we had on Wednesday, and Baldy was talking about, hey, one of the reasons why I'd be a little bit careful with the over and all that stuff is that, September is the new August. These guys don't play. in the preseason. And a lot of the first few weeks of the season is kind of getting your bearings, getting your legs underneath you, just kind of building up that callus that you need to go out there and play regular season football. And there was sloppy stuff all over the place. Eagles with a bunch of penalties, Cowboys with a bunch of drops, which we'll detail here shortly. But there was a lot that was going on that did not look like crisp, big-time football. And then on top of all of that, of course, because it's early September in the Northeast, we get a lightning delay. A lightning delay. Like, it's just like everything felt strange and wacky as the lightning delay suspended the game at the 4:44 mark of the third quarter. Prior to that, you see Miles Sanders with this long run. And Miles Sanders has this long run to set up the Dallas Cowboys deep in the red zone. Couple plays later, fumbles the football to give the ball back to Philadelphia. Then boom, lightning delay. We're going to suspend the game for an hour. Hour and 4 minutes until we resumed play. But the whole thing just felt out of whack. And why it felt out of whack was because you had stoppages, you had miscues, you had just tomfoolery from Jalen Carter, just a lot of nonsense happening. And in the midst of all of it, somehow, some way, the game goes under the total. Like, how? How did that game go under the total? We talked about this all summer long. Hey, you know what? If the Dallas Cowboys are competitive, it has to go over. I said it yesterday. If the Dallas Cowboys offensive line can protect, and they did last night thanks to Jalen Carter being in the locker room after 4 seconds, like if the Cowboys O-line can protect, this game's going over because these two teams are good offensively. And these defenses, especially Philly's secondary and Dallas' defense as a whole, they're going to be in a little bit of trouble trying to defend all of these skill guys and defend these quarterbacks. Like literally 41 combined points at halftime. Scores on not 5, not 6, not 7, the first 8 possessions. We had scores on the first 8 possessions. And then somehow, after the lightning delay, 0 points. Like, no points whatsoever after the lightning delay. Like, this is, I could not believe it. We're texting in the group chat, and Nick had kind of texted it early, like, oh, I can't wait to see how this goes under. And I'm like, no, I think we're pretty good. We're pretty solid. But the minute we got to the lightning delay, I was like, oh, dear God. Like, this is how this kind of gets off track. And that's what happened. Both teams kind of came out sluggish. I'm thinking to myself after the game saying, what's worse? Honestly, like, what's worse? Was it the Titans +4 last year in week 1? We all know about that Levis disaster class against the Chicago Bears. Or was it last night in the over and that not going over the total? Like, honestly, I don't know what's worse. I go back and forth as I've been like all throughout today thinking about it. But like, man, Titans +4 was terrible last year. But last night, I mean, that game 99.999% of the time goes over all the numbers, whether it was 47, 47.5, 48, 48.5, like 99.999% of the time that goes over the total. But it wasn't just the lightning delay. It wasn't just the wackiness of week 1. I mean, it's also Cowboys wide receiver CeeDee Lamb, who engineered one of the worst 7-catch, 110-yard games you will ever see. And I think it's justified to frame it that way because CeeDee Lamb is an all-pro. CeeDee Lamb is one of the elite receivers in the National Football League. And last night, CeeDee Lamb let his team down. 4 drop passes, 2 of which were absolute gimmies. 1 on a third down, another a beautiful deep ball from Dak Prescott, where if CeeDee Lamb catches that pass, the Cowboys are definitely scoring on that drive. And then, of course, final play for the Cowboys on offense, 4th and 3. Dak says, CeeDee, I'm coming right back to you. You're 88. You're carrying on the legacy of Drew Pearson, of Michael Irvin, of Des Bryant. You're carrying on that 88 legacy. Drops the pass. Now, was it a difficult catch? Hell yeah, it was difficult. But CeeDee Lamb's also making like $35 million a year. Buddy, you're paid to make that catch. You're not on a rookie contract anymore. You are getting paid big-time money to make a big-time play in a game where the Dallas Cowboys had prime opportunity to steal it. Like, Dallas could have won that game very, very easily. But unfortunately, CeeDee Lamb decided, you know what? I didn't need to practice or play in the preseason. I'm all good. We're ready to go. Didn't look like it last night. After the game, CeeDee Lamb told the media, quote, that's terrible. I can't point the finger at anybody else. I take full accountability, and everything else that comes with it. As a player, I train for moments like that, and the ball to come my way, I need to catch the damn ball. I get it. Like he's doing the tap the chest, and we always joke about tap the chest here on You Bet or You Bet about how like that's what you do when like everybody clearly knows you're the one that made the mistake. Bro, I don't need to hear it. Like I really don't. Like there was like you can say that stuff, and I know some people are giving him kudos for like, oh, CD's taking accountability. Who the hell else was gonna take blame for that? like we all watched the game last night. I'm sure there was like 30 million people watching. Who else was at fault? So like just because you say that the sky is blue, now I need to give you credit? Get out of here with that nonsense. Like, clearly, this was just absolutely a horrendous performance from CeeDee Lamb. And it's truly, truly tragic because despite what the box score says, I thought that was Dak Prescott, one of his better games of his career. I thought Dak Prescott, for having missed 9 games last season, Dak didn't even play in the preseason either, but after having missed 9 games to the hamstring injury, I thought Dak was really, really sharp. He seems to be comfortable in this Brian Schottenheimer offense. Cowboys using a bunch of motion, Kevontae Turpin in motion, Jalen Tolbert in motion. Like, it looked a little bit creative from the Dallas Cowboys. But, like, it was all for naught because CeeDee Lamb could not catch the football. And you might think to yourself, damn, Femi, you putting this whole loss all on one guy. Yeah, man, I am. I'm not going to blame the defense, even though the defense still shows signs of concerns for the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, the next time the Cowboys decide to rush Jalen Hurts with the contain will be the first time. But like we all know, the defense going in was terrible. The defense was shorthanded due to them trading Micah Parsons. Like, this defense was not high expectations. In fact, last night, especially in the second half, I would say full marks to the defense. The fact that they were able to keep the Eagles out of the end zone. But Dak Prescott put together a great game, and his number one wide receiver did not match it. And that is a very, very unfortunate situation because we should be today talking about the 1-0 Dallas Cowboys as opposed to the 0-1 Dallas Cowboys. Now, all throughout the rest of the show, we will discuss the Philadelphia Eagles and what we saw from them last night. They once again find a way to win. Have to credit Jalen Hurts for his back-breaking scrambles and what he was able to do to keep drives alive. But I came away rather unimpressed by the defending Super Bowl champions. It's just week 1. I'm not going to overreact, but if they keep doing stuff like what they were doing last night, offense not that creative, 1 target for A.J. Brown, I think the defending champs might be in a world of hurt and maybe loosen their grip on the NFC East in 2025. We'll have our headlines on the other side. It's You Better You Bet on a Friday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Here he goes. He walks there in front of Dak Prescott. Did he spit? Did he spit on him? I think he did. There you go. There you go. And the official was right there to throw the flag.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Femi and Bet Buffet hanging out with you guys here on this Friday. That sound obviously courtesy of NBC. Mike Tirico on the call of last night's Cowboys-Eagles game. Did he spit? He did, Mike. He did spit on Dak Prescott, which is just an inexplicable thing to do, not just on the football field, but in any walk of life. Like anybody out there listening or watching, somebody does that to you, like you're throwing hands. Like that's how that goes. And Jalen Carter decided to do that because he's an idiot and got himself ejected prior to the first play of the game. But 40 minutes from now, we'll hear from Nick Costos with his thoughts on the Cowboys-Eagles game from last night. I'm sure Nick will be out there fired up because he was on the over just like I was. 41 points at halftime, 44 at the end of the game. Can't make some of this stuff. But hey, that's how it goes sometimes in the National Football League. 20 minutes from now, we'll break down some of the marquee games on the Sunday slate in the NFL. Sunday Night Football, Bills hosting the Ravens. You got the Lions at the Packers. How about the game in LA, Texans at the Rams? That might not be like the big marquee. That's two division winners from last year. That's a really fun game, Texans and the Rams. Two teams that want to take that next step after being knocked out in the divisional round last year. But we'll get into all the marquee games, injury news, best bets from Tyler as well before we wrap up the hour. But joining us right now, like he does each and every weekday here at 3:20 Eastern Time, it's our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Bill, what's going on? How we doing? What were your thoughts watching last night's game? Eagles outlast the Cowboys 24-20.
Well, look, I will say this. The game was entertaining on multiple levels for me from a football standpoint, but I placed one wager on that game, Femi, just one. I didn't want to go crazy opening night. I'm going to have plenty on the action on Sunday. Just the over was too good. I said, of course this over is going to hit. Look at this Dallas defense, the Eagles, the CD and Pickens. It was a no-brainer. Certainly felt good in the third quarter, and Mother Nature had the under. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, like I said, Mother Nature, CeeDee Lamb, it was the whole thing combined. They had the under, like literally 41 points. Like the things that have to happen for that to go under the total, it's just absurd. And I saw people who bet the under last night being like, well, worst bet of the night. Like they already chalked it up as a loser. Like imagine like going to sleep during the lightning delay because it was an hour. I wouldn't blame anyone on the East Coast for going to bed during that. Like imagine waking up and being like, wait, I won? Like, you know, it's like found money. It's like you found $20 in your pocket with dirty laundry. Like it's absurd. But hey, you know what?
Absolutely crazy. And Femi, I do have to ask you one other question. As someone who follows the Bears closely, and now you have Matt Eberflus as your defensive coordinator. And I warned you about this a couple weeks ago. I said, enjoy those soft zones on third down, buddy. Did you enjoy those soft zones on third down?
I mean, like it took the guy like 2.5 quarters just to send a blitz. It's we're not gonna spy Jalen Hurts. The last play of the game, at least like offensively for the Eagles, where it's like 3rd and 3. Nobody, it's empty. 33 on empty. Do we really think the Eagles are going to throw the football here? Like, come on. Like, Hurts is running 100%. Nope, no spy. Let's just let him pick up the first down. Fly, Eagles, fly. Like, come on, dude. I thought there were some bright spots from Eberflus because once he started throwing some blitzes, like Hurts was not expecting it, and he did throw some stuff out there that was different. But for the most part, left a little bit to be desired from our guy.
For a good defensive coordinator, he leaves a lot of head scratchers out there.
It's utterly ridiculous. And now, hey, we got to look forward to the New York Giants. Get to the game planning. Start to the all 22 of what the G-men are going to bring to Texas next Sunday. But enough of that. Let's get to the top stories that we have here on this Friday. Bill, what's the number one thing we need to know this afternoon?
Well, what we have, Femi, is a glorious night of back-to-back NFL Island games. Yes, the NFL is back on tonight. It's the Kansas City Chiefs and the LA Chargers from Brazil. It's on YouTube. First ever game on YouTube. Femi, Chiefs are currently a 3-point favorite over at BetMGM. Those total points are at 47.5. How are the people betting this one?
Yeah, this is a really, really fun game. I think a very fascinating game. Not just because, like last night, it's another divisional game. And like last night should be the prime example. Hey, like you get teams that have some familiarity and that hate each other. It might not go how you think it is in terms of like, oh, the Eagles are way better than the Cowboys. Yeah, they are much better than the Cowboys. But then look at what happens last night. Dallas was able to hang in there, and there's an argument to be made that Dallas should have won the game. Is that going to play out tonight? I don't know, because it's a little bit of a different dynamic. This game is not in a home stadium. This game is over in Brazil on maybe an ice rink, as we saw last year between the Packers and the Eagles. Like that surface is going to be a big time storyline in this game because last season, like we saw both of those teams, Eagles and the Packers, put up a boatload of points. And this total has continued to get bet to the over. It's going up and up and up and up and up. We're all the way up to 47.5 after being 44 earlier this summer. Now the Chiefs are holding steady as a 3-point favorite. My belief with this game, I think Kansas City is going to look to flex their muscles and remind everyone they're the team that runs the AFC West. Like, I think Kansas City is going to win the game. However, like, I have to also keep this into consideration. The Super Bowl loser hangover is real. Whether it's anecdotally or factually, like, this is a real deal thing. Like, get this. I saw these ATS stats from earlier this summer. Teams that lost the Super Bowl are 6-17 against the spread in week 1. And I think a lot of that makes sense. Because if you think about those teams, like, oh, you went all the way to the Super Bowl, couldn't quite get there, but you're a really, really good team. People think highly of you. People think that you're going to be a contender once again. So you tend to be a little bit overvalued to start the season. And then the market starts to catch up to, okay, like maybe this is not going to be what it was previously. 6-17 against the spread. You look at that trend, it probably doesn't want to make you bet the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, that's ATS. The way I want to bet this game, I just want to bet Kansas City to win. So I think I'm going to end up on Kansas City money line. I'm still going back and forth. Haven't placed the bet yet because I'm just curious to see if people are going to continue to bet that Super Bowl loser hangover. Right now, the cheapest money line price that I can find is -160. Do we ever get a -155? Do we ever get a -150? Does this ever come off 3? I don't know. We're going to find out over the next 4 hours or so. But I think this is a really, really fun game. I can't wait to see how it all unfolds. But right now, I think I'm just going to have to end up on the Kansas City Chiefs. But as for what everyone else is betting tonight, in Brazil, 67% of the bets, 67% of the handle is on the Chiefs laying the 3. 52% of bets, 55% of the handle is on under 46.5. And think about what I just said. The over has been getting bet. So a lot of those tickets, getting that negative CLV. The market is moving against them. 52% of the bets are on Chiefs money line, but 55% of the handle is on the Chargers money line at the plus money price. As for the popular player props, 5th most popular, Isaiah Pacheco, under 11.5 rushing attempts. 4th most popular, Keenan Allen, over 3.5 receptions. 3rd most popular, Omarion Hampton, over 11.5 rushing attempts. 2nd most popular, Ladd McConkey, over 5.5 receptions. And the most popular player prop over at BetMGM, where we make it legendary, Keenan Allen, over 37.5 receiving yards. Most popular anytime TD score, Isaiah Pacheco at plus 190, which, according to the reporting at a Chiefs training camp, sounds like Pacheco might be back after having the broken leg last season. But once again, for me, I'm going to be on Kansas City to win the game because I don't think we're ever going to get to 3.5. At 3.5, I'd be interested in the Chargers, but I think the Chiefs win close. So I'm just going to bet them on the money line. Bill, hit me with the next story.
All right, Femi. Last night, many fantasy football players had heart attacks in unison when Christian McCaffrey appeared on the 49ers injury report with a calf injury. Now, one thing we've learned this entire year is how often calf injuries lead to Achilles issues. C-Mac, of course, has had Achilles issues in the past. It's kept him out of a lot of games. So everyone's holding their collective breath here, Femi, especially 49ers fans. NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero did say that this injury is not, quote, DEFCON 1. But Femi, I don't know how this doesn't get you at least a little concerned about C-Mac's 2025 season.
Yeah, tell Tom Pelissero, is it DEFCON 1.5? Because that's where the point spread is now. It's like this is a big concern. Last year, we did this dance going into week 1. We all remember Jets at Niners, Monday Night Football. Like Christian McCaffrey should be able to play. He has this heel injury is what they were calling it. And all of a sudden it's like, yeah, he's inactive. He's not playing. And then later on the next week, oh, he's going to go on short-term IR. He's about to miss the next 4 games. I'm not saying that's going to happen here, but like it's a lower leg injury. It's a calf injury for a running back. You plant the wrong way or put a little bit too much stress on that calf, that thing might pop. And like we all have seen it. Worst case scenarios can happen, as we saw through the NBA playoffs and we've seen in other sports as well. You have to be concerned if you're a 49ers fan or a 49ers backer. Me personally, it might be over for Christian McCaffrey, which sucks to say out loud because he is so fun to watch and he's such a damn good football player. But this thing might be over. This is now a second year where we have injury concerns and the Niners are listing him as questionable and they might try to gloss over and say, oh, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Bro, how are we not expected to think that this is bad after what happened last year? I would be highly, highly concerned. The betting market's highly concerned. Once again, it's 1.5 at BetMGM. I'm even looking at a pretty sharp sportsbook here in Las Vegas that has it down to 1. If McCaffrey gets ruled out, are we going to pick? Is the Seahawks 1? I think the Seahawks have a chance to close as the favorite in this game. Would I be jamming in Seattle with my own money? Not necessarily. I think it's a coin flip game either way. The betting market has it priced that way. But I really do not like this setup for San Francisco. And if somebody forced me to pick this game, I would actually pick the Seahawks to win it. And I'm saying that as somebody who is out on Seattle this year. I don't believe in the offense. The defense, yeah, there's some upside, but I don't believe in the offense whatsoever, given the fact that Sam Darnold is the quarterback. So I think if you're San Francisco, it's a complete pass if you want to bet that side. If you want to bet Seattle, time to bet it was probably last night when it was 2.5 or 2. But I think we're going to end up seeing McCaffrey on the sidelines. And for those of you who own Brian Robinson Jr. in your fantasy lineups, you're probably going to benefit in week 1 because I'm assuming he's going to get a bulk of the workload at running back for the 49ers come Sunday. Bill, hit me with the next one.
Let's switch over to the WNBA here, Femi, because we have not 1 but 2 stories from the W because last night, the Aces beat the Lynx in a marquee matchup, 97-87. Asia Wilson had 31 points in the win. And Femi, with that performance, she is now the betting favorite to win WNBA MVP.
Yeah, how quickly this thing has turned, huh? 2 days ago, Nafisa Collier, minus 1,200. 2 days ago. And now Nafisa Collier can be had for plus 102. This has been happening for 3 weeks now. It started, I talked about on the show yesterday. This started when the Lynx blew out the Aces by 53 points, but unfortunately in that game, Collier injured her ankle. And ever since that happened, Asia Wilson, we bet the Aces last night because I'm like, dude, I've been seeing some of these games. She's got that look. She looks determined, and she says, I will drag everyone on my team to the finish line. If it kills me, I'm doing it. And I said, all right, I'm going to keep betting on that team. And guess what? They won again last night. And she was amazing in the game. And it wasn't just the fact that she was amazing. There's a few clips out there that have been circulating across social media. She was taking it to Collier, man. And Collier is known as one of the better defenders in the league. She was going to the rack and won all this stuff. The whole arsenal was on display by Asia Wilson. And now, because we all know recency bias always plays a factor into this award, a lot of people are talking about it. Hey, has Asia Wilson walked down Nafisa Collier? This whole season has been MVP as Nafisa Collier is in pursuit of her first MVP. Asia Wilson's already won the award 3 times. She's going for a 4th one. And voter fatigue factors in, but damn, man, they're on a 13-game win streak. This team was left for dead after that 53-point loss. They were 500. Now they have the second best record in the league because they're absolutely on fire due to their best player playing like the best player in the world like she is. So from a betting standpoint right now, what would I do? I wouldn't do anything. I think now it's hunting and gathering season. There's 1 week left in the WNBA season. September 11th is the season finale. Like, you need to be reading and listening to everything that people are saying, because our opinions no longer matter at this juncture. Now it's all the people who vote who matter. And if they're telling you it's either A'ja Wilson or Nafisa Collier, I would then bet accordingly. But right now, it's shaping up to be a little similar to what we saw with the NFL MVP with Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. Collier playing the Josh Allen role. Has she done enough to fend off A'ja Wilson? We'll find out in about a week or so. But boy, last night was a wrench in the plans of the MVP campaign. Bill, hit me with the last one before we had to break.
All right, Femi, it's Caitlin Clark. She's only played 13 games this season, hasn't played since July 15th, and last night we learned she is, in fact, out for the rest of the season. Femi, it's been a killer for the WNBA not having Clark in the fold, but the league will march on without her the rest of the way.
Yeah, this was brutal. This is brutal for the Indiana Fever. And like right now, they're holding on dearly for that 8th seed in the WNBA playoffs. Even if they make the playoffs, I mean, like, what do you really expect? And, like, that's not to throw shade at the rest of the roster. Kelsey Mitchell's been really awesome for the Fever, kind of putting herself on that echelon of one of the better players in the WNBA. But, I mean, it is an absolute bummer on what should have been a title contending season for the Indiana Fever, led by Caitlin Clark, the biggest face in the entire league. We'll see what 2026 has in store, but I think it's a good move for Indiana. Just shut her down and not have anything disastrous happen the rest of the way. All right, on the other side, we'll get to the marquee games this weekend in the National Football League.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on a Friday on the BetMGM Network. This is You Better You Bet. I am Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys this afternoon, celebrating the National Football League. And that celebration will continue in 20 minutes when we're joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on last night's wild Cowboys-Eagles game. I can talk about drama. Like, obviously, you have the spitting incident from Jalen Carter's dumbass doing that stuff to start the game, getting ejected like 4 seconds in. You have the spread drama, or not spread drama. You have the total drama with the game 41 points. Live total at one point was 63.5, and it lands on 44. It's just a ridiculous week one game. But hey, welcome back, National Football League. Hardly missed you. And hardly missed getting beat by crazy things like that. But Nick will go ahead and give us his thoughts on everything that transpired last night in Philadelphia. That's coming up to begin the 4 o'clock hour. But do want to pass this news along that just came down while we were in the break out of San Francisco from San Francisco senior writer of The Athletic, Vic Tafur. Christian McCaffrey is warming up for practice. We just spoke about it in the last segment. McCaffrey dealing with this calf injury. I made the joke that, hey, it might not be DEFCON 1, but it should be DEFCON 1.5, since that's where the point spread sits right now between the Niners and the Seahawks for Sunday's game. But I think we're supposed to take this as a positive sign. You know, can he make it through the practice, or is he going to be limited? My guess, regardless of what happens today, they're probably going to list him as questionable, and we're not going to really find out until tomorrow. That's when we usually get like the status on these questionable guys on the Friday injury report. So good sign, though, at least, that he's warming up. We'll see if he can make it through today's practice, and hopefully for all you fantasy owners out there, people who want to invest in the 49ers, fingers crossed that this is just a blip on the radar and McCaffrey's going to be good to go, because we all love to see Christian McCaffrey play. So Christian McCaffrey, once again, warming up for Friday's practice. That is courtesy of The Athletic's Vic Tafur, their senior NFL writer. But let's get into the marquee games this weekend in the National Football League, because, boy, it is a tasty, tasty slate to begin the regular season. And look no further than in Buffalo with the Ravens and the Bills. Western New York will be center stage Sunday night in this AFC divisional rematch from the game that we saw last January. Right now, over at BetMGM, the Ravens are a 1-point favorite, total sitting at 50.5. Now, there's a lot of injury news with this game. Of course, for Baltimore, they're not going to have Isaiah Likely, nor will they have their fullback Patrick Ricard. He is dealing with a calf injury. Likely is dealing with the foot injury, which he suffered earlier during training camp. Those guys matter. And I say like guys because Ricard matters as well, especially for their running game. Like, you want that guy to be out there to block and that fullback to be the lead blocker for Derrick Henry and or Lamar Jackson. That kind of hurts the run game a little bit if you're Baltimore. And Likely, of course, is, probably their best pass catcher. It's between he and Zay Flowers. Certainly not between the guy that's backing up Isaiah Likely, Mark Andrews. That's for damn sure, if you watch the AFC divisional game. But Likely and Flowers are probably their two best pass catchers. They're two most dynamic pass catchers, and they will not have Likely out there on the field. And for Buffalo, a lot of injuries to report on their front. Khalil Shakir, their wide receiver, has been dealing with a high ankle sprain that he suffered during training camp. He practiced it in full on both days. I believe he practiced full today, so it sounds like he should be good to go for Sunday's game. In the secondary, though, it's a little bit more touch and go. Christian Benford, their cornerback, he was full on Thursday. We'll see what he does today out there on the practice field. And then Tre'Davious White, he was DNP both days with a groin injury. It's not looking too good for Tre'Davious White. And then an under-the-radar injury to keep in mind for Sunday night, Bills kicker Tyler Bass. Now, usually we don't talk about kickers when we discuss injuries, but, this is a big deal. Kicking game matters, especially in these games that are so closely contested. The spread is one. You want to have a reliable kicker in that kind of a contest. He's dealing with a left hip and groin injury. Didn't practice on Thursday. Buffalo has signed Matt Prater to their practice squad. I think Matt Prater is 56 years old. But Matt Prater is going to be the emergency kicker if Tyler Bass cannot go on Sunday. So just keep that in mind. That's kind of a biggie. Tyler Bass. Usually, kickers, nobody really cares about, but hey, you're going to need to care about this one because I'm old enough to remember, like, when teams don't have kickers. I mean, we all saw Giants Commanders last year in week 2 when the Giants kicker got injured. Was it Graham Gano who got hurt on the opening kickoff, and then all of a sudden they had to go for it on every single 4th down, and they had to go for 2 on every single touchdown, and it cost them the game. Tyler Bass, DNP yesterday, and it sounds like Buffalo's kind of preparing to not have Tyler Bass on Sunday when they take on the Baltimore Ravens. As for what I would bet in this game, I don't think I'm going to end up on the side. I think for me, like, if I had to bet it, Baltimore's better. But do I trust Baltimore? And usually, like, the trust thing doesn't come up until January. Like, in big games, Baltimore's typically really good in the regular season. We've seen them blow out, like, upper echelon teams in the regular season. Then come January, soil down their leg. But, like, still, it's on the road. Buffalo's got a great home field advantage. There's just something about, like, you're getting Josh Allen, the reigning MVP, at home in primetime as an underdog. So I'm just going to pass this game because, like, my head tells me Baltimore is clearly better, but my gut just says there's chance for some nonsense happening in this game to where maybe Baltimore puts up one of those classic we beat ourselves performances and maybe Buffalo is able to outlast them. So I'm going to pass the game. I'll definitely watch the game. I'll probably try to bet some props because I want some action pending on how Sunday goes. But I'm going to pass the game as it stands right now. There's just too much going on here with the injuries. And also I don't want to be laying road chalk against a quarterback of the likes of Josh Allen. The late window Sunday afternoon, all eyes will be on Lambeau Field between the Detroit Lions and the Green Bay Packers. Green Bay, a 2-point favorite. That total sitting at 47. And what a game this should be. Fact-finding mission, if you will. You have Packers edge rusher Micah Parsons making his Green Bay debut out there in front of the fan base at Lambeau Field. And then for the Detroit Lions, we got the new coordinators. Ben Johnson, he's in Chicago. Aaron Glenn, he's in New York. What is this going to look like for the Detroit Lions? And what is it going to look like now that they have Aiden Hutchinson back? That Lions defense last year when Hutchinson was on the field, they were very, very good. Then once he got hurt and everyone else got hurt, had like 17 guys on IR, then they fell apart, especially towards the end of the season, in particular, that divisional round game against the Commanders on that Saturday night. But now everyone's back and healthy for the most part. How do these two teams match up? The two teams, in my opinion, of which are the best in the NFC. And honestly, watching Philly last night, it only reinforced that opinion that I think Detroit and Green Bay are the two teams that will be playing for the NFC title in January. But from an injury standpoint, Green Bay has a bunch of injuries. What's new? You got cornerback Nate Hobbs limited on Thursday with a knee injury. Let's see if he can do stuff today. Jaden Reed was on the practice field on Thursday, has been dealing with this Jones fracture. Even if he practices today, do you feel confident about him on Sunday? I wouldn't. And then Micah Parsons limited both days with this back injury, which seems like it's a nerve issue where he needs an epidural. We've been talking about epidurals all training camp with Matthew Stafford. Like, the whole thing seems messy for Green Bay. I don't like the spot. And if I had to bet the game, I'd probably bet the Detroit Lions. And I think in the contest, I'll probably have the Lions. I'm not going to put my own money on it. I'll probably have Lions, though, +2.5, +2 in the contest, because I do think the spot sets up really, really nicely for Detroit coming out the gate. And Green Bay, while I'm highest on them in the NFC, and I think they're going to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl, doesn't mean they have to win week 1. So give me Detroit in Sunday's game against the Packers. Let's go to LA. Speaking of epidurals, how about Matthew Stafford and the Rams? They're hosting the Houston Texans. Rams 3-point favorites, total 43.5. And this is kind of like Freaky Friday a little bit with this game because 4 weeks ago, all the injury news would have been with the Rams, with Matthew Stafford and his back and his epidurals, and Alaric Jackson with the blood clots. Like, all the stuff was on the Rams. And now that we've gotten to game week, Stafford's good to go. Jackson's good to go. And for the Houston Texans, now we have cluster injury at wide receiver. Christian Kirk, dealing with a hamstring injury, has already been ruled out. And it might not just be this week for Christian Kirk. It could be a multi-week injury. Braxton Berrios, another wide receiver, he also has a hamstring injury. He also has been ruled out. So now you look at the Texans pass catchers on a Texans offense that, middle of the road on their best day. It's Nico Collins, who's a stud, and then it's those two Iowa State rookies that are going to be the pass catchers for this C.J. Stroud-led Texans offense. The under was my bet in this game. I love it. The more I think about it, it's aging like fine wine. The market's moving in our favor. I bet under 44.5 on Tuesday. It's now 43.5, crossing through that key number. Man, I just really, really think this is going to be a low-scoring game. I would beg and die for a 3.5 with Houston. I don't think we'll get it, but I'm still going to bet the Houston Texans +3 at minimum. I just don't like the setup for Matthew Stafford. I know they say he's healthy. I've seen this before in the past. Quarterbacks that were not getting a whole lot of live bullets during training camp, and especially not in the preseason, they don't tend to play well week one. So I can see the Texans defense overwhelming Matthew Stafford out the gates, and maybe Houston wins this one, potentially going away despite their injuries at wide receiver. And then finally, the Giants and the Commanders, the marquee game of the early window. You have the Commanders, 6-point favorites, total 45.5. Giants left tackle Andrew Thomas, listed as doubtful. He did some work today, did work on Wednesday, did not practice Thursday. It looked like he was trending in the right direction, but now he is listed as doubtful. Big blow to the G-Men offensive line. They really, really, really need him out there. Unfortunately, he will not be for Big Blue. So those are the marquee games that we have this week. And let's go ahead and bring on our guy, Tyler Morales, to get his best bet for tonight and maybe even the weekend in the National Football League. Tyler, what do you like in the NFL and anything else you have percolating over these next couple of days?
Yeah, so this is going to be a popular one today. I love Xavier Worthy's over in receiving yards, 60.5. So obviously no Rashee Rice. Right. The last 6 games with Mahomes last year, Worthy was averaging like 9 targets, 90 yards. And I'm fully buying into this new offensive line. Outside of Mahomes, who I think this is obviously going to impact the most with the good offensive line, we didn't really even see Xavier Worthy's like skill sets last year. He's a deep threat and a burner. He averaged like 10 yards a catch last year. Like that's not what he is. So give me Xavier Worthy's over in receiving yards, kind of like over 100 yards in the touchdown too for Worthy, like 6-1. So I'm all in on Xavier Worthy tonight.
Yeah, I mean, if he has a big game, it's usually going to be for those explosive plays. So I love it. And we've already seen in the preseason the Chiefs making a concerted effort to try to throw the ball down the field, explosive plays. Maybe it's not going to look like what it was with like prime Travis Kelce, prime Tyreek Hill, but maybe it can look somewhat close to that. And if it does, look out the rest of the National Football League, because Mahomes, it feels like he's kind of on this revenge tour here in 2025. All right, on the other side, Nick Costos will join us with his thoughts on the wild and wacky Week 1 opener between the Cowboys and the Eagles.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The BetMGM Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
I'm an NFL junkie. I think I like the NFL more than my wife. Don't tell her. Don't tell anybody. I love the National Football League.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
Do something constructive with your money instead of betting it on Kalen DeBoer. Here's the bottom line. In the National Football League, you play to win the game. And the Green Bay Packers now, 2 days before the season starts, have Micah Parsons instead of Kenny Clark. And the Cowboys have Kenny Clark instead of Micah Parsons. Period.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, phenomenal Football Friday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM, on YouTube, on Twitch, on radio stations nationwide. We are in your hearts and in your minds as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. Talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, one word: bets. Bets. Glorious, glorious bets. Bets as far as the eye can see. How many minutes of bets, you might ask? 100 minutes of bets today on the show, starting at 5:20 p.m. Eastern Time. Bets for Major League Baseball. Bets for the WNBA. Bets for Week 2 of college football. Bets for Week 1 NFL Sunday. And our side, total, and prop thoughts for tonight in Brazil. The Kansas City Chiefs and the Los Angeles Chargers. We will take a trip to Femi's Island for the first touchdown scorers. And you, dear listener and dear viewer, are hereby invited to thy royal court, the King's Court, the Prop King's Court, for thy royal yardage and anytime touchdown scorers for tonight's game. All of that coming up. 100 minutes of bets at 5:20 p.m. Eastern Time. And at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, we will get college football bets for week number 2 with the great Colin Wilson, Action Network Big Bets on Campus podcast. Colin joins us 1 hour from now. But we begin the first phenomenal Football Friday of the 2025 NFL season with the regular season opener last night, which somehow had a lightning delay and ended close to 1 o'clock Eastern. Some of us live on the East Coast and have young children and have to get up in the morning. Hey, do we really need games ending at 1 a.m. on the East Coast? Just allow me to bitch about this for a second, please, because I'm tired. We're going to make it through, don't you worry. But man, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time? Give me a freaking break, man. All right, I'm done bitching about the weather delay, at least as far as my sleep is concerned. We'll get to the total of the game coming up in a little bit. The Eagles beat the Cowboys last night, 24-20. The betting reaction from the game, and there's a lot of it, is coming up next segment, about 20 minutes from now. And trust me when I say, you won't want to miss it, because it was a comedy of errors last night as far as the bets went with the Eagles and the Cowboys in Philadelphia. For now, let's talk about the actual game. Let's talk about Philadelphia's win, and we're going to spin this forward here because I think, at least with one of the teams, I'm already circling a bet for next week off of what we saw last night with the Eagles and the Cowboys. And I guess we need to start at the start of the game, where literally before one play is from scrimmage, we have the opening kickoff, and then before we have the first play on offense from scrimmage, Jalen Carter's ejected from the game for spitting at Dak Prescott. What a sentence to utter. You couldn't script this in a million years that that's how the game would start. Best defensive player in the game spits on the opposing quarterback, and he gets ejected. Like, imagine we spend the offseason handicapping this game. All day yesterday, handicapping this game. And then before the first play from scrimmage happens, the most important defensive player's out. This would be like betting an LA Rams game a couple years ago, and all of a sudden Aaron Donald's out. You bet a Cleveland Browns game, and Myles Garrett's out. You bet a Dallas Cowboys game, and Micah Parsons is out. Too soon? Just what a ridiculous set of circumstances. Like props, side, total, everything like completely turned upside down because Jalen Carter spit at Dak Prescott. I mean, just as revolting as it gets. I mean, just like the worst thing. I mean, honestly, as a man, I think I'd rather you punch me in the face than spit in my face. I mean, it's like, what's worse, like spit or slap? I think spit's the worst one. I think that's like the most offensive thing that one man could do to another man, spit in his face. So obviously, horrible behavior from Jalen Carter. I mean, everyone knows it. It's obvious. To his credit, he did apologize for it. What's he going to do? Be like, yeah, like I'd do it again. Like that meme. Yeah, you're damn right I'd do it again. Of course he won't. We'll see if he gets suspended for the Super Bowl rematch coming up next week against the Kansas City Chiefs. I will just add, and then we'll talk about the game. Dak Prescott absolutely instigated that entire thing. Now, I don't think Dak spit at Jalen Carter, but he knew what he was doing. Spitting in the vicinity. He's smiling in Jalen Carter's face and motioning for the official after Carter spits at him. I hate to say it. Dak Prescott is a snitch. He snitched on Jalen Carter. He was a snitch. I'm just saying, like that. This is I didn't write the rules. You can get mad at me if you want. Dak Prescott snitched, and I'm not even necessarily blame Dak Prescott. Like Jalen Carter's crazy, and when you can instigate a crazy person to do something crazy and they suffer the repercussions, not you, then yeah, I don't blame him for doing it. But also, Jalen Carter was in the wrong. Dak Prescott absolutely instigated that. 100% instigated it. And Dak Prescott snitched after the fact. Where I'm from, the mean streets of Queens, New York, snitches get stitches. Not from me. I would never step to Dak Prescott. But just saying, that's generally the rule from the mean streets. And Dak Prescott absolutely snitched on Jalen Carter. So, we're not even a play into the game, and the best defensive tackle probably in football isn't playing in the game. Just absolutely insane. And I'll be honest with everyone, and we'll talk more about this next segment, right? Jalen Carter gets ejected. I want to do cartwheels. I got the over in the game. Best defensive tackle in the league's out. I'm hoping in that moment. I mean, can George Pickens mess with can Cooper DeJean spit at George Pickens? Like, can Quinyon Mitchell spit at CeeDee Lamb? Let's get all the good defensive players out of this game. Let's get all of them out. Deron Bland can spit at A.J. Brown. Let's get all the defensive players out. I mean, I can't believe the over didn't hit again. That will be a story for next segments here. But of course, the Dallas Cowboys are able to run the ball, right? After Jalen Carter goes out of the game. Of course that was able to happen. They still end up losing the game 24-20. But the game, I think, closer, obviously, because Jalen Carter is out. And when the game ended, and I'm thinking about the game in the aftermath, and because I'm guessing that you are like me, the listener or the viewer. How do you sleep after a game like that? Like, I'm laying in bed and it's late because the game ended late, and I'm laying in bed and I'm thinking about the game. And I wake up this morning and I got myself a gun. And I'm thinking about the game. I walked away from that game really, really impressed with the Dallas Cowboys. Not that the Cowboys are a Super Bowl caliber team, and they did lose the game. Not that the Cowboys are a Super Bowl caliber team, but I thought that was like a statement of intent from the Cowboys that this is not going to be a pushover team this year. That they're not going to let what happened with Micah Parsons and the Jerry Jones fiasco define their 2025 season. And I say this for two reasons. Number one, I thought Dak Prescott was magnificent last night. I thought he was outstanding in the game. And you can see, like, he obviously lost weight. It's like when you see someone and you haven't seen them in a while and they lost weight and, like, their face isn't fat. And not that Dak had a fat face. He's an athlete, right? But you can tell that he lost weight. You know immediately. You can see it like, whoa. Like, he got in way better shape. It seemed to me like that was the most vocally demonstrative and physically demonstrative that Dak has been in his career. I've never seen it like that. Like Dak firing up his teammates like that, as animated as he was. I loved that from Dak Prescott. And the throws that he was making were unbelievable. Like, no fear. Dropping it in the bucket, and his receivers, especially CeeDee Lamb, and we'll get to him, let him down consistently throughout the game. And if you're like a box score monkey, oh, well, he only threw for 188 yards. How good could the game be? I don't know. How about this? Like, do you watch football, clown? Moron? I don't care that he only threw for 188 yards. Look at all the drops in this game. Look at the quality of throw from Dak Prescott in this game. That was takeaway number one, positive for the Dallas Cowboys. And the second one, none of us had any idea, and I guess, like, the jury can still be out. It's one game. None of us had any idea how this was going to be with Brian Schottenheimer from a game management perspective. I think we all kind of assumed, like, he's going to call a good game, especially coming off the heels of the Mike McCarthy era where, like, they're stuck in the Mesozoic era on offense. They hired Clayton Adams to be the run game coordinator. Like, it looked way better. And the offense, like, looked, just even to an untrained eye, looked like it was more advanced than it's been in previous years. I was fascinated to see what type of game manager Brian Schottenheimer is going to be. And I think we got at least a partial answer to that question. Like, we don't know how aggressive he's going to be on fourth down, so when he gets into a big spot like that. Like, that we don't know yet. But at the end of the first half, I thought he managed the clock perfectly, leading to that Aubrey field goal. It's one of those where you're watching it, and I'm like, he's nailing it. It's not, and not that I'm the be-all, end-all here, but I think all of us, this is going to sound crazy, I actually mean it. Like, all of us that have, like, hit the bong and played Madden and wiped Cheeto dust off the analog on our PlayStation controllers. I think all of us are pretty good clock managers because of that. So we're all watching the game, and collectively on social media, everyone at the conclusion of that drive to end the first half is like, Schotty nailed it. I thought that was really good from Brian Schottenheimer, and no one knew how that was going to go. So I think what you've got coming out of this game, and we'll talk about the defense, which I think is extremely problematic without Micah Parsons. But if the quarterback's going to play like that, if the head coach is going to properly manage the game, and if the number one wide receiver can hold on to the damn ball, at worst, this team's going to be frisky this year. At worst. At worst. And I'm not the first person to say this. Like, I come on the air at 4 o'clock Eastern the day after the game is played. So I'm sure other people have said this today. It's not an original take by me, but it doesn't mean it's not true. This team could use Micah Parsons. Like, they might be a playoff team with Parsons. Like, that was a good effort last night by the Cowboys. And if CeeDee Lamb holds on to the ball in the fourth quarter, like, they probably win. Like, we're probably talking about the 1-0 Dallas Cowboys and the 0-1 Philadelphia Eagles if CeeDee Lamb holds on to the ball. Next week, the Cowboys host my New York Football Giants. There's a look-ahead market at BetMGM. Dallas is a 3-point favorite. Like, hilarious. Like, if Dak's going to play like that, like, there's no way that the point spread in that game should be 3. And the total of the game is 44.5. I don't care that last night's game went under the total. We'll talk about that next segment. Did you watch everything that happened before the Lightning delay? That defense stinks, and this offense is electric for the Cowboys. And you're going to put a total up of 44.5? Please. Love that over next week, and we'll see what the Giants do on Sunday. On the other side, we'll talk the Cowboys defense, impressions of the Eagles, and how last night went from a betting perspective. Spoiler alert, not great.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
2nd and 10. Prescott gives it. Miles Sanders running in open space. There goes Sanders at the 30. Chased at the 20. Bond brings him down at the 10.
A few moments later.
From the 11-yard line, Sanders. Ball out. Picked up by Quinyon Mitchell.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Wow, how about our guy, Kenny Henderson, filling in for Jake Hassan today? Jake doesn't want it bad enough. He's out on a Phenomenal Football Friday before week 1, so he's a clown. And Kenny coming in with like a nice little piece of imaging there. I love that from Kenny. Kenny, good job there with the a few moments later. We absolutely love that. Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth with the call last night on NBC. We'll get the Miles Sanders, we'll get to it in a few moments here when we fully break down the game from the betting perspective. But for now, we continue to talk from a football perspective, what we saw on the field last night, and how we're going to spin it forward. So I closed last segment talking about Dallas, right? And if that's what Dak Prescott's going to look like this season, if they had a good defense, like he could win MVP this year if he plays like that. He was so good last night. The throws from Dak last night were absolutely preposterous. They were awesome. And he was let down by his receivers, most notably, obviously, CeeDee Lamb. And I think the over can hit next week against the Giants. And I like Dallas in that game. Obviously, let's see what the Giants do on Sunday against Washington. No Andrew Thomas. Probably not going to go well for the Giants. The Cowboys defense, though, is not good. And there's an Eagles application of this that we'll get to as well. But this defense is not good for Dallas. Now, Dante Fowler had like one decent pass rush and got to Jalen Hurts and actually whipped Jordan Mailata on the play. It was actually nice from Dante Fowler. Otherwise, Collinsworth spent the whole game talking about Marshawn Nealon's effort. This is like 7th grade or something. We're giving out participation trophies for high motors. I don't understand. The Cowboys pass rush got ragdolled all game by the Eagles tackles. Lane Johnson and Mailata just annihilated the Cowboys pass rush. I don't know what the hell the Eagles were doing on offense in this game. And again, we'll get to that in a second, but I'm not walking away from this game saying Dallas's defense is legit because they held the Eagles to 24 points. I don't believe that for a second. The lightning delay absolutely warped what was happening in this game because we were on track for maybe a 41-38 final score. And this is not sour grape. It partially is sour grapes because of my overbet. But let's call a spade, right? There was Miles Sanders fumbles the last play before the lightning delay. That was the first possession where there wasn't a score. And they were on the Eagles' 11-yard line. And then from there, not 1 point was scored. And people think this had nothing to do with with how the game played out. Come on. The Eagles were going to score 40 points in this game. However weird it looked, I feel like that was going to happen. So Dallas's defense, I don't want to put too much stock into the performance last night because of the weather delay. And the other thing, and this is consistent with what I was saying all offseason leading into this game, the Dallas offense, I think, is going to be really fun this year because of the passing attack. I don't think this run game is any good still. And I know Javonte Williams scored 2 touchdowns, and Javonte looked pretty good. Jalen Carter didn't play. The best defensive player on the Eagles did not play. The best defensive tackle in the league didn't play in the game. Of course they were going to have some success running the football right up the middle when Jalen Carter doesn't play. So I'm not going to buy that Dallas's defense is this wow, they're better than expected because they gave up 24, consider the lightning delay. And I'm not going to buy that, Dallas's run game is fixed. Consider that the context, right? Jalen Carter was out in the game. But I'm still impressed with the Cowboys despite that. I thought it was a gamey effort from Prescott, from Brian Schottenheimer, and from the team. And we'll get to CeeDee Lamb and company in a few moments. From the Eagles' perspective now, they did win the game. That's the first thing. And it's the most important thing. They won. However it happened, however it looked. And the Eagles have this ability, even in like a year like last year, right? Where you can make the case in the aftermath, just one of the better teams like this century in the NFL, where they win games, like they don't lose, like they win. And the fan base is infuriated by it. And we're infuriated watching it. And they won. And you still feel that way. So they did win. And they won without Jalen Carter. And they get credit for that. They're trying to win a Super Bowl championship. They start 1-0. And the Cowboys start 0-1. I tried to tell everybody this summer, this Eagles secondary is a big-time issue. Once you get past Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, we're in the disaster zone, big time. I said all summer, Adoree Jackson is absolute toast. Stick a fork in him. He done. Did anyone actually feel bad for him last night? Did you have that point where just like human being empathy, like you feel bad for him? Because every single time the Cowboys have a wide open receiver, here's number 8 chasing him. It's just Adoree Jackson getting beat and beat and beat some more. Just destroyed. And I'm watching this thinking like, okay, like at some point you got to try something different. Like, I think it's going to end up being Ja'Cory Bennett. I said that the day after they made that trade with the Raiders. But man, like, secondary leaves a lot to Reed Blankenship. Like, his biggest play of the game was almost killing Jake Ferguson on that hospital ball from Dak Prescott in the end zone. Like, the secondary is an issue for the Eagles. Pass rush wasn't great for Philadelphia. Obviously, Jalen Carter doesn't play. That didn't help. But I think you walk away from this game thinking, okay, like, maybe the Eagles defense, maybe not as good as we thought coming into the year. I don't want to overreact. Like, Carter didn't play in the game, but that secondary feels like it's problematic. And then there's the offense. Now, Jalen Hurts played well in the game. The Eagles won. He was outstanding running the ball. And he's always in command. He's always in control. And he's always poised. And I'm guessing you'll agree with what I'm about to say, you, the person watching and listening. There's no way Hurts was... He had to have been hurt the entire year, which just makes it even more amazing that he won Super Bowl MVP, because he looked so much different running the ball in this game than he has for like 2 years, I want to say. He looked great running that extra burst and juice running the ball. So I thought Jalen Hurts played well. He did what he was asked to do. I think if you're an Eagles fan, I think you need to be slightly concerned about Kevin Patullo, the new offensive coordinator. Is he a disgrace to Italians? I'm not sure yet. I would say that this was not a smashing start for Kevin Patullo. Now, I understand that in one breath I'm saying I think they could have scored 40 points if the lightning delay didn't happen. But I mean, I don't know how you have a game play out in the NFL when you have 2 monstars at receiver and A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, and they combine for 4 catches for 24 yards. I have no idea how that happens. Like, it felt weird on offense for the Philadelphia Eagles. And I got no problem with them spelling Saquon Barkley more than last year, all the touches last year. We saw Will Shipley. We saw A.J. Dillon. Like, I'm fine with that. I think that's actually smart, because who cares about running for 2,000 yards? Again, if you're Saquon Barkley and you're the Eagles, like, he got paid again. They gave him more money. The goal is that he's healthy in January and February. Like, I don't that part of it I don't mind. As a football analyst and observer, if I were an Eagles fan, I wouldn't mind that. But I did not think this was like the greatest first game calling plays for Kevin Patullo. I don't want to go too nuts here on what we saw from the Eagles, right? Because I've criticized the defense and I've criticized the offensive play calling. I also, earlier this week, picked the Eagles to win the NFC again and represent the conference in the Super Bowl. And there's no way that I'm going to walk that opinion back after one game and a game that they won. But I think we've got a couple things to watch now moving forward with Philly. Starting next week, on the road at the Chiefs, in a Super Bowl rematch. And Jalen Carter might be suspended for that game. Like the clause, like the that's in the NFL rule book is like respect for the opposition. If they're going to go by the letter of that law, like he should actually like never play again. He should be like banned from the sport. It's like literally, it's like I guess like he could like sleep with Dak's wife and that would be more offensive. Like in terms of like the offensive meter, it's like number 1, like sleep with the man's wife. Number 2, spit in his face. He should actually, like, if that's the rule, he should never play again. I'm being facetious. Maybe he's suspended for the game. Maybe he'll play. We got to watch this Eagles secondary. And if that's going to be a thing this season, that number 2 corner spot is an abject failure, assuming that DeJean's the nickel corner, right, and not the number 2 boundary corner. And what's this offensive play calling going to look like? Are they going to be able to have an effective passing game when they need to have an effective passing game? Because they were able to win last night without it. I think if they play like that offensively against the Kansas City Chiefs, they're going to lose that game. They're going to lose that game. So I'm not going to go crazy yet on the Eagles, but I do think there is some cause for concern. And I can't wait to watch Kansas City tonight and get ready for Kansas City, Philadelphia next week. You better you bet on this Friday. Okay. Let's talk about the bets. All right. The over is one of the more infuriating week 1 bets that I've lost in a betting career for me that started in 2004. This is year 21 for me betting on the National Football League. And I can count on one hand the really significant week 1 bad beats that I've had. We can go back to week 1, 2008. I had a 4-team teaser for way too much money at the time for what I was making as a radio producer at Sirius XM NFL Radio. And it came down to the final play of Panthers-Chargers in San Diego. And the only thing that I needed to happen, Chargers up 24-20, from the 14-yard line, the only thing that I needed to happen was for the Chargers to not allow a touchdown on the final play. Here's Jake Delhomme to Dante Rosario. Touchdown. And I'm poor. I mean, I literally had to ask my mom for money to buy lunch at work the next day. What a loser, man. How about 2 years ago? I'm in Vegas with Ken Barkley. We got the Colts against the Jaguars, and they do that. Like we should have known at that moment that Anthony Richardson didn't have what it takes in the NFL because he kept leaving the goddamn game at the end when we needed them to score a touchdown. They could have 9 tries from the 2-yard line and couldn't score. That one was really bad. And then the rotten cherry on top of the sour sundae was last year. Bears-Titans. The whole offseason, we love the Tennessee Titans. Caleb Williams, Bears 4.5 point favorites, facts not in evidence. If you read Ty Dunn's piece today, Ty Dunn, who writes for Go Long, which is a great Substack, man, it's a miracle the Bears were able to win this game, right? A game with a moment so infamous. Will Levis, ridiculous pick 6, followed by dropping to his knees during the play, doing a surrender cobra while the play's still going on. Unprecedented. While the play is going on. And in these moments, as sports bettors, we watch our money evaporate. How did the Titans lose? It's the worst bet. It's the worst beat of the entire season. And it was in week 1 last year. I pray. There are no gambling gods. They don't exist. It's the gambling, whatever. Let me just say, sometimes it's just it's all random. Everything's just all chance. It is my sincere hope, and it's not going to happen like this, because it never does. I hope and pray that last night is the worst beat of the whole season. If that's the case, it's going to be a great year. Get that bleep out of the way now so we don't have to deal with it moving forward. But that's not how it goes. Oh no. More bad beats are waiting around the corner. Possibly tonight. Possibly Sunday. Possibly Monday. You can't escape. Oh man, what a delight. On the other side, we'll dive a little deeper into the bets lost last night and how pissed we are because of them.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Prescott looking middle, covered, coming downfield for a win. CD couldn't hang on.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Yeah, it's all the reasons, like all the things. Someone actually tweeted me after the game. Like, I'm going to use a Nick Costos line. And when he said it to me, I was like, why didn't I say it? It's my line. It'd be like if it's like someone at the end of a wrestling promo, someone said to Stone Cold Steve Austin, because Stone Cold said so. That's the bottom line. Why didn't Stone Cold say it? And the person's right. You know what it was? That the over last night was like, it's a laboratory bet. Like, that was a bet, a beat to a bet that was like created in a laboratory by some sadistic son of a bitch scientist to torture us. That's not a real beat. That's like a fake beat. It's not real. Here, here's how we lost. Lightning delay for over an hour, and like the third best receiver in the league drops 4 passes. What? Like Titans Bears last year. Like, it was a terrible, terrible loss. Like, it's not terribly shocking that Will Levis turned the football over and surrendered Cobra mid-play. It's not that shocking. You watch Will Levis at Kentucky? Not that shocking. It is shocking when CeeDee Lamb drops 4 passes. Like, not Jalen Tolbert, not Kevontae Turpin, hell, not even George Pickens, who like JBL clothesline from hell, a defender in this game. Like, he's like, this film at 11, like, hey everyone, George Pickens is crazy. Did you know that? If you didn't, like, you got a reminder last night in this game that George Pickens is off his rocker. Very good player, but he's nuts. CeeDee Lamb signed a contract for $136 million. $100 million guaranteed. I know that some of you may not be able to comprehend this, so I'm going to do it in a Dr. Evil voice. $100 million guaranteed. It's more than enough to refund everyone that bet the over, right? My Venmo's at the Costos. Just saying. CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee had a little lamb. Nick Costos had money, had money, had money. Nick Costos had money, then CeeDee dropped the ball. And now my money's gone. It's gone. Did you know, dear listener and dear viewer, that this game last night started TD, 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 FG, TD, FG. Those are all scores. 8 drives, 8 scores, all before halftime, and one on the first drive of the second half. And we lost the over. We lost. How about this stat tweeted out by Evan Abrams of the Action Network? In the last 20 years in the National Football League, games with a total of less than 50, so this is last night, total less than 50, that had 40 or more points scored in the first half were 172-1 to the over. Now 172-2. We are one of the ones in 172-2. What are the chances of this happening? And a special shout out goes to Miles Sanders. Miles Sanders, who, watching him last night try and score that long touchdown on a 49-yard run, Miles looks like he runs about a 13-minute mile. He looked like me on the 4th of July after like 14 Coronas. Horrible. I got Miles Sanders anytime touchdown. He breaks into the open field, and I'm like, I'll be real. I'm like, he's not scoring. I've watched Miles Sanders play the last few years, but you hope. And then here comes Zach Bond, and you know how it's going to end, and he gets tackled. So Miles Sanders, anytime touchdown, can't catch. Yeah. And then after the Reed Blankenship near decapitation of Jake Ferguson in the end zone, the Cowboys get a 1st and 10 from the Eagles 11. What do you think is going to happen? They're probably going to score. Miles Sanders puts the ball on the ground. We lose the over. 2 plays, 1 drive. Money gone. I'm hoping that tonight's better. Can't be worse. I shouldn't say that. It could be. I hope it won't be. And just last note on the game, not even from a betting perspective. We talked a lot about Josh Simmons, right, for Kansas City, the 32nd pick in the draft. Just in case, and I don't always explain this, right? In case people are like, well, the Chiefs lost the Super Bowl. Like, why did they pick 32nd? They actually traded with the Eagles. They made a trade with the Eagles. The Eagles picked 31st. The Chiefs picked 32nd. So the Chiefs took Josh Simmons, right, who I think is going to be a super important player this season. Jay Croucher on the show yesterday says you bet Josh Simmons to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. And if you think he's nuts, you might be right. But also, like, Jay's done very well for himself betting awards. So the 32nd pick's gotten a lot of pub. I think we're like 2 weeks away from the 31st pick getting a ton of pub. Now, ball knowers know who this is. Jahad Campbell of the Eagles, who is like the perfect, like, he's what you think, like, all these tweener players that have been drafted, like Isaiah Simmons. Like Jahad Campbell is like what Isaiah Simmons, like what we all thought he would be or could be. Freak athlete, can cover, like, I mean, you drop him in he's ridiculous in coverage in one game. He's fast, rangy, and he can rush the passer. The Eagles just signed Zadarius Smith like 20 minutes ago. Great signing by them. Howie did it again. 9 sacks last year. Great signing. You don't think the Eagles are going to use Jahad Campbell at pass rush some this year and Vic Fangio doesn't have something cooked up for Jahad Campbell? You'd be wrong. Another find for Howie Roseman and the Philadelphia Eagles. You bet on this Friday. Femi, a bet buffet with me. Femi, we went down together with the over bet, unfortunately. Yeah. So I don't know if we need to relitigate that, all that jazz. You got some takeaways from this game, though, right, that you'd like to share with the Eagles and the Cowboys?
Yeah, I'd rather not relitigate the over. We did that a lot during the 3 o'clock hour. You've done it as well. It's ridiculous. But to kind of piggyback what you're saying about Jahad Campbell, before we get into some of the takes that I have, like, this is the exact kind of guy that can win Defensive Rookie of the Year. Everything that we talked about when we're discussing the award earlier this offseason, you want to play a lot of snaps. Last night, he played 92% of the snaps. Like, they trust him. He's awesome, and they trust him. Not just that he's awesome, they trust him to play all those snaps. So keep that in mind over the next couple of weeks with his D-Roy price. Those markets are starting to populate once again out there before tonight's game between the Chiefs and the Chargers. But my biggest takeaway, though, Nick, last night, and you kind of alluded to it from more of a game decision-making standpoint, but I think from a play-calling standpoint and how the offense looked, Brian Schottenheimer has my attention as the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. I was thoroughly impressed with how much the Cowboys offense looked like it was just a little bit more dynamic. They used Kevontae Turpin quite a bit in motion.
Well, as a fan, do you feel that? Are you talking about as a bettor or as a fan? Or both?
Both.
Yeah,
both.
I was really impressed by Shoddy also. I'm with you.
Yeah. Like we joked during Femi's Island, like Shoddy's secret weapon, Kevontae Turpin, but like he was in motion quite a bit. He was getting looks at receiver, obviously what he can do in the running back spot as well, which they probably need to do more. When you look at Miles Sanders as the spellback, I don't know if we want too much of that after he fumbled. Oh, by the way, the forced fumble was Jahad Campbell. But like I thought Shoddy's offense looked really, really strong. And, like, yes, Jalen Carter was out. And I always want to preface that when I say anything about the Cowboys offense based off of last night. Like, that's a big-time deal. He's a big-time player. However, like, that offensive line seemed to hold up pretty well. Dak Prescott was nice. If Schottenheimer's going to continue to do this, And we've seen him have offenses in Seattle. I was there covering it back in 2019 where they've had dynamic offenses. Like this Cowboys offense might even be better than what we all thought going in. And we already had high expectations for this offense. Like I think this offense is good enough to kind of take this team to fringe wild card level. Like I don't know if you're ready to go there. I might be ready.
I don't know why they traded
like,
Parsons.
So
like that's why watching the game. If Micah Parsons is on this team and you watch that game last night, this looks like a playoff team.
They wanted to stop the run. And funny enough, like actually Kenny Clark, when he was on the field, they did stop the run. But it's like, come on. Micah Parsons is freaking Micah Parsons. Like you don't make that trade, but like that's what they wanted to do. And Kenny Clark, by the way, he flashed last night too, like making a couple plays here and there. I thought he was pretty solid. But like overall, I thought Dallas outplayed Philadelphia. Now Philadelphia has the better players, but I thought Dallas was the better team last night.
It's a terrible loss. Like they really should have won the game.
It's a shame that like we
It's
saw
just
the CeeDee
CeeDee Lamb
drops. Yeah,
God.
like your second best player on offense. like that's the guy that cost you the game. Like they outplayed Philly, and that was the exact game to try to steal it, and they just couldn't do it. And we might look back, maybe Dallas ends the year 8-9 or 9-8, and say, hey, this is why they didn't make it as a 7 seed, or why they didn't challenge either the Eagles or the Commanders for winning the NFC East, because all these games add up. We might say it's just week 1, but it counts just as much as week 18 does, and it's a damn shame that it didn't. I do have one more takeaway from last night. It doesn't have to do with the game, but just like that was. Did you see the commercial? The come on, ride the float and ride it. I love that commercial.
I didn't.
Oh, you didn't see it? I think the NFL might have tweeted it. People were talking about it last night, and it features like DK Metcalf's, I think either wife or fiance. She's wearing like a DK Metcalf jersey and a bunch of like other like YouTube creators. Drewski's in it, and it's like his remixing.
Who's Drewski?
He's like the comedian, the blonde haired like heavier black guy comedian that like is like all over like Twitter and YouTube. I'm sure you would recognize him if you saw him.
I don't think I would. Like Tyler's like, how do I don't know, man. I'm 42. I'm sorry. I don't know who Drewski is.
If you Google Drewski, you would recognize him. Like he's everywhere.
I'm not trying to sound cool either when I say that. It's not like, wow, look how cool I am. I don't know who this person is. I think I'm not cool.
No, I'm not surprised you don't know him by name, but if you didn't recognize him, I would be surprised. If you look it up during the break, but come on, right?
I'll be honest. I told you yesterday I went to the dispensary a couple nights ago. I got rocked, dude. So I was not paying attention to commercials.
Like Dak Prescott.
I was just watching my money evaporate. Colin Wilson starts hour number 2 on the other side.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening as you do every day to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The phenomenal Football Friday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. 20 minutes from now, we begin 100 minutes of bets. Baseball, WNBA, college football, and the National Football League. Colin Wilson from Big Bets on Campus and the Action Network is going to join us in just a moment, but we do have a couple pieces of news I just want to get into the show here. Femi and I will talk more about it later in the show, but just to get it to our audience, just a couple pieces of injury-related notes for Week 1. Christian McCaffrey did not practice again today for San Francisco. He is listed as questionable. Kyle Shanahan would not offer anything when asked by reporters. This does not feel like Christian McCaffrey is going to play, but we will see. I guess he could. The Green Bay Packers have listed Micah Parsons as questionable for Sunday's game against the Lions due to his back injury. No further information there on Micah Parsons. So two huge ones. McCaffrey questionable, DNP Friday today. Micah Parsons questionable, dealing with that back injury. If we get any new information over the course of the next 2 hours, we will bring it to you here on You Better You Bet. But for right now, let's get some college football bets and advice from the great Colin. I gotta tell you, man, he's been working out. He looks great. Like the fade looks awesome. He's got the short sides with the bushy beard. He looks awesome. He looks yoked, and we love having him on the show. Action Network, Big Bets on Campus is the podcast with our friend Stuckey on Twitter at _Colin1. Colin spelled with 2 L's. My friend, welcome back to the show. What's up?
Thanks for having me, guys. I love being on, and I will tell you, Nick, the fountain of youth in your 40s is finding a reformer, megaformer, a Pilates Legree machine, and like a studio full of those, and like it's turned into like the biggest health choice I've ever made, besides like counting macros. Like reformer and megaformer machines are insane in your 40s. So there's a little tip out there for everybody.
Yeah, I think there's only one thing you need in your 40s. Ozempic. I'm just kidding. I'm not a cheater or a quitter like those frauds that use Ozempic. I actually do it the old-fashioned way, unlike you fat slobs that need Ozempic. Anyway, Colin, let's talk some college football. Before we get to bets coming up for Week 2, would love to pick your brain on some of the stuff we saw in Week 1. So maybe we do these in quick hitter fashion, and then we'll get to some of the big games in Week 2. Alabama's performance was obviously alarming last weekend against Florida State. I kind of think I would not bet them to do anything this season off of that performance, and I don't even think that's an overreaction. Where do you stand on Kalen DeBoer and Alabama following the loss last week to Florida State?
Two big problems in the program. One, I think, is fixable. One, they showed up and they didn't look like they hit each other entire fall camp. They looked soft. They looked like they'd never been struck before by another player. That's fixable. You would think that they would grind it out in practice. The big problem is Kane Womack's reputation of not changing mid-game, playing this swarm concept personnel. He doesn't change it midstream, and if you figure out his defense, you can expose him, and that's becoming more apparent on tape as he has moved up from South Alabama to Alabama as a defensive coordinator. Sirens need to be sounding in Alabama. I'm not sure if it's going to happen this weekend, but sirens need to be sounding because these are both really big problems, and eventually it's going to fall back on Kalen DeBoer.
And that's gotta be Kane. Womack is defensive coordinator for Alabama. Bama, a huge favorite this weekend. And so, Colin, are the Texas Longhorns off the loss last week on the road at Ohio State. And look, like Texas can obviously still go to the playoffs, still even win the SEC. But Arch Manning did not look awesome in his season debut this year. What is your panic level for Arch Manning and the Texas Longhorns? And you could take that Heisman, national title, wherever you want.
My panic level for Arch and for the roster is 0. I think Texas is just as good as anybody else in the country. They had 2 failed red zone attempts that would have completely flipped that game upside down. They won the box score from yards per play. There's nothing wrong with this Texas team except for one constant, and it's every year, and it's Steve Sarkisian in the red zone, and he continues to be outside the top 100 every year in red zone and finishing drives efficiency on offense. And this guy's a mastermind. This guy was Saban's handpicked boy, and we just can't figure it out unless Bijan Robinson is in the backfield. So, we're going to figure it out. The roster's talented enough. I think they're going to make the playoff. I think they're fine, but this red zone thing's got to get figured out.
I can't believe I'm saying this after 1 week, and I'm just being really honest about this, right? I was so fired up when North Carolina hired Bill Belichick. Like, I think this is going to be awesome. I think it's going to work. I think he's going to get this team rolling. And after one drive on Monday night against TCU, man, they looked like the 2007 Patriots, man. They looked awesome. And then TCU became the 2007 Giants for the rest of the game. And I'm like not excited about North Carolina anymore. The 13.5-point favorites at Charlotte this weekend. Is there any reason to believe that Carolina can get this turned around and Belichick won't be a disaster this season in Chapel Hill?
Well, there's going to be some love coming in on Charlotte here. They are probably the better college coach team. I can't believe I just said that in the face of Bill Belichick, but they look.
Who's Charlotte's coach?
Tim Albin, who just came in from Ohio, who's like dominated the MAC, right? So,
so the former Ohio coach is a bad. I mean, I just want to punch that. I'm not saying you're wrong. And yeah, college coach. The former Ohio coach is a better college coach than Bill Belichick. You could definitely be right about that. It's just crazy to hear.
I mean, what was Ohio last year? Like 60-1 to win the MAC? I mean, from a college perspective, anyone that watches the MAC knows that Tim Albin is a great college football coach. But I think what happened was there were no in-game adjustments. There was a reason this depth chart came out, and there were not even like the whole roster listed with oars on it. It was just nobody. I don't think this coaching staff has figured out this roster. I don't know if they know how to put together a transfer portal group of players together. I mean, if you think about Belichick, he's used to a system. He's used to finding players like Edelman that fit the system, that fit the culture in the locker room. Now you're dealing with 18 to 20-year-old kids that have been fed money since they were 16 and now hitting the portal and thinking they're the greatest gift to God in college football. Like, it's a little bit different of a dynamic to get that locker room going. This isn't Edelman and Gronk and Brady. This is not the same thing, and it showed on the field. The deal is they have quarterback Gio Lopez, transferred in from South Bama. That's 2 South Bama mentions on the show. He is good enough to beat Charlotte on his own. I'm not backing North Carolina here, but I don't think Belichick has this figured out whatsoever, the college game.
Yeah, it didn't look like that, obviously, on Monday night against TCU. All right, let's turn our attention to the games coming up this weekend. Like, we see this every year with Week 2. Week 1's always a banger. Week 2, not as much, but that's okay. NFL Week 1 coming up this weekend. I think the game of the weekend, Colin, and I can't wait for it, is Michigan against Oklahoma. And to me, Bryce Underwood has the look and feel of a future number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft. But it is only a second collegiate start on the road in Norman, not quite New Mexico at home. Sooners a 5.5-point favorite. Total now 43.5, so that under seems like it's been getting bet. How are you betting Oklahoma and Michigan?
Yeah, you're going to grab the first half under. I mean, listen, do we need to see any more freshmen on the road in hostile environments to see if they can produce out of the gate? Usually the answer is no. If the answer is yes, then probably go see if you can get a live Underwood Heisman bet, because this is a very hostile environment that he is stepping into. I think it's going to take the Michigan offense just a little bit to figure it out. And OU's defense front 7 is really good at stopping the run. I just don't see Michigan airing it out. So I don't see a lot of points starting off for the freshman quarterback and Bryce Underwood. But on the other side of the ball, not impressed with John Mateer on the ground whatsoever. He had a 20-yard scramble. Other than that, he had like 8 yards on 3 design carries. The running game couldn't get anything going whatsoever. Illinois State was stuffing OU above national averages. So I don't see anything going to the ground game on either side at the beginning of the game. I think they're going to feel each other out before Oklahoma's finally forced to go to the air, which, covering, I make the number 5.5. So it's really hard to say which way I would go. I would tend to lean towards Michigan as the game goes on and Bryce Underwood gets more comfortable. So if you want to play Oklahoma first half and maybe look for Michigan live, that's the angle I'd go for the side. But this is a first half under game all the way with a freshman quarterback in a hostile environment.
Yeah, absolutely love it. This is You Better You Bet. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, hanging out with Colin Wilson of the Action Network. Check out his podcast, Big Bets on Campus with Stuckey. Get it wherever you get your podcast. Talking all things Week 2 college football. Let's go to the early slate, though, for tomorrow's game. Cy-Hawk, Iowa State. Everyone's fired up for it. Right now, over the consensus number, Iowa State's 3.5. The total sitting at 42.5 makes a lot of sense. It feels like we're talking about this market wherever the game is being played. How do you handicap this side total, Cyhawk, tomorrow at noon?
Yeah, amazingly, the road team has won the last 5 iterations of this game. I do fall with Iowa in this game, and it's because Iowa State is not the better team in the trench. Their edges have not been able to get pressure, and they have been terrible against the run. Kansas State was plus 2.5 yards per play against them in Dublin. Like, even though Iowa State won that game, Kansas State was a clear box score winner. And then you go to the other side of the ball. Rocco Becht is had 26 dropbacks and 12 pressures already. This offensive line is not protecting him whatsoever. And, they're already creating pressure off the edge from the Iowa, from that defense last week against Albany. Albany was under duress the entire time. And when you look at Iowa State's offense, they're running outside zone, inside zone. That's what Iowa defends really well. The trench belongs to Iowa on both sides of the ball. I think the throwing issues with Mark Gronowski they're a problem. He underthrew everybody. He went 8 for 15, and the 7 that he missed were not even close. His ADOT was 4.8. You're not going to expect the Hawkeyes to be throwing it down the field here, especially against a nickel secondary, the 3-3-5 from Iowa State. But they will own the trench in zone read against an Iowa State defense that has not shown it against Kansas State and didn't show it against an FCS opponent last week. So there's a couple 3.5s out there. I think that was kind of set up yesterday. It's nibbling back to 3. I do like Iowa plus 3.5. I'd still take them at 3.
Absolutely love that. How about in the Illinois-Duke game in that same window? The Illini, we talked to a lot of people who cover college football nationally. We always said, hey, who is your dark horse to make the CFP? Illinois was 9 out of 10, the answer. They're 2.5 on the road in Durham. Can they get by this, or is there upset alert here with the Duke Blue Devils as a home dog, short home dog against Illinois?
Yeah, all I heard was this is a trap game all week. And I'm thinking, trap game. Duke's actually really good. I know I said this over on our podcast over at BBOC. It's, Darian Mensah was paid a lot of money to leave Tulane, come to Duke, and that got Malik Murphy transferred out to Oregon State. They already had a quarterback in they were paying for, and they went and got another one. Darian Mensah is an extremely good quarterback for Tulane. If you haven't seen him play before, 4 big-time throws last week against Elon. I think he is a difference maker in this game. And Duke's defense is insanely good under Manny Diaz. He has been nothing but nails since he got there. They were 10 TFLs, 3 sacks last week. And listen, the more mistake-prone quarterback in this game is Luke Altmaier. Last week, he went 17 of 22, and he is struggling to find a go-to receiver after losing a boatload of targets that he had last year. The more mistake-prone team is Illinois. The team that is going to regress more from last year is Illinois, and Duke is playing the better defense, and they got a quarterback that not a lot of people are talking about.
I love it. Love the analysis there of Illinois and Duke. What about Baylor and SMU? SMU a juice 2.5-point favorite. I know what you like in this game, and I know what I like, and we'll be opposites here. Tell us why you like the Mustangs here, Colin, in about a minute. SMU and Baylor.
Yeah, so if you watched tape, first off, my power rating is 7.5 on SMU. So this just that time of year where power ratings can move very fluidly in the first couple of weeks because we're on fact-finding mission to see what these teams are about. Right now, I think SMU is 7.5 points better, and I did dock Baylor for what they lost against Auburn. Not as bad as some people would think because of the score, but watch the tape. Auburn absolutely ripped up the middle, over the center, and between the two guards, the interior of the Baylor defense. And if you go on PFF and read the missed tackles, even the two safeties for Baylor missed 5 tackles. Their interiors are missing tackles, or safeties are missing tackles on Jackson Arnold running up the gut. All of a sudden, this is this is supposed to be the best scrambler in college football. It's Jackson Arnold straight over the guard. And there's nothing that Baylor could do about it against Auburn. And then you look at SMU, and what they run? 7 carries over the right guard, 7 carries over the center last week. This isn't a bad rushing offense. The offensive line hasn't fallen off a cliff, and Kevin Jennings can run the ball. You don't think that Brett Lashley's not watching that tape of what the Baylor interior is and isn't going to be able to produce the exact same thing that Auburn did? I don't think Jackson Arnold is so much more improved. And I don't think the offensive line at Auburn is that much better than SMU. So I don't really understand this number. I know a lot of people think it's box score fraud, and Baylor's still good with all these preseason expectations, but they looked like dog turds. I mean, their defensive line was supposed to be a strength. It wasn't. It got hammered last week, and it's going to get hammered again.
Love it. Well, I won't love it if that happens because I'm betting Baylor. 30 seconds. This could be another game this weekend or a future bet that you like off of what we saw in week 1. Something else that you think can be actionable for our listeners and viewers, please.
Oh, boy. You're letting me have an open board here. If I had to pick anything on the board right now, I think Kentucky can win outright this week against Ole Miss. Ole Miss is a different Completely different team on the road. They have all this offensive flash over there at the Grove. They'll score 60, they'll score 50, they'll just make it a boat race, and they'll make you think that Lane Kiffin is a genius, that Saban should have picked him instead of Sarkisian as his favorite coordinator ever. Then they get on the road and they play Kentucky. They play styles of defense like Kentucky, where it's max protect against explosive plays, and it completely shuts them down. If you go to the box score last week for Ole Miss, Austin Simmons was actually extremely sloppy with the ball from a turnover-worthy play perspective and fumbles. Kentucky can take advantage of that. I don't think it's being talked about enough.
And Kentucky beat Ole Miss last year, kind of knocked Ole Miss out of the playoffs. So maybe revenge on the mind of Ole Miss. Colin saying maybe not so fast.
Exactly.
Great Lee Corso. Colin, great job. On Twitter at @_Colin1. Big Bets on Campus, Action Network. Stay well. Good luck with the bets, except SMU, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Thanks for having me, guys.
The great Colin Wilson joining us here on You Better You Bet. On the other side, we begin 100 glorious minutes of bets.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
We waited all off season. It's here. We stand on the eve. No. We stand on the precipice. Sorry. It's been a long week. That effing game, didn't end until almost 1 a.m. I have a small child. It's not ideal. The brain activity maybe is not as strong as it should be. I apologize. We stand on the precipice of a glorious football weekend. College, Saturday, NFL Sunday. Hell, we got an NFL game tonight. We got baseball. We got WNBA. Femi, are you ready for 100 minutes of bets?
Oh, I'm ready, baby. It was West Coast time for me, so I'm not feeling what you're feeling right now, but I'm ready to roll. MLB, college, NFL. Let's do this thing, man.
What are we doing first? So NFL, we'll do next segment. Are we doing baseball first, or do you want to do college football first?
Let's do college. Fresh off college. Let's do college. Yeah,
let's get the juices. Oh, also, Tyler, I didn't say this to you, but I want you to give one prop bet every week. So pick your favorite prop for college football, and we're going to track it. And it's going to determine a lot of what your involvement is on the show this year, whether you win or lose. So no pressure, but make sure you've got a damn good prop, and we'll come to you for that prop coming up in a little bit. But before that, Femi and I will give you our bets, and we need some music underneath us. Kenny, take it away. Good old generic college football fight song theme. You gotta love it.
Student body right, student body left. Let's go.
I wish honestly, I don't have many regrets in my life. I have a few. And so I face my final curtain. It's a little Frank Sinatra for everybody on a Friday. I don't regret going to Fordham because I worked at the radio station there. I made lifelong friends there. I don't regret it. But Femi, part of me does kind of regret, not going to a big, athletic school.
Same. 100%.
Imagine, going to, USC or, Alabama or something. How much fun that would be. The highlight of the athletics. We lost to Brian Westbrook in Villanova in the 1AA playoffs my sophomore year. And then my senior year, we lost by about 100 points to Delonte West, Jameer Nelson, and St. Joe's when they were the number one team in the country. And Delonte West had really bad acne, and we were just screaming at him. And then he stared us down, and they won by 30. Still remember it.
As one does when they're being heckled.
As one does.
My
As
school,
one does.
we won the D2 men's basketball national championship.
Where'd you go?
My senior year, Western Washington University. Active minds changing lives. Up in Bellingham, Washington.
Western Washington.
Western Washington. Go Vikings.
What's the mascot?
The WW Vikings. It's the Vikings.
The Vikings.
Well,
okay, the Western Washington Vikings.
We didn't do that skull stuff that Minnesota does, but it was a liberal arts school, so it wasn't super big into athletics, but our basketball team was pretty sick.
Cheat, you don't say.
They were really good. Yeah.
Western Washington, athletic powerhouse.
Hey, you'd have had fun if it's talking about hitting these pens and hitting that ball. You'd have had a great time at that school. But
I bet.
Yeah, it was not big into athletics. I mean, they cut our football program my freshman year. So literally it was not into that stuff. So that was probably my one regret. I have lifelong friends from there. 3 of my groomsmen from my wedding were guys I lived with in college. So obviously no regrets in that aspect of it. But missing out on those Saturdays and stuff in college football season, or even the big time college basketball games, I would say that was a missing part of my college experience.
All right, let's get to college bets. All right, let's get to college bets for this weekend. What do you like?
Let's do it. I'm with Colin in Cyhawk. I like Iowa. plus the 3.5. Like, these games are just always so close. The total's very low too at 42.5. I'm just gonna grab more.
That's
than
gone up, by the way. This is 41.5 yesterday, so like, there's been interest in the over.
So 42. So a little bit of interest in the over, but still, like, we're not talking about like 62.5. Like, those points are gonna matter quite a bit. Like 24-21 feels like what it is every single year. I'll take the road team. Let me go with the Iowa Hawkeyes, and I'm also going with Duke plus the field goal. Like, I don't trust this Illinois thing. It all reeks of just, hey, this team was really fortunate to win double-digit games last year. Now they're the trendy squad to take that next. No. Like, Duke is well coached. I think Duke at home, these games are difficult. I don't trust Luke Altmaier enough to go on the road and get this done by margin. So I'll take the 3 with Duke. I'm also going to take the 9 with Kentucky. Colin mentioned it. Like, that Kentucky defense is really strong. I love taking Mark Stoops at more than a touchdown. Whatever, doesn't matter who he's playing. Like, he just knows how to drag teams into the mud. That's Kentucky's style. Kentucky as a favorite like last week? No, want no parts. Kentucky as a big dog against Lane Kiffin? Yes, give me the Wildcats. Big Blue Nation stand up. I like the 9. Earlier this week, I said I'm betting Oregon to blow out Oklahoma State. I laid 28. Dan Lanning sends a message to Mike Gundy. Yeah, we paid for our roster, and watch this money whoop your ass at Autzen Stadium. I laid the 28 with the Ducks, and then finally, give me Michigan +5, and also Michigan money line. I'm seduced by Bryce Underwood. I think that dude is dynamic. He's the next big thing in the sport of football, and we're going to see it Saturday night.
Are you scared off at all that apparently bettors are interested in Oklahoma State? That number's 27.5 now at BetMGM.
We'll see how interested they are in the third quarter when they're down by 31 points.
Yeah, love it. Love the optimism, the confidence there. I'm not going to bet that game. I got 3 college football bets, and I've been talking about them all week. Now, one of them kind of got away from me a little bit, which is Iowa State and Iowa. I think Iowa State's just going to win. I have no opinion on the current side. I would not bet Iowa in the game. I love Rocco Becht. I think he's an absolute stud. I think I like Iowa State and Utah as my favorite teams in the Big 12 right now. Utah's offensive line is ridiculous with like 2 potential first-round NFL offensive linemen. They're going to be able to move defenses all year this year, the Utah Utes. And I love Rocco Becht for Iowa State. So I don't know if Iowa State's going to win by 4 in a game with a total of 42.5, but I do think Iowa State's going to win. So the way that I want to play this is to put Iowa State in some money line parlays. For example, just in case anyone was interested, an Iowa State Kansas City Chiefs money line parlay. Chiefs today, Iowa State tomorrow, pays plus 152 at BetMGM. You could take a couple dogs if you like them in the NFL. I like the Lions on Sunday. I like the Seahawks on Sunday. Iowa State money line with them. That's how I'm going to look to play this. So I like Iowa State. I don't want to lay 3.5. I just think the Cyclones are going to win. So give me Iowa State money line and a bunch of parlays. Colin and I, as we talked about in the last segment, will be oppo on Baylor SMU. I watched the game last week, Baylor and Auburn. I bet Auburn, and I walked away from that game thinking Auburn's awesome. And that game was way more about Auburn than it was about Baylor, about Auburn being awesome. Dave Aranda didn't all of a sudden become a bad defensive coach because they gave up 38 points to Auburn. Like, Auburn's better than they are. And Aranda's a really good coach. And he's got a great quarterback. And I know Jennings led SMU to the playoff last year. Did you watch Sawyer Robertson in the Auburn game? Like, he's legit. I think Baylor's going to win. But we might get 3. It's SMU currently 2.5 minus 15. If a 3 pops, I will take the 3 with Baylor and also back it up with a money line bet. If it doesn't, I'll take 2.5 and I'll back it up with the money line bet. I love the Baylor Bears tomorrow on Saturday against SMU. And then, Femi, you and I will be on the same page of Michigan, Oklahoma. But just to give my overall opinion on this game, I don't know if Michigan covers and loses. I think this is one of 2 things. And I think I forget what podcast I was listening to this week. I want to credit them, but I forget. It might have been Chip Patterson on CBS's Cover 2 that said this. That Brent Venables, either as a head coach at Oklahoma, and obviously was a longtime DC at Clemson, right? Against true freshman quarterbacks. Now, it's a little skewed, right? Because he had super teams at Clemson with tons of NFL players. Might not have always been playing against good true freshman quarterbacks, but just for context. Venables 21-5 against true in his career. And now here's Bryce Underwood. And for as good as Underwood looked last week, and I came on the show on Tuesday and said I think he's going to be the number 1 pick in the NFL draft in a couple of years. He looks like he's like an alien. He's not like a human being. Like New Mexico at home at the Big House is way different than on the road in Norman at Brent Venables and Oklahoma. So my thought is, if he's up to the task, Underwood, I think Michigan's just going to win. I think they're going to win. I don't know if they're going to lose by 3. I think they win.
Mm-hmm.
And if Oklahoma's going to win, I think it stands to reason that Venables stuffs Bryce Underwood in a locker, and that the lights may be a little too big for a kid who's going to be great, but his second career collegiate start as a true freshman on the road in Norman. And I think Oklahoma wins big. So my advice would be to people, if you like Oklahoma, I'd play alts. I'd lay 9.5. I'd lay 13.5. That Oklahoma wins big. And if you like Michigan, play Michigan just to win the game. I can be wrong. Femi can be right. He's taking 5.5. Maybe Michigan loses by 4, whatever. I see it a little differently. That would be my suggestion. We have Christian McCaffrey news from Vic Tafer of The Athletic, who covers the Raiders for the Niners and the Raiders, the Bay Area teams, saying Christian McCaffrey, quote, feels great and plans to play. We'll see. I don't know if I believe that, quite honestly.
Yeah. Is that his locker's talking about it? But yeah, we did this dance literally a year ago, heading into that.
We didn't, though. There was no dance last year. He was just inactive before the game. It was insane.
But we didn't think. We thought he was going to play because it was all
yes,
he's dealing with the heel injury.
I prefer this dance to that dance. This dance is better because this dance, at least you know in advance that it might be screwed up. That dance was no, you're screwed.
As opposed to, hey, I have in my lineup, and all of a sudden here's Monday, there's no alternative, and
here's Jordan Mason, who here's 150 yards, and they kill Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. I don't think that's going to happen this week on the road in Seattle. We've talked about that. We like the Seahawks. All right. Let's get to some baseball bets since in WNBA. I'm ignoring both of these
Tyler's
sports.
Prop. We have Tyler's prop.
That's right. Good call.
Yeah.
Tyler, this is very important. We need you to nail this prop. What is your one favorite college football player prop for this weekend and why?
All right, we're going to head to Kentucky here. Our guy, Trey Harris, last year played the X position for Ole Miss. He's obviously in the NFL. Now here steps in Harrison Wallace. The market has him priced like he's the third receiver. I don't agree with that at all. He's 42.5 receiving yards. He had 130 yards and 5 catches in their last game against Georgia State. Terrible opponent. But if he's lining up and playing the Trey Harris position, Trey Harris should have won Biletnikoff last year before he got hurt. So Harrison Wallace over 42.5 receiving yards. You want to get wild. 100 and a touchdown is 8-1. So Harrison Wallace, let's do it.
Harrison Wallace over yards and then Harrison Wallace anytime touchdown as well, Tyler?
Yes, put it all together. Let's do it. I think he's going to have a huge game.
Femi, is it fair to say that Tyler's recent performance on the show has been substandard?
I would say he's probably 1 for 3 at the plate.
Oh my God.
I think honestly, it's football season and Tyler's performing like it's June. Tyler, this is an important prop for you to hit. You need to get back in my good graces. You're out of my good graces right now.
I'm going to be honest. I think I'm playing great. So I don't know. You guys are the coaches. I disagree with that. I'll go in the press conference and I'll light you guys up in front of the media. But I think I'm playing great right now. So, and I think this bet's
I would not recommend that. You get cut if you do that. You get cut if you do that. So Tyler, a lot on the line for Mr. 340. A lot on the line for Mr. 340. Harrison Wallace over receiving yards and touchdown for Kentucky this weekend against Ole Miss. All right. Let's drop the dope ass beat and get some baseball bets.
Trade request like Jacoby Myers, where he said, I asked for a trade. They said no.
Hey, Tyler, do I have a read to do here? Or this is where you put the read in the chat for me? Should I just freestyle? It's next segment. Oh.
Yeah. Mr. 540. Okay. Make it legendary.
Yeah. All right. Femi, what do you got for tonight in baseball, WNBA, or otherwise?
3 baseball bets for me tonight. I'm going to fade Jack Flaherty and the Detroit Tigers. Give me the White Sox on the money line in the first 5, plus 150. Flaherty just cannot be this big of a favorite. He started to pitch a little bit better late in the month of August and now early in September, but I'm just not buying it, especially against this plucky White Sox team that's actually been kind of sneaky good in the late summer months here. And then also, I can't believe I'm going to say this out loud, give me David Peterson and the New York Mets. My arch nemesis, David Peterson, on the road, short underdog, first 5 with the Metropolitans, -105. I just think that like the Mets have that look. They're starting to play a little bit better. They've come out of the swoon that they had in August. So I like the Mets on the first 5 money line. And then finally, I'm going to go with the Blue Jays Yankees first 5 under 4.5 at even money. Gossman's been pretty good against the Yankees over his last couple of starts. Cam Schlittler, we've been talking about it. That dude's a stud at pitcher for the Yankees. So I don't care that it has the Mickey Mouse ballpark of Yankee Stadium, et cetera, et cetera. I think both these pitchers show up under the lights. Give me the first 5 under, Blue Jays and the Bombers. So White Sox first 5 money line, Mets first 5 money line, Blue Jays, Yankees first 5 under tonight in baseball.
Anything in the dub for you?
Nothing for me in the dub. We talked about WNBA MVP in the 3 o'clock hour. Make sure you check that out if you missed it. But it's going to be a doozy. Hunting and gathering season officially here. Make sure you're listening and reading to what all the voter types are saying before you make your bets in the WNBA MVP market as it stands with Asia Wilson as your current favorite.
Love it. All right, on the other side, can I interest anyone in bets for Week 1 NFL Sunday?
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Kenny, bring it up, you big jerk. Do you sons of bitches feel it? Do you smell it? Football in the air. The National Football League is back. Sunday, we plug into the Matrix together, and it's going to be amazing. For the first time in the 2025 NFL season, Femi and I get set to break down an entire Sunday's worth of games. We've got updated sides, updated totals, and the latest injury information, and all our betting thoughts. Now, to say this before we get into Sunday, 1 hour from now, we have a full segment dedicated at the end of the show to Chiefs-Chargers tonight. So if you want the Chiefs-Chargers bets, that's coming up to close the show. So that's going to be at the end. So we're going to do Sunday. We'll save Monday for Monday. This is going to be the 13 games now on Sunday, week 1 in the NFL. So for the first time this season, Kenny, please lay down the Mario music. For people that everyone's like, what was that noise? I have like this office chair, and like the arm broke like a year ago, and I literally used one of my wife's like ponytail things and a rubber band like to keep it held in place, and like it stopped working, and now it just falls constantly. So that was yeah. It's for people that are watching the show on video right now. Here it is. This is like the piece of the chair that keeps falling. Here, what's this called? Like the ponytail holder? That thing?
My wife just calls it a ponytail. Yeah, she just calls it a ponytail.
Yeah, the ponytail holder. Yeah, so the hair tie. That's yes, what that noise was. We will begin our Week 1 NFL Sunday betting sojourn in New Orleans in a moment. But first, we need to tell all our listeners and viewers that no matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up your next parlay. Use today's Parlay Boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning college football parlay. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. All right, Femi. We begin our Week 1 NFL Sunday betting sojourn. We should have done Atlanta to keep the bit going, but that's second. In the Big Easy, as the Arizona Cardinals, my Arizona Cardinals, 6.5-point road favorites at Kellen Moore. Your guy, Spencer Rattler. Femi said last year Spencer Rattler's better than Bo Nix. Hashtag
stand on that.
Never forget. No, you don't.
I did not stand on that.
It's okay. Total of the game is 43. Injury-wise, nothing going on here for the Arizona Cardinals, but Arizona, like Walter Nolan, is on pup to start the year. So Arizona's missing some players on defense, but no one on the injury report. And for the New Orleans Saints, Chase Young is out, like former number 2 overall pick in the draft of Washington, rushing the passer. Not like the biggest loss of all time, but they could use him on a bad defense. And Trevor Penning, who was a bust in the first round playing tackle, trying him at guard now, he is out for this game for the New Orleans Saints. So no Penning, no Chase Young. Femi, how are you betting the Cardinals and the Saints in New Orleans?
Yeah, I'm going to be betting the New Orleans Saints. I think these week ones, as we saw last night, they can get a little bit wacky. And we see sometimes these teams that are lesser than and cellar dwellers, they rise to the occasion in the opener. Like, it's a home opener. Everyone has optimism early in the season. And then, in October, it probably sets in that, hey, we suck. But week one, everyone's pretty optimistic. And I think the Saints give you a good performance. Kellen Moore as well as an offensive mind. Usually early in the season is when he has some new wrinkles. Then you figure him out. Then it's like, what is this guy doing? But early on, I think that they could generate enough points to keep this game close. Arizona's been good in these week ones, but that's been as an underdog. Now that they have to lay damn near a touchdown, and who knows, we might get to a touchdown on game day. I like New Orleans. I'm not betting it yet because I'm going to wait because I think there's a lot of interest in Arizona, just given the fact that a lot of the hipster football people like them. I think a lot of casual fans know New Orleans is going to be bad. People. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the hipsters.
Am I a hipster?
I mean, you share the same opinion of them as it pertains to the Cardinals. I don't think you're a hipster in general, but as it pertains to the Cardinals.
Can you? I'm not even like, what does that mean?
The film junkies, like the film junkies, the people that are like really involved, and like not just like the traditional film junkies. It's like the Twitter film junkies, the ones that are like accessing like the Game Pass stuff. Like they love what Gannon does from a schematic standpoint. Like they're love
hipsters.
The Cardinals. Yeah, it's a little bit of a hipster take to think the Arizona Cardinals are going to win the NFC West. Like especially when you look at the odds board. I don't agree with that, but a lot of people think that. But I think that a lot of folks.
Everybody, hold on a second. Has Femi like grievously insulted me here? Can we get like a ruling from everybody?
No. Do you feel insulted?
I'm not. Well, maybe. I mean, not really. No, no. Like it's for content. No. Do I feel really insulted by you? No. But it's a freaking show bit. Everybody, go on. Go ahead. The bit's ruined. It's okay. Go ahead.
Give me the Saints at any number 6.5 or better. I will be betting this come Sunday.
Let me ask you a question here. What do you mean by hipster? Let me ask you a different question. What do you think's more likely? That this goes up to 7 or comes down to 6 and maybe even a little lower?
Goes up to 7. Yeah, I think
I disagree.
You think it goes down to 6?
I do. How about this? No way this closes 7 because I think there'll be a ton of interest in New Orleans if that happens.
I mean, I wouldn't say no way. I mean, think about how everyone's been talking about the Saints. Like everyone's like, this team is
7 at home.
Everyone thinks they're gonna be picking number 1.
I'll tell you what, man. I'd consider taking 7 with New Orleans if it got there, and I'm a hipster, and I love Arizona. But so, like, what are some characteristics of hipsters?
I would say that you have to be into like craft beer, which you are not, but you have to be into like craft beer. Definitely have a beard. Else? Definitely.
Well, I have a beard, but like my beard is like, I have a metrosexual beard, not like a hipster, like dirty ass beard that's probably got like little pieces of clam from the Manhattan clam chowder that they ate 2 weeks ago in it.
Do you wear a lot of flannel? Like hipster
flannel. Let me ask you something, bro. Do I strike you as someone that wears flannel? That's actually, I actually am insulted by that.
I don't know what you do on Saturdays.
You think I wear flannel?
Just saying.
What?
A little flannel?
I'm way too cool for flannel, man. I dress way better than that. Than these hipster schmucks with their skinny jeans and their stupid flannel shirts and your Vans. And your dumb beards, and your skateboards, and your bad music, and your weird matcha coffee drinks, and your stupid IPAs. Piss off, okay? No, let me tell you something. My beard's well manicured. My beard's well manicured. I get my hair cut once a week, and I shop for very expensive Italian clothes. Because while I might not be a hipster, I am a D-bag. When it comes to the Cardinals and the Saints, I'm going to pass this game. I think Arizona's going to win. Do I think the Cardinals are going to win by 7? I guess if I had to bet the game, I'd lay Arizona, but I'm passing here. I've got bets on Arizona to achieve good outcomes this season, so I'm rooting for Arizona to win the game. I will give all my props out on Sunday's editions, plural, of the show. All right, that is the Cardinals and the Saints. So a pass for me. Femi likes the New Orleans Saints. We move on to Atlanta, where my Falcons keep getting bet against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This was 2.5 earlier in the week. We now sit at Tampa -1 on the road. Totals 47.5. Looks like it may be on the way down. Darnell Mooney called by Coach Raheem Morris a game-time decision for Sunday with his shoulder injury. Tristan Wirfs, Chris Godwin both out for Tampa. Vita Vea listed as questionable on the final injury report. He did practice today though, for Tampa. putting him on track to play Femi in Sunday's game?
My handicap is pretty simple. If Vita Vea doesn't play, and we'll have to find out this news 90 minutes prior to kickoff with the actives and inactives, but if there's no
I
Vita
think
Vea,
you should assume that he's going to play. I think he's going to play.
Okay. If he plays, I'm probably just going to pass the game because I think the numbers just like move to where it probably should be. Like Bucks, maybe slight favorite, maybe pick 'em, which is pretty much where we're at right now. But like, I think Vea means that much to where I wouldn't even mind laying Falcons under a field goal without Vita Vea. Like that run defense drops off a cliff without him. So 90 minutes prior to kickoff, let's find out the official news. But if he's going to play, I'm passing the game.
I watched Alabama lay an egg against Florida State last week. I watched Alabama lay numerous eggs last year, including against Vanderbilt and Oklahoma. I watched Ryan Grubb coordinate a Pop Warner-level offense last year for the Seattle Seahawks. I watched Rome Odunze struggle to separate his rookie year. I watched Jalen Polk struggle to do anything his rookie year. Jalen McMillan, to his credit, was pretty good. And all I can think is that Michael Penix carried everybody. I think Penix has got the goods. I'm a little worried, a lot worried, about Caleb McGarry being out for Atlanta. They're starting right tackle, who's the blindside protector of the left-handed Michael Penix. But I love me some Michael Penix. And I'll pay to find out if I'm wrong. I bet the Falcons already. I think Atlanta wins the game. Give me the Atlanta Falcons to take down the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and start the season 1-0 in this huge NFC South showdown on Sunday. Do you want to start Jaguars? How about this? I'll set the Jaguars-Panthers up. We'll talk about it to start the Power Hour. So Jacksonville, no one of note on the injury report. We like that. For Carolina, Ike Ekwonu had an appendectomy last week, as Femi said, a scheduled appendectomy. Someone actually sent me a message that there are scheduled appendectomies.
How does that work?
I don't know, like maybe like your stomach hurts or something, and they're like, we need to take your, and then they, I don't know. There are scheduled appendectomies. So Ike Ekwonu had a surprise appendectomy. He's doubtful for the game, like extremely unlikely to play. The left tackle going up against Hines Allen and Travon Walker. Final hour, Power Hour coming up next. We'll start with the Jaguars and the Panthers. We will hit every game coming up Week 1 NFL Sunday, and then all the bets, side total, and props for tonight in Brazil with the Chiefs and the Chargers.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Bring it up, Kenny. Final hour. Power hour. You better, you bet, on the BetMGM network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you. All right, 40 minutes from now, all our bets for tonight. Chiefs-Chargers side total and prop in Brazil. Current side and total market. Kansas City laying 3. And the total bet up to 47.5. So Chiefs 3, 47.5. All our bets for that game will close the show 40 minutes from now. But for right now, we continue on with Week 1 NFL Sunday. Kenny, please once again drop the Mario music. And Femi, let's now give our opinions on the Jaguars and the Panthers, where Jacksonville, in between a 3 and a 3.5 point favorite. The number at MGM is 3.5. It's juiced towards Carolina. The total in the game now sitting at a full 47.
Yeah, I think this betting market right now, the side at least, is right, or at least as right as it can be for a Week 1. I think that when it's at 3 or under 3, that was the time to bet Jacksonville. Now I think we can just hang out. So I'm not going to be betting the side. The total, I thought I was going to be on the over, but I've since backed off because I actually have some issues with Carolina. Like, with Ike Ekwonu now out, like, can this team pass protect? I'm a little bit shaky on Carolina, so I'm going to pass the game, but this is going to be our survivor play here on You Better You Bet. So I will be sweating the hell out of this game. It will be getting main TV type treatment as we will be watching this Jacksonville Jaguars team in Duval.
Yeah, I love the Jaguars this year. Bet them to win the AFC South. Liam Cohen is my bet and my choice for Coach of the Year. I think Travis Hunter is going to have a huge year. My pick for Offensive Rookie of the Year. Love me some BTJ. Love Bashal Tootin. Think he'll eventually be their number 1 running back. I think this is a problematic matchup for Bryce Young in this game if Ike Ekwonu is not going to go, and we don't think he's going to. I think Trevor Lawrence is going to rip this defense up. Now, Femi's right. Like, the time to bet Jacksonville, and we talked about it at the time, was when they were minus 2.5. I still like Jacksonville, though. I would lay 3, put them in money line parlays, and I bet Jacksonville's team total over the other day, 23.5, and I laid some juice to do it. That was my decision. But I love the Jaguars here. We'll certainly have some player props for this game on Sunday. Moving on to the battle for Ohio, Bengals and the Browns in Cleveland, where Cincinnati is about a 5-point road favorite. Total is getting bet up. It looks like it may go up to 48, currently sitting at 47.5. We thought Myles Garrett might be on this injury report, Femi. He is not. He is off the injury report and good to go for the Browns and the Bengals on Sunday in Cleveland.
Yeah, this one's kind of gotten away from me. Like, I missed out when it was 6. I think I was actually in Cabo when all the 6s got bet, so I was not able to bet this one. But now we're sitting here at 5 at most places. BetMGM still has 5.5, but 5 is the consensus number. The total at 48, no interest there. I would try to find ways to play on to Cleveland. I don't know if you can bet some like Myles Garrett to have a sack because he always wrecks this Bengals offense. That's how I'd be looking to play this game. It's never Cincinnati for me, never for them to try to win by margin with that defense. So the over's already been bet up. Cleveland's been bet down. I'm just passing this game.
I think I'm not betting the game, so I'm not putting my money where my mouth is. The Browns, to me, and it's fitting because they play in the dog pound, feel to me a little bit like a trendy dog this week. That might get old Yellard. Woodshed, shotgun, that old chestnut. I think if you made me bet the game, I think I'd lay Cincinnati. But I don't have to bet the game, and I don't trust this Bengals defense. And the Browns do usually at least play the Bengals tough. And again, you're betting Cincinnati, you need them to win by margin, not just to win the game. Cleveland, they can lose and lose in respectable fashion, and you win your bet. So no bet for me on this game, but if I had to bet the game, I would actually lay the Cincinnati Bengals. I think Cleveland is staring down the barrel of an atrocious season this year, even if I don't like the Bengals defense.
Do you think this keeps going down, or do you think that we see Cincinnati money show up this weekend?
I think that we will close 5.5 is my guess. Close to 6, but not 6 is my guess. You've heard of the Super Bowl. We move to the Toilet Bowl as the Indianapolis Colts host the Miami Dolphins. And what is actually a really intriguing game. Betting market at BetMGM basically has this. It's basically a pick 'em. Pick the winner of the game. The total has been ping-ponging back and forth from 46.5 to 47, currently sitting at 46.5. Both team money lines minus 110. Darren Waller is out in this game for Miami. What a shock. 33-year-old tight end comes out of retirement and is not playing in week 1. What a shock. Jalen Wright is out. Ollie Gordon will be Devon Achan's backup running back. Achan and Tyreek Hill, Mike McDaniel said both are absolutely going to play on Sunday. Indianapolis, not a ton going on here from an injury perspective, Femi. Daniel Jones obviously starts for the Colts.
Yeah, I'm going to be betting the Miami Dolphins in this game. And it's not because I have some big edge or anything like that. I think it should be around a pick 'em price. Maybe slight favorite, Miami, a 1.5 point favorite. I just think Miami's better than them. The more I think about the Indianapolis Colts, I think this team is dreadful. Daniel Jones is not a good quarterback. The offensive line is solid, but it's not what it once was. I just don't believe in it. And I think the best unit on the field is the Miami Dolphins defensive line. Daniel Jones against a good defensive line. Yeah, give me Miami. So I'm going to be betting the Miami Dolphins. Let's see if more Indianapolis money shows up. But anything around this price, I will be betting Miami. I think they just win the game.
I slammed the Dolphins this offseason, man. I absolutely crushed them.
Crushed both teams.
I think I agree with you. And if I had to, and maybe I will, maybe I'll get there by the time Sunday rolls around. I think this is the Dolphins. And you're so right. That's the matchup that would win this game for Miami. And it's I like Indianapolis's offensive line. The problem with the Colts is they have a quarterback who consistently throughout his career folds like a sheep suit under pressure. And if the Miami defensive line is and they're all healthy for now at least. They're all going to play in this game. No one's on the injury report. Bradley Chubb, Jalen Phillips, Zach Seiler, Chop Robinson, Kenneth Grant. They're all good to go here on the defensive line. And even if they don't sack Daniel Jones 8 times in the game, they're going to pressure him. And when you pressure Daniel Jones, bad things happen. And it's Achan, and it's Hill, and it's Waddle on the fast track under a dome. I'm with you, man. I like the Dolphins also in this game. I don't know if I can bring myself to bet them, but I do like the Dolphins. That would be my bet. Pick 'em pools, I'll take Miami. And I do like the over if I had to bet the total of 46.5. And I do think the Colts can score a little bit, because we've talked about as good as the Miami defensive front has the potential to be, the Dolphins secondary could be the worst in the league. And maybe Daniel Jones can exploit that to at least get this game over the total. But I'm with you. If I had to bet the game, I'd bet the Miami Dolphins. You bet on this phenomenal football Friday, rolling through the card, Week 1, NFL Sunday. All right, let's talk about my team, the New York Football Giants, on the road at the Washington Commanders. Andrew Thomas is the big one here, the Giants' star left tackle. Doubtful for this game. Spoiler alert, like he's not playing. He's not going to play. Listed as doubtful. Malik Neighbors didn't practice today, but is going to play. Like, he's actually not on the injury report. He's maybe the greatest player of all time. Bad practice player, and then shows up on game day and just destroys everybody. So Neighbors is going to play. No one of note on the Commanders' injury report. Just worth noting, one of their best offensive linemen, Sam Cosmi, tore his ACL in the playoffs. He's not going to start the year with Washington, so he's not on the injury report, but he's not starting. He'll probably be back in midseason. Washington 6 total in the game, 46.5.
Yeah, I hate this run out because we talked about this game earlier this week, and the whole time I was like, if Andrew Thomas plays, maybe there's more interest in the New York Giants, just based on how there's been a lot of optimism around Big Blue, like the preseason, the training camp, a lot of positive reports, especially for a team that has a general manager and a head coach on the hot seat. The vibes seem to be pretty high, and there's excitement with Abdul Carter, Jackson Dart, etc. But at 6, I think we're just probably right. Like, I was hoping to get under 6 to where at least you can win on that. At this point, I think it's past small lean to Washington if you really needed to scratch that itch. But there's other games to bet. I'm going to pass this one. But if we ever see Giants money show up, 5.5 is my buy point. So obviously monitor the market over the weekend. But I don't think we're going to get there with Thomas missing the game.
I think I like the under in the game also. Like Giants offense is going to be up against it without Andrew Thomas. On the flip, like everyone keeps talking about this Giants defensive line. Like, okay, great. How are the Commanders? I think Washington's going to win. How are they going to score 1 million points in this game? I lean towards the under here, and I'm with Femi. If it goes to 5.5, I'd be interested in Washington. With Thomas, I think you make a strong case for the Giants. He matters that much on this offensive line. If he doesn't play, he's like the piece of the Jenga tower. You take it out, I think the whole son of a bitch comes crumbling down. That's the Giants and the Commies. Okay, I do have a strong betting opinion on this next game, and that is the Pittsburgh Steelers on the road at the New York Jets. Pittsburgh at BetMGM is 3, but it is juiced heavily towards the Jets. Other sports books have this at 2.5, juiced towards Pittsburgh. Total in the game is 38, the lowest totaled game in Week 1 by a pretty good amount. For Pittsburgh, we think Cam Hayward's going to play. Full practice today. He wants a new contract. We think Cam Hayward's going to play. And in case you missed it, Elijah Vera Tucker out for the season for the Jets. Tore his tricep earlier in the week. Femi, how are you betting the dual revenge game? Rodgers versus the Jets, Justin Fields versus the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, I'm hoping Cam Hayward plays. I know he keeps kind of putting out these vague statements of like, oh, like, let's see when we have to cross that bridge, whatever it is. Like, let's just please take care of what needs to be taken care of. Get him signed to an extension if you need to, but like, let's get him out there because I love the under in this game. It's like one of my favorite bets of Week 1. I don't see where the points are coming from. I think there's going to be some early struggles with Aaron Rodgers and this Arthur Smith offense, like having to kind of figure this stuff out on the fly. Yes, he had a training camp, didn't play in the preseason, signed late in the offseason. I'm not there with Pittsburgh's offense yet. I think it can be improved once we get into the season, but this is still Week 1, kind of a tough task here. And for the New York Jets, offensive line now banged up with no AVT. Where are the points coming from? Like, how do they score? I love the under. I think 35 is like as many points as probably going to be scored in this game. I still like it at under 38. I bet under 38.5, but give me the under. But I would love for Cam Hayward to play. If he doesn't play, we're stuck with the bet because I already made the bet. But I'd love for him to play because I think this game is going to be as low scoring as you could imagine. This is an ugly one. I'm guessing Pittsburgh wins, but I don't want anything to do with the side.
I like the thought there on the under here, and I'll probably end up playing that a little smaller on Sunday once we get news that Cam Hayward's definitely going to play. I'm with you. I think the final score of this game is like 20-7 for the Steelers. I've been loving the Steelers all offseason, both as far as the whole season is concerned and in this Week 1 matchup. I think Aaron Rodgers has still got gas left in the tank. And all you haters out there, you hate Aaron Rodgers because of his politics or because of the McAfee show or the ayahuasca or the Netflix documentary or the stuff with his family. And you let those personal feelings cloud your judgment of Aaron Rodgers as a quarterback. No one is insinuating that this is 2011 Aaron Rodgers. No one's saying that. But everyone acts like he's washed and needs to be put out to pasture, and I don't see it that way. And I think the Steelers' defense will lean on a Jets offense who has a quarterback who can't complete the forward pass. I love the Steelers. Just to reiterate the betting advice from throughout the week. If you like the Jets, you can be right. Please bet +3 if you like the Jets. And if you like the Steelers, please lay -2.5. So we want you to bet at BetMGM, but if you like Pittsburgh, you should not bet the Steelers at BetMGM, even though we love BetMGM, because the number is 3 at BetMGM. If you like the Jets, BetMGM is your home to make that bet on Gang Green. Let's do one more here. Patriots, Raiders in New England. The Costos Femi Bowl.
Baby.
A juiced
Yeah,
2.5 for New England. Total is now 44. Finally bet up to 44. Christian Gonzalez out for the Patriots. We talked about that all week. That matters for New England, their number 1 corner. And Will Campbell, the 4th overall pick in the draft, their left tackle. Limited practice today. Questionable on the injury report.
Oh, this is the revenge that the Raiders have been waiting for all the nonsense that happened in 2001 with the freaking what is it? What the hell was it called? The forward pass? I forgot. The tuck rule. The tuck rule.
The tuck rule.
Yes. Yeah. I was like, the nonsense with the tuck rule. This is their revenge. The Raiders are going to win this football game. I love the Raiders. And Christian Gonzalez, the best defensive player on New England, and now he's out. Who's covering Brock Bowers? Geno Smith, I think, cooks. I like the over as well because I think the Raiders' defense, as much as I love the Raiders, I must admit that defense outside of Max Crosby, looking a little bit shaky back there, to put it lightly. I think this is a high-scoring game. I love this game. I'll be glued to this game. It's the Raiders for me. It's the over for me, even at 44. There's 144.5 that's out there in the market as well, so get it now if you want over 44. But I like the over and the Raiders. The path to the playoffs starts Sunday for the Silver and Black.
Yeah, I don't see it that way. I do like the over in the game, but we bet 43.5 earlier in the week. I don't love the Patriots, but I like the Patriots. Christian Gonzalez being out is a big deal. I think we were going to see Gonzalez shadow Brock Bowers here. Not that means they would shut him down, but Gonzalez is a really good player. And now I think the Raiders can move the football. But I do like the Patriots more, and I think this is a Drake May smash spot against a terrible Raiders defense that has one good starter in Max Crosby. And you make me pick a quarterback, how about this? The hipsters, they love Geno Smith.
Yeah,
Real football minds and ball knowers, no, Drake May is better. We love the Drake. We started from the bottom, and now we're here. Patriots win, Patriots cover. Game goes over the total on Sunday in Foxborough. On the other side, we will continue with our bets for Week 1 NFL Sunday, and we will start in Denver with my Broncos hosting Cam Ward and the Tennessee Titans.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, continuing on with our bets for Week 1 NFL Sunday. Let's get the Mario music back. And Femi, we go to Denver, where my Broncos love the Broncos this year. Entertain the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft, Cam Ward, and the Tennessee Titans. Denver an 8.5-point favorite, so the one-way traffic in this game, and it's all towards the home team, the Denver Broncos. Denver an 8.5-point favorite, total in the game sitting at 42.5. L'Jarius Sneed is questionable for Tennessee, one of their better cornerbacks, the former Chief. That's worth monitoring on Sunday morning and Sunday afternoon. And for the Broncos, Dre Greenlaw's out. He can't stay healthy. He came over from San Francisco. He's not going to play in this game. Marvin Mims and Nick Bonito, both good to go. Bonito just got the huge contract extension earlier in the week, rushing the passer for Denver. Femi, what is your analysis, your handicap, and bets for the Broncos and the Titans?
I think this is the game that has the widest range of outcomes in play because we're dealing with a quarterback who, we saw in the preseason in Cam Ward, but we've never seen him play regular season games. So sometimes with those rookie QBs, they shock us with a great performance or it's a dreadful performance. I think it's going to be dreadful. And I'm saying this as somebody who is not high on Denver. I think Denver finishes in last place in the AFC West. But in this particular game, in this particular spot, against a rookie making his debut at altitude, I'm going to back the Denver Broncos, not with laying the 8.5 or the 9, whatever. I'm laying 16.5 plus 210 over at BetMGM. I think alts are the way to bet this because if this goes poorly for Ward, I think it goes poorly 24-7, 31-7, something like that. If you want to lay 17.5, you can get plus 250. I think it's alternate spreads if you like Denver. If you like Tennessee, maybe just bet the money line as opposed to betting the plus 8.5. But I like Denver to win the game, so I'm betting Denver to win it big. So I'll be laying minus 16.5 plus 210 at BetMGM.
You going to have any Cam Ward interception props or anything kind of in that vein?
Yeah, I might have some. I mean, it's probably a minus price. I haven't even looked at the prop stuff, but I'll probably add in some Cam Ward negative just because I think he's going to be awesome. I love Cam Ward, but in the first start, it's just a tough hill to climb. So I think Denver takes care of him pretty easily on Sunday.
I'm looking to see here. Interceptions thrown. Do you want to guess what Cam Ward is to throw at least one interception?
I would say minus 150.
Minus 175.
Wow. So they're really making it pay.
And that's kind of and that's Cam Ward's thing, right? He is super aggressive, which could be great, or it could be really bad. So I think Cam Ward's probably going to throw some ugly picks this year, and like everyone should kind of like be prepared for that. That's kind of his game. He's also going to wow you with some dazzling throws. Like, he's not scared. He's super aggressive. He's going to get the ball down the field. He's going to put the ball in harm's way because he believes he can make every throw. And I guess that's why that number is minus 175. I think this game's just going to be a pass for me. Maybe Cam Ward's awesome. And really, I guess, like, there's another part of this, right? Because if you wanted to make the case for Tennessee to keep the game close, it's not just that Cam Ward plays well. And I'm a Bo Nix guy. Like, I'm a Broncos guy. Like, why can't Bo Nix turn the ball over a couple times? Like, that's outside the realm of possibility. I'm just going to pass the game. I've got Broncos win total over Broncos to make the playoffs. I'm just going to root for Denver to win this game and hope they win by 17 so Femi can win his bets as well. And I'm curious if there's buyback on Tennessee at some point before kickoff. If this is going to close 8.5 or higher. Okay,
feels like a runaway train right now, at least.
Moving on to the Pacific Northwest, where the Seattle Seahawks, year 2 for Mike McDonald, host the San Francisco 49ers. The Niners, now 1.5-point road favorites. The total in the game seems to have settled at 43, like under money coming in this week. In case you missed it, Christian McCaffrey did not practice today for the Niners. Limited yesterday with a calf issue. He is called questionable for this game. He did tell the media that he feels great and is expecting to play. We'll see. Uchenna Nwosu, one of Seattle's edge rushers, is out for this game. Femi, how are you betting, if at all, the Seahawks and the 49ers?
You know, the McCaffrey comments are so funny because he says, I always plan to play. Like, it almost feels like it's not even like telling us, like, yeah, I expect to be out there. It's just that, like, from a mindset standpoint, I always expect to be out there as opposed to I will be out there. So I don't know. I think the whole thing is touch and go. I'm staying clear away from this game. In a contest, I would pick Seattle. I'm not going to bet it because I think that if McCaffrey doesn't play, this is probably just right as like San Francisco won, maybe pick them. If McCaffrey doesn't play, it wouldn't shock me if Seattle closes as a favorite because I think there's going to be a lot of interest in the Seahawks if McCaffrey gets ruled out prior to kickoff. But I think this is a game where I'll just watch it. Fact-finding mission. Let's see what Seattle can do against this Niners team that everyone expects to bounce back and a team I expect to win the West, but I'm passing the game.
Juwan Jennings will play for San Francisco off the injury report. And he got like $3 million added to his deal for this year in incentives. He wanted a new contract. That's a smart piece of business by John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. Jennings is a really important player for them, and he matters a lot in this game because now you have Jennings and Ricky Pearsall and George Kittle. It doesn't matter to me, though. Even if McCaffrey plays, I actually think that this is like a discounted price on Seattle. I think Seattle should be favored here. Not a huge favorite, not a 3-point favorite, but maybe a 1-point favorite. And while everyone is focused, and by everybody I mean like you're watching, listening to the show, right? And if you watch and listen to the show all the time, then you know what I'm about to say. But if you're like a more casual football fan, you're dropping in for football season. Great to have you.
Welcome.
I think that we should be less focused on the Seattle offense and more focused on the sky-high potential of the Seahawks defense. That has the potential to be one of the best defenses in the NFL this season under Mike McDonald. Home underdog in week 1. I'm less concerned about Sam Darnold because I think Mike McDonald is so good at this on the defensive side, and I like the scheme and I like the players. I'll take the Seahawks to win the game, Femi. Give me Seattle over San Francisco. You bet on this Friday, continuing our bets for week 1. On the 8th day, God made Lambeau. And that's a Dan Campbell quote, so don't blame me for the sacrilege. Micah Parsons and the Green Bay Packers, Femi. We think Micah Parsons is going to play. Green Bay, a 2-point home favorite over Dan Campbell, John Morton, Kelvin Shepard, and the Detroit Lions. Total in this game is 47. Bunch of injury stuff here. Actually, none of it for Detroit, for a change, after the way last year ended. For the Packers, Dontavian Wicks, Jaden Reed, Savion Williams, all receivers are all questionable. Reed seems like he's on the wrong side of questionable. We'll see on Sunday. Nate Hobbs, who's their number 2 corner, is questionable. And Micah Parsons is questionable as well with his back injury. I think we'll see Parsons play and probably in like obvious like pass rushing situations, and that might be it. What do you like here with Green Bay hosting the Lions?
Yeah, it feels like we're on the Micah Parsons pitch count with this game. And because of that, and because of all the other injuries that they have, like we'll find out Jaden Reed 90 minutes prior to kickoff. Maybe we find out tomorrow, as sometimes we learn on Saturday. I think that this is Detroit or pass. I think I'm just going to bet Detroit. to be honest. Because it feels like there's too much going on with Green Bay. I firmly believe the Packers, by the end of the season, will be the best team in the NFC. But that's not right now. That's not going to be September 7th when these two teams play on Sunday. I think this is going to be Green Bay starts out a little bit slow, still trying to get their bearings. So much change has happened. They just got a guy that was a monumental player last week. The injuries at the skill positions. The Packers are not in final form. I mean, and neither are the Detroit Lions. I think they'll get better as well over the course of the year, adjusting to their coaching staff. But I think Detroit's just better suited in this particular game to win it. So for me, it's Detroit on the money line. I'm not even taking the +2. I don't think you need it. I'll just take Detroit on the money line, +115 over at BetMGM. I think the Lions win again against the Packers.
I took 2.5. I'd still take 2. I like the Lions to win the game as well. This is not going to be the fully formed version of the Green Bay Packers. And like I said yesterday on the show, Micah Parsons is a huge deal. And I'm not going to downplay Parsons and his impact on this team and what it means. I'm not going to poo-poo it. But even with the addition of Micah Parsons, I'll ask this question again, and I'll let it hang for a few seconds, and you, the listener, you, the viewer, can answer it in your own head. And be honest. Which team has more blue-chip players? Detroit or Green Bay? Okay, great. Green Bay has Parsons. Parsons is great. Detroit has more good players. Detroit's dominated this rivalry as of late. I like the Lions as well. I've been pretty consistent on this for a while, that I like Detroit in this game. So give me the Lions on the road in Lambeau on the 8th day on Sunday. We go to Los Angeles. Rams and the Texans in the Matthew Stafford Bowl. This number is now a full 3 for the LA Rams, 3 minus 110. The total seems to have settled here at 43.5. Stafford is obviously going to start, and the Rams are pretty healthy coming into this game. The Texans will be down 2 receivers. Braxton Berrios, not really that important, but a very important receiver in Christian Kirk, which means that we are likely to see, when Houston goes to 3 receiver sets, Nico Collins and then 2 Iowa State rookies, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. So Rams 3 at home, 43.5 the total. Femi, how are you betting the Rams and the Texans?
Yeah, I said this during the 3 o'clock hour. It feels like it's kind of Freaky Friday with these two teams in the injury report. A month ago, it was the Rams that had all the injuries with Alaric Jackson and Matthew Stafford. Now it's the Houston Texans with all the injuries at wide receiver in particular with Berrios and Kirk. Now, I'm not scared of the wide receiver injuries because, once again, my thought with this game is that the Rams have a quarterback who had to be nursed through training camp. He has not been hit since middle of January against the Philadelphia Eagles. He had to be nursed through training camp. And now he's going out there against one of the best pass rushes in the NFL, live bullets, no more red jersey. They're going to hit you, buddy. And how does he respond when he gets hit? Because it's a back injury. He's doing the epidurals. I lived through this as a Dallas Cowboys fan with Tony Romo at the end of his career. And funny fact, 2014, week 1, Cowboys hosting the San Francisco 49ers. Tony Romo in that week 1 game looked horrendous. They got blown out. Ended up having a great year, which ended with the Dez catch game in Green Bay. But, it's always touch and go when the training camp is just not smooth. It's a little bit of a bumpy ride. It's not your usual workload. This guy was missing joint practices, which we know the Rams put a lot of emphasis on throughout the offseason. I think Houston wins the game. I think Houston wins by a touchdown. I like the Texans +3 on the money line. I'm laying Texans alts. You can get +375 at BetMGM for the Texans -7. I will be laying that on Sunday. I think the Texans win the game. I also think it goes under the total because while I like Houston's defensive matchup against this Rams offense, I also must admit Houston's offense playing with one hand behind its back with the receiver injuries. I think it's a little bit of a lower scoring game. So I have the under 44.5. I think that this is a lower scoring game where Houston wins it. I could see this being 21-10 Texans win. So give me the Texans big and also give me the under.
I think I love the conviction. I don't have that kind of conviction on this game. I like Houston. I don't know if I love Houston. It's a huge, huge test for Houston's new look offensive line, especially the rookie Ursary going up against Jared Verse. It's going to be tough. So we've talked a lot about, I think correctly, Matthew Stafford and going up against this Texans defensive front. The Texans offensive line has the potential to be really, really bad. And here's Verse and Turner and Fisk. It makes you a little nervous. If I had to bet it, I would bet the Texans and bet the full 3. I don't know if I'm there yet. We'll talk more about this game on Sunday. And let's close Sunday Night Football with the MVP Bowl with the Bills and the Ravens in Buffalo. Game is like a pick'em or the Ravens a 1-point favorite, but basically it's pick the winner of the game. Total is 50.5. Ravens are minus 125 on the money line. Bills minus 105. Tyler Bass on IR for the Bills, so he is out as their kicker. Tre'Davious White is doubtful. Khalil Shakir is going to play. Isaiah Likely out for Baltimore, and Jair Alexander is going to play. Femi, for the Baltimore Ravens and make his Ravens debut.
And big thing, too, Christian Benford will play as well for the Buffalo Bills. That's a biggie there in their secondary, which has been banged up. Like, they need that guy to be out there, especially if Tre'Davious White is not going to play in the game. This is a tough one for me. I keep going back and forth. I'm not going to end up with a bet on the game, unless it might be the over. Like, I think we're going to get a lot of points. And I know Baltimore's defense, I've spoken highly of them all throughout this offseason. I have Zach Orr to be assistant coach of the year because I think their defense can pick up where they left off at the back half of last season when they put Kyle Hamilton at that free safety spot as opposed to playing him a little bit closer to the line of scrimmage. Like, I think the Ravens defense will be good, but Buffalo's offense at home, it's a wagon. They're tough to stop. Josh Allen, the MVP of the league, is getting points in primetime in week 1. Like that, just saying it out loud, I don't want to bet against that. But I also don't want to bet Buffalo because in my head, I know Baltimore is the better team. So I'm going to pass the side. Small bet because I want to sweat it, and it's going to be a hell of a game. Small bet to the over for me. And I think we see that this game, we get touchdowns back and forth, and it maybe comes down to the fourth quarter once again, and maybe it's the last team with the ball that ends up winning the bad boy.
Man, I've got conviction in this game. I love the Ravens. And I've loved them for a while in this game. I look at Buffalo
since
and I
January?
see Buffalo, yes, maybe not, but the Mark Andrews drop. I look at Buffalo, and I've been saying this for months now, and I see a defense that I don't believe is up to championship standard. Maybe the secondary can get better as the season goes on. Hairston will come off IR. Tre'Davious White can be healthy. I think the ceiling of this Bills defense is not as high as the ceiling for the Baltimore defense. And in this game in week 1, I think the Ravens are the side. I would be pretty surprised if the Ravens didn't name their score in this game against the Buffalo defense. And it is my belief that on Monday morning we will think this, and we will think it at the end of the year as well, that week 1 was the first indicator that out of the big 3 in the AFC, Chiefs, Ravens, Bills, that the Bills, the clear 3 out of 3. Give me the Ravens coming up on Sunday night on the road in Buffalo. On the other side, Brad Evans will join his prop bets for tonight with the Chiefs and the Chargers, and Femi and I give you all our bets, side total and props, for KC and LA in Brazil.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, some thank yous to dole out before we wrap up the phenomenal Football Friday edition of You Better You Bet with all our bets for tonight, the Chiefs and the Chargers in Brazil. Tyler just made me very sad. Arande Gadsden Jr. is inactive for tonight's game, which is really depressing. I'm going to have to finagle another anytime touchdown scorer because Gadsden's out for the LA Chargers, and I think the Chargers can have success throwing to the tight end in this game. One wonderful guest joined us on the show today, our friend Colin Wilson from the Action Network and Big Bets on Campus, breaking down Week 2 of college football. And if you missed any of the Wagertainment on today's edition of the show, just search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts, Spotify, Apple, iHeart, wherever. Just search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts to get all the Wagertainment. Subscribe, leave a 5-star review, write something nice. Search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. Our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman, technical director, Tyler Morales, engineer, Kenny Henderson, and our video producer, Max Sheedy, and our associate producer, Addie Bates. We should have more people on this crew. Coming up after us is a 4-hour live betting extravaganza known to you and yours as BetMGM Tonight, featuring the great Ryan Horvath, who will be on College Football Tailgate tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern, and his co-host, our guest at this time, the one, the only, Brad Evans. Brad, happy Friday. Hola, amigo.
Amigos, we got football again. A Friday night lights in Brazil. I'm ready to party like it's Carnival.
What is the best bet for tonight, Brad, in the Chiefs and the Chargers in Brazil?
Well, look, there has been some uncertainty about a certain someone in the LA Chargers uniform, but let me go ahead and clear the air, much like Jim Harbaugh did a couple of days ago on the Rich Eisen show. I love Amari Hampton. I'm taking it for 50-plus ground yards, and I got a plus 110 yesterday. Guy's in a certifiable batting ram. That's what he showed at North Carolina last season. He was top 10 in breakaway runs, top 10 in yards after contact per attempt, top 10 in total missed tackles forced among all qualifying FBS running backs. And I think that's going to transfer seamlessly to the professional level. I know Kansas City's got a stiff and stout front line. Probably going to be a borderline top 10 run defense this year. But in a Greg Roman system that is predicated on grounding and pounding, they were number 10 in run percentage a season ago. Omari Hampton, and you're going to shoot your eye out, kid. Najee Harris is going to get a beefy amount of touches in this one. I think he goes for at least 50 yards in the ground. But wait, there's more. He's going to score a touchdown at plus 120. But wait, there's even more. I'm taking the over on rush attempts. I grabbed it this morning at 11.5 at BetMGM. I would still take the over now with that number shifting to 12.5 rush attempts. It is going to be a coming out party south of the equator for the rookie running back Omari Hampton.
We get dun, touch. Brad, great job as always. Have a great show tonight. We will catch up with you next week on You Better You Bet.
X gonna give it to you. Xavier Worthy over 3.5 rush yards. I'm out.
No, I love that. Everyone's tired. Xavier Worthy over, like longest reception over. Wired. Xavier Worthy over rushing yards from our friend Brad Evans. All right, we've got all the actives and inactives for the Chiefs and the Chargers. We'll give that to you. We'll break down the side. We'll break down the total. And we will do that right now, which means we need our friend Kenny Henderson. Kenny to drop the dope-ass beat. No matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up your next parlay. Use today's Parlay Boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning college football parlay. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. All right, side and total, Femi, for the Chiefs and the Chargers. Kansas City, a 3-point favorite against LA. Game to be played in Brazil. The Chargers are the nominal home team. The total in the game is 47.5. Injury information here. Arande Gadsden out for the Los Angeles Chargers, but Mekhi Becton is active. So Mekhi Becton will play. He was added to the injury report today with an illness, but he will play and start at guard for the Chargers. Najee Harris plays as well for LA. For the Chiefs, rookie receiver Jalen Royals is out, as is running back Eli Mitchell. How are you betting the side and the total?
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting betting market here. Like, this is anytime it gets 3 minus 120, minus 125, then Chargers money shows up. So we're once again at like 3 minus 110, minus 115, depending where you shop. I'm just not going to mess around with the point spread. I'm going to tell you, Nick, I think the Chiefs just win the game. I'm going to bet Kansas City on the money line. Minus 160 is the best price that I see right now in the market. BetMGM is minus 165, but as always, shop around. But I'm going to bet Kansas City to win. I think it's a close game. I don't know what the margin's going to be, but I just trust Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. A Patrick Mahomes that seems like he is kind of on a revenge tour after all the slander he's been taking over the course of this offseason, with all the people thinking he's no longer the best player in the sport. He is the best player in the sport, and he shows everybody that the Chiefs are still that team in the AFC West. They beat the Chargers. Minus 160 on the money line.
I agree completely. And if I had to like bet the spread, I'd lay the Chiefs here. I think the Rashawn Slater injury is massive for the Chargers. I think it lowers their ceiling this year. I like the Chiefs defense, and I don't know how the Chargers are getting a pass rush on Patrick Mahomes in this game. Like I like Khalil Mack. I think that Josh Simmons and company can handle Khalil Mack. I don't know how they're getting a pass rush through the interior on Patrick Mahomes. I don't think that's happening. And can the Chargers' other edge rushers outside of Mack do anything in this game? I think this is going to be a big Mahomes game throwing the ball. I think Kansas City, this is a statement of intent tonight. Chiefs money line, I would lay the 3 with Kansas City. I've put Chiefs money line with games on Sunday. I've got them with Iowa State tomorrow, money line, and others. Love the Kansas City Chiefs tonight against the Los Angeles Chargers. And with that, let's start giving out some props for tonight. It's about to start getting cold here in the Northeast. And when that happens, I always wish I could take a trip to the island. Good news for all our listeners and viewers. We will do that right now. Let's take a Friday night trip to Femi's Island.
Hey, it's the island on a Friday night, and we're gonna go down and get a little bit of good juju in Sao Paulo tonight with the ever so reliable Juju Smith-Schuster. 30-1 to be the first TD scorer for the Kansas City Chiefs. No Rashee Rice because of the suspension. So who's Mahomes going to win the slot? It's our guy, Juju Smith-Schuster. Let's get him at a big price in Brazil. And on the Chargers side, everyone loves a good reunion. Reunited and it feels so good. Keenan Allen, 17-1. Welcome back. A lightning will hopefully strike twice with this bolt. Justin Herbert's security blanket is now back, and it's going to keep him comfy on this Friday night. So it's Juju at 30-1, Keenan Allen at 17-1, and I'll see you on the island.
I love the first touchdown scorers today. The Chargers. Can you say it?
The Chargers.
That might be better than Dontavian Wicks. I can't even do an imitation of it. It's so good.
What's Thursday night, my friend?
I love it. Great job by Femi. Oh, yeah, Packers Commanders. We'll see if Wicks plays in the game. Dontavian Wicks. All right. Which means, the denizens of the prop kingdom may be looking to commit regicide after last night. For you morons out there, that means kill the king. Hopefully that won't happen. Because we got another game tonight, and then we got a whole slate on Sunday. Can't go worse than last night, where we should have had the Miles Sanders scores that touchdown, and it's all gravy. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. So let's go back to the well tonight on a Friday with the Chargers and the Chiefs, the Brazilian edition of thy royal prop king. As the prop king descends down from his royal throne, traipses across thy royal purple velvety carpet, over to thy royal balcony, to gaze down upon you, the fools, to fill thy coffers with coins, and give winning prop bets for KC and LAC.
Now approaching the betting window, it is your prop king, Nick Costos. All hail King Costos.
All hail King Costos.
Worship me, jackasses. Thy Royal Kansas City Chiefs offensive line going to be protecting Patrick Mahomes like the prop king soldiers, protecting him from the angry denizens of the prop kingdom. Josh Simmons protecting thy royal blindside. Creed Humphrey, Trey Smith, Kingsley Suamaya, can't pronounce this. Jawan Taylor. Oh yeah. That's going to enable Mahomes to get the ball down the field. They've spent all offseason talking about it, and the Chargers don't have the horses to stop them. It's like a famous... So I dropped my water. Dropping everything today. It's like a famous philosopher once said, snitches want to lie, snitches want to try, then snitches wonder why, snitches gotta die. DMX said that. And X go and give it to you. Xavier Worthy, over 59.5. What a stupid line. 59.5 receiving yards for Xavier Worthy with Rashee Rice out? Oh, yeah. And let's play a narrative. Travis Kelce, down season last year. He about to marry Taylor Swift. You think he's going out like the fat mess he was last year? No. He cut his hair. He's back in shape. Big season coming up for Kelce. Kelce over 50.5 receiving yards. Anytime touchdowns. You know who's going to stretch the field for the Kansas City Chiefs? Xavier Worthy. But his price is not fun. You know who else is going to stretch the field for the Kansas City Chiefs? Former Patriot Tyquan Thornton. Tyquan Thornton, anytime touchdown. Both Chargers rookie receivers in the anytime touchdown market. One's longer than the other. Let's play Keandre Lambert-Smith, KLS, anytime touchdown. And with Eli Mitchell inactive, let's take a shot on Chiefs rookie running back, Brashard Smith, anytime touchdown at a big price. Beer or pizza money on these bets. I'll catch everybody on Sunday. Until then, I'm Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets, and the absolute very best of luck.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM Tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your host, the big noise, Brad Evans.
Not going to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise, other banging edition of BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this freaky fast Friday. We're going to go game by stinking game every single matchup on the week 1 NFL slate. Of course, we had a game already in the books, and way to go, Mother Nature, for ruining the groove and diminishing the awesome vibe that was occurring in the first half. Of course, we had the long weather delay, those East Coast ads. Shout out to JJ Zacharyson, who came up with that moniker and that nickname, and I think he's trademarked it. Tremendous job with that. You guys are still struggling right now. Hopefully got a catnap in. If not, it's going to be another long night. A, it's a Friday, so the beverages are going to be a-flowing, and B, we have more football. We're going to be sweating out right here on air. We got the YouTube feed up here at Casa de Evans inside the studio. We got LA Chargers and Kansas City Chiefs down in Brazil. So let the carnival party begin. We're going to be breaking things down in that matchup in live and living color and in real time. And maybe shooting on some live dives as well. So on the show tonight, it's going to be action-packed. I can tell you that. Fridays are always our favorite episode here on BetMGM tonight during the NFL season. Of course, we're going to tip things off with our cards here momentarily. Our top 3 plays tonight, all on Friday Night Football down in Sao Paulo. Oh, yeah, it's beautiful. The feed is ultra smooth. No hiccups right now with the internet connection, and I can't wait. Hopefully, we're going to see some sizable points scored in this game, but been wars of attrition in recent matchups between these two intra-divisional foes. And, of course, going to keep you up to date on all the action and tracking our bets that we're going to give out here in our cards momentarily. Parlay Pete's going to come on by, get his parlay of the day on the board in this matchup. We're going to say hello to our little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. Roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice at Plus Money, and working some bonus time bets as well. Then, game by game, by game, by more flipping games. We're going through the entire slate and giving you our boom, bust, or bank selections on every single game. A lot of player prop action, maybe some action on the side, maybe some action on the total. Maybe we're going to get crazy with the Cheese Whiz and build some same game parlays. And we're going to fly. That's why we call it a Freaky Fast Friday here on BetMGM tonight. And two, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine broadcast. If you have any fantasy football questions for us, I know you're racking your brain already. Maybe you're in an early deficit. Way to go, A.J. Brown, with that clunker that you dropped in the box score last night. If you need any kind of assistance, we are here to help. Don't be shy. Pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: Carnival Cash, who dances into the end zone in Chiefs Chargers in Brazil? Your options are these odds pulled from BetMGM: Omarion Hampton at plus 120, Isaiah Pacheco at plus 190, Travis Kelce at plus 160, or X gonna give it to you, Xavier Worthy at plus 130. So far, nearly 160 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop us a comment, aka bring the noise, on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. All right, let me bring in my esteemed colleague, one Ryan Horvat, and I am going to give you right now your choose your own adventure topics of the day, and here they are, Horvey. Option number one, Christian McCaffrey. He was seen warming up in practice today, but officially a no-go. He came out and said, yeah, man, I'm going to play. But he is officially questionable right now with a tender calf. Oh, here we go again. Buckle up, folks. Option number two, Malik Neighbors, dealing with a little tight back, according to one Brian Daboll. But he is going to be fine to play week 1 versus Washington. And option number three, your Green Bay Packers. Jaden Reed has that Jones fracture. He's officially questionable. Dontavian Wicks also has a nettlesome calf. He is indeed questionable as well. Both got in limited sessions today. On the right track to possibly play, but completely undetermined at this moment in time. So there are your three options. Horvat, choose your own adventure.
Well, really quick on the Green Bay receiver room, man. With all these injuries, there's two guys that like to score touchdowns if I'm betting anytime touchdown props in that room, and it's Romeo Doubs or it's our guy, Matthew Golden, which you can still get better than 2-1. But the biggest story of the day for me and for the football community, I think, whether you have him on your fantasy squad or not, is Christian McCaffrey, right? Like, the league is in a better place. Yep. The league's a better league when he's out there. I love watching that guy, and I'm also saying that selfishly because, Brad, I bet him to win Offensive Player of the Year at 20-1. That's down to 16-1, so I feel like others obviously did the same. I bet the over on his touchdown prop, over 7.5 rushing touchdowns 2 years ago. He did that before Week 7. And, this isn't what you want to hear a couple days before the season begins. It's given me, flashbacks of last year. Monday night, we go to do the show at National Harbor here in Maryland, and all of a sudden, we find out Jordan Mason is going to be getting the full workload because Christian McCaffrey is out. And then he comes back and he just wasn't the same. But I did watch this video, this 1 minute and 20-second video. I actually retweeted it. And yeah, he said he feels great. He gets the concerns, right? Because he does have an injury history. And for the Niners, man, it's Super Bowl or bust. There were rumors that Shanny wasn't going to be back. He was on the hot seat. That maybe John Lynch wasn't going to be back. They pay George Kittle. But they're an aging team. Maybe they got a 1-year, 2-year window to get back and win a Super Bowl. So I think they're just being cautious with McCaffrey. I still love him this year. But yeah, I'd be a liar if, I told you I wasn't nervous at all. This is a little concerning.
Yeah, let me give you some background information. And I think Monty's got this tweet, and he's going to pull it up right now, from Nick Wagoner, who covers the 49ers for ESPN. And it's exactly the quote that McCaffrey put out there when asked about his calf in practice. And he said, quote, "Nothing serious, I tell you that. Like I said, I feel great about where I'm at. Unfortunately, when you have the injury history that I have, sometimes when you don't practice, things get blown out of proportion. But like I said, I feel great." It sounds like, there was a slight cause for pause, but there's no reason to really push squarely on the panic button. I think Christian McCaffrey is going to be out there. I think he's going to play. I think he's going to play uninhibitedly. It doesn't mean that calf injury could flare up and all of a sudden he's on the sidelines sulking with a helmet on, and you're seeing maybe Brian Robinson Jr., maybe a little Isaac Orindo out there splitting time in his absence. So there is a little bit of a risk there, but I think McCaffrey is going to be even more motivated now to prove the haters, to prove the doubters wrong, that yes, I can sustain good health, and I'm not going to repeat what happened at this juncture last year, which eventually led to that bilateral Achilles tendonitis, and of course him getting that experimental treatment in Germany, making a return late in the season, but ultimately being the biggest fantasy football bust of the 2024 season. So have faith, CMC Football Factory owners. He's going to make you sweat. Bam, 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 baby. Indeed is the case, but I think he will be fine and will be all go coming up on Sunday in the Starbucks City, taking on the Seattle Seahawks. All right, let's go ahead and get after it with our cards this evening. These are our top three plays of the night, and of course, it's going to be Friday Night Dominant with Chiefs and Chargers on the immediate horizon. Numero uno on your card, mi amigo. What do you have?
All right now I got the broadcast up, and I'm watching Kay Adams. In the middle, we got Keenan Allen, who's back with the Chargers. And to our far right, we got Cam Newton dressed as Indiana Jones. Not going to lie, though, I kind of like the look. But anyway, Keenan Allen is going to steal some targets, man. And Quentin Johnston, now last year, a little bit better, right? But he still struggles to hold on to the football. So I'm going to go under 2.5 receptions, minus 112. I think the Chargers are going to look to pound the rock tonight. I don't know how many routes he's going to run, to be honest, because, I don't think McConkey's going to leave the field. Keenan Allen's back, and then he might get his routes cut short by Trey Harris or our guy, Keandre Lambert-Smith. Kansas City had the second highest too-high rate last year. Last year against too-high, Quentin Johnston only had a 19% target rate. So I don't think he goes over 2.5 grabs. Quentin Johnston, under 2.5 catches, minus 112 for play number one.
Ooh, muy interesante. I like that. It's a great call. It's probably going to drop at least 2 passes. Can I bet the over on drops on Quentin Johnston? All right, numero uno on my card tonight. I'll throw that phrase out there once again. X gonna give it to you, as in Xavier Worthy. I love this prop. I've missed it like a child, like a wife. Xavier Worthy. I'm going to take the over, not on receptions, not on receiving yards, but the over on rush yards. That number's just 3.5 right now at BetMGM. A little bit heavier juice on the over, but at a very affordable minus 118. You include the playoff run that Kansas City had last season. Xavier Worthy did this a dozen times a season ago. He averaged 1.2 rush attempts per game, 6.1 yards per game on the ground. Now, the LA Chargers gave up the fewest wide receiver rush yards. They didn't fall into gimmicks last year. However, the last time these two teams went toe-to-toe, Xavier Worthy, 1 carry for 5 yards. All I need is for him to duplicate that little threshold. A dachshund could hurdle it, for the love of God, and we're going to be cashing in. That happened in Week 14 last year. Sideways pass, little jet sweep, a direct handoff. I don't give a damn how he gets the rush. Just give him the ball on the ground, Andy Reid. And I think Xavier Worthy will collect at least 4 yards, and I will collect my winnings in the end. Numero dos on your card tonight. What else do you have?
I totally agree, Brad. What's a Friday night without a little X? So I'll roll with Xavier Worthy as well. I like that prop. I'm going to go with an anytime touchdown. Plus 130 is the price that you could grab right now at BetMGM. I mean, you just laid it all out there, but he had 17 red zone targets as well last year, along with those 6 red zone carries. So if he's not running one in, he could take the top off the defense. He could get some red zone targets, like I just said. So Xavier Worthy, anytime touchdown, the X-Man plus 130.
Numero dos for me. Give me the battering ram that is Omarion Hampton. I'm going to go the alt market. 50-plus rush yards. Even Steven plus 100 juice when I grabbed it this morning. They're at BetMGM, and I'm still very confident of this. Rachel Kryshak, our buddy, at BetAlytics has him at 51.13. Actually, I think her latest update has it even higher at just over 52 rush yards. Again, Hampton last season at the FS level for the North Carolina Tar Heels. Top 10 in yak per attempt, missed tackles, force, and breakaway runs. Yeah, Kansas City has a top 15 defensive line entering the NFL regular season, and they were number 11 in rush EPA defense, and there are a lot of question marks. I'd be remiss if we're not saying that on that Chargers front line. But Hampton, all he does is break tackles. I think it's going to be hefty volume, and I think he's going to get to 50 ground yards. He does that. I cash in at plus 100. Numero trace on your card. Horvat, bring us home.
Like a month ago, I planned on betting the Chargers. Then the Slater injury goes down. I know the Chiefs are going to be tonight without Rashee Rice and the first 6 games of the season. I was going to stay away from the side, though, right? And just enjoy the game, play some props, maybe bet the under. But then I got the text message from my high school buddies. One of them says Chargers plus 3.5 mega lock. And that's when I saw it drop to 3, and I took the Chiefs. I love the Chiefs this year, man. I think they win this game by at least a field goal. So if I got to push, I push. Give me Kansas City. Mahomes ain't going nowhere. Still his division, baby. Woo!
Yeah, they're going to find a creative way to pull one out of their backsides. Is what they did all last year, and I think that narrative is going to hold true once again this year. All right, numero trace from me. Play a little same game parlay, get some more plus money on the board. Yes, give me Keenan Allen, 4+ receptions, and I'm going to parlay that with Justin Herbert, 2+ rush attempts. Now, Herbert's even come out and said, I might run the ball a little bit more this year. He said that earlier this summer. We're going to see the proof of the pudding tonight. I think he'll get those pair of ground opportunities. They're all going to come down to Keenan Allen, who definitely looks a little bit older, to say the least. But a guy I think that can get it done working out of the slot. The Watson's going to be a tough assignment. Only gave up a 53.6% catch rate a year ago. So again, Keenan Allen, 4+ catches. Herbert, 2+ rush attempts, plus 102 at BetMGM. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. Bets, and more bets on Friday Night Football. Stick around, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, tune in, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
I look at the total and look how it's come down, because all you hear about is Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen, MVP against MVP. And the total has moved down 2 points, and nobody's talking about that. We're talking about the 2-point move from Buffalo -1 to Baltimore -1, but we're not talking about the total going from 52.5 to 50.5, blowing right through the 51. Do you think the public's going to bet the over in that one, Joe? What do you think?
Oh, I think so. Could be a chase game for some after all the favorites go down in flames on Sunday. That's what I'm feeling. Yeah.
These are 2 top 5 defenses. And we're going to hear more about the quarterbacks than we will about the defenses. Now, to piggyback on the point that I brought up about, Bills Nation and Buffalo radio guys talking about the concerns at secondary, I understand them. But the Bills should still be good against the run. And the Ravens set everything up on the ground. As good as Lamar has become as a passer, their bread and butter is setting up everything via the run. If they can run, they can do anything. You also have early season rust, offensive rust. We saw it in Philly. They couldn't get Barkley going last night. against a Cowboys defense that is not really that good. So if you line up the Bills front seven and the Ravens front seven, there's a lot to like against those offenses. I think rather than pay attention to the move on the side, we should be looking at a game where people are going to come out of the woodwork to bet the over on Sunday night. Been waiting all day to bet the over, yet the market is coming down.
Do you think we'll head north by the time we get to kickoff when the song's done?
I'll say this. If you have a 51, I would bet under 51. Yeah. A lot of these books, including BetMGM, are down to 50.5. And look, could this be 31-30? 100%. Could we see fireworks between Allen and Jackson? Yes. But to see this come down as limits go up, it definitely raises my eyebrows. So Texas Tech has just upgraded Baron Morton, their starting quarterback, to be the starter on Saturday against Kent State. And I know what you're thinking. Who cares? It's Kent State. Well, the market cares enough because Pinnacle just moved from 48 to 49. Other books are on the hike as well. Now, Texas Tech, if it keeps the pedal down, is going to win this game 70-7. Remember, Kent State almost lost to Merrimack last week. Kent State went 0-12 last year and was the lowest power rated team in the history of Chris Andrews' power rankings. So, okay, now you probably get a half of Baron Morton, who's a very good quarterback, and then their 5-star backup will probably play the third and the fourth quarter. So there was a chance earlier in the week Tech was going to play the backup to start and then go to quarterback 3. Now it's going to be quarterback 1 and quarterback 2. And if you've heard anything about Texas Tech this year, doesn't appear to be a team that's going to lay off the gas. So maybe if you read the Chicken Dinner newsletter last night, we were saying to take the 48 and lay it. Baron Morton will start for Texas Tech.
Now, Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath bring out their sledgehammers on BetMGM tonight. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight on this freaky fast Friday. I'm Brad the Big Noise Evans, and alongside me, my guy, Ryan Horvath in the house. And we got some prime time lights tonight down in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Of course, we're getting ready for the kickoff of Kansas City and the LA Chargers, which means we got to give you some more betting action. We're going to do that here in a second. Parlay Pete's going to come on over here. Oh, fell just 12 passing yards short. All he needed was 200 from Dak last night. He finished with a measly $188. He went in his 5th straight parlay of the day. So hopefully he's going to get it back tonight. We're going to say hello to a little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. We're going to roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice and working some bonus time wagers as well. Friendly reminder, if you want to talk any fantasy football with us and maybe got questions tied to your week 1 roster, whether you have action tonight or on the main slate on Sunday, don't be bashful. Don't be shy. Don't be a wallflower. Pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll crush of the day. Got a limited window here, so I'm going to give it to you again. Load and lock in your votes right now. Who dances to the end zone in Chiefs Chargers down in Brazil? Your options are Omari Hampton a plus 120, Isaiah Pacheco a plus 190, Travis Kelce, you might have heard of him, at plus 160, or Xavier Worthy at plus 130. So far, nearly 160 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right to keep the votes coming and drop us a comment, aka bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. A winning football Sunday starts with the BetMGM network. Wake up with BetMGM Game Day. Joe O, Kay Constable, and Jason La Canfora at the stage from 8 to 11 a.m. Eastern. Then it's You Better You Bet Countdown at kickoff. Nick Costos and Sammy P from 11 to 1 p.m. Eastern, getting you ready for every game. Line movement, props to fantasy. We have you covered wall to wall right here on the BetMGM network. So make sure you tune in on Sunday. And don't forget, too, to listen to my guy, Ryan Horvat, talk about his love of his life, and that is college football. What time is the show again on Saturday, Horvey?
9 a.m., sir. 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Big one tomorrow. I'm really excited for all these games. Jack.
Yeah, no, you better have a come to Jesus moment and pick my Illini. We're going to talk about that game a little bit later on in tonight's episode. So there you have it. All right, excuse me for a second. I got to yell at this drunkard at the bar. Hey, you inebriated sot! Get over here! Yeah! Shiver me timbers, I'm here to make some booty. Yeah, Parlay Pete is itching to get back on track again. He had a 5-game win streak snapped because Dak Prescott couldn't throw for another 12 yards. Actually, the person to blame is CeeDee Lamb. Drop. Would have easily had if he just would have secured, I don't know, one of those drops in the contest. So that's long in the past. We got to look forward. Parlay Pete tonight. Leg numero uno in the same gamer. The LA Chargers on the alt spread, plus 13.5. Leg numero dos, Isaiah Pacheco, the Punisher, 2+ catches. And leg numero tres, Mr. Travis Swift. I almost said that. Taylor Swift. It's Travis Kelce at 25+ receiving yards. I'll reserve the juice, but straight from the cold dead end. One Parlay Pete. Let me give you the reasons right here. Again, leg numero uno, LAC plus 13.5 on the alt spread. You look at Betalytics, Rachel Krychak has this at the Chargers plus 3.2 points. I think this is going to come down to a field goal. Would not be remotely surprised if it's a dead push. And again, just keeping this within one possession, and the Chargers are going to cover. Remember the 2 matchups last season? Yeah, the Chargers lost both of those, but it was only by a margin of 7 and a margin of 2 in the second matchup. I think it's going to be more of the same tonight, and Parlay Pete believes that as well. Leg numero dos, Isaiah Pacheco, 2+ receptions. Betalytics has his forecasted for 1.68, so just above where it needs to be at a 50.6% chance of cashing in. 7 games last year, a guy really didn't do a lot in terms of the pass game. Went over 4 times in those 7 games. Encouraging. Only ran 7.6 routes per game. Caught 75% of the passes. But you look at what he did a couple of years ago. He ran double the amount of routes. And I think that version of Pacheco is the one you're going to see begin the 2025 season. So Isaiah Pacheco, 2+ receptions. Feel really good, and so does Parlay Pete. That one comes through. Meanwhile, leg numero tres, Travis Kelce, 25+ receiving yards. Betalytics has it forecasted for 46.01. It's a guy that averaged 66.2 yards per game in 18 contests in his career against the LA Chargers. He had a game of 89 yards and 45 yards against LAC a year ago. And you also look at what he did last season, had least 25 receiving yards and 14 of 17 regular season games. So shiver me timbers. To recap. Same game parlay night. Chargers plus 13.5 on the alt spread. Isaiah Pacheco 2+ receptions. Travis Kelce 25+ receiving yards. It works out to a cool plus 112 at BetMGM. All right, it's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Ryan Horvat. What is a phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer, Brando. There it is. There it is. All right, so I wanted to bet Will Dissly. We talked about this the other night. I'm going to give it out again because he can still get it, and I like it. This is my favorite bet tonight. So I wanted to bet his under on the yards, but now we're down to 18.5. So what I'm going to do is go longest catch under 11.5 yards, minus 115 for Will Dissly, who anytime I faded him last year, did crush me. And he is going against the Chiefs defense that was only 18th last season in terms of passing yards allowed. But I actually expect the defense to be a little bit better for Kansas City. Now, Dissly did have 50 grabs for 481 yards, 2 touchdowns, saw 64 targets. I don't think that's going to be the case this year. So he could have 2 grabs. That's fine, just as long as one of them doesn't go for 12 yards. Will Dissly, longest reception, under 11 yards, 11.5 yards, minus 115 for the sledgehammer tonight.
All right, and I'm going to go back to a guy whose name you're going to be tired of hearing coming straight from this mouth. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. Let's go! Oh, yeah! Amari Hampton. Again, I'm already on his alt rush yards market at 50+ yards on the ground. So let's correlate, synergize, and bring it all together. If I think he's going to get to that threshold, he's going to get plenty of opportunities overall. So this morning, I took this on the over 11.5 rush attempts at minus 120. This just in. I just checked the juice. It's now minus 155 on this bad boy. If you want to take it up a tick in the alt market at 12.5 and get a better number, maybe at, let's say, even money or like minus 105, I strongly encourage it. I think he's going to get at least 13 rush attempts in the game tonight. I know Jim Harbaugh about a week ago was being coy about who was going to be his starting running back, but he was on the Rich Eisen show a couple of days ago and said Amari Hampton's going to be the dude. Like we all suspected he was going to be the dude because Najee Harris had that 4th of July accident that corrupted his eye and his vision. He is active. He is going to be on the field. Probably going to be wearing that Darth Vader visor to protect the eyes. But how much work is Harris really going to get? I'm thinking like maybe 5-6 carries at most. This is still a ground and pound system. Greg Roman ran the ball the 10th most times of any team in the NFL a season ago. He's the offensive coordinator there in LA. And I think Hampton's going to be his money man, a guy that was top 10 yak per attempt, missed tackles, forced, breakaway runs, as already discussed. And Kansas City, a team, if you want to try to, beat them, you got to keep the ball out of Patrick Mahomes' hands. I know they have offensive line issues with the Chargers, but they're going to run Omari and Hampton early and often, minimum, I feel. 13 rush attempts, and all I need is a dozen, and we cash on the Sledgehammer Special. All right, let's go ahead and roll the shoulders, my man, because we got to get seduced by the juice. Oh, plus money all the time. And thank you, bartender. It's a Friday night after all. It's happy hour right now. So let's raise a glass, throw it back, catch a buzz, and hopefully count our winnings. What do you like at plus money on Friday Night Football?
Week 1, I like to responsibly have a little fun. So I'm going to have a big touchdown parlay, later on tonight that we'll give out in the final hour. Yeah. But I wanted to take a touchdown ladder tonight. And if anybody's going to get in the end zone not once or twice for Kansas City, I think it could be 2 guys. It could be Isaiah Pacheco or it could be Xavier Worthy. And you could get that right now, 9-1, 2 touchdowns. So not only did I take him to score the anytime at plus 130, but I'm going to take 2 touchdowns tonight at 9-1. I like that bet a lot. I was thinking about maybe taking a little Lambert Smith anytime touchdown at 11-1. I wanted a better price, so we're just going to go with the X-Man tonight. 2 touchdowns, 9-1. Again, last year, double-digit red zone targets. Also, could take it in for 6 on a jet sweep, maybe a little end around. So we like him tonight.
All right, I like that call right there. Getting deep in the weeds. I'm going to roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice on a name that you probably have already heard. I know you're sick of it, but I'm going to triple down on Omarion Hampton. And I say he leads the game in rush yards. Yes, this is a market available right now at BetMGM under players, and then click rushing, and you'll see the box right there. It says most rush yards in game, and there you have it. Plus 160 is certainly shoulder rolling worthy. So, yeah, I'm rolling the shoulders because I got seduced by the juice. Again, I gave you all the reasons why I love Omarion Hampton. Ultra efficient guy at the FBS level last year. He has been the primary running back throughout training camp because of the Najee Harris setback. He's going to be the primary running back in tonight. Again, I feel he's got to get at least 13 balls to belly. And I'll just go ahead and source my buddy again, Rachel Krychak, there at Betalytics. Her fearless forecast in this game, Omarion Hampton just over 52 rush yards. Isaiah Pacheco with 45.22. Those are the two biggest rushers she is forecasting in this game, and that's given Hampton nearly a 7-yard total advantage. So I think that's going to come to fruition. I love the price on this. Pacheco's the same number at plus 160, but I think Hampton in a highly competitive affair, as long as the Chargers don't get smacked around, I think he is going to take the cake and lead the game in rush yards. Again, grab that at plus 160. All right, bonus time, bonus time. Harvey, you got Friday Night Football to choose from. Don't you dare go anywhere else. Just give me another bet on this contest. Give it to me.
All right, damn it. I'm sick of this slander. Travis Kelce is not old. He's the same age as me, man. So the guy is not old, right? And the other day he said, I'm on the final year of my contract, but I'm feeling young. And I'm ready to rock. Everybody that I've seen today on Twitter, X, Instagram, Network TV, he's washed. This is probably it for Travis Kelce. I don't know, man. He's lost 35 pounds. We've all been there, right? New girlfriend. You're traveling a lot, eating a lot. You gain that relationship weight. Now, he saw the press clippings. He saw the Skip Baylesses of the world. He ain't done. He's getting in the end zone tonight, plus 170. And you know what? I'm also going to take his receiving yards and ladder those up to 75. Haven't seen the price yet because I'm going to do it really live on the air, but we're all over Travis Kelce. I think he's going to ball out tonight, just like he did last year when Rashee Rice exited the lineup. That's when his targets really increased.
Yeah, I think it's a good call, man. I've been doubting Travis Kelce. He's getting long in the tooth, but he could take a tremendous final bow, and what we all expect is the swan song on a Hall of Fame career. All right, I already said that Justin Herbert's going to run more, so why not put my money where my mouth is? And I say he goes over on 13.5 rush yards tonight at a minus 115 juice. The reason why I really like this bet is that Kansas City was number 5 last season in pocket pressure rate in the NFL. So they like to really dial it up under Spags. They'll bring the heat, which will then flush a very mobile quarterback and Justin Herbert out of the pocket. He has gone over this number consistently in his career against the Kansas City Chiefs. In fact, he's averaged in 7 games north of 15 rush yards per game. All we need is 14, and we end up cashing in. So I think Justin Herbert is going to be active member on the ground. Him and Omarion Hampton. Oh, can we just break out the RPO? Make it happen, Harbaugh. That would be glorious. Hopefully, we're going to cash a lot of tickets, whether with Hampton or with Herbert and their ground contribution. So, again, my bonus time, Justin Herbert over 13.5 rush yards at a minus 115 juice. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, our first set of games, we're breaking it all down. Tampa, Atlanta, Cincinnati, Cleveland, and more. Stick around, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. BetMGM tonight will be right back with more football bets on the BetMGM Network.
Navy. The midshipmen just up the road to one of my favorite places, Annapolis, laying 21 against UAB. This has come down from Navy minus 21 and a hook. So a little bit of Blazers money coming in. Well, that's just fine with me. I don't care. This triple option, a nuanced triple option, a new age triple option, has just been running roughshod over people. Navy went 10-3 last year, coming off a win over VMI in the season opener, 52-7. And the Blazers, are they going to be able to stop Navy? I don't think so. Coached by Trent Dilfer, NFL experience, but this Blazers team gave up 514 yards to Alabama State last week. Give me Navy minus 3 touchdowns in Annapolis.
I'm with Colin in Cyhawk. I like Iowa plus the 3.5. Like, these games are just always so close. The total's very low too at 42.5. I'm just gonna grab more.
That's gone up, by the way. This is 41.5 yesterday, so like, there's been interest in the over.
So 42. So a little bit of interest in the over, but still, like, we're not talking about like 62.5. Like, those points are gonna matter quite a bit. Like 24-21 feels like what it is every single year. I'll take the road team. Let me go with the Iowa Hawkeyes, and I'm also going with Duke plus the field goal. Like, I don't trust this Illinois thing. It all reeks of just, hey, this team was really fortunate to win double-digit games last year. Now they're the trendy squad to take that next. No. Like, Duke is well coached. I think Duke at home, these games are difficult. I don't trust Luke Altmaier enough to go on the road and get this done by margin, so I'll take the 3 with Duke. I'm also going to take the 9 with Kentucky. Colin mentioned it. Like, that Kentucky defense is really strong. I love taking Mark Stoops at more than a touchdown. Whatever, doesn't matter who he's playing. Like, he just knows how to drag teams into the mud. That's Kentucky's style. Kentucky as a favorite like last week? No, want no parts. Kentucky as a big dog against Lane Kiffin? Yes, give me the Wildcats. Big Blue Nation stand up. I like the 9. Earlier this week, I said I'm betting Oregon to blow out Oklahoma State. I laid 28. Dan Lanning sends a message to Mike Gundy. Yeah, we paid for our roster, and watch this money whoop your ass at Autzen Stadium. I laid the 28 with the Ducks, and then finally, give me Michigan plus 5, and also Michigan money line. I'm seduced by Bryce Underwood. I think that dude is dynamic. He's the next big thing in the sport.
Rams under 43.5. And this is based on the fact that I think both these offensive lines are going to struggle to protect their quarterbacks. We saw this last year with the Texans. C.J. Stroud was sacked the second most of any quarterback in the NFL. Then you look at Matt Stafford, who feels like he is been taped together with Scotch tape and maybe a little Gorilla Glue. He is dealing with all sorts of back issues. He is getting epidurals. And when you see that, you're going to take advantage of that. And you're going to really, put the pressure on him knowing that he is not 100% healthy. And then for C.J. Stroud, who's already behind a makeshift offensive line, he has to go against Jared Verse, who is the reigning rookie defensive player of the year. This Rams pass rush, I feel like, is better than people expected last year. They're very young. They are very hungry. So I think that we get a steady diet of third downs that are not completed and a bunch of punts in this one. So under 43.5 is the play between the Texans and the Rams.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Orban John in the house on this Freaky Fast Friday, and we're going to be peeling out here in a minute, going game by game, giving our favorite plays in every single Week 1 NFL matchup. Before we rev the engine and really drive off, and hopefully en route to multiplying a bunch of winners and our overall bankroll. Friendly reminder, folks, if you got any fantasy football questions for us, if you want to talk sports betting with us, maybe share your favorite bets with the Week 1 of the NFL slate, by all means, pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day, and it's asking you this. Carnival Cash, who dances in the end zone in Chiefs-Chargers, kicking off here in a matter of minutes in Brazil. Odds pull from BetMGM. Your choices are Omari Hampton at plus 120, Isaiah Pacheco at plus 190, Travis Kelce at plus 160, or Xavier Worthy at plus 130. So far, over 160 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right to keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. No matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up your next parlay. Use the Parlay Boost token to boost your potential payout on winning a college football parlay. So opt in right now. You have no stinking excuse if you want some action on the junior circuit, and use that Parlay Boost token to ramp up the odds. All right, with that put to rest, it's time to get after it. Disembodied voice, give us the first game.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Atlanta Falcons.
All right. Right now at BetMGM, Tampa's laying 1.5. The over-under sitting at 47.5. So whether it's a side, whether it's a total, maybe you got some action on a player prop, or you are getting absolutely dangerous in building a same-game parlay, what is your bet in Falcons and Buccaneers? Yar.
All right, best bet here is going to be the side for me, and I like Atlanta. So right now, Atlanta, like you said, down to 1.5. I like the money line, plus 120. I think they win this game outright. Some sharp money came in on the under, where it went from 48.5 down to 47.5. I couldn't take an under in this game. I'm only on Atlanta so far. I'll probably add a couple props, maybe some Bijan props, throw them in a touchdown parlay. But talked about this the other night. You know, Atlanta, even last year with Kirk Cousins torched this Tampa secondary. And I think Michael Penix is going to be an upgrade, man. I know it was only a 3-game sample size, but I like what we saw from Drake London. His numbers got better, and Bijan Robinson. And they always play Tampa tough. 5-1 against the spread the last 3 seasons. And like I said, I feel really good about Penix behind center, Bijan, Drake London. Maybe finally this is the year that Kyle Pitts does, I don't know, anything. The issue for Atlanta has been the defensive side of the ball, especially the pass rush. Last year, just 30th in pass rush grade. But I like their draft. You know, even if they did reach to move back into the first round for James Pierce Jr., I took a stab on him to win Defensive Rookie of the Year. Jalen Walker, they take him in the first round. And I think they're going to be able to get pressure on Baker, you know, with Tristan Wirfs out in this game. No Chris Godwin in this game. So give me Atlanta on the money line at home, plus 120.
Yeah, I think it's a good call there, and I think this game's going to be a high-scoring affair. If I had to lean on one of the traditional sides or totals, I kind of like the over on the 47.5 in this contest. I think they combined for over 100 total points in their 2 affairs last season and over 1,700 combined yards. Fireworks could be flying down to the ATL. My favorite bet kind of plays into this ideology. Michael Penix, give me the over. 234.5 pass yards at a minus 115 juice. Now, he got 3 starts last season, only went over in 1 of 3. A guy that ranked an atrocious number 48 in adjusted completion percentage, but he was number 2 in average depth of target, so really taking his shots down the field. out. Darnell Mooney, with that shoulder setback, is listed as questionable, but got in some practices this week, so he's training in the right direction. Of course, got Drake London there, and who the hell knows what version of Kyle Pitts we're going to see, but we also know that Bijan Robinson is going to be highly active as a receiver in this game. You throw in the fact, too, that Tampa is projected to be a bottom 10 in the league secondary, according to Pro Football Focus. They only rank number 19 in dropback EPA defense a season ago. It's a great matchup. I think Penix starts off hot, so the former Husky is going to earn his sausages. Give me the over. Michael Penix, 234.5 pass yards at a minus 115 juice. Let's move on to the next game.
The Cincinnati Bengals, the Cleveland Browns.
All right, the battle for Ohio. You want to talk about fireworks flying. This one has all that kind of expectation and possibly more across the board. So many glorious player props available at our disposal right now at BetMGM. Cincinnati is favored by 5.5. Hoping to actually start the regular season off on the right foot, unlike the two previous years. And the over-under in this game, identical to Tampa and Atlanta. It's sitting at 47.5. So whether side, total, player prop, same game parlay. What do you like in Browns and Bengals?
So this could change before we get to Sunday. And I know they let everybody down last year against the New England Patriots as an 8.5, 9.5 point favorite against Jacoby Brissett. But I'm going back to the Bengals in Survivor. I don't know that they cover this game. I'm not betting the side or the total, but I am going to take the Bengals. I think they get off to a quicker start this year. Fingers crossed. My favorite bet, though, it's went up a little bit. It opened at 34.5, minus 114. Now we're at 39.5, 40.5. I'm fine with anything, around 40. Cedric Tillman, we talked about this a lot, man, over the summer. He became a bigger part of the offense in week 7 last season. Played 80% of the snaps, 4 games prior to getting hurt. And he had 8 grabs for 81 yards, 7 for 99, 6 for 75, 3 for 47. And that was all with David Njoku and Jerry Jeudy on the field. So I'm really high on him coming into the season, especially with Joe Flacco behind center and going against this Bengals defense that should be improved with Al Golden taking over as defensive coordinator. But last year, 30th in success rate, 27th in EPA per play allowed. So I just don't trust that they're going to be that improved. So give me Cedric Tillman over 39.5 receiving yards, minus 115. Maybe my favorite prop bet of the weekend.
Ooh, from your lips to the fantasy god's ears. I'm in a 14-team league. It's crazy deep. I have multiple flexes. I have to play Cedric Tillman this week in week 1, so I'm praying
Let's go, baby.
that your optimism shines through. A very underrated player. I think he could definitely rack the yards with Joe Flacco under center. Who am I going to get down with? Of course, my dude Chase Brown. We're going to be chugging all the maple syrup from the product, or for the product from Canada. Again, I've given this prop out, I think, numerous times already this week here on BetMGM tonight, so let's quadruple down. 70-plus rush yards. Grabbed it a few days ago at plus 105. Right now, last I saw, I think it's like minus 115 or minus 120 on that alt market right now at BetMGM, and I would still play it. Now, he went over in one game, but under in the other against Cleveland Browns last season. First matchup, 15 for 44. No bueno. But the second one, 18 for 91. You look at the Cleveland Browns, they have the 7th best projected defensive line, according to Pro Football Focus, though there have been some investments and hopefully, fingers and toes crossed, improvements on the offensive line of the Bengals. You look as well, Chase Brown, a guy who was pretty efficient last year, doesn't really get enough credit for that. He was top 20 in yak per attempt, top 20 in total missed tackles force, probably going to get upwards of 85% of the opportunity share. The staff has already come out and said, we have rebuilt the entire ground game around the former ILL standout in Chase Brown. He's going to get the ball to the belly early and often, and I think the dude is going to absolutely ball out. Must start material clearly in fantasy. That's why you probably shelled out maybe a second-round pick to acquire his services. I think Chase Brown gets at least, 17, 18 carries in this one, and what should be a positive game script for the Bengals. He'll salt away the clock and get over the necessary threshold here, which is 70 yards at a plus 105 juice. All right, Horvey, I'll give you the options. Out of Penix on the over 234.5 pass yards, or my love affair on Chase Brown, 70-plus rush yards at plus 105. I'm giving you 100 of my dollars. Where are you going to slap it down on in one of those two props?
Gotta be honest, man, probably both. I love Chase Brown this weekend as well. He'll be in my anytime touchdown parlay because I think he's like minus 170. But if I had to choose, I would probably go with Penix. Kirk Cousins could not move last season. And in the first matchup against Tampa, he was 42 for 58 passing for 509 yards. Kirk Cousins last year, man. 509 yards. He couldn't even take snaps under center because his knee was shot. And then in the following game, came back down to earth a little bit, but he threw for 276. I love Penix this year. I actually have to play him in a 2-quarterback league. So I would tell you on that one, but I do love Chase Brown this week, man. I think he's going to go off. And like I said, I do think that the Bengals will actually take care of business. So they'll be salting away the game in the second half, hopefully with a lot of groundwork for Brown.
Yeah, look, Zach Taylor went out and played his starters early in the preseason and continued to trot them out there in subsequent preseason matchups, despite the injury risks, because he wanted this team not to fall on their face like they've done the last couple of years. So you want to make sure they're in a rhythm. They're in a flow. And I tell you what, man, like preseason week 2, actually the first, series in preseason week 1, they were out there. They looked like they were in midseason 4. Joe Burrow was going to have a monster season. I've said this before. I think it's going to be 40-plus pass touchdowns this year. I think there is an outside shot. He is going to reach 50 passing touchdowns. It could be historic. It could be epic. It could be season-defining, whether you're betting on him or whether you drafted him in fantasy football. So that's only going to benefit Chase Brown. Remember, folks, a year ago, Chase Brown only saw 8 or more men in the box 18.3% of the time. A lot of light fronts. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, Miami, Indy, Vegas, New England, and also Arizona and the Jets. Don't go anywhere, fools. More games to break down right here at BetMGM Network. This is BetMGM Tonight.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Aren't Iowa games miserable to watch every year? Like, isn't that how it goes with Iowa? They are. It's like, listen, we're going to win this game 12-10. Was it 2 years ago or was it last year where they put out a highlight reel for their punter? It was It was so funny. Like, they're very self-aware. Like, we have no offense, but our punter, I mean, this guy, he's got a leg on him. He'll pin you back. He'll pin you inside the 10, maybe the 5. Okay, This guy can punt. I think I'm going to take Iowa. I will watch this game. I think this is one of the more underrated, fun rivalries in college football. Play for the Cy-Hawk Trophy, for God's sakes. You can get Iowa plus 3.5. And in a game like this just feels like one of those games, it's almost always decided by a field goal. If the line was reversed and I could get 3.5 with Iowa State, I'd take the 3.5 there. So I'm going to take the hook. This is going to be something like, I don't know, 20-17 game, something like that. Iowa State's going to kick a field goal late to win it when it's tied at 17. I'm curious to watch Mark Gronowski, who is the quarterback for Iowa. So he didn't look good last week, but I think there's a big possibility that Iowa was looking ahead because they played a no one last week. I forget who it was. Albany. They played Albany last week. So they didn't look good, and I feel like that's one of those games where you say, just forget it. We're going to run some vanilla stuff. We'll get ready for the rivalry against Iowa State. And I remember Mark Gronowski because I think I watched last year when he won the national title at a lower level, at the FCS level with South Dakota State, won 2 national titles. So the kid can play, and I think this is the week where Iowa ratchets it up and puts double digits on the board offensively here. So I'm going to go Hawkeyes, and I'll grab the 3.5.
Love these old rivalry games. The same way as like the backyard brawl. Like, we should never get rid of these. We should never get rid of Farmageddon. I hate all of the athletic directors / commissioners / all these different conferences breaking these up. There needs to be protected rivalries, and this is one of them. I grew up in Kansas. We hate Missouri. They hate us. It doesn't matter if you're K-State or KU. There is a lot of hate there, and it stems back from history during the Civil War. The border war is offensive. Give me a break. Anyway, I digress. As you mentioned, if you just log on to social media, Sam, you can see it for yourself. These two schools hate each other. Last week, Horn got hurt versus Central Arkansas. They marched in the Penn State transfer, and guess what? He looked really good. Almost too good, in fact. I thought, this is going to be interesting. I do think that the offensive line there for the Tigers has some holes. And I do think that the defense for the Jayhawks deserves a little bit more credit here. KU, one caveat. The thing that bothers me about this team and Jalen Daniels is they love to turn the ball over in the red zone. And I bet against this team so much last year. Sammy, I was against them every time they were a road favorite, every time they were a slight favorite at home, and it paid dividends. This year, I think KU does take a step forward. I do think this is a spot where they can go into Columbia and win this game.
Time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your host, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight on this freaky fast Friday. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat along for the ride. We're going to get back to more game breakdowns, what we do every single Friday of the NFL season. We got Miami, Indy, Las Vegas, New England, and Arizona, and the J.E. No, it's New Orleans who they're going against. I had that mistyped the first time. The Saints, really, they're the Aints. They don't really deserve to even a call out because they're arguably going to be the worst team in the National Football League this season. We're going to be breaking those games down, whether on the side, a total, a little player prop action, may even work in an occasional SGP. Oh, and I'm seeing in the doc right now, that's exactly what I have in Arizona, New Orleans. So if you want some action, we'll get some fantasy football insights. We're going to pack it in and blend it all together in a wonderful little concoction. We'll pop in the oven for an hour at 400 degrees. It's going to come out Oh, so good and oh, so tasty. Friendly reminder, if you want to talk fantasy football with us, if you want to share your favorite week 1 sports bets, you absolutely can. Simple way to contact Horvat and I, just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing pole crush of the day. Let me go ahead and shut that down right now. It's asking you this. Carnival Cash, who dances in the end zone? And Chiefs Chargers down in Brazil. Odds pulled from BetMGM. Your options were Omari Hampton at plus 120, Isaiah Pacheco at plus 190, Travis Kelce at plus 160, or Xavier Worthy at plus 130. Officially 161 votes cast. Ryan Horvat, who led the way?
I'm going to go with, you know what? Let's go with Xavier Worthy.
Dead last at 12.5%. Number 1, Isaiah Pacheco. Really good number. Quite honestly, at plus 190, 37.5%. Next man up, the silver medalist, Omari Hampton, my dude, and my selection. That number has come down. It was 40 cents higher yesterday, and it's been shaved off to plus 120, was plus 160 24 hours ago. 31.9%. At number 3, Travis Kelce, plus 160. Honestly, I thought he would lead the way at 18.1%. And then your boy, Xavier Worthy, maybe not going to give it to you, at 12.5%. We had one comment from our EP and man working the board as well here on BetMGM tonight. The one, the only Brandon Combs, and he says, yeah, I think this game is extremely high scoring tonight. Really? Extremely high scoring? I kind of like the under in this one. One of us is going to be terribly right, and one of us is going to be horrifically wrong. Plus 2,800 to parlay all 4. Plus 2,800 to parlay all 4 to find pay dirt. Yes, and please. Oh, you greedy bastard. I love you, Brandon Combs. So if you want to parlay Omari Hampton, Isaiah Pacheco, Travis Kelce, and Xavier Worthy all to find the end zone, plus 2,800 right now at BetMGM. Thanks to all that participated, whether you cast a vote or, only Brandon submitted a comment, and thank you for that. You built a parlay, too, and an ultra juicy one. Talk about getting seduced by the juice. I got to remove my belt at plus 2,800 if that sucker comes home. We're going to be buying the top shelf tequila if it does. All right, let's go in and get after it with some more game breakdowns. Disembodied voice. Next game!
The Miami Dolphins, the Indianapolis Colts.
All right, Miami, Indy, the ponies of the Circle City, laying un punto. For those of you that do not speak Spanglish, that's 1 point. Over-under set to get 46.5. Weather side, total, player prop, same game parlay. Horvat, what do you like in Dolphins and Colts?
All right, so I'm going to go with the player prop here, man. Thank God for sports betting, or I will not be able to watch this game. No, I mean, I could watch this one. Week 1, the Dolphins should be exciting. We'll see what we get from Daniel Jones. I'm looking right now at Josh Downs' alternate numbers, and you could get, right now, 50 yards is plus 108, 70 yards is plus 280. I bet the receptions over 4.5, minus 140. I would ladder these all the way up to like 6 or 7. I like the way he closed out his season. He had 10 grabs in Week 18 against the Jags. Granted, that was a terrible secondary. But I think he's going to get off to a fast start here. Last year, the Dolphins were ranked 6 in too high rate, 52%. They play the too high shell. And last year against too high, that's where Josh Downs really went off, man. He had a 32% target per route run rate, 1.98 yards per route run. All the numbers are really good, and he's probably going to line up against a rookie nickel corner and a converted safety in Jason Marshall Jr. You look at his last numbers, his final numbers in college, not all that great. So let's go with Josh Downs, over 4.5 receptions, minus 140. I'm also probably going to ladder that all the way up to 7, though.
All right, I like that, especially with a more accurate quarterback there under center and Daniel Jones. Remember, he was top 10 last year, believe it or not, in adjusted completion percentage. Where was Anthony Richardson? Dead stinking last. That's why he's riding the pine, folks, because he can hit the Jolly Green Giant on a shallow cross. All right. Oh, you hear that pony there in the background? Yeah, it's a workhorse. That's Jonathan Taylor. The Clydesdale is going to get fed in this game. Give me the over on 17.5 rush attempts at minus 125. This number has actually come down. Open at 18.5. I still would have been the over on that as well. He was numero uno last year, an opportunity share among all NFL rushers at 88.4%. So really kind of old school in what he brings to the table, and that's a whole lot of action between the tackles. He averaged 21.5 rush attempts per game last year. He hit the over on 17.5 rush attempts in 10 of 14 contests. Now, I look at Miami. On one of their strengths on defense, it's certainly got to be in the back end because they may have one of the worst secondaries in the league, and ultimately that could really tax the talent they have up front. They are projected to be a top 12 defensive line in the NFL this season. They were respectable, number 14 in rush EPA defense as well last year. But again, I think they're going to be exhausted by the end of this game because Daniel Jones should have some success. Maybe those connections there with Josh Downs, as you mentioned, and it's going to have a positive trickle-down effect for one Jonathan Taylor. So give me the over 17.5 rush attempts at a minus 125 juice. Let's move on to the next game.
The Las Vegas Raiders, the New England Patriots.
All right, Patriots and Viva Las Vegas. New England laying 2.5 right now on BetMGM, but an over-under sitting at a not-so-hefty 43.5. Side, total, player prop, SGP. Give me another wager, Horvey. Give it to me.
Oh, yeah, we got a big bet in this game. I wanted to wait and see if we could get to 3, and I think there were some 3s like minus 115 juice, but I'm cool with 2.5. I think the Raiders are actually going to win this game outright. I'm just not ready to crown the Pats like everybody else. Great offseason. Love the Mike Vrabel hire. They spend some money on defense. They try to fix up the offensive line. But I really like the offseason more for the Raiders, man. They replace Antonio Pierce with Pete Carroll, even if he's pushing 80. A much better option. Chip Kelly comes over to call plays after winning the Natty last year at Ohio State. You upgraded the quarterback position with Geno Smith. You upgrade your backfield with the best back in this class and possibly a generational talent in Nash and Genty. You have maybe the best tight end in football in Brock Bowers. We're both really high on Jacoby Myers as wide receiver number 1. Yep. The concern is the defense. Can the defense hold up? They were bottom 5 last year in EPA per play, but they do have Max Crosby. And I don't fully trust this offensive line yet of New England, man, right? Like, Will Campbell is beat up already, and he's an undersized rookie even if he is out there. Morgan Moses was their biggest addition to the offensive line. And again, they're going against Max Crosby, a top 5 pass rusher in this league. Even the Raiders defense, when they didn't have a whole lot of talent, they always played hard for Antonio Pierce. I think they're going to do the same. I feel like everybody's going to be on New England, not me. I like the Raiders in this game plus 2.5. I think they win it outright.
Harvey, you know me all too well. I like a quality añejo. That is a fine pour of the love juice, a.k.a. tequila. Mas tequila, por favor. Or I like wagering on certain narratives. And one of those certain narratives is what? The revenge game! And that's certainly attached to one Jacoby Myers. You adore him. I'm head over heels in love with him as well. I spent a pretty penny on him in a few auction/salary cap drafts in fantasy leagues this year, including the Kings Classic that I drafted at the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio back in early August. I think I shelled out like $18 for him, and it was late in the draft when people were starting to run out of money, and thankfully I had enough to get him. I love the over on 50.5 receiving yards for him against his former employer there in New England at a minus 115 juice. Now, of course, Myers was demanding, hey, somebody trade me, get me out of this hellhole, or pay me. Neither one of those happened. So he's very motivated by money, and that's going to lead, hopefully, to positive performances on the field. He was number 18 in contested catch rate last year, number 2 among all eligible wide receivers in total route wins and number 21 in expected points against, an EPA also known as. Going to see a lot of Marcus Jones in coverage. It was subpar last season in the 60s, according to coverage grade is tracked at Pro Football Focus. And Myers went over 50.5 receiving yards in 11 games a year ago. So whether he's working out of the slot or occasionally lining up outside, this could be like a 7 to 10 target kind of contest for him. And he's got a more efficient quarterback under center. Geno Smith, believe it or not, was number 8 last season as a member of the Seattle Seahawks and adjusted completion percentage. So slamming that upgrade button over Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew. So Jacoby Myers over 50.5 receiving yards, minus 115. My play there in Foxborough. We got a hell of a return to start this game, though there are all kinds of flags down the field. We're going to see if this holds up. Could be at midfield for the Kansas City Chiefs, which would feed into your belief that they're going to come out and open up a can on LAC, but we're going to find out what this flag is momentarily. As they're sorting that out, we got to move on, and it's a hold to the next game.
The Arizona Cardinals, the New Orleans Saints.
Oh, very good, disembodied voice. Thank you very much. Shockingly and seemingly sounding like Brando, our EP, a man that can wear multiple hats here on BetMGM tonight. Arizona right now, minus 6.5, with an over-under of just 43 down in the Crescent City side. Total, same game parlay, or my favorite little player prop action. Horvey, what do you like? And Cardinals and Saints.
All right, if I'm going to lose a bet this weekend, other than, me fading your Illini, I hope it's this one because I do have James Conner on my fantasy squad, so I hope they just feed the beast. But I'm going to go under 16.5 rush attempts, minus 110, and I'm going to correlate that with Trey Benson over 22.5 rush yards, minus 115. James Conner talked about this, said he kind of wants it to be a 50-50 backfield workload. I don't think that's going to be the case, but even if it's 70-30, man, they should beat up on the Saints. I don't know that they cover. I hope that they do. I'm pretty high on Arizona this year. I have them over 8.5 wins. Also have them making the playoffs at plus 150. But, the Saints have had a bottom 10 run defense the last 3 years. Even if it's a 70-30 split, I think if they're up a touchdown or two, Trey Benson's going to get some late work. And I just don't know that you're going to give James Conner 17 carries in this game. Even last year down the stretch, the final 10 games of the season, he only went over 16.5 carries in 4 of 10 games. So Conner under 16.5 rush attempts, minus 110. Trey Benson over 22.5 rush yards, minus 115. I lean Arizona, but I feel like everybody's going to be on Arizona.
Oh, man, I got my Xavier Worthy carry, but went for no gain. Hopefully he's got to get another one in this contest. Almost an instantaneous cash for your boy on the second play of the game. But a nice tackle by the Chargers defender limited him to nothing. So hopefully Andy Reid's going to find a creative way to get him the ball in a rush situation again. All right, the Cardinals and Saints. I'm going to go with the same game parlay on Alvin Kamara for both legs. Leg numero uno. Alvin Kamara 4+ receptions. Oh, and Xavier Worthy looks like he's hurt now.
No.
Oh, just wonderful. They're working on his shoulder. Oh, they may be popping it back in. He looks very uncomfortable there on the sideline. Oh, that's no bueno. Okay, developing situation already down in Brazil. And leg numero dos, correlate Center and Jazz, bring it all together. I'm going to go Alvin Kamara, 25+ receiving yards. That works out to a minus 125 juice. With Spencer Rattler, last season, Kamara averaged 5.3 receptions per game, 34.3 yards per game through the air. So a guy with a dink and dunk quarterback who could be ultra busy in this game, especially if it's a negative game script. Remember, he was number 2 in route percentage last season, 55.6%, and number 9 in yards per route run. Feel really good about that one. Again, we'll update you on Xavier Worthy's status. We got to take a little CS when we come back. Another set of games on this freaky fast Friday. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
On the move? Take the BetMGM Network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
I look at the total and look how it's come down, because all you hear about is Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen, MVP against MVP. And the total has moved down 2 points, and nobody's talking about that. We're talking about the 2-point move from Buffalo -1 to Baltimore -1, but we're not talking about the total going from 52.5 to 50.5, blowing right through the 51. Do you think the public's going to bet the over in that one, Joe? What do you think?
Oh, I think so. Could be a chase game for some after all the favorites go down in flames on Sunday. That's what I'm feeling. Yeah.
These are two top 5 defenses. And we're going to hear more about the quarterbacks than we will about the defenses. Now, to piggyback on the point that I brought up about, Bills Nation and Buffalo radio guys talking about the concerns at secondary, I understand them. But the Bills should still be good against the run. And the Ravens set everything up on the ground. As good as Lamar has become as a passer, their bread and butter is setting up everything via the run. If they can run, they can do anything. You also have early season rust, offensive rust. We saw it in Philly. They couldn't get Barkley going last night against a Cowboys defense that is not really that good. So if you line up the Bills front 7 and the Ravens front 7, there's a lot to like against those offenses. I think rather than pay attention to the move on the side, we should be looking at a game where people are going to come out of the woodwork to bet the over on Sunday night. Been waiting all day to bet the over, yet the market is coming down.
Do you think we'll head north by the time we get to kickoff when the song's done?
I'll say this. If you have a 51, I would bet under 51. Yeah. A lot of these books, including BetMGM, are down to 50.5. And look, could this be 31-30? 100%. Could we see fireworks between Allen and Jackson? Yes. But to see this come down as limits go up, it definitely raises my eyebrows. So Texas Tech has just upgraded Baron Morton, their starting quarterback, to be the starter on Saturday against Kent State. And I know what you're thinking. Who cares? It's Kent State. Well, the market cares enough because Pinnacle just moved from 48 to 49. Other books are on the hike as well. Now, Texas Tech, if it keeps the pedal down, is going to win this game 70-7. Remember, Kent State almost lost to Merrimack last week. Kent State went 0-12 last year and was the lowest power-rated team in the history of Chris Andrews' power rankings. So, okay, now you probably get a half of Baron Morton, who's a very good quarterback, and then their 5-star backup will probably play the third and the fourth quarter. So there was a chance earlier in the week Tech was going to play the backup to start and then go to quarterback 3. Now it's going to be quarterback 1 and quarterback 2. And if you've heard anything about Texas Tech this year, doesn't appear to be a team that's going to lay off the gas. So maybe if you read the Chicken Dinner newsletter last night, we were saying to take the 48 and lay it. Baron Morton will start for Texas Tech.
With Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house, and we got a touchdown on the board. Give me the sound of the old school Tecmo Bowl there, Brando. Yeah, there it is. And it's a guy that, much to the chagrin of my colleague, Ryan Horvat, took the under on receptions. He's more than halfway there, Bon Jovi. He already caught a 33-yarder, really took it and ran up the right sideline for that significant gain. He turns around and catches one in the end zone for a much shorter gain, but still his second reception. That's Quentin Johnston, a guy that had a case of dropsies all season long. Looks like he applied the stickum. So both targets he reeled in. One for a score, up to 38 yards. Impressive opening drive by the Lightning Bolts as they grab the lead 7-0. Justin Herbert, a perfect 3 for 3 on that drive, 47 yards, and that touchdown. Omarion Hampton only had 2 carries, but he looked like the battering ram that we all expected to see. 2 carries for 11 yards. McConkey had a catch for 9. Herbert had another rush for 6. Just a white-hot start. You couldn't ask for a better opening act for the L.A. Chargers. Meanwhile, the Chiefs on the first drive, Mahomes only had 1 pass, didn't connect with anybody. Isaiah Pacheco 1 for 4 on the ground. But the big story, Xavier Worthy had a carry, got nothing, but he got hurt on the next play running a route. Got decleated, got up, grabbing his shoulder. Trainer comes out, looks like they try to pop it back in. And then we see him on the sideline. We're thinking, okay, maybe he's got to get this thing out and fight through the paint. Nope. He just left the field with a towel over his head. Horvat, let's do a live dive. Who is going to benefit with X, who's not going to give it to us tonight out of this game, maybe for the entire full 4 quarters?
All right, during the commercial break, I said, well, we should look at Travis Kelce props if we haven't done so already. I have enough Kelce. I have the anytime touchdown, and I had over 6.5 receptions for plus money. I looked at my bet slip. They're actually offering me a payout that is more than the original wager. So I think the market is saying, oh no, Kelsey's about to go off. But what about Juju Smith-Schuster? You took the yards. I went over 2.5 receptions already, but give me a little bit more Juju. It's got to be somebody that Pat trusts. Andy Reid has brought him up multiple times that is somebody that Mahomes trusts. So I think it's between those 2 guys. Maybe both, man. Maybe Juju and Kelce. So I'm in on both of those dudes on live numbers and pre-flop original numbers. So hopefully one of them ball out.
Yeah, okay. So the pre-flop original number for me on Juju Smith-Schuster, and I grabbed this like 3 days ago. I took him on the over 18.5. I think the line closed tonight at like 21.5 at BetMGM. Yeah. I just grabbed the live line on Juju receptions in the alt market of 4 or more at plus 130. Fade or follow?
Ooh. I'm going to follow that one, man, right? I mean, especially because now they're trailing in this game. And the Chargers went up the field. Unfortunately, Quentin Johnston had 2 receptions, including the first touchdown of the game. I'm on the under 2.5, so that's probably dead already. But negative game script, they're going to have to drop back a lot. They couldn't get the ground game going on that first drive. We'll see. So I will follow that one. I like that one quite a bit, especially at plus money.
All right, hopefully Juju's going to be that guy that pick up the slack for Xavier Worthy, who is out of the game, officially questionable with that shoulder ailment. And again, I think it's going to be a long shot to see him back there on the field. We'll keep you up to date as Mahomes trots out for his second drive of the game, trailing 7-0. But we got to get back after it with some more game breakdowns. And before I do that, a friendly reminder, if you got any fantasy football questions for us, you want to share some of your sports betting insights, whether on a live dive, tie this Friday night game down in Brazil or the rest of the week once late, just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And also a friendly reminder, go for the end zone without breaking a sweat. With a college football no sweat parlay token, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. So go and opt in right now if you don't get some action on the junior circuit with that no sweat parlay token available on college football only at BetMGM. With that business put to the side, it's time to get after it with the next game.
The Pittsburgh Steelers, the New York Jets.
All right, Steelers Jets. The lowest total on the board this week is in this game at 38.5. Steelers are laying 3 currently at BetMGM. Side, total, same game parlay. Feed me a winner, Horvey. What do you have?
Yeah, I want nothing to do here with the side or the total, but I usually like to bet on Aaron Rodgers when he has a chip on his shoulder, see the MVP season after they draft Jordan Love in the first round. That ticket comes home. Rodgers that year wins 13 games, or the Packers do, I should say. But I don't want anything to do with the side or total, but I do think they're going to throw the rock around a little bit, even with Arthur Smith calling plays. So let's go Kelvin Austin over 2.5 receptions, plus 120. Last year, he came on from week 12 on. He had the 5th highest rating when targeted, caught 80% of his targets. Aaron Rodgers has brought him up a couple different times. And they need somebody to fill that role. I mean, there was a rumor that Aaron Rodgers was making phone calls pretty much trying to make a trade for Romeo Doubs. But he sees a tough Jets secondary, obviously, on paper. But the Jets, the one area you can't attack them is the slot, especially Michael Carter, who last year had a 47.9 PFF coverage grade, which ranked him 68th out of 72 qualifying slot defenders. That's primarily where Calvin Austin's going to line up. So short number, let's go over 2.5 receptions, plus 120.
Ooh, I like that plus money getting seduced by the juice, to say the least. Travis Kelce is on the board, just caught his first pass of the game.
No.
I believe it was 12 or 13 yards. That was followed by a 5-yard penalty, but Kansas City already at midfield on this drive, but 1st and 15 for them. Again, we'll keep you up to date. 7 minutes ago. There's Juju. Catch number 1 for Juju Smith-Schuster. Not a significant game, but it's still a grab. And again, I think he's going to be the guy to benefit most with Xavier Worthy out. That was a 6-yard gain for Juju. So only appropriate. We're talking Pittsburgh and the New York Jets. His former employer, that Juju right there on the news catches a pass in real time. I'm going to live and land down under on a puddle jumper, and that's Breece Hall. And I'm going to take the under on 45.5 rush yards in this contest at a minus 110 juice. We've been hearing the rumblings throughout all of training camp, throughout all of August, that Braylon Allen's going to play a significant role in this offense, and I am kind of buying into it. And what is the exact distribution of touches going to be? My best guess, probably going to be 60-40 split, Breece Hall to Braylon Allen. But Breece Hall is going to be a busier man, I think, in the pass game than as a runner. And you're going against arguably the most formidable defensive line. They are ranked number 1 entering the regular season, according to Pro Football Focus. They're the Pittsburgh Steelers. And on top of that as well, the Steelers only allowed 11 running backs to go over this number last season. It's a low threshold at 45.5. Hall, rather subpar in some of the advanced analytics categories as well. 21 missed tackles for us last season, 24 in yak per attempt. Put all together, I don't think he gets out of the 30s on the ground. So give me the under. Breece Hall, 45.5 rush yards at a minus 110. Let's move on to the next game.
The New York Giants, the Washington Commanders.
All right, Giants Commanders. I think this game is going to be a little bit more entertaining than some people believe, at least on the surface. Commanders laying 6 right now at BetMGM, over under at a decent 45.5. So again, side, total, player prop, SGP. What you got in G-Men and Commanders?
I actually think the Giants are going to be a little bit more competitive this season than the market. I haven't bet over 5.5 wins, but that would be my lean. I got 2 bets that aren't going to be popular ones. I'm going to take the points with the Giants. I think they could have a top 5 defense, especially that pass rush. Love Abdul Carter, love Thibodeau. They got a bunch of studs on the defensive line. And I think Russ will play all right the first couple weeks of the season, man. He's got some weapons, obviously. Malik Neighbors, even though he's a little bit beat up, it appears. But I got 2 bets. Giants plus 6. Early season divisional dogs, 130, 66, and 6. They're covering it at a 66% clip. Not the biggest trends guy, but that's one I like. And then let's go. Russell Wilson's rush yards got bet up from 8.5 to 10.5. The under's minus 140, but I don't care. I know he went over this number in 6 of his last 10 games. He's going to be sitting in the pocket, even against this Commanders D. So Giants plus 6, Russell Wilson under 10.5 rush yards, minus 140. Those are my 2 plays. You could parlay those together if you want.
All right, a name you're going to hear out of my mouth once again. Chris Rodriguez, folks. Put some damn respect on the product out of Kentucky's name. Could be a breakout performer in week 1. Yeah, believe it or not, no, it's not Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. I think really the guy that's going to steal the show is Chris Rodriguez, and also over Austin Eckler. It's going to be a full-blown RBBC. I'm not saying he's all of a sudden going to get out of nowhere like 20 touches in this game. They're going to remain in that platoon, I think, for the entirety of the season, but he's going to get meaningful touches. And I think he's going to get at least 8 to 10 carries on the ground, which means he's cashing the over on 28.5 rush yards. That's all that threshold is right now at -115 at BetMGM. Again, he was number 5 in YAC per attempt last season among running backs with at least 35 rush attempts. He was numero uno in missed tackles forced by percentage at 40% on a per-touch basis. You look at some of the projections that are out there. Rachel Dory's got him right around this number. I saw some other guys have him a little bit higher than that. So you look at the Giants, number 6 in projected defensive line ranking this season. They're going to be rather formidable in the trenches, but with a dual threat quarterback really grabbing and seizing the attention of the defense, Chris Rodriguez is going to have opportunities to find those holes and blast through them, and he's dropped some weight and gotten faster. Love the over on C-Rod. 28.5 rush yards at a -115. Let's move on to the next game.
The Carolina Panthers, the Jacksonville Jaguars.
All right, Jacksonville laying 3.5, over under at 47. Spoiler alert, I'm on the over, but that's not going to be the bet I am sharing in this segment. So side, total player prop, SGP, in the Battle of the Cats down in Duval County. What do you like to make you some Dolores, mi amigo?
Yeah, I got a big bet in this game. I like the Jags at 2.5 on the open. I don't want to give that out at 3.5 because I could easily see them winning this game, 31-28. That way your over hits. I think they could win this game only by a field goal, and then you lose on the hook. So what I'm going to do here is give out a player prop instead. But I love the Jags this year, over 7.5 wins. Took a stab on them to win the division, and my favorite player prop season long, Trevor Lawrence over 21.5 touchdown passes. But I'm not going to go with the touchdown passes. Instead, I'm going to go with an anytime touchdown for Trevor Lawrence, plus 430 to get it done with his legs. So Jacksonville this offseason or this summer was one of the teams that voted against a ban on the tush push. And Liam Cohen has talked about this, man. He said, this is a quote, "I do believe in quarterback sneaks. We do have a push variation. Obviously, the rule is what it is. We have a bigger quarterback, blah, 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 blah." Now, I don't know why you would run any type of quarterback sneaks with Trevor Lawrence because he struggles to stay on the field. But I think there's a good chance, man, if they get down to the 1, especially because I really need Tank Bigsby this week to get in the end zone. They'll probably screw us all over. Quarterback plunge, quarterback dive with Trevor Lawrence, a little tush push. Plus 430 is a crazy price. So I'll take a stab with that, but I do like Jacksonville to win the game outright as well.
Oh, you already brought up the guy's name that I'm going to mention. Let's take it to the bank with Tank, as in Bigsby. Anytime touchdown at plus 145. That's juice I simply cannot resist. I got certainly seduced by it, to say the least. He's a guy I wrote about in my athletic column today. I think he is going to be an active member in early down situations and predominantly a guy that is going to get the ball in his hands in goal line situations. And I think this team is going to live in the red zone and have opportunities to knock at the door of 6. So I like Tank Bigsby quite a bit. Again, a guy that was ultra efficient last year, number 3 in YAC per attempt, number 11 in missed tackles forced, and he only had 168 rush attempts. I look at Carolina, woeful, historically bad on the ground last year, number 32 in rush EPAD. They gave up 21 touchdowns, 21 blackjack, folks, to the running back position. Maybe a little bit better. According to Pro Football Focus, number 28 defensive line in the regular season. Put all together, the Jags should be able to shove and push them around, and Tank just breaks tackles. Love him. Anytime touchdown at plus 145. All right, I got to update you on the action down in Brazil. The Chargers are going to have to punt deep in their own territory. It was a brutal drop in the previous series by Hollywood Brown. a guy that had it right in his mitts and just dropped it. A little Butterfinger action as a result. And Kansas City had a punt as a result of coming out of that drive. But the Chargers didn't do much on theirs as Omarion Hampton got stuffed on a 3rd and 2, giving the ball back to Mahomes at his own 40-yard line. We'll give you an update on that contest when we come back. And more games. It's a Freaky Fast Friday. Don't you go anywhere, fools. Stick around. More action to come right here. BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
The midshipmen just up the road to one of my favorite places, Annapolis, laying 21 against UAB. This has come down from Navy minus 21 and a hook. So a little bit of Blazers money coming in. Well, that's just fine with me. I don't care. This triple option, a nuanced triple option, a new age triple option, has just been running roughshod over people. Navy went 10-3 last year, coming off a win over VMI in the season opener, 52-7. And the Blazers, are they going to be able to stop Navy? I don't think so. Coached by Trent Dilfer, NFL experience, but this Blazers team gave up 514 yards to Alabama State last week. Give me Navy minus 3 touchdowns in Annapolis.
I'm with Colin in Cyhawk. I like Iowa plus the 3.5. Like, these games are just always so close. The total's very low too at 42.5. I'm just gonna grab more.
That's gone up, by the way. This is 41.5 yesterday, so like, there's been interest in the over.
So 42. So a little bit of interest in the over, but still, like, we're not talking about like 62.5. Like, those points are gonna matter quite a bit. Like 24-21 feels like what it is every single year. I'll take the road team. Let me go with the Iowa Hawkeyes, and I'm also going with Duke plus the field goal. Like, I don't trust this Illinois thing. It all reeks of just, hey, this team was really fortunate to win double-digit games last year. Now they're the trendy squad to take that next. No. Like, Duke is well coached. I think Duke at home, these games are difficult. I don't trust Luke Altmaier enough to go on the road and get this done by margin, so I'll take the 3 with Duke. I'm also going to take the 9 with Kentucky. Colin mentioned it. Like, that Kentucky defense is really strong. I love taking Mark Stoops at more than a touchdown. Whatever, doesn't matter who he's playing. Like, he just knows how to drag teams into the mud. That's Kentucky's style. Kentucky as a favorite like last week? No, want no parts. Kentucky as a big dog against Lane Kiffin? Yes, give me the Wildcats. Big Blue Nation stand up. I like the 9. Earlier this week, I said I'm betting Oregon to blow out Oklahoma State. I laid 28. Dan Lanning sends a message to Mike Gundy. Yeah, we paid for our roster, and watch this money whoop your ass at Autzen Stadium. I laid the 28 with the Ducks, and then finally, give me Michigan plus 5, and also Michigan money line. I'm seduced by Bryce Underwood. I think that dude is dynamic. He's the next big thing in the sport.
Rams under 43.5. And this is based on the fact that I think both these offensive lines are going to struggle to protect their quarterbacks. We saw this last year with the Texans. C.J. Stroud was sacked the second most of any quarterback in the NFL. Then you look at Matt Stafford, who feels like he is been taped together with scotch tape and maybe a little Gorilla Glue. He is dealing with all sorts of back issues. He is getting epidurals. And when you see that, you're going to take advantage of that. And you're going to really, put the pressure on him knowing that he is not 100% healthy. And then for CJ Stroud, who's already behind a makeshift offensive line, he has to go against Jared Verse, who is the reigning rookie defensive player of the year. This Rams pass rush, I feel like, is better than people expected last year. They are very young. They are very hungry. So I think that we get a steady diet of third downs that are not completed and a bunch of punts in this one. So under 43.5 is the play between the Texans and the Rams.
You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Orban in the house on this freaky fast Friday. Keeping you up to date, all the action going down in Brazil right now. Somebody passed me Kai Prina. Please. I don't know what that drink is, but it looks tasty. It looks kind of like a mojito, but I know it's an ultra popular drink in that part of the world. And we may need an entire gallon of the Caipirinhas to try to get through this sucker right now. Bit of a war of attrition. We had what we thought was a monster game. And it was a fumble on the field by Tyler Conklin after the catch and the long run. And yes, it is indeed a monster game. No, it was overturned by an illegal batting of the ball. I believe that is correct. So there was a 10-yard penalty there after a 33-yard gain. And that was negated. So Keenan Allen had his first target of the game off his hands. Did not reel that in. Again, a big story right now on this Friday night is Xavier Worthy's out of the game right now. Again, officially listed as questionable. He collided with Travis Kelce in a route across the middle of the field, and it looked like something happened to his wing. Maybe a shoulder separation. Could be something else. Could be something milder. We don't know. Last we saw, he exited the field with a towel over his head with a couple of trainers, and he has not returned. As Omarion Hampton gets a long run, a nice 11 to 12-yard gain for the rolling bowling ball out of North Carolina. Belichick, you wish you still had Omarion Hampton. Keep feeding the beast, boys. I have a little action on him, can't you tell? I have him for most rush yards, a plus 160. Also, I have him for over on 11.5 rush attempts. God, man, he's built like a Sherman tank. Look how thick those trunks are. My God, I'm getting just like turned on watching him carry the rock every single time. And a little hot-mothered. Oh, I'm beating up on the brow right now. Don't tell my wife. Omarion Hampton, though, out now, getting a breather on the sidelines. They are already marching into Kansas City territory. They're at the 45. Herbert drops back in the pocket, lets it rip across the middle of the field. Completion to who? Old Man River and Mr. Reliable Keenan Allen and a second tour of duty with the L.A. Chargers. Again, Chargers Horvat looking like money in the bank, and they were catching 3 points entering the night.
Looking damn good, man. I probably should have fired off that ticket on them to win the Super Bowl. Year 2 for Harbaugh. I feel like he could do what he did in San Francisco, and I think Justin Herbert is a better quarterback than Colin Kaepernick. Only 3 picks last year, 24 touchdown passes. I feel like some people have soured because he had the 4-pick performance in the playoff game, but if they get back, I think he bounces back this year, man. They're tough. Maybe they're a year away, but I don't know. I love Omarion Hampton. I absolutely love him. Watching him, I'm with you, man. He's like a created player. He could run you over, but he's got speed.
Yep.
He is so good. Yep. Who is that? Okay, Tyler Conklin. I want him getting all the targets. All of the targets in the world to Tyler Conklin. Just stay away from Will Dissly. Keep him on the sidelines.
And Conklin's already got 50 yards on 2 catches in this game. So he's cleaning up right now, and people are just, chomping at the bit to pick him up in fantasy football leagues. I can tell you that right now. And people are elated who drafted Omarion Hampton as well with high draft capital. A guy whose arrow was pointing way north early on in the draft season because of Najee Harris's absence. By the way, we haven't seen a single carry. There goes Hampton again, though, a couple of flags down the field. Right now, as it stands, about a a 70-yard game, but Harris hasn't even played a single snap from what I've seen. I don't think he was a backup running back that came in a second ago. So it is it's a hold. It's going to come back. It is the Omari and Hampton show, as we tried to tell you before Jim Harbaugh made the declaration he was going to be the starter, and people were still hesitant. Oh, what about Najee? Come on, fools. Just look at Hampton. Look how he is constructed, as Horvath mentioned, perfectly crafted to carry the ball 20 times a game, and so far balling out. All right, we'll keep you up to date on everything going on in Brazil. We'll chime in if a score is on the board. If you hear the Tecmo Bowl sounder, that will alert us that somebody splashed 6. But I got to get down to business. A winning football Sunday starts with a BetMGM Network. Wake up with BetMGM Game Day as Joe O, Kate Constable, and Jason Lockhan for us set the stage from 8 to 11 a.m. Eastern. Then it's You Better You Bet countdown to kickoff. Nick Costos and Sammy P from 11 to 1 p.m. Eastern time, getting you ready for every game. Line movement, props. Oh, what a run by Justin Herbert.
Oh, my God.
To fantasy, we have you covered. And it's going to be a late hit as well right here on the BetMGM Network. Get the damn rock to Amari Hampton. He will get you in the... Oh, it's coming back. Never mind. I thought that was going to be a late hit on Kansas City, but no, negated. Holding penalty on the LA Chargers as we continue to march on. And we got 2 more games to break down this segment. So before we run out of time, and I regret rambling on about the game going down in Brazil, let's move on to the next game.
The Tennessee Titans, the Denver Broncos.
All right, my survivor pick this week, and I have 3 entries. I have 2 of the 3 with the Denver Broncos, one of them with the Indianapolis Colts. So clack on the dice on that Colts entry, but I want to put all my eggs in the basket on the Mile High Ponies. Denver laying 8.5, total at 42.5, and Cam Ward's first meaningful NFL game. So side, total, player prop, SGP, and you beautiful bastard, Ryan Horvath. You're picking on a player who I love and adore like a child, and who is it?
Yeah, I got to make up for the Duke pick this week, man. So we got to go with a fellow former Illini member, and we already like Chase Brown to get in the end zone. Let's also go with Pat Bryant, over 11.5 receiving yards. I think there's a good chance, man, he's wide receiver 2 when it's all said and done, because he could block. And Denver's going to want to pound the rock. They trade away Devon Vele, and he's one of their bigger targets. Also, a pretty solid blocker. So I think that makes the way for Pat Bryant. This is a short number. This could be 1 reception, 2 catches. So over 11.5 receiving yards. Then for a little bonus play, because I don't love the price giving this out, but Cam Ward to throw a pick, -170. First start in the NFL going against that defense. Pat Surtain, the best corner in football. So Cam Ward throws a pick, and our guy Pat Bryant has at least 12 receiving yards.
I could kiss you. I really could. It's probably best that I'm not in your presence right now. I absolutely love Pat Bryant. That's such a soft number. And you're right, man. He brought it up. He can run block. He's going to get the snaps. And this could be a single play payday. It could be one grab and a guy that can run every route in the tree. He could beat you outside. He could beat you inside as well. A very polished, big body target. Doesn't have elite speed. But the comparisons of Michael Thomas, I think we're kind of warranted by Sean Payton. A similar player in terms of what they bring to the table in terms of style and substance. I love the call there on the former ILL standout. This is not a just kidding wager. I'm going to go with J.K. Dobbins anytime touchdown. I love the juice on this at +145. Yeah, roll the shoulders again and getting seduced by that juice. I think he's going to splash 6. Why? Tennessee gave up the most running back touchdowns a season ago with 22. I know with Simmons, they have some talent there on the defensive line. Projected to be top 15 in that capacity, according to Pro Football Focus. So they were number 24 in rush EPA. They have a mountain to climb to regain any kind of respectability. But you look at Dobbins, not too bad for the LA Chargers last season. Top 25 in YAC per attempt, missed tackles forced, and he had 22 red zone touches in just 13 games. That is his specialty. I know RJ Harvey is going to have a role, maybe gets around 30-35% of the opportunity share, but when they are knocking at the door of cross the chalk, It's got to go J.K. Dobbins, a reliable, dependable, trustworthy veteran. I think he splashes 6 and pays off at plus 145. Let's move on to the next game.
The San Francisco 49ers, the Seattle Seahawks.
Oh, we got a Najee Harris sighting. Caught a ball off the hand of Justin Herbert for a minor gain, but he was in the game for a snap. All right, San Francisco, Seattle, and the Starbucks City. The Niners laying 2.5. I got some good news. Juwan Jennings going to play. He practiced in full all week, signed an extension as well, so he's a very happy camper right now. We'll see about Christian McCaffrey, though he says he is A-OK. He's going to be good to go. He's going to play. I believe, coming straight from the horse's mouth, that he will suit up, and I think he's going to be delightful in this contest. So Niners laying 2.5, 43.5 on the total. What do you like? Side, total, SGP, player prop in San Francisco, Seattle.
I love the Niners this year. Love the win total. Like alt wins, them to win 12 games at plus money. I like them to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl 9-1, but I don't like them week 1, man. A little bit beat up. I also think the defense will be better the second half of the season with Robert Saleh back, but I have some concerns, especially after what I saw in the preseason. Granted, it's just the preseason, but they were number 2 in missed tackles. Kind of the same story as last year. And no Brandon Ayuk. Juwan Jennings is coming back. Ricky Pearsall, only in year 2, is going to be relied on a little bit more. CMC, a little bit worried about that because I have him winning Offensive Player of the Year. But I'm really worried about the Niners stopping Kenneth Walker or Zach Charbonnet in this game. They were outside the top 25 last year in run defense grade. And I think Seattle's run game is going to improve, man, with Clint Kubiak taking over as play caller. And Kenneth Walker, if he could just stay healthy, high hopes for him. He had the second highest rate of missed tackles since he came into the league in 2022. I also think Sam Darnold's going to have some clean pockets to throw from. I think the Seahawks are live here, so give me Seattle, and hopefully Kenneth Walker holds up because I have him for an anytime touchdown, plus 120. But I like the Seahawks, plus 2.5.
I think this game is going to be highly entertaining. By the way, Dicker, the kicker, it's up. And it's good. There was a penalty on Kansas City that has declined. The LA Chargers up now 10-0 on the former AFC and reigning AFC champs and the Kansas City Chiefs. And Mahomes only 2 for 7 in this game so far. And again, without Xavier Worthy on the field, that really changes the schematics for this KC team. All right, I'm going to go with the CMC Football Factory. Give me the over. Screw it. I'm a riverboat gambler. I'm going to chase that straight in the flush on the river. I'll take the over on 4.5 receptions at plus 120. This number's climbed because of the uncertainty around him. But again, straight from the horse's mouth said he's going to play. And again, I think he's going to be damn good this week. Betalytics has him at 4.8 receptions. I think that's a spot-on endorsement. Overall, I think he's going to catch at least 5 balls. Seattle, subpar linebacker core, and a guy, if he gets back to what he did in 2023, he ran 21.8 routes per game. Have confidence in the CMC Football Factory. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. More game breakdowns and an update in Brazil. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
Aren't Iowa games miserable to watch every year? Like, isn't that how it goes with Iowa? They are. It's like, listen, we're going to win this game 12-10. Was it 2 years ago or was it last year where they put out a highlight reel for their punter. It was It was so funny. Like, they're very self-aware. Like, we have no offense, but our punter, I mean, this guy, he's got a leg on him. He'll pin you back. He'll pin you inside the 10, maybe the 5. Okay, This guy can punt. I think I'm going to take Iowa. I will watch this game. I think this is one of the more underrated, fun rivalries in college football. Play for the Cy-Hawk Trophy, for God's sakes. You can get Iowa plus 3.5. And in a game like this just feels like one of those games. It's almost always decided by a field goal. If the line was reversed and I could get 3.5 with Iowa State, I'd take the 3.5 there. So I'm going to take the hook. This is going to be something like a, 20-17 game, something like that. Iowa State's going to kick a field goal late to win it when it's tied at 17. I'm curious to watch Mark Gronowski, who is the quarterback for Iowa. So he didn't look good last week, but I think there's a big possibility that Iowa was looking ahead because they played a no one last week. I forget who it was. Albany. They played Albany last week. So they didn't look good, and I feel like that's one of those games where you say, just forget it. We're going to run some vanilla stuff. We'll get ready for the rivalry against Iowa State. And I remember Mark Gronowski because I think I watched last year when he won the national title at a lower level, at the FCS level with South Dakota State, won 2 national titles. So the kid can play, and I think this is the week where Iowa ratchets it up and puts double digits on the board offensively here. So I'm going to go Hawkeyes, and I'll grab the 3.5.
Love these old rivalry games. The same way as like the backyard brawl. Like, we should never get rid of these. We should never get rid of Farmageddon. I hate all of the athletic directors / commissioners / all these different conferences breaking these up. There needs to be protected rivalries, and this is one of them. I grew up in Kansas. We hate Missouri. They hate us. It doesn't matter if you're K-State or KU. There is a lot of hate there, and it stems back from history during the Civil War. The border war is offensive. Give me a break. Anyway, I digress. As you mentioned, if you just log on to social media, Sam, you can see it for yourself. These two schools hate each other. Last week, Horn got hurt versus Central Arkansas. They marched in the Penn State transfer, and guess what? He looked really good. Almost too good, in fact. I thought, this is going to be interesting. I do think that the offensive line there for the Tigers has some holes, and I do think that the defense for the Jayhawks deserves a little bit more credit here. KU, one caveat, the thing that bothers me about this team and Jalen Daniels is they love to turn the ball over in the red zone. And I bet against this team so much last year. Sammy, I was against them every time they were a road favorite, every time they were a slight favorite at home, and it paid dividends. This year, I think KU does take a step forward. I do think this is a spot where they can go into Columbia and win this game.
It's time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your host, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Freaky Fast Friday. We're going to get to a couple of more matchups in this segment, but I'm going to give you an update on what's going down in Brazil. 10-0 right now. The LA Chargers up about 10 minutes ago in the first half on the Kansas City Chiefs. So Kansas City is driving, converted a fourth down with, of all people, Kareem Hunt getting a 5-yard run as I see Mahomes scramble. Looks like he picked up about 4 or 5 yards there. Mahomes, this offense kind of looked somewhat discombobulated. Obviously, with Xavier Worthy out, a lot of the schematics and strategies that they had implemented and hoped to have him on the field, not only as a receiver, but also occasionally as a rusher, a guy kind of a jack of all trades, can beat you downfield with that elite speed, and a guy that's ultra versatile in terms of the route tree. But he's out officially. Diana Rossini of The Athletic reporting that he is gone and will not be seen from this contest again due to a shoulder injury that started on a collision with Travis Kelce. We're getting a lot of Hollywood Brown right now, which is really pissing me off because your boy is on Juju Smith-Schuster to get 4+ grabs. He has 1, but we thought he was a guy that was going to stand to benefit. Hollywood's already got a horrific drop in this game, but it looks like Hollywood's doing a lot of the short yardage damage on those quick-hitting routes. A guy that's already got 5 targets, 3 catches for just 15 yards. Again, Juju only the 1 target. Travis Kelce hasn't had another target since early on in the game. That went for 10 yards. Thornton's got 3 targets for reception as well, as that one goes again to Hollywood Brown in the short field. Again, Hollywood Brown's is being deemed the dirty worker right now for Patrick Mahomes. I guess the guy that kind of fits more so that Xavier Worthy role, being diminutive, and he's versatile in the route tree. We saw it his days at Baltimore, and it's rising to the occasion right now. Again, a nickel dimer, not exactly putting up gaudy numbers. Again, just 4 catches for 15 yards. Again, 6 targets is quite attractive so far in this game. And Mahomes is the leading rusher for Kansas City. Not Isaiah Pacheco, not Kareem Hunt. Mahomes got 2 carries for 15 yards. Pacheco 3 for 12. Hunt 2 for 6. Mahomes 7 for 13 passing, only 34 yards, 2.6 pass yards per attempt. Horvath, a lot of people are thinking, maybe Mahomes got to get back at least a 30 passing touchdown level this season, but it's looking like the same mundane, vanilla, kind of boring statistical player that we've seen the last couple of years.
Yeah, really since they traded away Tyreek and teams started playing more the 2-high man, taking away the deep shots. I thought this year, granted it was just the preseason, but he looked crisp, man. He was connecting on those deep balls. The issue is the wide receiver room. Losing Xavier Worthy really hurts. When Hollywood Brown's your number 1, that's an issue. Rashee Rice isn't going to be back until week 7. So that's the problem for Mahomes, man, is he just I joked with you during the commercial break. Do you think that the Chiefs would have interest in making a deal for Tyreek Hill if he continues to spin off the planet?
Yes.
If Miami starts slow? That's what they need, though, a vertical threat or a real go-to receiver. When Rice comes back, they have that. Not so much the vertical threat, but a number 1 receiver. Right now, though, this is like a makeshift wide receiver room, just as it was last year, and that's an issue for Pat.
Yeah, a severe issue, and it's something they're not going to remedy, I think, anytime soon. It's way too early in the season, but I think Tyreek Hill, you're half joking. If Miami goes south in a hurry, and I think entirely that's on the table, they could get rocked week 1 in the Circle City against the Indianapolis Colts. I believe that goes Mahomes again running for his life. Oh, God,
what is he doing?
Just got drilled in the open field.
God. Why is he faking
what are you
that?
doing, Pat? Get your butt out of bounds. Get down, my man.
Like 5 yards past the line of
it's
scrimmage.
coming back, too. Yeah, and it's coming back. There was a holding penalty, and he took that hit all for nothing, all for naught. But again, this offense is just kind of in disarray, really. And you're right. They need somebody to blow the top off the opposition defensively. Tyreek Hill would make all the sense in the world. A guy that's had some choice words about the system and how he doesn't really understand it. He's been in Miami for how long? Still doesn't really get the team's terminology. You just plug and play him back into Kansas City. Say, hey, Tyreek, go run a go route with your elite speed, and Mahomes is going to find you. But they've got to figure it out. There's our guy, Juju. Oh, what a monster after catch run. Breaking tackles, rumbling all over the place. 16-yard gain. for Juju Smith-Schuster. He's already cashed the over for your boy. That's me on 18.5 receiving yards I grabbed earlier in the week. And that's a second catch. Again, I have him for 4+ catches on the live dive at plus 130. So I had heavy action going down right now in Brazil. We'll keep you up to date. We got to get back after. We got 2 more games to break down, and there are a couple of monster clashes here in week 1. So disembodied voice, it's time to get after it yet again with the next game.
The Detroit Lions, the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, Horvey, your love, that being the Green Bay Packers, not the side piece that is my Chicago Bears, your adopted team this year. You do look at Detroit and Green Bay, really an enormous matchup for the opening stanza of the season. Green Bay is a 2-point favorite at Lambeau Field with an over-under of 47. Side, total, player prop, SGP. What do you like? And I see the bias bleeding through.
Right, and that's why, so if I'm playing off of numbers, right, I would probably have to play Detroit because I think, reverse line movement. Green Bay was a 1.5-point dog, actually, when I bet them in this game. I just bet the money line. I do think that they win this game, but 2.5-point favorites, I think that's kind of crazy just after a trade for Micah Parsons, especially because he's got a bad back. He's going to have an epidural to play in this game at, 26 years old? So I do think the market, that's a little bit of an overreaction, but I already like Green Bay in this game because I think Detroit takes a step back. This is going to be the first game without Ben Johnson, the first game without Aaron Glenn, and that's what I worry about, not so much the loss of Aaron Glenn, but the pass rush. Aiden Hutchinson is an absolute stud rushing the passer, man. Last year before the leg injury, he was the favorite to win Defensive Player of the Year, led the league in pressures, and they were still bottom 10 in pressure rate. Then when he got hurt, they completely fell off a cliff. I don't trust the pass rush. I like their secondary, but I think Green Bay is going to take advantage of their defensive line and their linebackers. And I don't really worry about, Jordan Love in this game because I think he's going to have some clean pockets. I think they'll be able to get the ground game established and then take some deep shots, hopefully to Matthew Golden. Give me Green Bay. I like the money line. I like them at 2, anything under 3, but I do think the market kind of got a little crazy after the Parsons deal.
Oh, did you say Matthew Golden? Nobody saw this one coming. No. I haven't talked him up remotely at all throughout the entire month of August. Massive sack taken there by Patrick Mahomes. An 8-yard loss, and that was on 3rd and goals. So Bucker's going to have to come in and try to cut this down to a 7-point game. Man, the LA Chargers playing excellent defense for the most part so far in this affair. But, I'm going to go with Matthew Golden. I still this is a really soft number. Give me the over on 48.5 receiving yards at a little step ladder. I also have him in the alt market up to 60 yards. That pays better than plus 150. If you're interested in that, hell, I think 75 yards is on the table. Look, Dontavian Wicks is questionable with a calf injury. We know that Jaden Reed has got that Jones fracture, so he's extremely limited as well. And you look, who else do they have? They got Romeo Doubs, that he primarily lives in the red zone. That's where Jordan Love looks at him most. Got Tucker Kraft. He might be a busy man. Josh Jacobs could be a busy man in the short to intermediate field as a receiver as well. But Goldman, he's got that elite speed. Ran a 4.29 40-yard dash. He has looked every bit like the best player, regardless of position, throughout all of training camp at Green Bay. And also had a couple of big catches there in the preseason. He's got the separation skills. He's got reliable hands. He hasn't dropped any passes reportedly. Jordan Love called him a stud. His words, not mine. Other boots on the ground have called him a stud. Their words, not ours either. Matthew Golden. I'll take the over on 48.5 receiving yards. Probably going to see a lot of Terrion Arnold in coverage, who is number 114 in pass coverage grade at last season, according to Pro Football Focus. Love that at minus 110. All right, with that game of the books, it's time to move on to the next game.
The Houston Texans, the Los Angeles Rams.
All right, Texas and Rammies. Ram at home laying 3 in this game with an over-under at 43.5. Now, Matthew Stafford looking like he's all systems go. Should be available in this contest. Of course, no Joe Mixon on the Houston side of things. He's on the PUP list with that menacing foot injury. So it's going to be a whole lot of rub-a-dub-dub. The Chubb Club reopened for business, baby. Let's order that bottle service and sit behind the velvet rope. Is he going to turn back the clock and look like a vintage Nick Chubb? That's to be determined. Really didn't look like that guy in the preseason. So side, total, player prop, SGP. Tickle my fancy, Ryan Horvat. What do you like?
I actually lean Texans now that we're at 3, man. If we could get to 3.5, I might have to bet them just because it's that pass rush against Matthew Stafford, who they had to freeze this offseason because he's got a bum back and he's pushing 40 years old. But instead, I like this player prop a little bit more. Let's go CJ Stroud over 30.5 pass attempts, -110. It's a big number, but you just said it, man. No Joe Mixon, which means Nick Chubb in the Lord's year 2025 is the lead back. His rushing attempts are only 12.5. So I think he's going to drop back closer to 32, 35 times. No Joe Mixon. Christian Kirk already injured. They're 3-point road dogs, so they could be chasing points. Give me Stroud over 30.5 pass attempts, -110. And I might end up betting the Texans.
Yeah, I think it's a great call on Stroud. It's all about pass pro for him. Just don't get killed, right? Yeah. Like, hopefully the guys in trenches can stand up their dudes and protect their quarterback. That was the bugaboo. That was the eyesore. That was the drag all last season for the Houston Texans. They had arguably the worst offensive line in the NFL. We got a little bit of rain coming in to the equation here down in Brazil. Not heavy precipitation, but some dampness in the air. But, yeah, I think Stroud over 30.5 pass attempts looking good there at -110. I would tell you on that. I'm also going to do a little boot scooting boogie with Nick Chubb. Give me him in the anytime touchdown market. This number is too good to pass up at +180. Yeah, we're getting rolling the shoulders and getting seduced by that juice. Nick Chubb, the one thing that I did see from him is the vintage power. Right? He doesn't have the explosiveness anymore. He's definitely lost his step to the broken foot and the gruesome knee injury he suffered a couple of years ago. But he could still carry dudes. You know, I've still seen the videos recently of him in the gym squatting the entire truck of beer kegs. I mean, the guy has elite strength. And it takes like a zombie horde to take him down. Yeah, Dameon Pierce will look good at times. You got Woody Marks there, and there's some people all jazzed about Woody Marks. I mean, he's a change of pace guy only. He's a rookie, so slowly roll there, fantasy fans. Pierce is kind of interesting. Will spell Chubb at times. I think Chubb's going to get about 12, 13 carries in this game, and I think he'll be the running back of choice in goal line packages, and I think they're going to get down into that situation. I know the Rams, a top 10 defensive line entering the season, according to PFF, but they were only number 20 in rush EPAD a season ago. They only gave up 10 total touchdowns running back position. Houston, just number 21 in run rate last year, 41.6%. But again, I don't need sizable touches for Nick Chubb. I just need one stinking carry, one opportunity at the goal line, and I feel good he's going to punch it in. So I will clack and roll the dice. He splashes 6 at +180. And yeah, folks, in like a multi-flex 14-team fantasy league, this guy right here is starting Nick Chubb. Do you hate it, Orby?
I don't hate it, to be honest, man, because he's going to get all the work, right? Like I said, the rush attempts are only 12.5, but I would lean over on that. I think it's like 14 carries, 55 to 60 yards, and a touchdown. So I love the anytime touchdown look. I know he's old, but nearly getting a 2-to-1 price on the only back, I like that a lot. And I also like Nico Collins receiving yards. I feel like I have to play that every week. I also took Higgins because the price at 24.5 I think is way too low without Kirk. I probably have way too many props in this game, but I can't wait to watch this, man, because I don't know what to do with the Texans this season. You said it. I worry about them in pass protection because I like Stroud, but not when he's under pressure. But that defense, that pass rush could be really good this year. It's good. But man, the Chubb price at +180, I really do like it. He might surprise some people. Remember when Adrian Peterson was in his 30s, and we were like, AP is the lead back this week, and then he would give you like 60 yards on the ground and a touchdown. I could see that from Chubb, at least until Joe Mixon does come back, if he comes back.
Oh, big gain from Herbert to McConkey, 23-yarder. We're going to update you on the flip side. Stick around, fools. Got one more game to go right here on BetMGM tonight, right here on the BetMGM network. Stick around.
Don't go anywhere. BetMGM tonight will be right back with more football bets on the BetMGM network.
I look at the total and look how it's come down, because all you hear about is Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen, MVP against MVP. And the total has moved down 2 points, and nobody's talking about that. We're talking about the 2-point move from Buffalo -1 to Baltimore -1, but we're not talking about the total going from 52.5 to 50.5, blowing right through the 51. Do you think the public's going to bet the over in that one, Joe? What do you think?
Oh, I think so. Could be a chase game for some after all the favorites go down in flames on Sunday. That's what I'm feeling. Yeah.
These are two top 5 defenses. And we're going to hear more about the quarterbacks than we will about the defenses. Now, to piggyback on the point that I brought up about, Bills Nation and Buffalo radio guys talking about the concerns at secondary, I understand them. But the Bills should still be good against the run. And the Ravens set everything up on the ground. As good as Lamar has become as a passer, their bread and butter is setting up everything via the run. If they can run, they can do anything. You also have early season rust, offensive rust. We saw it in Philly. They couldn't get Barkley going last night against a Cowboys defense that is not really that good. So if you line up the Bills front 7 and the Ravens front 7, there's a lot to like against those offenses. I think rather than pay attention to the move on the side, we should be looking at a game where people are going to come out of the woodwork to bet the over on Sunday night. Been waiting all day to bet the over, yet the market is coming down.
Do you think we'll head north by the time we get to kickoff when the song's done?
I'll say this. If you have a 51, I would bet under 51. Yeah. A lot of these books, including BetMGM, are down to 50.5. And look, could this be 31-30? 100%. Could we see fireworks between Allen and Jackson? Yes. But to see this come down as limits go up, it definitely raises my eyebrows. So Texas Tech has just upgraded Baron Morton, their starting quarterback, to be the starter on Saturday against Kent State. And I know what you're thinking. Who cares? It's Kent State. Well, the market cares enough because Pinnacle just moved from 48 to 49. Other books are on the hike as well. Now, Texas Tech, if it keeps the pedal down, is going to win this game 70-7. Remember, Kent State almost lost to Merrimack last week. Kent State went 0-12 last year and was the lowest power rated team in the history of Chris Andrews' power rankings. So, okay, now you probably get a half of Baron Morton, who's a very good quarterback, and then their 5-star backup will probably play the third and the fourth quarter. So there was a chance earlier in the week Tech was going to play the backup to start and then go to quarterback 3. Now it's going to be quarterback 1 and quarterback 2. And if you've heard anything about Texas Tech this year, doesn't appear to be a team that's going to lay off the gas. So maybe if you read the Chicken Dinner newsletter last night, we were saying to take the 48 and lay it. Baron Morton will start for Texas Tech.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Orban in the house. First down.
Keenan
Chargers. Who got it done? Keenan Allen. Simple little cut routes on the inside. That's like vintage. That is textbook Keenan Allen right there. Starts outside, quick slant on the interior, catches it, falls forward for 2 yards, and gets the necessary short yardage on a critical and imperative, really, 3rd and 6. They can have them seize momentum and possibly carry it into halftime. As right now the Chargers up 10-3 against, again, a bit of a discombobulated Kansas City Chiefs offense. Why? Because Xavier Worthy left after like the 2nd or 3rd snap of the game due to a dinged wing. He collided with Travis Kelce over the middle of the field. Looked like a possible shoulder separation. Left the field with a towel over his head. He was listed as questionable, but a few minutes ago, Diana Rossini of The Athletic reporting that he ain't coming back. He done, he gone the rest of the game. Condolences if you had him in your fantasy lineup. But I really feel bad for the person that maybe had Xavier Worthy and A.J. Brown in their starting lineups, Horvey.
Oh, God, man. Imagine that. I mean, A.J. Brown on a milk carton after last night, and then Xavier Worthy. We don't even make it through 3 snaps. And I know some sports books or, like everybody's going to be tweeting at them to refund, and everybody has different policies. Yep. But nothing you could do once you set that fantasy lineup. And that's what I love and hate about fantasy football, man. Injuries are brutal, especially when they happen right away. Or just a game like last night where A.J. Brown doesn't see any targets. So that's never good.
No, and indeed is never good. And we're going to break down, we got one more game left on the docket, and it's the mother of all matchups this week, Baltimore and Buffalo. And we're also going to throw out some college cash here momentarily with our top college football bet of the weekend. But let me give you a quick update as we got a timeout on the field again. Chargers knocking at the door, possibly getting in the end zone. They're already in field goal range for Dicker, the kicker, who's already split the uprights once. Statistical background so far in this game. Herbert, 12 for 17, $171 and a touchdown, no INTs. He's also rushed a couple of times for 10 yards. That's a key takeaway, folks. Herbert himself said earlier this summer, I'm going to run the football more. Harbaugh wanted him to call his own number more. The guy can scoot. So that is definitely a strong takeaway we're seeing so far. Amarian Hampton, 7 carries, subpar 23 yards. Gotten stuffed here the last couple of times that he has touched the rock, but he's had a couple of impressive runs with 11-yarder in which he was dragging some dudes on that one. Conklin's got 2 grabs for 50. McConkey, the McConkey donkey, 4 for 49. Quentin Johnston, 2 for 38 and a touchdown. Keenan Allen, 3 catches for 29. Najee Harris, we saw for a quick moment, 1 catch for 5 yards in the game. Meanwhile, for the Chiefs, Mahomes just 10 of 17 for 57 yards, 3.4 pass yards per attempt, no touchdowns, no INTs. Pacheco 4 for 21. Mahomes 2 for 15 on the ground. Kareem Hunt also has 2 carries for 7 yards. Xavier Worthy, of course, exited early. He was targeted once, had 1 carry, all for 0 yards. Juju Smith-Schuster, your leading receiver right now, 2 for 22. Though Hollywood Brown has really kind of picked up the mantle, so to speak, for the absent Xavier Worthy, as he's done a lot of dirty work underneath. 8 targets, 5 catches, 16 yards. Travis Kelce, only 1 target. It was early. 1 catch for 10 yards. Hunt's got a catch. Thornton's got a catch. Pacheco doesn't have one yet either. So it's weird that Kelce has been, you want to talk about on the side of milk carton. That has certainly been him. Run, Hampton. Decent one there. I need that. And again, I got the over on 11.5 rush attempts. I believe he's up to, 8 carries already? Yeah, 8 for 31.
Yeah.
Also have a prop for him to get to 50 yards. Brother, I'm confident we're going to get there. But then again, what happened last night, Will Shipley needed one more rush attempt, and then he cracked his ribs, and we never saw him again.
Yeah, you can never celebrate until the game goes final and you actually cash that ticket, because last night, a lot of props, right, decided in the second half not the right way after that rain delay. Also, the total in the game, man, if you had the over, that's got to be one of the worst beats of all time, and that field goal is good. 13-3. Damn it, I should have just bet the Chargers. I hate myself for this one. But, yeah, what a wild situation last night. It kind of reminded me of the Super Bowl where the lights went out in the Harbaugh Bowl. Like, imagine having San Francisco in that game, and then that happens.
Yeah, that was wild. In this game, living in the land down under, certainly trending in that direction. There were some people, Brando, one of them, expecting a shootout tonight. And again, the last 2 times these teams face, it was like rock'em sock'em robots, man. It was certainly a battle and a bloody one at that. One game was 19-17. The other one was 17-10. This one might be a slight uptick in scoring, but so far only 16 points to the board as we're under a minute to go in the first half. Kansas City get the ball back one more time. Let's see how many timeouts do they have. I believe they have one or 2 timeouts remaining. So we'll see what happens on the kickoff return. Maybe they get some decent yards. You know Andy Reid's got to take a shot when he got Patrick Mahomes. Why the hell not? And Harrison Butker has got a boot. So maybe they can try like a 55, 60-yard field goal and try to cut the deficit to a single possession. But right now, 13-3, 45 seconds remaining. LA Chargers up on the Kansas City Chiefs. All right, with that put to the side, friendly reminder, if you want to talk fantasy football with us, start sit decisions. You want to talk sports betting with us, simple way to contact Tori and I, just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. With that put aside, it's time to get after it with the next game.
The Baltimore Ravens, the Buffalo Bills.
Man, I cannot wait for this one. Tequila's going to be flowing across today, Evans. This is definitely the marquee matchup of the weekend on Sunday Night Football. They are under the primetime lights in Buffalo, New York. Baltimore laying un punto. For those that do not speak fluent Spanish, that's 1 point. With a 50.5 total in the game. So Baltimore, Buffalo side, total. SGP player prop action. What do you like, my man?
I'm not going to do anything with the side or total, but there's a player prop I really like, and it's a little narrative driven, but also there's some numbers to back it up, so I like it a lot. We got to go back 8 months ago. Mark Andrews, who scored 11 touchdowns last season, makes maybe the most critical mistake of his entire career and drops a 2-point conversion that would have tied the game with 1:33 remaining against the Bills. Baltimore goes on to lose that divisional round game 27-25. And after, he didn't even speak to reporters. He later went on social media and said he was absolutely gutted by what happened. Did talk to reporters on Wednesday, said, got to get over it. At the end of the day, this is a new season. And I think he gets his revenge coming up in this game. Mark Andrews, no Isaiah Likely, anytime touchdown, plus 220. Again, Lamar loves him, right? He had the bad drop that would have tied the game in the divisional round, and he had 11 touchdowns last year. We're getting better than 2-1. How does this not hit? Mark Andrews, anytime touchdown, plus 220.
And an absolute bomb drop by Tyquan, or into Tyquan Thornton's arms, as a matter of fact. He was able to reel it in. Speedster getting his time to shine in this Kansas City offense. Absolute laser thrown by Patrick Mahomes for a 39-yard gain. All of a sudden, Kansas City in business at the Chargers 32. They just spiked it. 22 seconds left. They don't have any timeouts left, but they're already comfortably in field goal range. They're probably going to take a couple of shots in the end zone. Maybe Travis Kelce time? Just maybe? It seems like, in these situations, He typically sticks out like a sore thumb to Patty Mahomes. I'll go ahead and call it live before I give you my bet. And Ravens and Bills. Strong outside throw to Hollywood Brown off his hands. Mahomes lucky that wasn't a pick six. So that one goes incomplete. Setting up, let's see. It's going to be 3rd and 10, 17 seconds remaining. Again, KC sans timeout. So they're going to try to get maybe a quick strike and get Butker in a better field goal range, or possibly take a shot on a seam route across the middle of the field to Travis Kelce if he is open. The other guy that I'm kind of surprised hasn't been involved a whole lot in this game is Noah Gray, the other tight end who certainly had his moments last season, primarily working between the 20s. So Mahomes takes his snap, and it looks like we have a flag at false start. Got to move him back 5 more yards. 15 seconds remaining. Again, we're going to keep you up to date. All right, as a reset, my play in Ravens and Bills, same game parlay. The Chef Boyardee running backs, baby. It's not going to be spaghetti nose. It's going to be spaghetti O's. And it's going to make me oh so happy. Anytime touchdown. And I am not going to correlate, synergize, and bring them together. I'll take the Ravens plus 7.5 in the alt spread. You achieve plus 170 in that simple little two-gamer because you're confusing the algorithm, and I'm taking advantage of it. This is going to be a one-possession game. I think this game is going to come down the bitter end. A lot at stake for home field advantage potentially in the NFL playoffs between two teams that should be comfortably in to the second season. So it's going to come down, again, to the final ticks. So I think the Ravens will cover that alt line plus 7.5. And then Cook, anytime touchdown. Dude got pizzade in mid-August after the hold in, and he was a moneymaker last year. 18 rushing touchdowns. He finished at RB 14 and red zone touches. He only got around 56% of the opportunity share, but always had his number called when inside the red zone. He's got a top 5 offensive line. Yes, the Ravens are number 3 in rush EPA defense. Yes, they have arguably a top 10 defensive line. There's Noah Gray, Johnny on the spot there.
Oh, God.
Although they're calling that inbounds. Really? Okay,
What?
8 seconds,
They're gonna
7
have to run up the
seconds,
kicking
6
team.
seconds,
Holy
5
cow.
seconds, 4 seconds. Oh, my
Get out
God, they're
there,
going to try to kick it. And they do. It's up, and it's good. What execution. Unbelievable by Harrison Butker and the special teams of the Kansas City Chiefs. Hair on fire. They get set, and Butker knocks it through amidst the chaos. 13-6, your halftime score. And a side note as well, Omarion Hampton was being talked to by Marshawn Lynch, who was there being an ambassador. He was wearing NFL gear on the sidelines, and I think Hampton left a lot of yards on the field on that last rush. Harbaugh was not pleased with him. Hampton went over and was sitting down, and Lynch came over and gave him some advice. And Marshawn Lynch has some sage advice to provide to a running back. So hopefully it's going to motivate him in the second half. Unbelievable execution at the end of the half. Again, 13-6. Chargers up on Kansas City at the break. Again, Cook, anytime touchdown, Ravens, plus 7.5. Love that at plus 170. Let's make some college cash, mi amigo. Give me your top bet amongst the co-eds this weekend. What do you like?
Well, this one's been hit, but I still like it at 4.5, I guess. But I like Michigan State money line. This opened 2.5, man. I didn't think we were going to get all the way out here against BC, but I do think they win this game by a touchdown, so I'm cool with that. Their defense looked really good week 1. Granted, it was against Western Michigan. They were one of 3 Big Ten teams to not allow a single defensive point or a point in their game. So let's roll with them. I also bet them over 5.5 wins on the win total. I really like Jonathan Smith as a head coach. And I think they win this game, like I said, by a touchdown. I like their quarterback, Aiden Childs, and this should be an easy win. So let's go Michigan State, although, wow, I'm looking at it right now. I did not expect it to get hit today to 4.5. Went from 3 to 4.5, but I still like Sparty here.
Well, I got to fade my boy and back my guys. Give me Illinois. I'll lay down the 2.5. Is that correct, Horvat? That was the last time I saw the line. Because, Captain Hook is a part of it in a glorious way for Illinois. They were favored by a flat 3 number for much of the week, but that's being bet down. A lot of people on Duke right now. Not only is Horvey on Duke, I've seen a ton of national, quote-unquote, experts riding the Blue Devils as well. They must be thinking, hey, this is going to be a duplication of what Duke did head to my Illini on the hardwood inside Madison Square Garden earlier this year, and that was a mauling. That was a massacre, an absolute slaughter. Illinois is going to be motivated by multiple factors. They're not going to fall on their sword. They're not going to fall flat on their face in this one either. Not with Luke Altmaier, who's one of the better dual contributors in college football. Bowick, the Ball State transfer, had a touchdown last week. Looked really impressive. Altmaier spread the love around. I know it was against Western Illinois, but they absolutely dominated him. Looked great on defense. That back end defensively with the Scots, both those guys probably going to be pros playing on Sundays next year. It's outstanding. It's one of the best defensive backfields in college football. Ton of experience there. Yakis is another guy, obviously very experienced as well, being formidable on the pass rush and wrapping up in the run. Illinois' got a great offensive line. Everybody's back. I know that Duke is going to be, not a mountain to climb, but maybe at least a bunny hill because of Mensah and his scoring ability on the ground and through the air. But I think Illinois pulls it out by the hair of their chinny chin chin. Do it for me, please. An ILL, baby. Illinois -2.5 at a -110 juice. All right, we got to take a little siesta. We come back. We're reviewing our cards right here. BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Woo. Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
The midshipmen just up the road at one of my favorite places, Annapolis, laying 21 against UAB. This has come down from Navy -21 and a hook. So a little bit of Blazers money coming in. Well, that's just fine with me. I don't care. This triple option, a nuanced triple option, a new age triple option, has just been running roughshod over people. Navy went 10-3 last year, coming off a win over VMI in the season opener, 52-7. And the Blazers, are they going to be able to stop Navy? I don't think so. Coached by Trent Dilfer, NFL experience, but this Blazers team gave up 514 yards to Alabama State last week. Give me Navy -3 touchdowns in Annapolis.
I'm with Colin in Cyhawk. I like Iowa plus the 3.5. Like, these games are just always so close. The total's very low too at 42.5. I'm just gonna grab more.
That's gone up, by the way. This was 41.5 yesterday, so like, there's been interest in the over.
So 42. So a little bit of interest in the over, but still, like, we're not talking about like 62.5. Like, those points are gonna matter quite a bit. Like 24-21, it feels like what it is every single year. I'll take the road team. Let me go with the Iowa Hawkeyes, and I'm also going with Duke plus the field goal. Like, I don't trust this Illinois thing. It all reeks of just, hey, this team was really fortunate to win double-digit games last year. Now they're the trendy squad to take that next. No. Like, Duke is well coached. I think Duke at home, these games are difficult. I don't trust Luke Altmaier enough to go on the road and get this done by margin, so I'll take the 3 with Duke. I'm also going to take the 9 with Kentucky. Colin mentioned it, like, that Kentucky defense is really strong. I love taking Mark Stoops at more than a touchdown. Whatever, doesn't matter who he's playing. Like, he just knows how to drag teams into the mud. That's Kentucky's style. Kentucky as a favorite like last week? No, want no parts. Kentucky as a big dog against Lane Kiffin? Yes, give me the Wildcats. Big Blue Nation stand up. I like the 9. earlier this week, I said I'm betting Oregon to blow out Oklahoma State. I laid 28. Dan Lanning sends a message to Mike Gundy. Yeah, we paid for our roster, and watch this money whoop your ass at Autzen Stadium. I laid the 28 with the Ducks, and then finally, give me Michigan +5 and also Michigan money line. I'm seduced by Bryce Underwood. I think that dude is dynamic. He's the next big thing in the sport.
Rams under 43 and a half. And this is based on the fact that I think both these offensive lines are going to struggle to protect their quarterbacks. We saw this last year with the Texans. CJ Stroud was sacked the second most of any quarterback in the NFL. Then you look at Matt Stafford, who feels like he is been taped together with Scotch tape and maybe a little Gorilla Glue. He is dealing with all sorts of back issues. He is getting epidurals. And when you see that, you're going to take advantage of that. And you're going to really, put the pressure on him knowing that he is not 100% healthy. And then for CJ Stroud, who's already behind a makeshift offensive line, he has to go against Jared Verse, who is the reigning rookie defensive player of the year. This Rams pass rush, I feel like, is better than people expected last year. They are very young. They are very hungry. So I think that we get a steady diet of third downs that are not completed and a bunch of punts in this one. So under 43 and a half is the play between the Texans and the Rams.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you alongside Ryan Horvath on this Freaky Fast Friday. Hey, folks, we went through every single stinking game on week 1 of the National Football League. Of course, if you miss any of those breakdowns, all of our picks on the side, total and a ton of player props, even worked in some same game parlays, a lot of plus money put on the board. You can always go back and listen at your leisure to the BetMGM Tonight podcast, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Download the BetMGM Tonight podcast and catch up. All right, it is halftime. We're watching Karol G, Shaker Moneymaker right now down in Brazil. 13-6, the Chargers up on the Kansas City Chiefs. Really impressive, again, execution by Kansas City with time expiring in that first half. Harrison Butker sprint out on the field. So did the special teams squad. Got themselves set with tick, 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 tick. Time nearly expiring, and he booted through a 59-yard field goal to cut it to a single possession. So again, 13-6. Let's give you a live line at BetMGM. The Chargers are laying 3.5, but a lighter juice at a -105. A lot of people on Kansas City -125 on that -3.5 line for LAC. The over/under sitting at 42.5. Juice the under right now at -125. Or if you believe that the Chiefs are going to come back and win this sucker, they've been in the situation a gazillion times, especially last year. It's plus 154 on the money line. LAC at a -200 on that money line at BetMGM. So can I entice you on a live dive on the side, the total, or a money line? Anything you like?
Yeah, history says when Mahomes is trailing or Andy Reid's trailing at the half to take the Chiefs. Right now, like you said, you could get them at 3.5, or you could get the money line plus 145, plus 150. Great prices on Kansas City. Here's where I'm really kicking myself, man. I should have bet the Chargers pre-flop at 3.5, because now I could have bought back Kansas City and just hope to win them both, or at least try to middle these things. I would play Kansas City only live right now, but I might take the points, the 3.5. The Chargers on the offensive side of the ball have looked flawless, man. The defense has looked damn good. Granted, it helps that Xavier Worthy only played one snap on the offensive side of the ball. But I feel like history says live bet the Chargers right now. I'm sorry, the Chiefs right now. But, man, the Chargers look really dang good. So I wish I would have bet them. I think they're going to win this game.
Yeah, I think LAC is going to win it. I think they are going to cover as well, the 3.5. If I had any kind of lean, especially the lighter juice, I would go that direction. Give me a name who you think is going to find the end zone in the second half, whatever pick it is.
I think I'm going to go with Isaiah Pacheco. The Chiefs have really struggled to get the ground game going. Pat Mahomes right now is their leading rusher, not on design stuff, obviously on quarterback scrambles. Because that was the other concern I had about Kansas City coming into the year, man. I can't get that Super Bowl out of my head where Pat Mahomes was running for his life from that Eagles defensive front. But I do think they're going to have to get the ground game going if they're going to come back and win this game. I want to say Travis Kelce, but we haven't really seen him since that first target in the first quarter. No. And we talked with a couple different people out in Kansas City, man, that said he might be a more situational type player this year. And there's been a lot of routes out there where he hasn't been on the field, a lot of dropbacks for Mahomes. So I'll go Pacheco. I think they're going to get into the red zone, and he's going to get in.
He's plus 290 right now on a live anytime touchdown prop if you want to grab it. My pick would be Omarion Hampton. Hampton's an even better number at plus 295. Oh, Pacheco just moved to plus 275 now, so you're getting even better value as a result. Yeah. Look, Hampton obviously should have cut the ball upfield, would have got a little bit more yardage, and would have eaten the clock. As a result, and obviously Jim Harbaugh was just incensed that he got out of bounds with Patrick Mahomes, and of course they march down the field and get 3 points to the board with that Bucker field goal from 59 yards out. So that's on Murray and Hampton. That's why Marshawn Lynch came over to him, gave him some encouraging words, gave him some advice as well. Hopefully Hampton is going to be motivated and make good here in the second half because I got a lot of action on him, and we're going to break that down here momentarily. But that was a key takeaway. The other key takeaway, and you and I were talking about it all fair, you jokingly brought up, hey, maybe this team is going to be interested in trying to reacquire Tyreek Hill in the trade market if things go south for Miami in a hurry, and maybe by the deadline they're going to try to pry him away from South Beach because they need somebody to take the top off the opposing defense, especially if Xavier Worthy does miss extensive time. And, of course, he's out of this game due to a shoulder injury. But Tyquan Thornton, dude's got speed, dude's got wheels, and he had a monster catch on that last drive at the end of the first half that went for 39 yards, outstretched the body, beat and dusted his defender in the open field. Maybe he's that guy. So, we'll have to see what the verdict is from the medical team on one Xavier Worthy, if he's got to miss extensive time at all. But I'm already thinking about waiver wire priorities in fantasy, and Tyquan Thornton may be at or near the top of the list. He'll definitely be in the free agent pickup conversation, knowing he's got that speed, and that's exactly what the doctor has ordered for this Kansas City team.
For sure. This is what they've really been missing since Tyreek. They haven't had that vertical threat. They wanted it to be Hollywood Brown, but now, man, with Xavier Worthy getting hurt, and Juju kind of being that X guy, by default, Hollywood kind of also has to be the underneath guy. So I really like Thornton. And also right now, Pat Mahomes is trying to find guys out there that he could trust, right? The offensive line's breaking down. He's running for his life at times. Kelce is aging. I've seen a couple times he's been talking to Juju Smith-Schuster on the sidelines. But, an easy way to get his trust is by catching all the targets. So far, he's got 4 targets, 2 receptions for 41 yards. Mahomes has targeted Hollywood Brown 9 times, and he's got 5 catches for 16 yards, man. So I think he's going to go away from Hollywood and start looking at Thornton. That's a disgusting stat line, isn't it? So I think
it's repulsive.
Right now, I'm going to actually place a little. I'm going to pick up Thornton right now in one league, man. He's only 25 years old. He hasn't really had a whole lot of opportunities. This could be it right now, at least until Rice comes back or until we figure out what's up with with Xavier Worthy.
Yeah, definitely monitor his usage in the second half and how many go streak routes he's got to run. If he continues to live deep down the field and it's a high ADOT, average at the target by the end of the night, that's very telling. Especially if Worthy does miss extensive time. And please keep getting Juju Smith-Schuster the football. I've seen 2 more grabs, so we've already cashed the over on his receiving yards. All right, speaking of what we got on our cards tonight, these are our top 3 plays of the evening. How are your bets looking? 1/2 in the books.
All right, Quentin Johnston, under 2.5 receptions, still has some legs. Now, he did catch 2 balls in the first quarter, one of them for a freaking touchdown. But hopefully we don't see him the rest of the game, man. Keenan Allen's kind of stolen the rest of his targets, and McConkey's had a nice little night as well in the first half. So, sweating that one. Xavier Worthy, anytime touchdown. These are the kind of things that there's nothing you can do about it. Now, I'm hoping to get a refund, but we'll see. And then Chiefs -3, I don't feel all that great about. Sledgehammer special, though, my favorite bet of the night. Will Dissly, under 11.5 yards on the longest reception. I probably could have just went under 18.5 receiving yards. I haven't seen him on the field, so I feel really good about that one so far. And I got to get Kelsey in the end zone, man. I have that +170. Also have him to have 7 receptions. Swear to God, I don't think I've seen him since the first quarter, though, so might be a losing night for me here.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Numero uno on my card, Xavier Worthy, over 3.5 rush yards. Number 2, Omarion Hampton, 50-plus rush yards, a +100, very much in play. 8 carries, 31 yards. They're seeing 19 more in the second half, and they have the lead. So far, so good. Not count my lucky stars yet. And then number 3 was an SGP. First leg's already hit. Justin Herbert, 2+ rush attempts. That's exactly what he has. And I need one more grab, just one, from Keenan Allen, and that bad boy's going to come home at +102. Parlay Pete has the Chargers +13.5, looking damn good there. But the over on 1.5 receptions from Pacheco, doesn't have one yet. And Kelsey, 25+ yards. He's got 1 for 10. So that one is certainly in doubt, to say the least. Again, Juju, I did a live dive on him. I need 2 more grabs. Have 4+ receptions. Had 2 in the first half. And that'll cash in at +130. And I have so many other bets. I had Omarion Hampton to lead the game in rush yards at +160. So far, he's a leading rusher, but not convincingly so. He's got 31, again, on those 8 rush attempts. The second leading rusher in the game is Pacheco, 4 for 21. Also had Omarion Hampton over on 11.5 rush attempts. Again, he's already got 8. So all I need is 4 more carries, and that one's going to cash. Could be a profitable night for your boy. Could be a really good night for your boy if a couple of these come through, specifically on Omarion Hampton.
Yeah, Omarion Hampton, I think he's going to have a big second half. I'm with you, man. I mean, I know that he's only a rookie. He made that mistake. We talked about Marshawn going over to talk to him, which I think is kind of funny, him giving advice. But if it's on the field, I would always take his advice. I'm not going to lie, I'd take his advice off the field too, right? And protect my mentals and my chickens. But I just, even though, man, he's a rookie, you know, he's got that college experience. And I think now he's going to make the most of it, and he's going to correct that mistake, and he's probably going to get in the end zone. I like that anytime touchdown look, especially at that price. So I'm going to grab a little bit of that. I'm going to grab a little Pacheco. And, you know, cheer for the Chiefs to come back and win this game, even though I hate the Chiefs because I did bet them.
Yeah, and again, Omarion Hampton right now, and again, we're seeing this line shift all about +275 on a live anytime touchdown score. So it's still quite juicy. And look, they're going to get the ball to start this second half. So hopefully Justin Herbert's going to march him down the field, get him in 5-yard line, and hand the damn ball off. Don't get cute with it, Greg Roman and Harbaugh, and let your Sherman tank plow his way into the end zone, and that certainly might happen. By the way, just shifted again. It's now at +280, so that's the beauty of some of these live dive markets and how quickly they can change as Hampton gets the first carry for a gain of about 1 yard before he is wrapped up. Again, it's going to be a war here in the second half. Not remotely surprised. The thing is as low scoring as it is. I felt really good about the under entering the game. Of course, I'm a coward. I bet it up and took an alt number and bet the under on it in a player prop. You can always view that, always free, transparent spreadsheet that I run with all my bets at thegamingjuice.com. I'm going to exit stage left. Horvath's going to keep you updated on everything and working some college football as well until Monday. Adios, amigos. Let's go, Hampton.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
Aren't Iowa games miserable to watch every year? Like, isn't that how
They
it goes
are.
with Iowa? They are. It's like, listen, we're going to win this game 12-10. Was it 2 years ago or was it last year where they put out a highlight reel for their punter? It was It was so funny. Like, they're very self-aware. Like, we have no offense, but our punter, I mean, this guy, he's got a leg on him. He'll pin you back. He'll pin you inside the 10, maybe the 5. Okay, This guy can punt. I think I'm going to take Iowa. I will watch this game. I think this is one of the more underrated, fun rivalries in college football. Play for the Cy-Hawk Trophy, for God's sakes. You can get Iowa plus 3.5. And in a game like this just feels like one of those games, it's almost always decided by a field goal. If the line was reversed and I could get 3.5 with Iowa State, I'd take the 3.5 there. So I'm going to take the hook. This is going to be something like a, 20-17 game, something like that. Iowa State's going to kick a field goal late to win it when it's tied at 17. I'm curious to watch Mark Gronowski, who is the quarterback for Iowa. So he didn't look good last week, but I think there's a big possibility that Iowa was looking ahead because they played a no one last week. I forget who it was. Albany. They played Albany last week. So they didn't look good, and I feel like that's one of those games where you say, just forget it. We're going to run some vanilla stuff. We'll get ready for the rivalry against Iowa State. And I remember Mark Gronowski because I think I watched last year when he won the national title at a lower level, at the FCS level with South Dakota State, won 2 national titles. So the kid can play, and I think this is the week where Iowa ratchets it up and puts double digits on the board offensively here. So I'm going to go Hawkeyes, and I'll grab the 3.5.
Love these old rivalry games. The same way as like the backyard brawl. Like, we should never get rid of these. We should never get rid of Farmageddon. I hate all of the athletic directors / commissioners / all these different conferences breaking these up. There needs to be protected rivalries, and this is one of them. I grew up in Kansas. We hate Missouri. They hate us. It doesn't matter if you're K-State or KU. There is a lot of hate there, and it stems back from history during the Civil War. The border war is offensive. Give me a break. Anyway, I digress. As you mentioned, if you just log on to social media, Sam, you can see it for yourself. These two schools hate each other. Last week, Horn got hurt versus Central Arkansas. They marched in the Penn State transfer, and guess what? He looked really good. Almost too good, in fact. I thought, this is going to be interesting. I do think that the offensive line there for the Tigers has some holes. And I do think that the defense for the Jayhawks deserves a little bit more credit here. KU, one caveat. The thing that bothers me about this team and Jalen Daniels is they love to turn the ball over in the red zone. And I bet against this team so much last year. Sammy, I was against them every time they were a road favorite, every time they were a slight favorite at home, and it paid dividends. This year, I think KU does take a step forward. I do think this is a spot where they can go into Columbia and win this game.
Madness begin.
Raise up, take your shirts off, throw them around your head, spin them like a helicopter.
It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
Some zig, I'm gonna zag. All right, the theme of the night is all dogs hopefully take us to heaven. Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy.
Presented by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark version, first 3 hours in the books. We'll be back on Monday night as well for Monday Night Football. Big one, Bears-Vikings, or I should say Vikings-Bears. I already bet that one. Took the Bears on the money line. We're going to go through all of our NFL picks as we have a couple times this week, but finally, week 1 is here. Last night, we kicked the season off with an Eagles victory, but not a cover. The under somehow hits with a low-scoring second half after over 60 minutes of a rain delay, or a weather delay, I should say. Right now, Friday Night Football on YouTube, we have the Kansas City Chiefs and the Los Angeles Chargers. Right now, the Chargers up 13-6, 3 to 3.5 point favorites on the live line. We'll keep you updated on what's going down there, and selfishly, I'm going to be watching the game both on my TV and on my phone because it's week 1 of the NFL season, and we can't miss any of the action, and I bet the Chiefs tonight on the money line. So let's see if that comes home, and let's see if they can get Travis Kelce going. 1 target, 1 reception for 10 yards, and I don't think we've really seen him do much since the first quarter. Now, Mahomes back to pass on 3rd and 2. He does have Hollywood Brown open. It's knocked out of bounds. 1st and 10, 11:38 to go. Brando, we went through our ATS picks last night in the NFL, but I want to do them again, and then I want to get to college football. We'll get in as many games as we can here in the next 60 minutes, while we also sit back and enjoy a little Friday Night Football. You know, usually, I don't know if this is a hot take, man. I don't even like the college games on a Friday. Now, because we have to do the show for 4 hours, for content purposes, it's nice to have some games to bet on and live sweat, I guess. But I'm a traditionalist, and I believe that Fridays should be for high school. I love high school football.
Yeah.
I miss the only part that sucks about doing this show. I mean, there's a couple different parts that suck, right? Like we have no lives because we're here every night, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern, and I barely see my wife. I just saw her for the first time in 3 days. But, you know, I like to get out and watch some high school football. I feel like high school football reserved for Fridays, college football Saturdays, NFL football Sundays and Mondays. I don't even know that we really need the Thursday night game, especially once we get past week 4. The product's always bad, right? I feel like there's better ways to do it. Have 2 teams play that had a bye week the previous week, so everybody's not beat to hell, and we're not watching like Jake Hayner play quarterback. You know, I mean, that's just my take. Anyway,
Yeah.
I bored you long enough. Let's go through the games. I'm going to ask you politely if you could pull up your BetMGM app and give me some spreads, and you could take over hosting the show. And we're probably going to rehash what we gave out last night, but let's do it all over again just in case some poor sap is out there on a Friday night and wants some betting picks.
Yeah, absolutely. So pulling it up right now, so I'm kind of stalling here. I do agree with you though on the Friday night thing. Like I love high school football, man. I love going to my alma mater and watching some high school football on a Friday night too.
Exactly.
And the college games on Friday nights usually aren't good either. They're like the Thursday night football game in the NFL after week 4, like you said. There's just nothing good about it. So, yeah, no, I like it. But we can go with the early games here. You got the Cardinals and the Saints right now. On the spread is 6.5. Money line, Cardinals are minus 300. Saints are plus 240. The over under is 43.
All right, I'm going to take Arizona. I'm going to stand with my Arizona pick, even though, I mean, that's a tricky number because you're going to need them, obviously, to win the game by a full touchdown. The back door is going to be wide open. Nobody expects the Saints to do anything, which means they probably destroy everybody's survivor pool and win this game outright, but I've talked about it enough. I think Arizona's defense is going to show up this year. If they finish top 15, they're a playoff team. As long as Kyler stays healthy and stays off the Xbox. I know the new Call of Duty, I'm told, is coming out this year, as you've told me you're faded them that week. But I think Trey Benson is going to be a decent backup back for James Conner. Maybe we get like that 50-50 workload from them. And Marvin Harrison is due for a big year too. And Trey McBride is probably the best tight end in the league, or top 3 at least. So I like Arizona here. What about you?
Yeah, I'm still with the Saints, man. I'm sticking with my pick. I like the Saints. I'm gonna stick with all my picks because I like them. Nothing's changed in the last 24 hours for me, so I'm sticking with the Saints. Yeah,
we'll see.
Man,
not that
maybe
one,
if CMC doesn't play, I would change my pick on Sunday. But I like the Saints here, man. I like the Saints to cover. I think the Cardinals win the game, but I think the Saints keep it close in Week 1. Crazy things happen in Week 1.
You ain't wrong, brother. All right.
Buccaneers are 1-point favorite against the Falcons in Atlanta. Minus 120 on the money line, plus 100 for the Falcons, and over/under set at 47.
All right, yeah, I still like Atlanta. In fact, this is a game that I've actually bet, and I've bet multiple units on this one. Big money. Like, we really need Atlanta. If Atlanta loses on Sunday, Monty, Brando, you might not see me on Monday. I might have to Ferris Bueller because I'm going to be broke. You know how in the intro I'm talking about people living under the bridge? I'm kidding.
Yeah.
We always gamble responsibly here on BetMGM tonight and on the BetMGM network. But this is a big bet for me, man, because, all right, so let's go back to the last year's matchups. Or let's actually go back to the last 3 years. Atlanta always plays Tampa tough. They're 5-1 against the spread. And even if Michael Penix didn't have the best summer or training camp, and there were reports that he was being outplayed by Kirk Cousins at times, I expect him to ball out against this Tampa secondary. Kirk Cousins, the corpse of Kirk Cousins last year, threw for 500 yards against this secondary. Give me Atlanta here. I love them, and I think they win the division this year. What say you?
Yeah, no, I like Atlanta in this one too. We're both on Atlanta. The secondary is a problem. I also think that Bijan Robinson is going to be a problem too for this Tampa Bay defense. So I'm on Atlanta as well. Panthers, Jaguars. I know you love the Jaguars. Jaguars are a 3.5-point favorite against Carolina. Plus 155 for Carolina on the money line. Minus 190 for Jacksonville. Over under set at 47.
Yeah, this is why I wanted to redo this exercise because I did add 3, I think, bets on sides and totals today that I could throw out there. And this is one that I didn't go too hard on, but I did bet Jacksonville. I bet them in the summer, or not in the summer, like 2 weeks ago. So yeah, technically August, it was still summer at 2.5. And now at 3.5, I don't love it as much. So I bet some money line minus 190 because, and if you're out there listening, like shop around because week 1, BetMGM is going to give you a ton of awesome stuff, whether you're a new customer or not. You know, don't leave free money on the table. I think people make big mistakes, man. Even if it's like, hey, here's a $10 bonus bet. Use that. Use it on a touchdown parlay. You know, if it's an odds boost, use it maybe on a money line favorite that you like. Maybe it's a dog that you like. Let's go, Patty. My MVP, Pat Mahomes, has to throw the whole damn city of Kansas City on his back. A rushing touchdown. He's leading the Chiefs in rushing yards. We'll go to the box score in the next segment, but that's going to make it a 13-12 game. An 11-play, 80-yard drive. My phone just fell. 5 minutes and 53 seconds. Time of possession. And Pat Mahomes, man, this is why I bet him to win the MVP this year, though, Brando. All the narratives.
That's not good for their offense, though, right?
I mean, he's going to be like 80% of the offense. Yeah, he's going to have to carry the whole load, dude. I mean,
yeah, but not rushing. He can't lead this team in rushing.
Oh no,
that's not a good sign for the. Yeah.
No, he won't. Oh my God, Harrison Butker, who made a 50+ yarder earlier, just missed the extra point. How do you make a 52-yarder where you have to sprint onto the field and then you miss an extra point? Even Mahomes is like, WTF.
Kickers aren't football players, man.
Jesus.
Kickers aren't football
anyway,
players.
I bet Jacksonville. I like Jacksonville in this game. I love their offseason, dude. I think the secondary is going to be improved, and I'm a big Liam Cohen guy. And I also bet Trevor Lawrence to score an anytime touchdown because it's better than 4-1. And the Jags were one of the, 5 or 6 teams, whatever it was, to vote against the tush push. And Liam Cohen's crazy ass is talking about using that with Trevor Lawrence. And I've heard multiple people give out Tank Bigsby anytime touchdowns, and ETN anytime touchdowns, and Tutton anytime touchdowns. You know how that works, right? Trevor Lawrence's gangly ass is going to go in from the 1. So plus 430, sign me up for that and sign me up for the Jags. I'm guessing you're sticking with your boys from Carolina because you like them to win the division too, don't you?
I do. I think that this is going to be a really good football team, and I think they're going to start showing it on Sunday as well. I think that the offense is going to have a great day. I think they win this game outright, and I think that they win this game big. I think I'm not huge on Jacksonville like you are.
Ooh,
I
all right, we'll be
I
texting
think,
back and forth. This text thread's going to be going crazy. We'll be the two people watching Carolina, Jacksonville on this planet. I'm excited to see, though, how they use Travis Hunter, dude. I mean, right, moving up to pick number 2, and we don't know how they're going to use them, but hey, whatever. I'm excited. I like the great unknown. All right, next game.
All right, Bengals, Browns. Browns are a 5.5-point home underdog. Plus 200 on the money line if you want to go crazy and bet the Browns to win this one outright. Minus 250 for the Bengals, over under 47.5.
Yeah, I hope you have the invisible ink. I don't remember who I picked last night. I hope it was Cincinnati because I didn't bet this game. I was considering actually betting the Browns, at 6.5, just because. Yeah, because the Bengals never show up week 1. Yeah. And because Cleveland is just historically beat up on Joe Burrow the first couple years of his career. But you know what? Give me the Bengals, man. I thought Brad made a good point earlier in the show, just reminding us that Zach Taylor's crazy ass actually did play his starters a lot in the preseason. And I think it was to avoid this slow start. If anybody could fix that defense, Brando, it's a Notre Dame guy, right? It's our main man, Al Golden. So give me actually Cincinnati to cover here.
What do you think about betting the first half over 23.5?
First half over 23.5? Yeah, I like that look. I like that because you get the scripted drive from both teams. If it's like Shador or Dylan Gabriel starting, I'm probably going to avoid it. Maybe look like a team total over 13.5 or something like that on the Bengals in the first half. That might be the better look. But especially because Joe Flacco can serve up a couple pick sixes, as we saw a couple of years ago in the playoffs. So he gets a little loose with the football. I like that look, actually. That's a good look on the over.
All right,
a big man?
We got Dolphins, Colts. Colts are a 1-point home favorite, minus 110 either way on the money line, and over 46.5.
Yeah, I think I took those. I think I took the Dolphins, and I think I'm going to stick with the Dolphins. Actually, man. Yeah,
you took
I don't
the
like
Dolphins,
either
I took
team.
the Colts.
I hate both teams. We don't really need to spend time on this game because I think they're both going to be dumpster fires. But I do like Josh Downs over 4.5 receptions, even though it's minus 150. You could ladder that thing up to 7. I think he finishes with exactly 8 grabs. There's my crazy prediction of the week. Next game.
Yeah, you got Giants, Commanders. We're both on the Giants in this one. Giants plus 6, plus 225 on the money line for the Giants, minus 275. I wouldn't go that crazy on the Giants. Over 46, over 45.5 over under.
Keep this tape. I think the Giants beat the Commanders. I think they beat them outright. I think Russ is going to carve up. I think Russ is actually going to throw for like anywhere from 220 to 235 yards. I think Neighbors gets in the end zone. And I think that Giants defensive front, Abdul Carter included, makes life. I'm not going to say a living hell for Jaden Daniels because he'll be able to avoid them because he's one of the better dual threat quarterbacks, maybe the best dual threat quarterback in the league, maybe a top 5 quarterback in the league, went to an NFC championship game as a rookie. But there's going to be one crazy upset. And all I've heard, Brando, all summer is, oh my God, did Justin Herbert just die on the field? My Lord. But all I've heard is Giants are going to be the worst team in the league. Russ is cooked, this and that. They're going to surprise some people. There's my take for you. I actually think they go over 5.5 wins. And I think they cover. I did not take any money line, but I did take the plus 6. 65% of the time, it works every time. Divisional early season dog. What are you doing here? You said Giants, right?
Yeah, we're both on the Giants in this one. I think the Giants are going to be a cover machine this year.
Me too.
Let's go over to Steelers Jets. Jets are a 3-point underdog at home against the Aaron Rodgers-led Steelers. You're on the Steelers. I'm on the Jets.
Yeah, no change there. Oh, my God. Quentin Johnson just caught his 3rd ball of the game, so I lose that prop. I'm still rolling with the Steelers. I can't take Justin Fields over Rodgers.
I'm still rolling with Justin Fields. Patriots, Raiders. Raiders 2.5. We're both on the Raiders. Plus 2.5 right now. Plus 125 on the money line. I like that bet too. Over under set at 44.
Like this a little bit better. Their best cover corner, Christian Gonzalez, is out in this game. Will Campbell. I mean, their issue last year was their offensive line. He's dinged up already. I like the Raiders in this one on the road to win outright.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm staying with you there. And then we go to the Titans and the Broncos. Broncos are an 8.5-point favorite over the Titans. Yesterday, we were both on Denver.
I want to change my pick. Give me Tennessee to cover the 8.5 on a backdoor. Dude, they might win this game. Everybody is going to pick the Broncos in Survivor. Watch. Cam Ward against the number 1 defense in the league, and he's going to surprise some people. This is just how the NFL works. I'm going to change that one. Tennessee covers the 8.5. Next game.
I think the Saints ruin pools. All right, next
it's going
game,
to be one of those
Niners.
Two.
Yeah, I think so too. Niners, Seahawks, 1-point favorite are the 49ers in Seattle. -118 on the money line. Seahawks -102 on the money line.
Ooh, glad I bet this one I did because we went from 3s and 2.5s down to a pick. And it's because Christian McCaffrey showed up on the injury report. I like Seattle in this game. I like San Francisco this season, but I like Seattle in this game. What about you?
Yeah, no, I like San Francisco in this one. I'm taking San Francisco all day.
All right. Head-to-head, I'm on Seattle, which I bet. Brando's on San Francisco. We'll take a quick break. We'll wrap up the NFL picks, get to all the college football picks, and update you on what's going on Friday Night Football. Right now, the Chargers with a 13-12 lead.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
I look at the total and look how it's come down because all you hear about is Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen, MVP against MVP. And the total has moved down 2 points, and nobody's talking about that. We're talking about the 2-point move from Buffalo -1 to Baltimore -1, but we're not talking about the total going from 52.5 to 50.5, blowing right through the 51. Do you think the public's going to bet the over in that one, Joe? What do you think?
Oh, I think so. Could be a chase game for some after all the favorites go down in flames on Sunday. That's what I'm feeling. Yeah.
These are 2 top 5 defenses. And we're going to hear more about the quarterbacks than we will about the defenses. Now, to piggyback on the point that I brought up about, Bills Nation and Buffalo radio guys talking about the concerns at secondary, I understand them. But the Bills should still be good against the run. And the Ravens set everything up on the ground. As good as Lamar has become as a passer, their bread and butter is setting up everything via the run. If they can run, they can do anything. You also have early season rust, offensive rust. We saw it in Philly. They couldn't get Barkley going last night against a Cowboys defense that is not really that good. So if you line up the Bills front 7 and the Ravens front 7, there's a lot to like against those offenses. I think rather than pay attention to the move on the side, we should be looking at a game where people are going to come out of the woodwork to bet the over on Sunday night. Been waiting all day to bet the over, yet the market is coming down.
Do you think we'll head north by the time we get to kickoff when the song's done?
I'll say this. If you have a 51, I would bet under 51. Yeah. A lot of these books, including BetMGM, are down to 50.5. And look, could this be 31-30? 100%. Could we see fireworks between Allen and Jackson? Yes. But to see this come down as limits go up, it definitely raises my eyebrows. So Texas Tech has just upgraded Baron Morton, their starting quarterback, to be the starter on Saturday against Kent State. And I know what you're thinking. Who cares? It's Kent State. Well, the market cares enough because Pinnacle just moved from 48 to 49. Other books are on the hike as well. Now, Texas Tech, if it keeps the pedal down, is going to win this game 70-7. Remember, Kent State almost lost to Merrimack last week. Kent State went 0-12 last year and was the lowest power-rated team in the history of Chris Andrews' power rankings. So, okay, now you probably get a half of Baron Morton, who's a very good quarterback, and then their 5-star backup will probably play the third and the fourth quarter. So there was a chance earlier in the week Tech was going to play the backup to start and then go to quarterback 3. Now it's going to be quarterback 1 and quarterback 2. And if you've heard anything about Texas Tech this year, doesn't appear to be a team that's going to lay off the gas. So maybe if you read the Chicken Dinner newsletter last night, we were saying to take the 48 and lay it. Baron Morton will start for Texas Tech.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark. It's a football Friday, September 5th. Week 1 of the NFL season is officially underway. Actually got underway last night with the Eagles beating the Cowboys, but the Eagles did not cover against the Cowboys, and that was really all that mattered. Although we would have taken some more yards from George Pickens. That would have been cool. Tonight we'll take anything from Travis Kelce. Since the first quarter, he's pretty much been on the side of a milk carton. And right now, 13-12, the Chargers with a 1-point lead. 1st and 10. They are, 16 carries tonight, 25 pass attempts for Justin Herbert. Pretty balanced attack. 1:20 to go here in the third quarter. They're threatening on the 20-yard line, so they're in the red zone here. Amarion Hampton gets the carry and fights for about 6 to 7 yards. We'll keep you updated on what's going down in this game. Again, 1:13 to play in the third quarter. Chargers knocking on the door with a 13-12 lead. They closed as 3-point dogs. The Chiefs, obviously, 3-point favorites. And on the live line, the Chargers are actually favored in this game. And right now, the current odds are off the board. So, Brandon, let's get back to the exercise, which is picking every single game in the National Football League for the second consecutive night, before we get to our college football picks.
All right, so we have the Detroit Lions versus your Green Bay Packers, that team from the north that we don't like to talk about here in Chicago. Plus 2-point favorite for the, 2-point underdog for the Detroit Lions heading into Green Bay. Plus 110 on the money line for Detroit, minus 130 for Green Bay. Over under set at 47.5.
Yeah, the reason that you had that little slip up right there, Brando, is because we've actually had some reverse line movement from just last week when the Packers were a 1.5-point dog. But then Jerry Jones, that old bag, traded away one of the best pass rushers in the league in Micah Parsons. And what was Dallas? What would you say Dallas was missing last night while Jalen Hurts was running all over him? Oh, they were missing Micah Parsons, solid pass rush. And guess what? They weren't any better stopping the run with Kenny Clark. But I do think the market, I think this was a little bit of an over-adjustment, especially because Micah Parsons is playing his first game in Green Bay. He's got a bad back. He has to take an epidural, even though he's not even 28 years old, to play in this game. So I think the market's wrong, but I still like Green Bay. Reason being, I think Rashawn Gary is actually going to have a big season on the opposite edge of Micah Parsons, because for the last 3 years since he got paid, he's been seeing a bunch of double teams. He's been getting chipped a ton. With Micah Parsons and even Van Ness, you're not going to be able to do that as much. So I think Green Bay's defense is going to be improved, even though I have some serious question marks about the secondary, especially because right now they're playing Bo Melton, a converted wide receiver at the position. But I've talked about this a lot, man. I think Detroit takes a step back. You lose Ben Johnson as offensive coordinator. You lose Aaron Glenn as defensive coordinator. Jared Goff has to go on the road, outdoors, where the splits do dip a little bit. He's going to be under pressure where the splits dip a little bit. And I don't think Jordan needs too much pressure, even with the return of Aiden Hutchinson. He hasn't played in a long time because he broke his leg last year. At the time, he did lead the league in pressures, but when he got hurt, the defense fell off a cliff. Give me Green Bay to win this game by exactly a field goal. 24-21, a game winner to seal the deal at Lambeau. That's my pick. Where are you going? Detroit, I'm guessing?
Yeah, I'm going Detroit. I'm sticking with Detroit. There's no way that I could ever pick the Packers, except for when I bet them to win the division earlier this year, but we'll let that go. I do like Detroit
you got
on the
closing
money
line
line.
value.
I like Detroit in the first half. Money line in the first half. They're plus 105 in the first half. I do like that look as well. But I think that the Lions, if they don't win this game outright, this will be a 1 or 2 point game. So I like the Lions plus 2.
All right. What's the next one?
Texans, Rams. We were both on the Texans yesterday. Texans getting 3 points on the road in LA. You got plus 140 on the money line for Houston, minus 185 or minus 165 for the Rams, and then over under set at 43.5.
You know what? This could be the keep the points special. I'll take the Texans to win the game outright, man. Right? Everybody's going to bet the Rams. Everybody's in love with the Rams. Everybody's betting the Rams to represent the NFC. And sure, that could work out if Matthew Stafford, I don't know, doesn't die or end up in a retirement home. Like, what's crazy is, like, we talk about these guys like they're ancient. Like, Matthew Stafford is just my age, but I don't have a bad back. Actually, I do have a bad back, but I haven't been frozen in a chamber all summer. I think Will Anderson is going to have 2 sacks in this game. I think the Texans win this game outright if they can protect C.J. Stroud, don't get him killed, and can find any sort of a run game, man. Nick Chubb is their starting running back in the year 2025. Oh, man. Keenan Allen just scored a touchdown. Justin Herbert cooking. As you hear the Tecmo Bowl sounder right there. Techno Bowl. 19-12 Chargers. Extra point makes this an 8-point game. And this is where Harrison Butker should be maybe more focused on kicking field goals and not women. Never mind.
Oh, boy.
Not going there. But I hate Harrison Butker, especially after that son of a bitch missed that extra point. Now we're chasing 8 points here. I'm on the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Extra point from Dicker the Kicker is good. I don't know why I'm sweating that out. 20-12, 32 seconds to go, third quarter. Next game, Brando.
Next game is the Sunday night game, Ravens and Bills. This one's basically a pick 'em. Ravens are a 1-point favorite at Buffalo, minus 120 on the money line, plus 100 even money if you are taking the Bills. Over under set at 50.5.
I want to change my pick, and I know I said I wasn't going to bet this game, but if I have a good Saturday in college and a good Sunday day, I'm going to bet the Ravens. Revenge angle, I'm betting a Mark Andrews anytime touchdown, plus 220. He drops the for sure 2-point conversion that would have tied the game at 27. They lose 27-25. Heartbreaking loss after a fantastic season. They get revenge. Lamar balls out. Did I pick Buffalo last night?
You did pick Buffalo last night.
Can you change that for me? I like Baltimore here. And I love The Wire. Just shout out to that show. And so shout out to Baltimore. And I live like 20 minutes away. So let's go with them instead.
I'm
fighting PJ Glassers.
I was just going to say I'm also on the fighting PJ Glassers. So I love that. It was so hard because we had PJ on a couple months ago. And we were playing a game. And I played the Mark Andrews drop on the comeback. And he was... He was like, "Yeah, that was a jerk move."
That's a Richard move. You know, I don't want to say the word Dick Van Dyke, but you know what Dick Tracy, but you know what I mean. That was one of those moves right there, bro. Yeah,
it was.
Yeah. Come on.
But that's what he got because
that's because you're a Bears fan and we can't even find heartbreaking moments for you guys because your whole lives have just
double doink.
It would just be Aaron Rodgers screaming in all of your uncles and cousins' faces.
I think that's why I did it though. Because he came at the Bears or he came at somebody. I can't remember who. It might have been the Cubs. He came at somebody, and I was like, all right, watch
he knocks
this.
out. He comes after our Cubs. That's fair.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right,
I'd
Monday
fight
Night
somebody
Football, Vikings, and the aforementioned Bears. Bears are a 1.5-point dog at home on Monday Night Football against J.J. McCarthy, Kevin O'Connell, and these damn Vikings. Over under set at 44. Even money for the Bears on the money line, minus 120 for the Vikings. Where are you going?
For the last time, I get to use this stat. 7 times over the last 2 seasons, a Brian Flores defense has given up 30 points. 4 of those have come against Ben Johnson. Bear the F down. Caleb Williams is going to throw for 4,000 yards. Not in the game. That'd be a record breaker, obviously. What do you think those odds are? But he's going to be the first Bears quarterback to throw for 4,000 yards. Colston Loveland is going to go over 500 yards receiving. Not week 1, but on the season. He's going to catch not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, maybe 6 touchdowns this year. Bears win 10 games. I don't know that they win the division, but they make the playoffs, and it all begins Monday night. J.J. McCarthy has to make his first road start at Soldier Field, that dump, before they become the Naperville Bears or the Joliet Bears or wherever they're going, the new Lenox Bears. But he's making his first start at Soldier Field, that dump. Even the locker rooms smell, especially the opposing locker rooms. And he's not going to have Jordan Addison. Bears win by a field goal in a close one. Brando, what's
Arlington Heights? Arlington Heights is where they're going.
Great racetrack.
The Bears. Look, I say it all the time. Nobody gets me hyped about Bears football like you do, and it's crazy because you're a Packer fan. But yeah. I hope you're right. I mean, I really do. I think I've been on record saying this a few times. Their ceiling's 9-8. Their floor is 8-9. That's what I think about this team. I think that they are right there. They're like a 500 football team or just barely over 500 football team, which I think is an improvement. I think it's a successful season with the way that this team is constructed. I would be happy with that. But if they go over that, I'll be over the moon. And I love the Bears in this game. I do. There's just something about this game coming home. There's going to be so much hype. J.J. McCarthy is going to have all the nerves of a rookie quarterback. You don't have that with Caleb Williams. I think that the Bears are going to come in with a lot of swag. I think the Bears are going to have a good Monday night football game. And we'll be here live and in living color, watching it, sweating it out together.
You're damn right we will. And I'll be live on the air tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern, talking college football, and that's where we're going next with our college football picks. Man, I'm giving it my all, even though I got to be up in 6 hours. I'm even drinking a cold brew coffee for the people, Brando. So, do you want me to pull these up, or do you want to pull them up? The college football games. You got the ones you want to go with? Let's do that.
Yeah, they're on the rundown.
Let's do that.
All right, so let's go. We've got Illinois is a 2.5-point favorite at Duke.
Yeah, this was one of my favorite bets, but I bet Duke at 3, at 2.5. Kind of a different conversation, because if they lose by a field goal, you at least obviously get the push and get your money back. I'll stick with this, though. I think Duke wins this game outright. I think Mensa is going to tear apart that 3-3-5 Illini defense. And I think – so Duke gave up like 163 rushing yards to Elon. So everybody's like, oh, man, they couldn't even stop Elon. I think that was just because, Brando, it was the first game of the season. You know, like, that's the difference, man, is back in the day, talk about this always in, like, high school football. Remember, like, two-a-days? Those will never be a thing again because kids couldn't handle it. But now nobody really hits until you actually get into the season. Like, you know, in the NFL, why do you see so many – what the hell was that from Mahomes, by the way? But, like, that's why you see so many missed tackles early on in the year. Because back in the day, guys actually played in the preseason. Now they don't. But last year, Duke didn't give up more than 4 yards per carry, 3.5 yards per carry. I think they're going to be able to shut down the Illini run game. And then we're going to figure out how good Luke Altmaier is, because this year he doesn't have a Pat Bryant to throw the ball to. Give me Duke. Duke wins this game by 7. Ooh.
Give me Luke Altmaier and the fighting Brad Evanses. I'm going to take the Illini. I usually don't take Illinois. Not a big Illinois football guy, but I think this team is decent. I think they've got a chip on their shoulder, and I think they want to go out and make a statement. So I'm going to take Illinois, and I'm going to give up the 2.5. All right, let's go out to a game that our guy, Monty, the video guy, the guy who does a wonderful job here for us at BetMGM, Iowa alum, former Hawkeye. My daughter's about to be a Hawkeye. Iowa is a 3.5-point dog at Iowa State. Iowa State ranks 16th in the nation. Where are you going here?
All right, so I'm going to go with Iowa, dude. And I know the line moved against me. Give me the Hawkeyes. We got revenge on the mind. When they do win this game, they win on the road. Kirk against the spread as a dog. Sign me up for that. And I like the fact that they didn't look all that great last week, because now everybody's like, oh, what the hell, man? Iowa State, 2-0 this season. They beat Kansas State. Yeah, it turns out Kansas State isn't very good. Your boy was wrong on them. I also didn't know that the starting quarterback's dad and brother were going to have a fist fight in Ireland in the middle of the street after 50 Guinnesses. So my bad, that wasn't in the handicap that the dad beats the living hell out of the family. Anyway, on a less dark note, I like the Hawkeyes here. And not only with the 3.5, keep the points special in college football. They win this game outright, baby.
I'm with you. Let's go Iowa. Let's go Hawkeyes. Best tradition in college football, even though they're at Iowa State, is that damn wave. I love that thing.
Me too.
Iowa, Hawkeyes. Let's go, baby.
Best
I'm a
tradition
Hawkeye
in
dad.
all of college
I have to
football,
go
and it's
with
not
them.
even close. Every time I'm there, I start crying and bawling like a little baby.
Oh,
Dude,
yeah.
One time, the Wisconsin, the children's hospital out there, my son, he broke his femur in a sledding accident. Crazy story. It was years ago. That's a pretty devastating injury for a kid, but you really kind of, like figure out what's important in life. And, you thank your lucky stars for what you have, man, because there's kids obviously in those hospitals, not to go sour on this note, but that, don't get
There's
the lead.
Travis
So,
Kelce sighting.
yeah, as Kelsey gets in the end zone. But I think it's the best tradition in all of college football. I think Iowa is a great program. Damn it, I wish just one year they could find a quarterback. Travis Kelce gets in the end zone for me. That's huge. Anytime touchdown. You think we still get that plus 170 next week? I say no. Let's watch this play again. So we got a little empty formation for Mahomes. He rolls to his right. Kelce is wide open. Great play design right there from that guy, Andy Reid, who's still really good at his job. Mahomes throwing on the run, finds Kelce. Catch number 2 only. Now here comes the 2-point conversion, down 20-18. Chargers with a 2-point lead. 12:04 to go. Let's see if we can get the play in. Mahomes, and he finds, no, he misfires looking for Noah Gray. So 20-18, 12:04 to play. We're back with the rest of our college football picks next.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
The midshipmen just up the road to one of my favorite places, Annapolis, laying 21 against UAB. This has come down from Navy minus 21 and a hook. So a little bit of Blazers money coming in. Well, that's just fine with me. I don't care. This triple option, a nuanced triple option, a new age triple option, has just been running roughshod over people. Navy went 10-3 last year, coming off a win over VMI in the season opener, 52-7. And the Blazers, are they going to be able to stop Navy? I don't think so. Coached by Trent Dilfer, NFL experience, but this Blazers team gave up 514 yards to Alabama State last week. Give me Navy minus 3 touchdowns in Annapolis.
I'm with Colin in Cyhawk. I like Iowa plus the 3.5. Like, these games are just always so close. The total's very low too at 42.5. I'm just gonna grab more.
That's
than
gone up, by the way. This is 41.5 yesterday, so there's been interest in the over.
So 42. So a little bit of interest in the over, but still, like, we're not talking about like 62.5. Like, those points are gonna matter quite a bit. Like 24-21 feels like what it is every single year. I'll take the road team. Let me go with the Iowa Hawkeyes, and I'm also going with Duke plus the field goal. Like, I don't trust this Illinois thing. It all reeks of just, hey, this team was really fortunate to win double-digit games last year. Now they're the trendy squad to take that next. No. Like, Duke is well coached. I think Duke at home, these games are difficult. I don't trust Luke Altmaier enough to go on the road and get this done by margin. So I'll take the 3 with Duke. I'm also going to take the 9 with Kentucky. Colin mentioned it. Like, that Kentucky defense is really strong. I love taking Mark Stoops at more than a touchdown. Whatever, it doesn't matter who he's playing. Like, he just knows how to drag teams into the mud. That's Kentucky's style. Kentucky as a favorite like last week? No, want no parts. Kentucky as a big dog against Lane Kiffin, Yes, give me the Wildcats, Big Blue Nation stand up. I like the 9. Earlier this week, I said I'm betting Oregon to blow out Oklahoma State. I laid 28. Dan Lanning sends a message to Mike Gundy. Yeah, we paid for our roster, and watch this money whoop your ass at Autzen Stadium. I laid the 28 with the Ducks, and then finally, give me Michigan +5, and also Michigan money line. I'm seduced by Bryce Underwood. I think that dude is dynamic. He's the next big thing in the sport.
Rams under 43 and a half. And this is based on the fact that I think both these offensive lines are going to struggle to protect their quarterbacks. We saw this last year with the Texans. C.J. Stroud was sacked the second most of any quarterback in the NFL. Then you look at Matt Stafford, who feels like he is been taped together with Scotch tape and maybe a little Gorilla Glue. He is dealing with all sorts of back issues. He is getting epidurals. And when you see that, you're going to take advantage of that. And you're going to really, put the pressure on him knowing that he is not 100% healthy. And then for C.J. Stroud, who's already behind a makeshift offensive line, he has to go against Jared Verse, who is the reigning rookie defensive player of the year. This Rams pass rush, I feel like, is better than people expected last year. They are very young. They are very hungry. So I think that we get a steady diet of third downs that are not completed and a bunch of pumps in this one. So under 43 and a half is the play between the Texans and the Rams.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM Tonight, we got a winner from the College Cash segment earlier this week. Is JMU does not win. They lose 28-14 to Louisville, but they do cover the 15.5. So 28-14, that would be 14. So they do get the cover. Also right now in the world of college football, we got another game going down. Boise State up 30-7 on Eastern Washington. Nobody cares. We'll get to the rest of our college football picks, but we got to update you on what's going on here in the NFL, a rare Friday night YouTube game. Chargers up 20-18 on the Chiefs right now. I'm feeling really good about my Will Dissly under 11.5 longest reception because even though he stepped on the field, he has not even seen a target. The reason I like this bet, they brought in Tyler Conklin, and they've been hyping him up, and Keenan Allen has been eating tonight. 7 receptions on 10 targets, 68 yards and a tutty. So far, so good on most of my props. I got Travis Kelce home on the anytime touchdown. Don't think I'm getting 7 grabs. Now I just need the Chiefs to figure out a way to win this game by 4 points. But Keenan Allen is absolutely destroying them right now. 2-point lead. We'll keep you updated before the show gets off the air. What goes down out in Brazil. All right, Brando, let's wrap up our college football picks. Where are we going next?
All right, we got Baylor at SMU. SMU, a 2.5-point favorite at home.
Down to 2.5. I wish I would have bet Baylor at 4.5. I know that they lost that game. It was a little misleading because they couldn't score in the red zone, 2 or 3 times. Give me SMU, and I don't think SMU is all they're hyped up to be this year. And they really, the defense was really leaky last year when they stepped up in class against Clemson, and then in the college football playoff blowout to whoever they played, I forgot already. But I can't trust Baylor with that tackling, man. And I feel like they're just so trendy that now that we're only at 2.5, I could see SMU winning by a field goal but not covering the original 4. So I'll go against everybody. Give me the Mustangs. I'll go SMU here.
Yeah, well, you're going against me too because I am on Baylor. I don't like SMU at all this year. I thought that they might have been a team that can contend, but I've watched them, and I don't know. I don't trust them. I don't think they're going to be that good. I think they're one of those teams that's going to be overhyped. So I think Baylor wins this game outright. All right.
I think you're on the right side.
Utah State at one of the toughest places in college football to play, at Texas A&M. Texas A&M is a 32.5-point favorite against Utah State. You going with your
Utah
boys?
State. No, I like Utah State to cover the 32.5 because next week Texas A&M has to play Notre Dame. So why would you want to show anything, man? So we probably need like 13 to 14 points from Utah State, and I think they get to cover. I'll go with the Fighting Jordan Loves here.
Yeah, that's what I meant by your boys. Fighting Jordan Loves.
Oh, yeah.
Those are your boys.
I thought you meant Texas
look,
A&M. I was like, I don't like them.
Yeah, Texas A&M, man, they're just too good. Texas A&M over Utah State. 32.5 points. The Aggies probably put up 45 in this game, and that should be enough to cover this spread. But again, one of the toughest places to play at College Station in all of college football. So I'll take Texas A&M and I'll lay the points. UConn at Syracuse. Syracuse, a 6.5-point favorite.
I'm mad at myself for not betting this at 8.5. If UConn wins this game, dude, they're probably going to run the table and make the college football playoff. They only lost to a better Syracuse team last year by 7. They bring back both of their running backs, their quarterback, who last year threw 20 touchdowns to 4 picks. I think UConn wins this game outright. Give me the Huskies.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's tough, man. This isn't basketball. I don't know if I could be on anything UConn football. So I'm just going to take Syracuse. I have no feel in this game whatsoever. I'm going to take Syracuse just because it's UConn football. Then that's my only reason for taking Syracuse in this game.
Hey, they won 9 games last year, dude. Don't sleep on UConn. I'm telling you, man, if they win this game, they're going to make the college football playoff. Everybody's going to be like, what the F? But I could see it going down. By the way, 2018 right now, Chargers. And like I told Monty, they're going to look to eat this clock. And now, just like that, we're down to 5:39 from 11 minutes. This is why you go out last year and draft Joe Alt. This is why you draft Amarion Hampton and why you hire Greg Roman. Pound the rock. All right, let's try to sneak in a couple more before we get out of here.
All right, we got 5 left. Michigan at Oklahoma, probably the game of the weekend, the only game that looks appealing to actually sit down and watch for a full 3 hours. Michigan at Oklahoma. Oklahoma is a 4.5-point favorite.
Quentin Johnston just scored another touchdown, his second of the game, and the Chargers are going to win this one. Wow.
I love Quentin Johnston. I do love him this year. I thought he was better than he has been in his first 2 seasons, and I think that they're actually using him the proper way now. He's a slot receiver now for this team, and it's looking really good.
26-18. Extra point obviously puts this out of reach at 9, although there is 5:02 to play. Officials gathering, but it's going to be a touchdown, so it don't matter. Wow, 2 touchdowns for Quentin Johnston. You would have been rich if you bet that. I like Oklahoma. Even though, man, Bryce Underwood scares me because he is the real deal. I know he's only 18 and he's a true freshman, but this is what Michigan has really been missing since JJ left, which was only 2 years ago, and they didn't win a national title that they cheated to win. So I don't feel too bad for them. But I like John Mateer. And I know it was against Illinois State, but he threw for 350 and he didn't have to use his legs a whole lot. Whatever his rushing, actually, I know what they are. They're 30.5. I bet it. I like John Mateer over on the rushing yards. So Michigan plays too high more than any other team in the country. I think he's going to use his legs a lot. Give me Oklahoma, man. Bryce Underwood has to go on the road. His first road start in Norman against that. Say what you want about Venables. Guy knows defense. So I'll lay the 5.5. I hate the number, but I like the side of Oklahoma. I wish this was a tighter spread. It did get bet down to 4.5 today, but only to go back to 5.5. Give me Boomer Sooner. I haven't bet them in a long time, but I'll do it here.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Michigan, man. I do believe in Bryce Underwood. I think Bryce Underwood is very good. I think he's young enough to where the pressure isn't going to bother him. So, a lot of times you get these young players and they're oblivious to the pressure because they're oblivious to what's going on around them. I like Bryce Underwood in this spot. I like Bryce Underwood in this matchup. Give me Michigan plus 5.5. They might not win the game, but it'll be close. UL Monroe. Yes, I said UL Monroe at Alabama. Do you trust Alabama to cover 50.5?
No. I don't want to lay a big number on that with Bama, dude. I wanted to believe in them coming into the season because everybody was so out on DeBoer after just 1 year, and I am a Kalen DeBoer fan, but he might be in over his head there, dude. Like Caden Proctor, who I love, and I think he's going to be a fantastic pro at the next level. He had his phone during warm-ups. Like, Nick Saban ran like a military unit, dude, right? And that is not the case right now. They could prove me wrong, right? But I'm not. I would actually bet against Bama here. I think they win, obviously. They're going to win, but I don't know if they're winning by more than 30. So, no.
Yeah, I'm not picking until this Alabama team proves that they should be a 50.5 point favorite. There's no chance in hell that I would give up 50.5 to UL Monroe. So there is no way. This spread says 35.5. Did I write this down wrong? But I had 50.
You may have messed that up. I was going to say, I don't think they're laying 55.5. Now, 35.5 is a different story, obviously, but I'm not touching it regardless.
I'm looking it up right now just to make sure that I didn't have this right, but we'll check on that. But while we do that, let's go to our next game. Our next game here is USF at Florida. Florida, a 17.5 point favorite over the USF Bulls.
So, okay, I was on the wrong side here, and luckily I was able to cash out, although I lose $10. But I liked South Florida. Byron Brown is suspended for the first half of this game, dude. It only went down a point, but I want nothing to do with this. Give me Florida in the swamp against a backup quarterback in the first half. Without Brown, man, I mean, he's like a video game, but without him, we saw what South Florida was last year. He broke his leg. They sucked. So, Florida.
Yeah, look, I'm gonna stay on USF. I'm gonna stay on USF. Maybe they keep it close enough, and then they find a way once Brown comes back in the second half, and they keep it tight. But yeah, so it is 35.5. I wrote that down wrong on the rundown. I just looked it up. So 35.5. Do you like him at 35.5? I still don't like him to cover that number.
No, I still don't like it at 35.5, dude. I'm out on them. Not out on them like for the year, but I don't want to do it this week. I need a bigger sample size from them to trust them ever again. I mean, I didn't even bet them. I bet Florida State, but I didn't think they were going to win the game outright.
All right, so we've got about 2 minutes left. We got 2 games left. I'm gonna give you both of the games, and you give me both of your picks, and I'll give you both of mine. Troy at Clemson. Clemson's a 31.5 point favorite. And then we have Ole Miss at Kentucky in a revenge spot for Ole Miss, but they are an 8.5 point favorite. So Troy at Clemson, Clemson 31.5, Ole Miss at Kentucky, Ole Miss 8.5 point favorite.
I'll actually take Clemson to bounce back because I think they're going to try to pad Cade's stats because he was bad. Like all the attention was on how bad Arch was week 1 against a really good Ohio State defense. Klubnik really struggled against LSU, and he needs a signature win this year, man. And not that that's Troy, but I think they cover. And then it seems so easy just to take Ole Miss, but then why did it go to 10.5 to 9.5, man? Somebody came in and bet Kentucky. The way that Kentucky covers, shorten the game, right? They can't throw the football. They're a historically bad passing attack, but they could pound the rock, and I think they're going to be able to kind of muddy this one up a little bit. So I'll take the points actually with Kentucky in that one. What about you?
Yeah, so Clemson better cover because if they don't, people are going to start wondering about this team because they're playing Troy. They better cover. So we're both on Clemson there. On this one, I'm on Ole Miss. I'm on Ole Miss minus 8.5. They want us. They will not pull off. They lost that game last year to Kentucky. When Jackson Dart and that team lost last year, nobody saw that one coming. So I'm going to be on Ole Miss. I think they get revenge here. I think they cover the 8.5.
All right. So there's our college football picks. We got our NFL picks. We'll see how we did on Monday and then do this exercise again next Thursday and Friday. Thursday we'll do college football. Friday we will do the NFL. Before we wrap up the show, a quick reminder, I'll be back on the air somehow in about 8 hours, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern with the tailgate kickoff. Not quite the slate we had week 1, but that noon slate especially, some really good games. We got the Cy-Hawk rivalry. I like Iowa in the game. And then the nightcap, Oklahoma-Michigan is going to be a lot of fun. John Mateer, if you haven't watched him yet, do yourself a favor. Watch him. And let's see what Bryce Underwood has. His freshman year goes on the road for the first time. That's why I'm laying it with Oklahoma, but I could be wrong. Back tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., tailgate to kickoff here on the BetMGM Network. That'll do it for us tonight on BetMGM Tonight. For Monty, Brad Evans, our main man, Brandon Combs, and myself, Ryan Horvat, we're back on Monday.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM Tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network. Make